9 Yang Sword Saint Chapter 734 to Chapter 776. Yaoqi secretly summoned Dongli again. This time, it was just Dongli alone. Your Excellency Dongli, do you still think that Mr. Jiangshang is Yang Dingtian? Yaoqi asked with a smile. Dongli said calmly, I've already lost 2 of my eyes. What else do you want? Yaoqi said, if I'm not wrong, you must have gone to my opponent's camp and tried to work with them, right? For example, the Righteous Alliance led by the Silver Moon clan? Dongli did not admit nor deny it. He smiled and said, Your Excellency, you didn't ask me to come here for that, right? Yaoqi said, Of course not. I'm just asking you. Do you still think that Mr. Jiangshang is Yang Dingtian? Dongli was silent for a long time. Then, he said, My instincts tell me that he is, but my rationality tells me that he isn't. No, I don't want that answer, Yaoqi said. I need you to tell me directly. Is Jiangshang Yang Dingtian? Is he or isn't he? Dongli fell into deep thought. Then, he shook his head and said, He isn't. Ha 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 ha. Yaoqi laughed and said, Your Excellency Dongli, you should stick to your instincts. Most of the time, instincts are more accurate than rationality. Rationality is built on appearances, but instincts are based on the basics. Dongli was shocked. His expression of disbelief froze on his face for a long time. In reality, before Dongli's eyes were dug out, he did not have much expression. He only smiled mysteriously. It was as if he was smiling all the time. That was because he could express most of his emotions through his eyes. He thought that his eyes were the most beautiful part of him. Now, they had been dug out. How is that possible? He's from the Speechless clan. He has the thick silver dragon bloodline in him, Dongli said slowly. Yaoqi smiled and said, But in reality, he's Yang Dingtian. Dongli asked, When did you find out? A long time ago, Yaoqi said, I knew about it even before I met him and he even came to Little Western Paradise. At that time I was also shocked because the silver dragon blood crystal couldn't enter the human body, nor could it be absorbed by the human body. Even if the human body absorbed it, it would tear the human body into pieces. However, Sir Yang Dingtian doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. Dongli fell into silence again. Yaoqi said, You must be angry in your heart. Since I know that he is Yang Dingtian, why did I let Yang Dingtian distort the truth in the hall that day, causing you to lose your eyes? Dongli sneered, You want to make use of Yang Dingtian, so you won't expose him too early. This is normal. Yaoqi said, That's right, I want to use him. So, after he consumed the dark crystal that day, even if he didn't transform into the silver dragon, I would think of a way to create the illusion that his body was shrinking and his energy was being consumed. I can't let him expose himself. Dongli said, If that's the case, why did you summon me? Yaoqi said, It's just a deal. Dongli said, What deal? Yaoqi said, I want 2 dark crystals. If you don't trade with me, I'll go to the Naga tribe directly. I believe they'll be willing to give it to you. Dongli said, What do I get? Yaoqi said, I won't let Yang Dingtian leave Little Western Paradise alive. Of course, I won't kill him either. I'll just destroy his brain, cultivation, and so on. He'll only be left as a stallion for me to mass-produce demigod descendants. Dongli sneered, You were going to destroy Yang Dingtian anyway. It's as if I didn't get anything. Yaoqi said, You'll get the entire Naga tribe. Because Yang Dingtian can't go back alive, no one will fight with you for the mating rights of the Naga tribe, right? Dongli was silent for a moment. Then, he nodded and said, That's right. Is this deal reasonable? Yaoqi extended her hand. Dongli took out 2 energy jade boxes and passed them to Yaoqi. He opened them. There were 2 dark crystals inside. One was bigger than the other. They were definitely dark crystals. No one could fake them, and no one could mix anything into them. If he could do that, he would be a god. Happy working with you, Dongli said, Then, I'll take my leave. Yaoqi smiled, No rush. We still have room for cooperation. Dongli said, In Little Western Paradise, you've already rejected our alliance. So, we can't change our stance anymore. Yaoqi said, you don't have to change your stance. I'm sure you're interested in the new cooperation that I've proposed. Dongli said, oh, what kind of cooperation? Yaoqi said, in 3 days, I'll host a huge banquet in the Silver Palace. I'll invite all the high-ranking demonic fox nobles in Little Western Paradise. And this banquet is being held for young Ding Tian. I want him to take up the position of a supreme virtuous teacher. By then, he'll be worshipped by all the demonic fox nobles. Then, I'll give you a chance. I'll let you enter the banquet and destroy young Ding Tian. Of course, you must keep him alive, especially his penis. The rest of his intelligence and cultivation can all be destroyed. Although Dongli no longer had eyes, Yaoqi could still feel the bright light shooting out of his eyes. Without a doubt, this was what he had been dreaming of. If Wu Yuming didn't have any personal grudges against Yang Dingtian, then Dongli had a personal grudge against Yang Dingtian. When Yang Dingtian hugged the Sea Heart Queen and casually played with her celestial body, Dongli couldn't wait to tear him into pieces. The biggest grudge in the world was the hatred of stealing one's wife. Dongli had already treated Queen Xianxia as his exclusive property. He didn't expect Yang Dingtian to use both his hands and mouth. Other than not actually entering her, he had already done all the intimate things between a man and a woman. Dongli couldn't take it anymore, not to mention, Yang Dingtian had personally dug out his eyes. I agree, Dongli said, I'll give Yang Dingtian an unforgettable night. Yaoqi said, remember, you can only destroy his brain and cultivation. You can't destroy his body. Otherwise, no matter where you go in the world, I'll tear you into pieces. You know I can do that. As you wish, Dongli said. Yaoqi said, then, I'll ask you one last question. How much do you know about the space-splitting fire? Dongli said, we know that the space-splitting fire is in the hands of the demonic fox tribe. Yaoqi smiled and waved her hand. Dongli left. In the past few days, Yang Dingtian had spent the most leisurely days in the Silver Palace. In the entire Silver Palace, he had become the most respected person. Jia seemed to have become his disciple again. She served him like an emperor. As long as he wanted to, he could have her perfect body at any time. However, Yang Dingtian liked a living woman, not a blow-up doll. Even if the blow-up doll was prettier and more real than any woman. In the past few days, he had visited Yao Rao and Yang Yi twice. Then, he spent most of his time in the Silver Palace's library. In the human countries, there was almost no such thing as a library. The chaos times had become the rare spiritual food in the human countries. Because in the human countries, martial arts was still the most mainstream culture. Other cultures were suppressed to the point that there was no room for survival. Little Western Paradise was different. It had a large number of writers and artists. Therefore, the library had a rich collection of books. The huge library was a sea of books. It was even bigger and had more books than any library Yang Dingtian had seen on Earth. In fact, this library was also a top secret in Little Western Paradise. The books here were only for the chairman to read. Most of these books were about Little Western Paradise. Some of them were about the Naga Empire. Some of them were about the ancient civilization. The human country's exploration of the ancient civilization was very utilitarian. It was secret manuals and treasures. Little Western Paradise paid more attention to the ancient civilization and culture. Therefore, they left behind a vast number of books. There was also knowledge about the races of this world, geography, and so on. Unfortunately, Yang Dingtian still couldn't fully grasp the language of the demon fox race. Therefore, it was very difficult for him to read these books. Therefore, in the end, he went to the book section of the human countries. There were tens of thousands of books about the human countries. Yang Dingtian didn't know that the demon fox race had done such detailed exploration and research on the human countries. Moreover, some of the books were written in the human language of chaos. Or rather, it was the common language of chaos. In fact, this common language of chaos came from the ancient times. Many races used this language. Yang Dingtian came to the biographies of people. Most of them were people from thousands of years ago. Yang Dingtian saw many familiar names here. For example, the founder of Yin Yang School, the founder of Cloud Sky City, Yang Yunxiao. There were about 4 biographies of the founder of Yin school. Yang Yanxiao had 2 biographies. Next, Yang Dingtian saw a whole row of books. They were all about the same person. The Demon King Wendian. There were 9 biographies about him. And there was only 1 book of Piao Ling of the Void. Then there were 2 books of Shimen Wuya, 1 book of Zhu Qingzhu, and 2 books of Dongfang Minmi. The most surprising thing was that Yang Dingtian had 10 biographies. That's right, 10 biographies about Yang Dingtian. He was shocked. He had the most biographies in the past few hundred years. Therefore, he quickly took down the first book of Yang Dingtian's biographies with mixed feelings. He skimmed through it. The description of him was very detailed and even true. Almost every major event that he had experienced was recorded. Yang Dingtian flipped through the first book as fast as he could. There were hundreds of thousands of words in it, and the content had already reached Yang Dingtian's victory over Wu Yuming in a duel. It was just the first book, but it had almost finished everything that Yang Dingtian had experienced. What would the next 9 books be about? Therefore, Yang Dingtian flipped to the second book. The second book only had a dozen pages. It was about Yang Dingtian's trip to the Snakeman Empire. Then, Yao Li went to Cloud Sky City to snatch Yao Rao and Yang Yi. The content after that was completely blank. So that's how it was. The Fox clan thought that Yang Dingtian would become a big figure in the future, so they left him with 10 books. It was one more than the Demon King Wendian. But in reality, he might not be able to finish it. But Yang Dingtian still felt his scalp tingle. The Fox clan was paying close attention to him. However, some of the content in the book was very interesting. For example, there were some paragraphs that were often labeled as Chaos Times, 7th issue, and so on. It seemed that the Chaos Times was indeed very authoritative. The Fox clan's books were also starting to use the content in it. Then, Yang Dingtian found a thick stack of Chaos Times in a conspicuous position. The latest issue was actually from 3 days ago. There was not a single issue missing. The Fox clan was indeed very scary. There was almost nothing they did not know about humans. Then there was a problem. Yao Rao giving birth was of course a top secret in the Chaos world. Only a few people in the Council of Light knew about it. Among his enemies, only the higher-ups of the evil ways knew about it. Then, when did Yao Qi find out? Could it be that he only found out after Dong Li came to inform him? Not necessarily. If not, why did Yao Qi not come to snatch Yao Rao and her son? Could it be that he had not succeeded in becoming the chairman, so he did not make a move? But later on, Yao Li found out about Yao Rao giving birth. After he came back from the Dark Realm, he immediately ran to Cloud Sky City to take Yao Rao away. So, Yao Qi had no choice but to personally appear and kill Yao Li, taking Yao Rao and her son back to Silver City. If Yao Li hadn't gone to Cloud Heaven City, Yao Qi might not have made a move. He might have waited until he had complete control of the Little Western Paradise and obtained the spatial rending flame before snatching Yao Rao and her son away. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian shuddered at Yao Qi. This person's scheming mind was completely profound to the extreme. Yang Dingtian brought the books on the Demon King Wendian, as well as the biographies of Yang Dingtian, Shimen Wuya, and the others back to his palace to read carefully. Although this top-secret library was only open to the chairman, Yang Dingtian enjoyed almost the same treatment as the chairman in the Silver Palace. So, in these few days, he spent most of his time reading the Demon King Wendian's biographies. It was also the first time he had a direct understanding of this person. In the past, the Demon King Wendian seemed to have popped out of a rock. Different from Yang Dingtian's rise was from zero. As for the rise of the Devil King Wendian, there was quite a bit of contact right from the start. It was just that he was originally a nameless person. But all of a sudden, his name was as resplendent as the stars in the sky. Yang Dingtian read very carefully. Most of the content was the author's speculation. Because in the later part of the book, the Demon King Wendian became very mysterious. Even the Demon Fox tribe could not get any information about him. On this day, Yang Dingtian was still reading in the palace. Suddenly, Jia came in and said, "You are about to attend the banquet. This is the biggest banquet in history, and it is also held for you alone." All the high-ranking demon fox tribe nobles will come to witness you become a great sage. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Jia said, so, please change your clothes. At this time, Princess Mudan, dressed up beautifully, entered the Silver Palace with the Silver Moon tribe's Princess Yao Ling, Yao Li's younger sister. Note, the first update has been delivered. I will continue to write the second. Please vote. After Jia helped Yang Dingtian put on the mysterious and gorgeous robe, the two of them held hands and walked toward the main hall of the Silver Palace. At this moment, a beautiful Fox Clan female official came over and said, Miss Jia, the chairman invites you over. Jia was slightly startled, then she gave Yang Dingtian an apologetic smile, then turned around and left. The beautiful Fox Clan female official bowed toward Yang Dingtian, then turned around and left. However, the moment she turned around, a few words suddenly flashed on her beautiful dress, be careful of the Silvermoon clan's assassination. These words flashed for a moment, then completely disappeared. When Yang Dingtian wanted to take a closer look, the female official had already walked out. However, Yang Dingtian was very sure that this was not an illusion. Yaoqi seemed to be always working. At this moment, the large-scale banquet was about to begin, but he was still bent over the table and writing. Sir Chairman, may I know why you are looking for me? Jia asked. Yaoqi said, your sister Yarao must attend tonight's banquet. I went to invite her, but she refused. I am at my wit's end, so you go and persuade her. Jia was startled, then she nodded and said, yes. Then, Jia came to Yarao's palace again. Looking at the beautiful red leaves in the palace, Jia's beautiful eyes flashed with a complicated light. At this moment, a dozen maids stood outside the palace, holding a luxurious silver dragon dress. The meaning of this dress was very obvious, it was something that only the chairman's wife could wear. Suddenly, Jia's gaze became even more complicated. After entering the Red Leaves Palace, Yarao was wearing a comfortable and lazy nightgown, holding baby Yang Yi in her arms and still drawing. This time, she was drawing Mistress and baby Yang Li. Sister, you are the most important person in tonight's banquet, Jia said. Yarao ignored her, as if she did not see her twin sister at all. Jia said again, sister, please change your clothes and go to the main hall. Yarao still ignored her. The smile on Jia's face disappeared completely, and she said faintly, sister, please change your clothes and go to the main hall to attend the banquet. Otherwise, the two people in your drawing will die. Instantly, her enchanting body trembled. Jia said, sister, you should trust me. I've been a woman of my word since I was young. One of them is Yang Dingtian's mistress, and the other is Yang Dingtian's eldest son. If I say I want these two to die, they will definitely die. Her enchanting and beautiful face instantly turned pale. After a long time, she said, okay, I'll go. Jia put on an elegant smile and said, sister, I hope you won't do this again in the future. Forcing me to say such things will hurt the harmony between us sisters. After saying that, Jia turned around and walked out. She said to the maid outside, help the enchanting madam change her clothes. She agreed? Yaoqi asked. Agreed, Jia replied. Yes, well done, said Yaoqi, but he did not ask how Jia made Yarao agree. Jia stood quietly on the side, waiting for Yaoqi's next order. Yaoqi continued working as she said, in a while, follow Jiangshang. After I confer him the title of Great Sage, he will need to give a public speech. At that time everyone will retreat far away. Only you, as his assistant and disciple, will stand beside him and do translation and other work. Jia said, yes. Yaoqi said, when he finishes his first sentence, someone will try to assassinate him. Jiangshang's cultivation is not high, but the assassin's cultivation will not be much higher than his, because a half-saint will not become an assassin. So, to ensure success, you must completely lock down Jiangshang's Xianxia. You can do it, but you must make sure the assassin successfully assassinates Jiangshang. Yes, Jia said, I will make sure Jiangshang dies tonight. No, not die, Jia said, he will only become a cripple, but he cannot die. Jia's beautiful face twitched as she said, yes. But, as his assistant, shouldn't I act like I'm risking my life to save him? Yes. Yaoqi said, there will be two assassins, so you must rush up and block the sword. One of the assassins will pierce through your body, but you will be fine. The other assassin will pierce through Xianxia of Qi. You purposely act like you are blocking the sword and completely lock down Yang Dingtian, not allowing him to move. At that time, the play will be perfect. Yes, Jia said. Go. Yao Qi said. The Silver Palace's main hall was dazzling and brightly lit. On the plaza outside, hundreds of thousands of Fox tribe soldiers were on high alert. Tonight, there would be an unprecedented banquet here. Almost all the Fox tribe high nobles were waiting to see the elegant Jiangshang from the Silent Tribe. The tribe alliance was able to invite Mr. Jiangshang from the Silent Tribe as the second great sage in history. It was a grand occasion for the entire Little Western Paradise. So, for the past half a month, thousands of high nobles from the entire Little Western Paradise came to Silver City, preparing to participate in this grand occasion. Any guest who entered the Silver Palace had to go through the most complicated energy checks. They were not allowed to bring any weapons in to ensure the safety of the banquet. After more than 2 hours, all the guests entered the main hall. Hundreds of thousands of Fox tribe soldiers guarded every corner of the hall. The entire Silver City was under martial law. In the main hall that was tens of thousands of square meters, thousands of high nobles were wearing the most luxurious clothes and chatting with each other in the most elegant and natural manner. And the main character of their conversation was, without exception, Jiangshang from the Silent Tribe. All the high nobles did not hesitate to use the nicest language to praise this noble Mr. Jiangshang from the Silent Tribe. Everyone was looking forward to Mr. Jiangshang's appearance. But the first to appear was Chairman Yao Qi and an unfamiliar but beautiful lady. This lady was wearing a lazy nightgown and was carrying a child in her arms. Although Yao Rao was the eldest daughter of the Shadow Spear tribe leader, she had not appeared in the Fox tribe for a long time. But very quickly, someone recognized this face and thought it was Jia. But Jia did not have a child. Today was undoubtedly the grandest occasion. Everyone was dressed to the nines. Why was this beautiful lady dressed so lazily and casually? However, even though she was wearing a lazy nightgown, her beauty overshadowed her beauty. And what attracted everyone's attention was the baby in her arms. All the high nobles were instantly attracted by the baby's face. Not only was it beautiful, but it also had an indescribable aura, a mysterious and moving aura. Who was this lady? Then, many people seemed to remember. She was the eldest daughter of the Shadow Spear tribe, Yao Rao. But didn't she go to the humans to borrow a seed and disappeared for many years? This plan lasted for a few hundred years and ended in failure. This caused all the Fox nobles to lose hope in this plan. It was not easy for the high nobles of the Fox tribe to go to the human countries. It was a huge blow to their cultivation and mental state. After all, the energy in Little Western Paradise was completely different from the human countries. However, she was carrying a child in her arms. Did this mean anything? All the high nobles of the Fox tribe were shocked. They thought of an unbelievable possibility. Yao Qi stood at the top of the stairs and looked down at the Fox nobles. Today's banquet was prepared for our noble and elegant Mr. Jiangshang from the Speechless tribe. But before Mr. Jiangshang comes out, I have to announce something. Then, Yao Qi looked at Yao Rao and her daughter. This beautiful lady, many of you might have forgotten. She is the eldest daughter of the Shadow Spear tribe's leader, Miss Yao Rao. That's right. Her plan to become a demigod has succeeded. She has successfully given birth to a demigod descendant. Instantly, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. This was impossible. Everyone trembled from the depths of their souls. The demigod tribe was once everyone's dream and goal. They had worked hard for a few hundred years for this. But without exception, all of them failed. So much so that they had completely given up hope. They did not expect Yao Qi to say that they had succeeded, hence, all the high nobles present were shocked. It wasn't a huge surprise, but it was still extremely shocking. Yao Qi continued, also, I want to say that this is not a coincidence. We are looking for a way. Mr. Jiangshang from the Speechless tribe and I are looking for a mysterious way. In the next 100 years, or even shorter, we will have more demigod descendants. All the families here, as long as you are noble enough, have the hope of giving birth to a demigod descendant. Of course, Yao Qi had an ulterior motive for saying this. He made it very clear that he had monopolized the so-called method of giving birth to a demigod descendant. If they wanted their families to give birth to a demigod descendant, they had to be loyal to Yao Qi. Yao Qi pointed at Yao Rao and said, "When all the fox demons gave up, only Miss Yao Rao did not. Her name is destined to be engraved in the history of Little Western Paradise. She is the greatest woman in our Little Western Paradise. Hence, I suggest that we make Miss Yao Rao the only saintess of our Little Western Paradise." Then, an elderly scholar came forward. He held a small silver dragon crown in his hands and gave it to Yao Qi. Then, Yao Qi put the silver dragon crown on Yao Rao's head in front of everyone's eyes. Suddenly, Yao Rao became the only saintess of Little Western Paradise. All the nobles in the hall clapped in unison. Their gazes were complicated. Yao Rao put on the crown and smiled. "Then, can I go back now? I haven't finished my painting yet." Yao Qi smiled. "Of course, I will send you back." Then, Yao Qi sent Yao Rao and her daughter out of the hall. Yao Qi returned to the hall and looked at the shocked and complicated crowd. She said slowly, "The Silver Dragon Bloodline Warrior's reign is about to begin again. So, all the noble Silver Dragon Bloodline Warriors, are you ready?" The entire hall was silent. The nobles of the fox demons had been drunk for a long time. The conquest of the fox demons had once made their blood boil. However, they had been cold-blooded for too long. Although the successful birth of the demigod's descendants seemed to have ignited their blood, it was more complicated than anything else. "I know that the birth of the demigod's descendant will bring shock and confusion to our Little Western Paradise," Yao Qi said. "Therefore, at this moment, Mr. Xianxia of the Speechless Clan has descended. He will guide us in the future." Now, everyone's spirits were lifted. The main character tonight was Xianxia of the Speechless Clan. Although his appearance was not as shocking as the birth of the demigod's descendant, at least he made people feel relaxed. There was no pressure. They only had to worship him. Yao Qi said, "Mr. Xianxia is not just an ordinary Speechless Clan member. He is practically the embodiment of the Silver Dragon's intelligence." Then, Yao Qi picked up a huge recording jade and inserted her celestial qi into it. Suddenly, a huge light shadow appeared in the sky above the hall. In the image, Xianxia of the Speechless Clan was transforming. He grew terrifying fangs. His gaze was deep. His face was elongated. Sharp silver fins grew out of his neck. Roar. Finally, Mr. Xianxia's upper body completely transformed into the fallen silver dragon. Shock, complete shock, incomparable shock. Compared to the birth of the demigod's descendant, this was even more shocking. All the nobles of the demonic fox clan were completely stunned. They felt a chill run down their spines. Yao Qi really did not want the nobles to see this. Because this way, the nobles of the demonic fox clan would worship Yongding Tian, who had transformed into the silver dragon. Because the fallen silver dragon totem was already deeply ingrained in everyone's soul. Not everyone was like him and Jia, thinking from the perspective of the demonic fox clan. They would kill anyone who stood in their way. If countless aristocrats were to worship Yongding Tian like this, it would be very easy for him to become too powerful and dangerous. But Yao Qi also saw the situation just now. He was heartbroken. Yao Rao's success in planting the seed and the demonic fox clan successfully giving birth to a demigod's descendant should have been very excited. The entire hall should be boiling with excitement. But he did not expect all the nobles of the demonic fox clan to react so indifferently. This made Yao Qi's heart ache. In order to ignite everyone's passion, he had no choice but to publicize this scene. As expected, after this scene was publicized, all the nobles of the demonic fox clan felt their blood boil. Their eyes lit up. They were completely excited and boiling with excitement. Because all the nobles were descendants of the fallen silver dragon. The fallen silver dragon was the totem of the entire Little Western Paradise. Looking at the passionate nobles, Yao Qi slowly said, "Noble descendants of the silver dragon, isn't this a revelation from the heavens? This is a revelation from the silver dragon. It allowed its wisdom to transform into Mr. Xianxia to guide us on our future path. Welcome, Mr. Xianxia, the wisdom incarnation." Instantly, sacred music was played. Everyone bowed slightly as if they were on a pilgrimage, waiting for the arrival of Xianxia from the Speechless clan. Then, under everyone's gaze, Xianxia from the Speechless clan slowly walked into the hall. Instantly, the temperature of the entire hall seemed to increase rapidly. All the high nobles were looking at him with burning gazes. They had always worshipped the Speechless clan. Now, Mr. Xianxia could transform into a silver dragon? Hence, the passion in their hearts was unparalleled. Yang Dingtian, in the image of the Speechless clan and wearing a mysterious silver robe, felt like a superstar. That's right, a superstar. How ironic. Arriving at the center of the hall, Yang Dingtian bowed slightly as a form of respect. All the high nobles from the demonic fox clan bowed. If this was outside, of course, countless people would be cheering. But now, it was extremely solemn. Yaoqi held a scepter and bowed 90 degrees towards Xianxia from the Speechless clan. She said respectfully, Mr. Xianxia, please guide us on our future path and accept the position of the great sage of the Western Paradise world. Instantly, all the high nobles from the demonic fox clan said in unison, Mr. Xianxia, please accept our respect. Yang Dingtian slowly received the silver dragon scepter and instantly became the second great sage in the history of the Little Western Paradise world. Then, he raised it slightly. Yaoqi slowly said, today is a new era for the Western Paradise world. It means that we have completely entered the era of the world's hegemony. Then, Yaoqi bowed and said, Mr. Xianxia, please bestow upon us your noble teachings. Then, Yaoqi slowly stepped back. Instantly, on the high steps, within tens of thousands of square meters, there was only Yang Dingtian alone. Oh, there was also the extremely beautiful Jia as his assistant and translator. Everyone was eagerly waiting for Yang Dingtian's speech. When he finished his first sentence, it would be the time of assassination, the time of destruction, ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Thank you, everyone. Yang Dingtian looked at the countless eyes below, countless handsome men and beautiful women. The high nobles of the fox demonic tribe seemed to have an endless lifespan. Therefore, other than the first and second generation high nobles of the fox demonic tribe, or the fox demonic tribe that focused on academics and despised martial arts, the rest of the high nobles almost never looked middle-aged or older. This world was really full of strange things. Yang Dingtian had seen countless handsome men and beautiful women in the snow race. Here, he also saw countless handsome men and beautiful women. Then, he saw a pair of familiar yet unfamiliar eyes. Those were the eyes of Princess Mudan. Beside her, there was an extremely provocative demon fox beauty. She looked at Yang Dingtian with undisguised hostility. Suddenly, a hostile gaze appeared among a bunch of admiring gazes. Naturally, it was very eye-catching. She should be the demonic spirit of Silver Moon City, Yao Li's younger sister. Although they didn't look alike, their stubborn gazes were very similar. Is she the one who wants to assassinate me? But isn't she too close to the dimension? All the demonic fox nobles were waiting for Yang Dingtian to give his speech. Beside him, the perfect Jia was looking at him with incomparable gentleness and admiration. At this moment, Yang Dingtian seemed to have taken all the limelight and attention. However, if he really had such a feeling, then he was definitely an idiot. Finally, Yang Dingtian spoke. Jia's beautiful lips curled up slightly. The time for the assassination was coming. The time for the destruction of the speechless race was coming. Standing here, I suddenly thought of Mr. Yongxi, the greatest chairman in the history of the demonic fox race. He's my senior, the previous great sage. He also gave a speech here before. I really miss him. Because I didn't prepare a speech, I want to borrow his copy. As soon as Yang Dingtian finished speaking, the main hall immediately echoed with thunderous applause. Mr. Jiangshang of the Speechless Race's humor really made people feel very comfortable. That's right, it was comfortable. They liked this kind of comfort and leisure. They didn't like to be so serious about fighting and killing. Yang Dingtian finished his first sentence. The enchanting golden hair behind Jia's ears stood up slightly. As for the future of the Fox Demon clan, Yang Dingtian continued. Whoosh. Whoosh, then, about 10 meters away from Yang Dingtian, among the first row of demon fox nobles, two figures suddenly changed. His entire body instantly turned into a black shadow. His entire arm suddenly turned into a sharp black sword. Like a bolt of lightning, it suddenly pierced towards Yang Dingtian, who was at the top of the hall. The assassination attempt had begun. In an instant, the entire hall was completely shocked. They didn't even know what had happened. There were many experts present, but it had been 100 years or even 200 years since they last fought. Their cultivation bases were very high, but their reactions were extremely slow. By the time they reacted, countless demon fox experts swarmed out. In the name of protecting Yang Dingtian, they instantly blocked the stairs, blocking the passage between the demon fox nobles and Yang Dingtian. The other dozens of demon fox experts quickly rushed towards Yang Dingtian. These two assassins were extremely fast. The distance of more than 10 meters was covered in less than half a second. Because they were crazily burning their sea of qi, transforming it into a sword, using their own life and cultivation to assassinate. Yang Dingtian suddenly activated the invisibility profound skill and was about to disappear into the air. Then, he immediately flashed away. That's right, he was already wearing the demonic spirit mist cloak. Because he didn't need to take off his clothes anymore. With the invisibility profound skill and the demonic spirit mist cloak, no one could successfully assassinate him. But, the moment the assassins appeared, Jia, who was beside him, rushed over like lightning and screamed, "Protect the great sage." Then, she tightly hugged Yang Dingtian's body. Using her own strength and profound qi, she locked Yang Dingtian's body. He was completely unable to move. Moreover, all the veins in his body were locked by her in the most violent way. He couldn't release any profound qi. Yang Dingtian's entire body was fixed. He couldn't move at all. Pucci, one of the assassins, suddenly stabbed Jia's back. Then, through Jia's body, it suddenly stabbed into Yang Dingtian's body. The other assassin's dark sword suddenly stabbed into Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. No. In an instant, a gorgeous ray of light crazily arrived. It was Princess Mudan. Her eyes were burning with a completely crazy light. In an instant, like a flame, it filled the eyes. All the demon fox nobles and the demon fox experts blocking the stairs were instantly sent flying by her aura. The distance of 1,000 meters was covered in an instant. She didn't have the demon spirit mist cloak. After arriving in front of Yang Dingtian, she suddenly slammed her palm toward Yang Dingtian. Oh, no, it was toward the assassin in front of Yang Dingtian. At this moment, half of the assassin's body had already turned into a sharp energy sword. It suddenly stabbed into Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. Long live the alliance of justice and order! The assassin suddenly roared. Then, Mudan's jade-like palm slammed into his back. In an instant, this demon fox nobleman suddenly turned into ashes. His body was smashed into pieces. Long live the alliance of justice and order! Then, another assassin was also violently smashed into powder. He completely disappeared in the air. At the same time, dozens of demon fox experts instantly surrounded Yang Dingtian, Jia, and Mudan. No, don't. Princess Mudan's eyes were confused. She trembled and was speechless. She had completely locked Dongli's Xian meridians and imprisoned him. She was also following the demon spirit of the Silver Moon clan closely. Why were there still assassinations? Why were there still assassinations? At this moment, Yang Dingtian and Jia's bodies suddenly collapsed onto the ground. At this moment, Yaoqi seemed to have gone crazy. She shouted, "Destroy the alliance of justice and order! Destroy the alliance of justice and order! Go to hell!" Suddenly, there was a cry that sounded like a fiery bird in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, a fiery red shadow flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Yaoqi. Her body suddenly turned into a sharp sword and stabbed toward Yaoqi's chest. That's right. This was the demon spirit of the Silver Moon clan. She was wearing the real demon spirit mist cloak. She was here to assassinate tonight, but not Yang Dingtian. She was here to assassinate Yaoqi. But, although her cultivation was high and she had borrowed the demon spirit mist cloak, she was still too weak compared to Yaoqi. Her sword had just pierced half an inch into Yaoqi's body when her entire body froze in the air. Yaoqi grabbed her neck and turned her face to the crowd. She said coldly, "Look carefully. This is the princess of the Silver Moon clan, Miss Demon Spirit. The Silver Moon clan has lost their minds. Not only did they try to assassinate me, but they also tried to assassinate our respected Mr. Xianxia. Send troops immediately and destroy the Silver Moon clan. Then, Yaoqi looked in shock at the Princess Mudan who had killed the two assassins. She could tell at a glance that she was a human who had come in with the demon spirit. But she didn't expect that a human like her would have such shocking cultivation. It was so shocking. The thousands of demon fox nobles were instantly pushed aside by her aura. The hundreds of demon fox elites blocking the stairs were instantly pushed aside by her. Take her down. She's the accomplice of the assassins. Yaoqi roared. Instantly, for half-saint demon fox elites rushed out from the depths of the palace. It was rare to see a demon fox elder with white hair and beard. Instantly, they pounced on Mudan. Wait. Yang Dingtian raised his hand and said, "This woman isn't here to kill me. She's here to save me." Yaoqi said, "Great virtuous master, don't be fooled by her illusion. She's here to kill you. She came in with the demon spirit." Then, Yaoqi wanted to take down Mudan in one go without giving Yang Dingtian a chance to speak. "No, she's my lover. She won't kill me," Yang Dingtian said loudly. Princess Mudan's eyes trembled. They could clearly see that Dongfang Bingling's soul and will were madly struggling. She was madly trying to break free from the demon spirit's suppression. Let's go," Yang Dingtian said slowly. Because of the assassination attempt, Yang Dingtian had the highest authority in the palace. Almost all the nobles would follow her orders. Let's go. Yang Dingtian said. Mudan suddenly said, "God, now's the best time for me to break free. I can feel endless power." No, it's impossible to break free. Suddenly, Mudan seemed to have schizophrenia. One moment, she would speak in Bingling's voice, and the next moment, she would speak in Mudan's voice. Tonight, Mudan did not have any plans to assassinate Yang Dingtian. Moreover, she stopped Dongli's assassination attempt not because Mudan was reluctant to part with Yang Dingtian, but because she was ordered to do so. However, the moment Yang Dingtian was assassinated, Bingling had gained immense power. Her soul was madly struggling. It's useless. Mudan's face became colder and colder. This meant that Dongfang Bingling's soul was quickly being suppressed. "Little Ling, wait for me to save you," Yang Dingtian said slowly. "In your dreams," Princess Mudan said coldly. Swoosh. Then, she suddenly disappeared and retreated at lightning speed. Because the great virtuous master said that she was his lover, no one stopped her. Just like that, Princess Mudan disappeared without a trace. Protect the great virtuous master and return to the palace. Today's banquet is over. Yaoqi looked at the crowd and said slowly, "Here, I represent the tribal council and all the nobles of the demonic fox clan to officially declare war on the Silver Moon clan." Then, a few elites of the demonic fox clan quickly carried Yang Dingtian back to the palace. Yang Dingtian lay weakly on the bed. Jia was safe and sound. The assassin's energy sword had only pierced through her body and did not release any energy. This was because all the energy had been released into Yang Dingtian's body to destroy Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. She gently grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand and inserted some celestial qi to check his Xian meridians and sea of qi. He was extremely weak and there was no energy left. Jia smiled. Very good. This Jiangshang from the Speechless clan had become a complete piece of trash. This way, it would be easier to control him. He had become a puppet. Very good. Two demonic fox assassins who were equivalent to a 9-star grandmaster had used up all their energy to transform into swords and exploded in Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. Finally, he had become a piece of trash. Just a little bit more, and he would have escaped. Luckily, she had rushed over and hugged Jiangshang tightly so that he could not move. This allowed the two assassins to successfully stab their swords into Jiangshang's sea of qi. Also, Yaoqi knew that the Silver Moon clan would not really send assassins to kill Jiangshang. Therefore, the two assassins that she had arranged came in handy. Now, the Silver Moon clan would not be able to clear their name even if they jumped into the sea. Also, the stupid Zhao Ling wanted to add fuel to the fire to assassinate Chairman Yao Qi. They were indeed a family. They were as stupid as Zhao Li. Jia laid gently in Yang Dingtian's arms and said softly, "Teacher, oh no, husband, I will take good care of you from now on. Although your cultivation is completely destroyed and you have lost your ability to move, I will still admire you like before and take care of you in every possible way. In a few days, we will be officially married." Yang Dingtian looked at Jia, who was in his embrace. He no longer felt that she was an absolute beauty. It was as though she was an extremely vicious venomous snake that was coiling around his body and constantly spitting out its venomous tongue. Oh no, not a venomous snake. Queen Poisa was very cute. His baby Shuang'er was also a snake. She was also very cute. Yang Dingtian could not find any words to describe the woman in his arms who was like a snake. Then, he continued to cover up carefully. He used a dark energy to block the entrance to his sea of qi so that no celestial qi could escape. Now, Yang Dingtian understood. Because of the dormant black-green mystic fire, there was almost no energy attack that could hurt his sea of qi. Any energy attack would be devoured cleanly. A weak and useless Jiang Shang would be able to conceal himself better and achieve his goal. Note, the first update has been submitted. I will continue with the second update. These two assassins cultivated the dark martial Tao. Hence, their entire bodies and cultivation had turned into dark energy and pierced into Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. They wanted to destroy his entire sea of qi. When Yang Dingtian's body was completely locked by Jia, he was terrified. He felt that he would not be able to escape this time. This was because it was a problem of energy balance. Yang Dingtian was a 7-star grade 9 great grandmaster. Hence, his cultivation in his sea of qi was at that of a 7-star grade 9 great grandmaster. The two assassins were both 9-star grade 9 great grandmasters. They were at the same level as Zhao Rao when she went to the human countries. Hence, the two energies added together were far beyond what Yang Dingtian's sea of qi could withstand. The only result was that his sea of qi would be destroyed completely. Then, he would be able to protect his body under the suppression of Jia's powerful energy. This was Yao Qi's meticulous assassination plan. It was foolproof. However, the two powerful energies did not cause any damage after entering the sea of qi. The tentacles of the black-green mystic flame quickly extended from the abyss of the sea of qi and disintegrated the powerful energies quickly. That's right. Disintegrate, if one were to describe it vividly, it would be tearing and disintegrating the energies that were about to explode. In fact, these energies were not its cup of tea. They were not good for its growth and might even be harmful. However, in order to save its master, the black-green mystic flame had no choice but to swallow these useless energies with tears in its eyes. Furthermore, it wisely blocked Yang Dingtian's sea of qi with its tentacles that were stained with dark energy, creating the illusion that his sea of qi was completely destroyed. Hence, Yang Dingtian felt very strange all of a sudden. The black-green mystic flame had really turned from a mystic flame into a life form. Furthermore, he felt that it was completely connected to his mind. Hence, this assassination did not harm Yang Dingtian at all. "Why didn't you kill me?" Yang Dingtian suddenly asked Jia. Jia said, "I don't know. I only obey the orders of the speaker." In the following period of time, Yang Dingtian endured a beautiful poisonous snake by his side and allowed her to serve him meticulously. However, all day long, he was flipping through all kinds of books. The most important part was the legend of the demon king Wendian. Jia's service was as meticulous as ever. She was like a robot, able to do whatever she was told to do. Yao Qi had been there a few times, but she didn't interact with Yang Dingtian. This was because there was no need for formalities between the two of them. After Jia had completely locked down Yang Dingtian's body and allowed the assassin to assassinate him, the two sides had completely fallen out with each other. Hence, there was no need for idealism. However, Yang Dingtian always had a question in his heart. Why didn't Yao Qi kill him? Letting him die in the hands of the assassins from the Righteous Alliance should be the most advantageous situation for her. The value of his identity as a member of the Speechless clan had long been dug out by him. Then, what value did he have to Yao Qi? Why did he choose to cripple his sea of qi instead of killing him? During this period of time, Yao Qi was very busy. because the huge power machine that he was in charge of had started to operate. He used all the public opinion to attack the Silver Moon clan. The case of the Silver Moon clan assassinating the great sage Xianxia and chairman Yao Qi had been completely concluded. Now, every newspaper in Little Western Paradise, especially in Yingdu, was crazily attacking the Silver Moon clan every day. Yao Qi also met with the leaders of the various clans and the high nobles on a large scale. She tried to organize a meeting of the 9 clans. When Yao Qi was elected as the chairman, her support rate was very low. She barely passed 50%. Now, using the assassination case, Yao Qi's support rate was increasing. As the assassination of Jiang Shang from the Speechless clan spread, the Silver Moon clan's situation became even more dangerous. Originally, the righteous alliance that opposed Yao Qi consisted of 4 large clans and dozens of small and medium-sized clans. Now, they were all fleeing in different directions. The righteous alliance was only left with the Silver Moon clan and their loyal ally, the Oceanic clan. Little Western Paradise's democracy wasn't a one-person one-vote system. Only the members of the Righteous Alliance Parliament had the right to vote. There were a total of 1158 members in the tribal parliament. Each of the 9 large clans had 100 members. They were evenly distributed. The remaining 158 members were born from the nobles in Yingdu. The leaders of the 9 large clans formed the Elder Council. They formed the highest authority in the tribal parliament. Moreover, the 9 great elders were hereditary. Of course, if one of the clans was wiped out, there would be other clans to replace it. Hence, to be elected as the chairman, more than 5 clan leaders had to agree. Because once the leader agreed, no matter how unwilling the other members of the clan were, they wouldn't dare to go against him. That was how Yao Qi officially became the chairman. Firstly, her marriage with the Shadow Spear clan had attracted the Shadow Spear clan and her absolute ally, the Tianyi clan. It also affected the Buddha clan, which was sandwiched between the 2 clans. Yao Qi's teacher, Yongxi, was the so-called greatest chairman in history. He had a huge influence on the members of the Yingdu parliament. Furthermore, he had the support of the 2 clans that were close to him. Hence, Yao Qi became the chairman. All in all, Yao Qi's experience wasn't enough. She almost relied on the support of her teacher, Yongxi, and the Shadow Spear clan's monster Wrath too to become the chairman. Even so, she only received 600 votes in the tribal parliament. Now, because she obtained the precious political resource, Jiangshang, from the Speechless clan, Yao Qi's reputation skyrocketed. Next, she would use the Silver Moon clan as her stepping stone to get rid of the shadow of her teacher, Yongxi, and the Shadow Spear clan. Therefore, the Silver Moon clan had to be exterminated whether they wanted to or not. After she exterminated the Silver Moon clan and obtained the treasures of the Naga Empire, it would be the time for him to unleash his killer weapon of nurturing demigod descendants. By then, he would be able to fully grasp Yongding Tian, this human-shaped stallion resource. He would be able to easily decide which race would give birth to a demigod and which race wouldn't. By then, no matter if they were willing or not, the high nobles had to produce a demigod descendant. Otherwise, the clan was destined to decline. Yao Qi decided to approve only 30 people for the first demigod descendant. Hence, in less than 200 years, she would have full control of the entire Little Western Paradise. Then, she could dissolve the tribal parliament system and directly establish the Western Paradise Empire. And she would be the first emperor of this empire. After 20 days, Yao Qi's campaign was finally completed. The suppression and roping in the various clans was also completed. She held a tribal alliance meeting in the Silver Palace. There was only one content in the meeting, which was to confirm the Silver Moon clan's crime of rebellion and to remove the Silver Moon clan's name as one of the 9 major clans. Also, Yingdu and the various clans would form an alliance to completely suppress the Silver Moon clan. The council unanimously passed the resolution. Then, the entire army of Yingdu started to gather. In the Little Western Paradise, Yingdu was the capital. Its power had always been above the 9 major clans. Other than the armed forces controlled by the high nobles, the army directly controlled by the chairman was more than 500,000 people. This time, Yao Qi had mobilized all of his elite troops. Moreover, the nobles of Yingdu also gathered close to 500,000 troops. As Yao Qi's hardcore supporters, the Shadow Spear race also mobilized 500,000 elites. The other major clans mobilized 800,000 troops. Many small and medium-sized clans also mobilized 500,000 troops. The Tribal Alliance meeting had a total of 2,800,000 troops. They formed an alliance army to suppress the Silver Moon clan. As a hardcore ally of the Silver Moon clan, the Oceanic race didn't change sides. However, they didn't participate in the war either. They chose to remain neutral in this war. Of course, Yao Qi despised his choice. It was seen as the stupidest choice. Yang Dingtian's carefree days were about to come to an end. Because, as the great sage, he had to follow Yao Qi to battle. In fact, countless high nobles were worried about his safety. As for his health, almost all the newspapers paid attention to it every day. Now, everyone knew that the great sage's sea of energy had been destroyed. As for the damage to his body and brain, it was unknown if he could recover. The reason why Yao Qi wanted to bring Yang Dingtian to battle was because he didn't feel safe leaving him in the Silver Palace. To Yao Qi, Yang Dingtian was the most important thing. It directly affected whether his empire could be built in the future. It affected whether he could monopolize the birthrights of half of his descendants. Moreover, he used the great sage's body as an excuse to reject everyone's visits. There were still 10 days before the battle. Yang Dingtian had already been in bed for 25 days. During this time, other than reading books, he also read a lot of Little Western Paradise's newspapers. Now, his mastery of the fox race's language had improved tremendously. He was almost able to read it. Then, he saw a message. The Silver Moon Princess Yao Ling tried to murder the speaker and was sentenced to death. She would be executed in 3 days. Instantly, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but recall the beautiful and sharp girl. Her eyes were as stubborn as Zhao Li's. Then, he asked Jia to tell him that he wanted that girl, so please lift her death sentence. A day later, Yao Ling appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. However, all of her celestial qi had been sealed. From this day onwards, she became the great sage Jiangshang's servant, Yang Dingtian. As a result, there was another bitter and vengeful girl by Yang Dingtian's side. While she was serving Yang Dingtian, she was trying to use her gaze to dismember Yang Dingtian into pieces. Moreover, she often said, "Stupid silent clan, you're helping the evildoer do evil. Now that you've become a piece of trash, you only have yourself to blame. You deserve it." Moreover, she often used the opportunity of wiping Yang Dingtian's body and putting on his clothes to viciously pinch Yang Dingtian's flesh with her nails to secretly take revenge. Yang Dingtian didn't care about her actions at all. Even though he was covered in bruises, he felt much more comfortable with Yao Ling than Jia. In fact, his mind was completely focused on the spatial rending flame. That was because a few days ago, the part of his memory that had been blocked had recovered. Therefore, he remembered that he and Yongxi had set up a trap to kill Yao Qi. The entrance to the space-splitting fire was at the bottom of the endless peak of the Silver Moon clan. However, the message that was sent to Yao Qi was 10 days early. At that time, although the entrance had appeared, it was closed. In the message, it said that one could enter the entrance by consuming the darkness crystal. The goal was to lure Yao Qi to consume it and kill him. In fact, the moment that memory came back, Yang Dingtian was shocked. Then, he started to worry about whether Yao Qi had successfully received the fake message that was meant to kill him. That was because when he came out of the underground palace that day, Yao Qi had launched a powerful spiritual attack on him. However, he remembered that his defense was very strong. If Yao Qi hadn't received the fake message, then it would be really bad. Then, his defense would be wrong. But immediately after, Yang Dingtian recalled that it was at the moment when the bet ended. The fake message about the space-splitting fire had indeed appeared in his mind. That was because Yao Qi had been asking him about it. After he won the bet, he relaxed and the message appeared in his mind. If there had been another spiritual power master other than Yao Qi, then the message might have been leaked. Therefore, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but worry about his gains and losses. However, very soon, he was sure that Yao Qi had received the fake message. That was because he had formed an alliance to attack the Silver Moon clan. If it hadn't been for the space-splitting fire, he definitely wouldn't have been in such a hurry to start a war. That was because his position wasn't very stable. There was a certain risk in starting a war. Then, Yaoqi had already taken the first step into the trap. Next, Yaoqi would take over the Silver Moon clan completely within a month. Once he saw an entrance to the space-splitting border at the bottom of the endless peaks, then the trap would be halfway to success. What Yang Dingtian had to worry about was whether Yaoqi would die after consuming the dark crystal. Moreover, Yaoqi could use the other demonic foxes as experiments. He could get 2 dark crystals, ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈. Yaoqi suddenly flew towards the Silvermoon tribe from all directions. Little Western Paradise's land was shattered. Therefore, they had to fly to cross the border. After 400 years, a large-scale war finally broke out in Little Western Paradise again. Yang Dingtian, Jia, Yao Rao, Yang Yi, and Yao Ling all followed the army. At that moment, there were still 40 days before the space-splitting fire that Yaoqi thought would bloom. There were still 50 days before the space-splitting fire would bloom. This meant that Yaoqi had to finish the war within 40 days and take over the Silver Moon clan completely. 3 days later, the Alliance army arrived at the Silver Moon clan in the north. Without waiting or exchanging pleasantries, Yaoqi announced the start of the war. Then, a war that had nothing to do with Yang Dingtian instantly broke out. A few million Alliance army attacked the defensive line formed by the Silver Moon clan's army. The difference in power between the two sides was too great. Therefore, the isolated Silver Moon clan was losing ground. 30 days later, the Alliance army completely surrounded the Silver Moon clan's imperial city. The Silver Moon clan's destruction was coming. That night, Yao Ling knelt in front of Yang Dingtian, naked. She cried, "Mr. Jiangshang, please save the Silver Moon clan. I am willing to be your slave and serve you for life." Note, the second update, thank you everyone. Yang Dingtian looked at Yao Ling's body. Compared to Ji's almost perfect body, Yao Ling was full of flaws. She had 3 scars on her body, one on her waist, one on her back, and one on her leg. However, this lively aura made Yang Dingtian's eyes light up. Compared to Ji's statue-like body, this girl in front of him felt more like a living person. "Why do you think I'll help you? Why do you think I can help you?" Yang Dingtian asked. Yao Ling said, "Although I'm impatient, I'm not stupid. I can see that you don't like Jia. You don't have a good relationship with Yaoqi. Also, you saved me from the gates of hell." Yang Dingtian said, "Then why did you torture me every day?" Yang Dingtian stretched out his arms. They were all green and purple. "Because I couldn't stand it, so I took it out on you," Yao Ling said. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Then, he asked, "Then, do you think I can help you?" Yao Ling was silent for a moment. Then, she shook her head and said, "I just don't have any other way. I'm just trying my best." Yang Dingtian resisted the urge to vomit blood. He said, What are you talking about? You don't have a way to save the Silvermoon clan, right?" Yao Ling asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "No, no one can save the Silvermoon clan." Yao Ling said, "Then, are we just going to watch the Silvermoon clan all die? You know that Yaoqi doesn't deserve to be the chairman. You know that we're righteous, and he's evil." Yang Dingtian said, "In this world, there's no right or wrong. There's only pros and cons. Also, you're wrong about one thing. Yaoqi deserves to be the chairman. Perhaps from the perspective of the Fox clan's interests, he's the most suitable person in history." Yao Ling stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. "Since you can't save the Silvermoon clan, then let me go. I want to die with my father." Yang Dingtian looked at her stubborn and beautiful face and thought of Yao Li again. That morbid racist, that proud and stubborn male chauvinist. Sighing softly, Yang Dingtian said, "Demon spirit, if the Silvermoon clan wants to live, then surrender." "In your dreams," the demon spirit said sternly. "Our Silver Moon clan would rather die than surrender or compromise." Yang Dingtian immediately felt a headache coming on. Seeing how stubborn Yao Ling and Yao Li were, their fathers were definitely even more unyielding. Wanting them to surrender was simply a dream. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian continued, "If you don't want to surrender, then leave and go somewhere else. As far as I know, Little Western Paradise has many barren places with harsh environments. Your people should go there." "That's running away," the demon spirit said. What kind of silent clan are you? Why are you always coming up with such useless ideas? Yang Dingtian was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Every time he spoke to her brother, Yao Li, for less than 3 sentences, Yang Dingtian would be so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Now, when he spoke to his sister, he still couldn't speak more than 3 sentences and he would die from anger. Yang Dingtian wanted the Silvermoon clan to surrender or leave. Actually, it was feasible. If Yongxi's plan succeeded, then Yaoqi would die. As long as Yaoqi was dead, the attack on Silver Moon City would come to an end. Then, the Silvermoon clan would be able to return from the barren lands. But when encountering such a rash family, Yang Dingtian was truly at his wits' end. Just then, Jia walked in and glanced at the naked demon spirit on the floor. Her beautiful eyes flashed with disdain. "Husband, how do you feel today?" Jia asked gently. "Not bad," Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Jia went forward and reached into the blanket to check. Indeed, it was a little fierce. Yang Dingtian wasn't a saint. Although he didn't have any intentions towards the demon spirit, seeing such a lively body would still make him react. "Husband, do you need her to come up and serve you?" Jia asked with a smile. "No need," Yang Dingtian said. "Alright, then I'll do it," Jia said with a smile. Then, she crawled into Yang Dingtian's blanket and started to fulfill her duty. This was almost the 5th time. Yang Dingtian didn't reject because he couldn't. Whenever Jia found that he needed something, she would take the initiative to serve him. If one could give a grade, then Jia would be the most perfect wife. Because, no matter what, she did the best. In terms of taking care of him, she would bathe Yang Dingtian every day and change his clothes every day. If there were no accidents, she would cook every single meal herself. Moreover, the dishes were incomparably exquisite and changed every day. Therefore, in these 2 months, it was almost the only normal family life that Yang Dingtian enjoyed. Moreover, he was pretending to be paralyzed. He was almost certain that if he was really paralyzed for 100 years, this Jia would also serve him meticulously for 100 years. However, Yang Dingtian didn't feel any warmth at all. Because this was a poisonous snake that wanted to bite him to death at all times. When the demon spirit saw that Jia and Yang Dingtian were going about their business, she still stood there and watched without moving, even though her face was flushed red. She didn't want to see anything, but she felt that retreating at this time would make her seem useless. "Don't think that you can scare me away like this." Yang Dingtian saw the uselessness of time on the demon spirit. She was already 700 or 800 years old, but she was completely the same as a human girl in her teens or 20s. That was because she was a shameless person. In the long period of cultivation, time did not have much effect on her temperament and maturity. Unfortunately, although she was a martial arts fanatic, her talent was average. Although Jia was much older than her, she had to spend half of her time on other studies. She didn't spend as much time on martial arts as the demon spirit, but compared to her, the demon spirit's cultivation was like heaven and earth. Next, the war between the Alliance and the Silvermoon clan entered its final bitter struggle. All the warriors of the Silvermoon clan gathered in Silvermoon City. Although their strength was less than a fraction of the Alliance's, because they had the geographical advantage and this was their last home, they weren't afraid of death. Time passed day by day. The casualties were increasing day by day, but Silvermoon City was still frantically resisting. Every day, there were countless Fox clan members dying. There was no hope of the Silvermoon clan collapsing. On the other hand, the Alliance's army was used to winning battles, so when the situation became anxious, their morale began to drop. Among the 9 great clans, in terms of military strength, Indu was obviously the strongest. However, in terms of martial arts and fearlessness, Silvermoon City bore the brunt. This was because out of the 9 great clans, the Silvermoon clan's geographical location was the worst. To their north was the Savage Land. This was why the Silvermoon clan was the most resistant to Yongxi's move to abolish martial arts, so they were the least affected by the ostentatious civilization. Just by looking at Yao Li and Yao Ling, one would know that this clan had always worshipped martial arts. This was why when Yongxi and Yao Nu elected Yao Qi as the chairman, the Silvermoon clan was against it. They felt that as Yongxi's disciple, Yao Qi would definitely abolish martial arts and destroy the entire Fox clan. This was why when the Silvermoon clan took up the banner of the Righteous Alliance, their slogan was to save martial arts, to save the Fox clan. Based on the plan, Xianxia had to take down Silvermoon City within 10 days. Before this, Xianxia was filled with confidence. That was because the Silvermoon clan had hundreds of cities, spanning thousands of miles. The alliance took them down in just 30 days. Silvermoon City was just 100 miles away, so 10 days was more than enough. Who knew that the Silvermoon clan would gather all their elites in Silvermoon City to fight Xianxia to the death? Now, the Silvermoon clan and the alliance's casualties were 1 to 3. Of course, Xianxia could accept this because the Silvermoon clan's elites were getting fewer and fewer. At this rate, the Silvermoon clan would be wiped out in less than a month. But he didn't have enough time. The space-splitting fire was about to bloom. It had been 5 days since they attacked Silvermoon City. There were only 5 days left until the space-splitting fire bloomed. It seemed impossible to take down Silvermoon City within 5 days. The people in Silvermoon City seemed to have gone crazy. Every time they started fighting, they seemed to want to perish together. The space-splitting fire's entrance, Endless Peak, was right behind Silvermoon City. If they didn't take down Silvermoon City, they wouldn't be able to take down Endless Peak and obtain the space-splitting fire. Xianxia found Yang Dingtian. I want to take down Silvermoon City within 3 days. Mister, do you have any ideas? Xianxia asked. Yang Dingtian waved his hand and said, of course, I don't have any ideas. Xianxia said calmly, what if I force you to think of a way? Yang Dingtian said, then you might as well kill me. Xianxia was silent for a moment, then said, I won't kill you. But I might kill Shiman Yan from Cloud Sky City, or Ning Ro Mu Liani, etc. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's expression changed drastically. The muscles on his body were about to jump up. His heart also paused for a moment before it started to beat rapidly. He recognized that he was Yang Dingtian. After a long while, Yang Dingtian asked, when did you find out? Throughout the entire process, Xianxia observed Yang Dingtian's reaction closely. The reason why he exposed Yang Dingtian's identity was to see his reaction. If he wasn't shocked enough, that would mean that he knew that Xianxia had seen through him but pretended not to know. If that was the case, it would mean that he and Xianxia had a huge conspiracy against Xianxia. Yang Dingtian's acting skills were very average. He definitely wouldn't be able to escape Xianxia's eyes. Yang Dingtian's reaction was extremely intense, even though he was trying his best to suppress it. However, Xianxia could clearly sense that Yang Dingtian's muscles were about to jump up, his hair was about to stand up, and his heart was about to stop for an instant. That reaction couldn't be faked. That meant that Yang Dingtian really didn't know that Xianxia had seen through him. Did that mean that there was no trap between him and Xianxia? Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't pretend. He didn't need to. This was because the venomous queen had only released a portion of her memories for his safety. It was only the information regarding the void fire. As for the part where Xianxia said that Xianxia had seen through his identity, she continued to hide it. After a long while, Yang Dingtian asked again, when did you see through me? A long, long time ago. Before you came to Little Western Paradise, I saw through you. Xianxia smiled and said, because every secret of the Silver Dragon bloodline is in the hands of the chairman. You don't have any flaws. It's just that what I have is too powerful. Yang Dingtian said, since you've seen through me and I've lost my value, why don't you kill me? No. Xianxia said, as Jiangshang of the Speechless Clan, you've lost your value. However, you have an even greater and more incomparable value that hasn't been discovered. Yang Dingtian obviously knew what that value was. Xianxia smiled and said, from now on, you'll live a heavenly life. The peerless beauties of my demon Fox clan will take turns in your bed. By then, all the descendants of the demigods of the Fox clan will be your descendants. You'll be very, very proud. A captive setter, or rather, a pig, should be the most pitiful. Then, Xianxia suddenly said, oh right, are you really paralyzed or are you faking it? You're Yang Dingtian. You're very powerful. Come, let me check. Then, Xianxia pressed her palm on Yang Dingtian's chest. Then, a strong force surged into his Shan meridians and reached his sea of qi. Then, she clearly felt that Yang Dingtian's sea of qi had become a pile of ruins. It had no effect on the Xianxia of the outside world. It had become a pile of nothingness. There were no energy waves or reactions. I'm sorry, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian. I had no choice. Yaoqi said calmly, our library prepared 10 books for you. I'm afraid we can't use them anymore. If we force ourselves to fill them up, I'm afraid they'll all be nude novels. For example, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, how long did you *CK someone today? What does that woman look like? What are her breasts? But if that's the case, perhaps 100 books won't be enough. Yang Dingtian gradually calmed down and said, it's a pity that you don't have a sister or a mother. Yaoqi sighed and said, yeah, if I did, I'd definitely send them to your room. Then, Yaoqi twisted her neck and said, alright, within 3 days, I'll take down Silver Moon City. I know that your lover, the demonized Dongfang Bingling, is in Silver Moon City. No matter what method you use, you have to help me achieve this goal. Otherwise, your family in Cloud Sky City will all. Yaoqi drew a line across her neck. Yang Dingtian squinted his eyes, 5 days. In 5 days, he had to kill Yaoqi successfully. In order to achieve this goal, it was also possible to cooperate with the evil Dao. Note, the first update has been sent. I'll continue with the second update. Yang Dingtian stared at Yaoqi for a long time. Then, he smiled and said, Chairman Yaoqi, you should know that your intelligence and strategy far surpass mine. So, you don't have to test my intelligence. Just tell me what to do. Okay? Yaoqi was stunned. Then, she clapped her hands and said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, this is the smartest you've ever been in front of me. Facing Yaoqi's sarcasm, Yang Dingtian was full of self-confidence. Instead, he looked at her expectantly. Yaoqi said, it's easy to defeat the Silver Moon clan. Just kill their leader. He's the spiritual leader of the Silver Moon clan. Kill him and the Silver Moon clan will give up resisting. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, then, please tell me how to kill the Silver Moon clan leader. I can't kill him anyway. That goes against the Fox clan's rules. Yaoqi said, if I'm not wrong, you have a woman called Dongfang Bingling. However, she's been demonized. She's now the 4th person in the evil ways. Because I refuse to cooperate with the evil ways, all the elites of the evil ways are in the Silver Moon clan's resistance army. Am I right? It should be, it should be. Yang Dingtian said, regarding this point, you are much clearer than me. Yaoqi said, if that's the case, isn't it easy? Just get your woman to kill the Silver Moon clan leader when he's not paying attention? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, that's a good plan. Unfortunately, there are a few things that don't work. Yaoqi said, please enlighten me, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, the leader of the humans. Yang Dingtian said, first, what's the Silver Moon clan leader's cultivation level? Yaoqi said, according to your human's ranking system, he should be a saint. In any case, the Silver Moon clan is one of the most powerful clans in terms of martial arts. Yang Dingtian said, if that's the case, we'll be in trouble. It's been a long, long time since we humans have a saint-level expert. Yaoqi said, but if I remember correctly, your woman called Dongfang Bingling is very powerful. Yang Dingtian said, it's still impossible to reach the saint level. In fact, 200 years ago, the Demon King and the Devil Queen were the so-called strongest human masters in the universe, but they were only half-saints. Now that 200 years have passed, I feel that if humans still have saint-level experts, it would be these two. Yaoqi said, that's not easy. As a human, you've only cultivated for 200 or 300 years, and your cultivation has reached the level of a demon fox's thousands of years of cultivation. No, you can't say that. Yang Dingtian said, once you enter a deep level of cultivation, there's no difference between 100 years and 10 years. Your demon fox clan's overall talent and cultivation are much higher than us humans. Otherwise, you wouldn't have so many saint-level experts and so many half-saints. No. Yaoqi said, I've been tricked by my good teacher. In the past few hundred years, the number of experts in the Demon Fox clan didn't increase. Instead, it decreased. Many of the experts didn't improve, but regressed. Luckily, I've taken the position. Otherwise, the Demon Fox clan would have been destroyed in a few years. Your Excellency Yaoqi, I'm very impressed with your great talent and vision. Yang Dingtian said, but we've gone too far. Since the leader of the Silver Moon clan is so strong, I'm afraid that even if Dongli and Mudan worked together, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. They wouldn't even be able to kill him with a sneak attack. The Demon King and the Devil Queen may be strong, but I can't invite them. In fact, I can't even invite Dongli and Mudan. As you can see, Dongli hates my guts. Mudan is controlled by an evil spirit. No one will listen to what I say. That's a problem, Yaoqi said. How about this? There's someone who's very, very, very strong. If she helps, we might be able to kill the leader of the Silver Moon clan. Who? Yang Dingtian asked. Wu Yu, Yaoqi said. Yang Dingtian was truly astonished and said, Her? Her? Wu Yu. She was my teacher's lover. She was also my dream lover. Of course, she was also the dream lover of the leader of the Silver Moon clan. Oh, and also the dream lover of the Shadow Spear clan's leader, Yao Nu II. Yaoqi said, in terms of love, the leader of the Silver Moon clan was the most devoted. No, I don't think so. Yang Dingtian was shocked. I've seen the leader of the Wu Yu clan. She's very, very beautiful. Her beauty is magical. In the chaotic world, she should be at the peak. She's on par with Saints Tan Tai and Nihility Piaoling. However, it's not to the point where all the top experts in the Little Western Paradise would fall in love with her. Yaoqi sat down beside Yang Dingtian. He patted his shoulder and said, Brother Yang, you don't know. This Wu Yu isn't human. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He nodded and said, I can feel it. She looks different from humans. There's an indescribable aesthetic to her. It's hard to tell if she's male or female. She's not from the Demon Fox clan either, Yaoqi said. Yang Dingtian was shocked. She came from the Little Western Paradise? Of course, Yaoqi said, didn't I tell you? You didn't, Yang Dingtian said. Yaoqi said, but, I told you that my master, me, Yao Nu, and the leader of the Silver Moon clan, Yao Li, are all in love with her. That means she came from the Little Western Paradise. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your brain? Ah, yes. She came from the Little Western Paradise, Yang Dingtian said, no wonder she could live for so long. There are so many treasures in the Sea of Spirits. Alright, continue. Yaoqi said, I told you, she's not human. She's not from the Demon Fox clan. What do you think she is? No, the Speechless clan? Yang Dingtian asked. In the Little Western Paradise, other than the Demon Fox clan, there was only the Speechless clan. You're half right. Yaoqi said, the truth is, the Demon Fox clan didn't plan to breed with humans. They wanted the Speechless clan and the Demon Fox clan to try combining. You know the result. The Speechless clan had no desires at all. They couldn't succeed. That's why there was a speaker a long time ago. She was a woman. She was the most beautiful woman in the entire Little Western Paradise. She was the most beautiful woman. Think about it. The Little Western Paradise has many beauties. Jia is one of the best. Yang Dingtian said, is this female speaker prettier than Jia? Yaoqi nodded vigorously and said, of course. She's not on the same level as Jia. You know, when a beauty reaches a certain level, it's a type of aura. It's not just about looks. She's really beautiful. Yang Dingtian said, and then? Yaoqi said, then, a Speechless clan member who had no desires was successfully seduced by the female speaker. She was the first Speechless clan member to be seduced, and the only one. Did you know? The Speechless clan has an unspoken rule. They self-destruct. They don't reproduce. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I admire her very much. Yaoqi said, do you think the Fox Demon clan should do the same? Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, no, the Fox Demon clan also has the right to live. But they have to choose the right direction. Then what do you think is the right direction? Yaoqi asked. Yang Dingtian said, you seem to have gone off topic. We were talking about a speechless clan member who had an agreement with the female speaker. Ah, right. Yao Qi said, after the speechless clan member was seduced, he committed suicide. Ah. Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, so sick? Yes, so sick. They are absolute abstinence. Self-destruction is deeply imprinted in their souls. Yao Qi said, then, the female speaker got pregnant and gave birth to a daughter. That was Wu Yu, I understand now. Yang Dingtian said, the silver dragon bloodline in Wu Yu's body is purer than all the other fox demon clan members. Also, she is unique in Little Western Paradise. She is the daughter of the speaker. So, it is normal for all the top elites to be obsessed with her. Yes. Yao Qi said, my teacher back then was the female speaker's student. At that time, almost everyone was madly pursuing this Wu Yu. Every 2 or 3 days, they would duel. Especially the Silver Moon clan leader, Yao Li. He wanted to kill all his competitors. But in the end, Wu Yu chose my teacher, Yongxi. Yongxi didn't know martial arts. He was a scholar. Yang Dingtian said, and then? Yao Qi said, the Fox Demon clan members have a very long lifespan. But after the female speaker gave birth to her daughter, she aged very quickly and died. Everyone had high hopes for Wu Yu. They thought that she could be the descendant of a demigod. But she wasn't. So, the mixed blood of the Fox Demon clan and the Speechless clan couldn't become the descendant of a demigod. So, the Fox Demon clan could only set their sights on humans and walk the path of the Naga clan. Yang Dingtian nodded. So, for a very long time, the female Fox Demon clan members were sent to humans wave after wave. But, after many years, none of them succeeded. Because after the female Fox Demon clan members went to humans, they couldn't even stay in human form. They didn't even go into heat. Yao Qi said, of course, my wife, Yao Rao, was an exception. She is my wife. Yang Dingtian said. Me. Yao Qi said. Me. Yang Dingtian said. Okay, let's not talk about that for now. Yao Qi said, anyway, the plan to send the females to humans lasted for thousands of years. All of them failed. In the end, everyone set their sights on Wu Yu. Because she was the only mixed blood between the Speechless clan and the Fox Demon clan, she might be able to succeed. Wow, that's tragic. Yang Dingtian said. Yes, that's tragic. Yao Qi said, at that time, Wu Yu and my teacher, Yongxi, were about to get married. Yongxi hadn't been brainwashed by the Speechless clan yet. He still gave his life to the Fox Demon clan. So, he reluctantly gave up his love and let Wu Yu go to the human kingdom. Of course, Wu Yu also failed. She fell in love with the demon king Wendian. Unfortunately, Wendian couldn't make her fall in love, so she couldn't give birth to a child. Thank you for telling me about the past. Yang Dingtian said. You're welcome. Yao Qi said, now, you should understand Wu Yu better. First, her cultivation might not be as high as Yao Li's, but it wasn't that far off. Most importantly, Yao Li's infatuation with her was like a madman. If Wu Yu wanted to kill him, not only would he not resist, he would even cut off his own head. So, think of a way to let Wu Yu kill Yao Li. What do you think? Yang Dingtian looked at Yao Qi and suddenly asked, that's right, Yao Qi, have you touched Wu Yu's face and body before? Yao Qi was stunned, then nodded. Yang Dingtian said, since you have touched her before, why don't you let Wu Yu kill Yao Li? Why do you want me to find her? I haven't touched her before. Who am I? Why should she listen to me? Yao Qi looked at her right palm and said, Yang Dingtian, take a look. First of all, I have done something to Wu Xing and even stole her underwear. So, she definitely won't listen to me. She hates me. Secondly, Dongfang Bingling is your woman, right? Dongfang Bingling is the demon king Wendian's fourth in command, right? Wu Yu loves the demon king Wendian, right? Ah, yes, Yang Dingtian said. Then it's fine, Yao Qi said, then you can let Wu Yu kill Yao Li. Yang Dingtian thought hard and said, Mr. President, is there a connection between the two of them? There is, Yaoqi said. You can let Dongfang Bingling find Wu Yu and kill Yao Li. That's it? Yang Dingtian said, but Dongfang Bingling is Princess Mudan now. Do you think she will listen to me? Then, do you think Wu Yu will listen to Mudan? How do you know if you don't try? Yaoqi said. I think the chances are slim, Yang Dingtian said. Yaoqi said, I don't know if it's slim or not, but I know that if you don't do it, your son and wife will all die. Then, Yaoqi's face turned cold and she stared at Yang Dingtian. Then, she took out a piece of parchment and a pen and said, write a letter to Princess Mudan. Tell her to come and meet you in secret. You two can talk. Yang Dingtian was silent for a while and said, if I don't write, you'll kill my whole family, right? Yes. Yaoqi smiled and said, your Cloud Sky City is always under the surveillance of the experts I sent. Okay, all right, Yang Dingtian said. Then, he wrote on the parchment. Mudan, please come and meet me in secret. Let's talk. Yang Dingtian, Yaoqi took the parchment and frowned. She seemed to be dissatisfied with the contents of the parchment, but she didn't do anything. She nodded and said, okay, I'll send this to Mudan secretly. Wait for my reply. Yaoqi left. That night, Princess Mudan secretly appeared in Yang Dingtian's room. Talk? Talk about what? Say it, Princess Mudan said. Then, Yaoqi was in another room. Please find Wu Yu and ask her to come to the Silver Moon clan to kill clan leader Yao Li. Only she can do it, Yang Dingtian said. Why? Mudan smiled coldly and said, do you think I'm Dongfang Bingling? Clan leader Yao Li is our ally now. Why? Yang Dingtian said, probably. Probably because if you don't agree, Yaoqi will send people to kill my entire family. Your entire family? What does that have to do with me? Mudan said calmly. Then, Mudan said, what do we gain from killing Yao Li? Suddenly, Yaoqi said, after killing Yao Li, you'll have the rights to raise the Naga clan. And in the battle between you and Yang Dingtian in the future, I'll send you a group of half-saints. Hey, I'm still here, Yang Dingtian said. Oh, I almost forgot. Yang Dingtian won't be able to leave. In the future, the World Extermination War will have nothing to do with you, Yang Dingtian. Yaoqi said, Princess Peony, let's change the condition. If you agree, I'll let you leave Little Western Paradise alive. You know that it's only a matter of time before the Silvermoon clan is destroyed. But I don't want to have so many casualties. That's why I want to solve the problem earlier. In other words, you're still worth some money now. But when the Silvermoon clan is destroyed, you won't have the right to negotiate with me. You'll all be sent to the guillotine. Your Demon King, Devil Queen, and Yang Dingtian are so scared that they're about to pee their pants. But I don't care. Also, if you don't agree, I'll take over the rights to raise the Naga clan's half-gods. You know that Yang Dingtian is in my hands. Mudan fell silent. Yaoqi said, Mudan, you're a cold energy creature. You should be smart and rational. Think about it. Got it. Goodbye. Princess Mudan left. Yang Dingtian said, Chairman Yaoqi, are you still going to kill my family? Yaoqi said, not for now. Mudan used the fastest time to leave Little Western Paradise. She saw Wu Yu in the sky above the Forbidden Ocean. Then, she told Wu Yu everything that had happened. You want me to kill Yao Li, otherwise, Yaoqi will kill Yang Dingtian's entire family? Wu Yu asked. Yes. Mudan said. Wu Yu continued, are there demon fox experts that Yaoqi sent to Cloud Sky City? Yes, Mudan said. Let's go. Wu Yu said. Then, he flew directly to Cloud Sky City. Mudan was shocked. Why are you going to Cloud Sky City? To kill, Wu Yu said. A few hours later, the 5 demon fox experts that were hiding near Cloud Sky City were all killed by Wu Yu. The threat to Cloud Sky City was completely removed. Peony said in astonishment, why is this? Why are you protecting Yang Dingtian's family? Wu Yu said, it's not that I want to protect them. It's your family's Demon King's order. Mudan said, then what do we do now? Kill Yaoqi? Kill Yaoqi? Us? Wu Yu sneered. Impossible. Do you know how many experts he has? Even if we work together with Yao Li, we won't be able to kill Yao Qi. Mu Dan said, then, why didn't Yao Li send those experts to kill the Silver Moon clan leader Yao Li? The Demon Fox clan's rule is that they don't kill the clan leader. Wu Yu said. All the clan leaders of the 9 clans are exempt from death. Otherwise, if it's the Silver Moon clan today, it could be the Shadow Spear clan tomorrow. This is the highest rule that limits the chairman's power. Of course, the clan leader can't kill the chairman. This is also the highest rule. Only Yao Ling, that idiot, would do something like assassination. Even if Yao Li hates Yao Qi to the core, he would never kill him. Wu Yu and Mu Dan arrived at the Forbidden Ocean again. They entered the Skull Hall, opened the silver door, and entered the Little Western Paradise. Mu Dan said, Clan leader Wu Yu, what are you doing now? Wu Yu said, killing the Silver Moon clan leader Yao Li? Mu Dan said, why? There's no reason. Wu Yu said, you'll know when the time comes. Yao Qi was working behind a huge desk, while Jia stood beside her. When Wu Yu enters the Little Western Paradise and the Silver Moon clan, let me know. Yao Qi said. Yes. Jia said, what is she doing here? Yao Qi said, killing Yao Li. Jia was stunned. Then, she said, yes. In that case, if an outsider kills Yao Li, it doesn't violate the clan leader's rule of not killing. Yao Qi said, no. If you find out that Wu Yu has entered the Silver Moon clan, prepare enough experts to kill Wu Yu and those from the evil ways. Jia was astonished. Why is that? Yao Qi said, because, under normal circumstances, Wu Yu wouldn't kill Yao Li. If she did that, it would mean that she was colluding with Xianxia to kill me. Jia was very smart, but she could not understand the logic behind it. She could not understand Yao Qi's words at all. Yao Qi said, Wu Yu, do you have a reason to kill Yao Li? After thinking for a while, Jia shook her head. Yao Qi said, what if Xianxia and Jiangshang set a trap to kill me? The Silver Moon clan had become an obstacle to this trap. That was why Wu Yu went with the flow and agreed to my request to kill Yao Li. Other than this reason, she has no other reason to kill Yao Li, even if she doesn't like him. Jiya's eyes brightened as she looked at Yao Qi in disbelief. Therefore, as long as Wu Yu truly comes to kill Yao Li, he will be able to kill Yao Li. In that case, Xianxia and Jiangshang must have conspired to kill me. That's a very simple logical deduction. Yao Qi twisted her neck and said, I wrote a letter to the Silver Moon clan leader, Yao Li, send it to him secretly. Before Wu Yu arrives, I want to talk to him. Find a secret place to talk, just the 2 of us. Jia trembled. Then, will you be in danger? Impossible. Yao Qi said, Yao Li is the most loyal follower of the Fox clan's creed. He won't hurt me, and he can't hurt me. Yes. Jia said and kept the letter. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't see this scene. If he had seen it, he would definitely lament at this person's paranoia. This person's scheming was truly monstrous. Even 100 Yang Dingtians wouldn't be a match for him. Wu Yu was flying towards the Silver Moon clan. At that moment, in a secret cave, Yao Qi and the Silver Moon clan leader, Yao Li, were having a secret conversation. Yao Li's face was not as beautiful as his son's. His face looked as if it had been chopped by an axe. It was too sharp. Moreover, his eyes were extremely piercing. He stood there like an unsheathed sword, sharp and threatening. He was one of the top experts in Little Western Paradise. Clan leader Yao Li, I killed your son, Yao Li. Yao Qi went straight to the point. Yao Li said, don't worry, I won't kill the speaker. That's why I'll wait until you're kicked out before killing you. Yao Qi said, at that time, Yao Rao successfully took the seed and gave birth to a demigod descendant. I went to Cloud Sky City to take Yao Rao and the child away. Yao Li tried to stop me, but I wouldn't listen. At that moment, Wu Yu was coming towards Cloud Sky City, less than 1,000 miles away. She's now on the side of evil ways. If it were you, what would you do? Yao Li was stunned. After a moment of silence, he said, I would kill the person who stopped me. That's why I killed Yao Li, Yao Qi said. You're very against my teacher, Xianxia, right? Of course. He's leading the Fox clan to corruption and degeneration. He's destroying the martial arts civilization. He wants to destroy the Fox clan, Yao Li said. Xiaoqi said, then congratulations, we're on the same path. Although he's my teacher, I'm the one who opposes him the most. I'll completely change his strategy and lead the little Western paradise back to a strong martial arts civilization. I'll sweep away the current corruption. Moreover, I've already completely controlled Yongding Tian. He's the one who can give birth to demigods for countless Fox clan women. In the next few hundred years, we'll have many demigod descendants. We'll build the Western Kingdom Empire and rule the chaotic world. We can finish the path that the Naga Empire didn't finish. Instantly, Silver Moon clan leader Yao Li's eyes were filled with disbelief. This Jiangshang from the Speechless clan is Yongding Tian in disguise. Yaoqi said like a thunderbolt. And my teacher, Yongxi, the main culprit of the Little Western Paradise's degeneration, is also in my hands. The patriarch of the Silvermoon clan, Yao Li, was trembling. Yaoqi said calmly, Clan leader Yao Li, the clan leaders around me aren't my comrades. They're my enemies. Because they're also corrupted and degenerated. You are the only one who is truly my comrade in arms. Then, Yaoqi slowly pulled out her sword and handed it to Yao Li. She said, I've told you the two most confidential things. So, you have to make a choice. Do you want to kill me? Or do you want to fight alongside me and let me marry your daughter? Suddenly, the extremely powerful Yao Li almost couldn't hold the sword. His entire body was trembling. Note, second update. Today's 2 updates are 11,000. Please vote. Yaoqi extended his hand and said, Yao Li clan leader, will you fight with me? The road ahead will be very, very difficult. Do you want me to go alone, or do you want to build the Fox clan's empire with me? Yao Li clan leader, you need to make a decision. Either you kill me to avenge your son, or you fight with me to the end against these corrupted and depraved people. Yao Li clan leader's mind was in a mess. Yaoqi was his mortal enemy without a doubt. That was because he had killed his most beloved son. However, if he was in Yao Li's shoes, he would have killed him too. Was it for the joy of revenge, or was it for the Fox clan's empire that he abandoned his personal grudge? Yao Li was, of course, not a vulgar person. He was not a narrow-minded person. His creed was to fight for the Fox clan's great cause. He had always thought of himself as a lonely guardian. When Chairman Yongxi led the Fox clan to another path, he still stuck to the martial path and fought against Yongxi for hundreds of years. Now, a true kindred spirit had appeared, and it was the highest chairman of Little Western Paradise. Perhaps, Yaoqi was the last chance for the Fox clan's empire. I am a noble person, a great martyr. Yao Li kept repeating those words to himself. Then, he slowly washed away the hatred and personal grudge in his heart. Finally, Yao Li clan leader slowly extended his hand and held Yaoqi's hand tightly. Yaoqi's eyes turned red and hot. He said emotionally, Yao Li clan leader, please remember that today is the beginning of a new era. Yao Li clan leader's face twitched. Chairman Yaoqi, I hope you remember your promise. Otherwise, even if you break the iron rule of the Fox clan, I will kill you personally. Yaoqi said, you don't have to kill me. If I harm the Fox clan's interests, it's the same as killing myself. Because my life is for the sake of the Fox clan's hegemony. Yao Li said, I will remember that. I will go back and prepare to stop the war. Wait, Yaoqi said, Yao Li clan leader, I have something important to tell you. Yao Li said, please. Yaoqi said, Wu Yu is on his way to kill you. Yao Li's gaze trembled. This name instantly pierced the deepest part of his heart. He was a person with lofty ambitions. He had dedicated his entire life to martial arts, to the cause of Demon Fox clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally sent his future daughter-in-law Yao Rao to the human world to borrow her seed, making his son Yao Li hate him for life. Therefore, he didn't care about the matters between men and women. However, Wu Yu had truly attracted him deeply. That unique temperament, that unique facial aesthetics. In fact, her hoarse voice was not as delicate as a woman's. Her free and easy personality did not seem like a woman at all. However, this unique temperament of hers was enough to make many people extremely captivated. Unfortunately, Perhaps it was because she was too carefree and unladylike, so she chose the weakest Xianxia among all her suitors. This was a pain that would haunt him for life. Why does she want to kill me? Yao Li asked. He looked at Yao Qi with burning eyes. Yao Qi said, because Yang Dingtian and Yongxi set a trap to kill me, and the key to the trap is the endless eternal peak in 4 days. Now, I'm blocked outside Silver Moon City, and I can't reach the endless eternal peak. So, you've become an obstacle to this scheme, and she wants to kill you. Yao Li said, so, she wants to kill me because she wants to kill you? Yes. Yao Qi said. Yao Li said, how do you know about this? Yao Qi said, because I arranged it. I asked Yang Dingtian to look for Dongfang Bingling, and asked Dongfang Bingling to look for Wu Yu to kill you. This is my test for Yang Dingtian. Yao Li said, then, what are you going to do? Yao Qi said, catch them all, kill them all. Princess Mudan, Wu Yu, Dongli, kill them all. Anyone who stands in the way of Demon Fox Clan's hegemony must die. Yao Li's body trembled, because this was his most beloved woman. Mr. Yao Li clan leader, she's also my most beloved woman, Yao Qi said slowly, she used to take care of me for a long time. But now, she's already an enemy of the Demon Fox clan. Yao Li took a deep breath and said, alright, if it's like what you said, she's here to assassinate me, and she's already an enemy of the Demon Fox clan, then we'll kill her. But... Yao Li's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said, Chairman Yao Qi, I hope that I can finish this alone. I don't need your help. Yao Qi frowned and said, Mister, are you sure? I'm sure, Yao Li said, I think it won't take me much effort to kill her. Yao Qi clenched her teeth and said, alright, as you wish. Wu Yu and Mudan flew at full speed, and they were getting closer and closer to Silver Moon City. Soon, they reached the north of Silver Moon City. The entire Silver Moon City was surrounded by millions of soldiers, and not even a drop of water could get through. But to Wu Yu, it wasn't a problem to pass through the army's encirclement and enter Silver Moon City. She could fly very high in the sky, and choose the place where the army was the weakest to enter. After entering Silver Moon City, Wu Yu took out a heart-tearing letter and handed it to Mudan, and said, go, give this letter to Yao Li clan leader. I'll wait for him at the floating flame cave dwelling. Yes. Mudan took the letter and flew towards the palace in Silver Moon City. Mudan and Dongli were in the Silver Moon clan's army, helping to defend against the Alliance's army. So, she entered the palace without any hindrance, and easily met Yao Li clan leader. Yao Li clan leader, this is a letter from sect leader Wu Yu, Mudan said, she's waiting for you at the floating flame cave dwelling. The moment Yao Li took the letter, although he tried his best to suppress it, his heart still twitched violently, and even his steel-like body trembled violently. It's here, it's really here. He opened the letter, and there was a familiar and special handwriting. It was a handwriting that no one could imitate. The content was very simple. It was just an invitation to go to the floating flame cave dwelling. After an entire long time, Yao Li calmed his surging emotions and said, alright, I'll go right away. Then, he flew towards the floating flame cave dwelling alone. For some reason, Yang Dingtian couldn't get into the book. He felt very uneasy, but he didn't know where it came from. Perhaps it was because Yao Li clan leader was about to be killed. After all, Yao Li had knelt in front of him and begged for his help. After all, he was Yao Li's father. But, Yao Li wouldn't die. The trap for Yao Qi wouldn't succeed. From the looks of it, it was impossible for the Alliance's army to break through Silver Moon City within 4 days. It might even be impossible in half a month. Yang Dingtian wasn't a merciful person. If he could kill Yao Qi by sacrificing Yao Li, it might be worth it. Was that the source of his uneasiness? Since he couldn't get into the book, Yang Dingtian decided not to read it. He closed his eyes and lay there, thinking. Just then, Jia walked in. She stood at the head of the bed and looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time. Her gaze was a little strange. Of course, she would find it strange. She didn't expect the kind and childish Jiang Shang from the Speechless clan to be so scheming. He actually conspired with Yongxi to kill Yao Qi. Wu Yu had already entered the Silver Moon clan, so this matter was basically confirmed. This meant that this Jiang Shang from the Speechless clan had even fooled her. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and saw Jia looking at him with a complicated gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Yang Dingtian asked. Jia said, do women need a reason to look at their husbands? Yes, I need a reason. Yang Dingtian said, you looked at me like I was a childish child. Why are you looking at me so strangely now? Jia said, I just suddenly feel that you're different from what I imagined. Is that okay? Is that so? Why do I have such a feeling? Yang Dingtian asked, but from your gaze, why do I feel like I have fallen into a trap? Yes, you're about to fall into a trap. A trap of unfathomable depths, Jia said. Then, she crawled into Yang Dingtian's bed. I suddenly feel that you're so pitiful. Jia suddenly said as she lay on Yang Dingtian's body. These words that were filled with mockery and pity had infuriated Yang Dingtian. He suddenly flipped over and pressed Jia down. This was the only time that Yang Dingtian had taken the initiative. In the past, Yang Dingtian had always been motionless and passively accepted Jia's obligations. But this time, Jia didn't seem like a robot. It was as if she had some emotional reaction for the first time. It was also the first time that she acted like a normal woman. After it was over, Jia didn't get up and leave as usual. Instead, she lay on Yang Dingtian's chest and drew circles on his chest. You're not behaving normally. Yang Dingtian suddenly said, in the past, you've only done the routine when I needed it. You've fulfilled your duties as husband and wife. Today, I don't need it at all, but you took the initiative to start. This isn't normal. Jia smiled and didn't say anything. Then, she got up from Yang Dingtian's body and touched his cheek. I just suddenly feel that you're a little pitiful. She repeated the word pitiful. Pitiful? Yang Dingtian was stunned. Weren't you pitiful when you caused me to become a cripple? No, a stupid person doesn't deserve to be pitiful. Jia said, a smart person deserves to be pitiful. A smart person deserves to be pitiful when he meets someone smarter than him. These words, like lightning, tore apart Yang Dingtian's mind. Then, his mind suddenly exploded. Not good, not good, not good, there's a trap, there's a trap. Jia's abnormal behavior made it very clear. She pitied Yang Dingtian. She said that she thought Yang Dingtian was a stupid and childish person. She didn't expect him to be a smart person. It was just that he met someone smarter than him. Jia must have known something. That's why she said that and had such a reaction. Maybe Yao Qi had already guessed that he and Yongxi had conspired to kill him. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's mind lit up. Then, based on this conclusion, he continued to think and speculate. Then, he instantly came to a terrifying conclusion. Yao Qi asked Wu Yu to kill Yao Li. It was just a test, because, under normal circumstances, Wu Yu had no reason to kill Yao Li. If Wu Yu really killed Yao Li, it meant that there was a conspiracy behind it. A conspiracy against Yao Qi. Yao Li stopped this conspiracy. Wu Yu was in danger. Bing Ling was in danger. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian shuddered. Could there really be such a terrifying brain in this world? Ning Wuming was very smart. However, he only knew how to set up schemes and traps. Wu Yuming was smart. However, he wasn't down to earth. Moreover, he was still naive and stubborn. Yao Qi's schemes and cleverness were all pervasive. Yang Dingtian couldn't resist at all. From when he saw through Yang Dingtian's identity but didn't tell him whether he was dead or alive. Then, he made use of Yang Dingtian to increase his political reputation. Finally, he made use of Yang Dingtian to eliminate his political opponents and push forward his strategy. Everything was linked together. It was impeccable. He asked Yang Dingtian to find Mudan. He asked Mudan to find Wu Yu. He asked Wu Yu to kill Yao Li. In Yang Dingtian's opinion, this was extremely normal. However, who knew that it was a fatal test? Who would be able to guard against such a soundless scheme? It was impossible to guard against it. Yang Dingtian racked his brains. How to save her? How to save her? How could he save Bing Ling? It didn't matter if Wu Yu died. However, Bing Ling couldn't die. She couldn't die. Just then, Yao Qi slowly walked in and smiled. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, I heard that you were feeling uneasy. Hence, I came to check on you. At the same time, Yao Li slowly walked into Piao Yan's cave. The first thing he saw was the unforgettable back view. Asterisk 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 note. The first update has been delivered. I will continue writing the second update. Brothers, please give me a few monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. Please. Wu wasn't a very scheming person. She wasn't, she was very smart, but most of the time, she was too lazy to think. She would only think about it when she had no other choice. But there was one thing that she was very sharp about. She could clearly feel the emotional fluctuations of any living being. As for Yao Li's clan chief, he was also not a very scheming person. So, when he saw Wu Yu's back, his heart was completely shaken. He could not keep his heart as calm as water. As soon as he stepped into the cave, he could not take another step forward. On the way here, he had thought about how he should deal with this. He should pretend that he did not care and chat with her. Then, after confirming her intentions, he would kill her coldly and decisively. That was the scene in his imagination. However, when he saw this unforgettable back view, all his calmness almost completely disappeared. Thousands of words were condensed into a single sentence. You're here to kill me? After saying that, he really wanted to slap himself. If he said that, wouldn't he reveal his trump card? If she denied it and said that she was only here to catch up with him, what would he do? Would he continue to kill her? When Wu Yu heard that, her hands trembled slightly. She did not like to think, but now she knew that Yao Qi had seen through her, and it was a trap that trapped Yang Ding Tian, Dongfang Bingling, and Wu Yu together. Actually, since a long time ago, she could not see through Yao Qi. At that time, he was still very young and came to learn under Yongxi. He often fantasized about her, and he often looked at her back with an intense infatuated gaze. When there was someone who treated you like a goddess in your dreams, you would naturally underestimate how dangerous he was. Because she always thought that if someone fantasized about you, then to you, the biggest danger would be that he would not be able to resist molesting you one day. She would not fantasize about him as a poisonous snake. She would only fantasize about him as a young man trapped in lust. But now, she deeply felt that behind Yao Qi's calm face, there was a deep and dangerous aura. Yes. Wu Yu didn't deny it. She directly answered, even though she knew that if she said this, it was likely that she would die. Yao Li's heart trembled. Wu Yu was still the same Wu Yu. Either he didn't speak, or he spoke the truth. You set up a trap to kill Yao Qi and I became your obstacle. So, you want to kill me? Yao Li asked. Wu Yu was silent for a moment. Yes. Yao Li said, am I that worthless in your eyes? Wu Qiong said, not really. Of course, it's not that heavy. Yao Li said, you've already left Little Western Paradise. Why do you still want to meddle in the affairs of Little Western Paradise? Why did you kill Yao Qi? Wu Qiao said, it's not convenient to say. Yao Li asked, because he imprisoned Yongxi? Wu Qiong said, that's not the only reason. You know that I've already fallen in love with someone else. Yao Li said, do you know that Yao Qi found me not long ago? We talked a lot. I have something to ask you. When Yao Qi was killing Yao Li, were you rushing towards Cloud Heaven City? Wu Yu said, yes. Yao Li said, do you know that Yao Qi and I have become allies? Wu Yu said, I should be able to imagine. Yao Li said, do you know that Yao Qi originally wanted to send experts to ambush you and kill all of you? However, when I said that I wanted to kill you personally, he trusted me and handed you over to me. Wu Yu was silent. Yao Li said, then, do you think that I will kill you? Wu Yu thought for a moment and said, I don't think so. Yao Li sneered. Ha ha ha, you've overestimated your charm. I'm wholeheartedly working for the interests of the Fox clan. Whoever stands in the way of the Fox clan is my enemy and I'll kill them. Now, you're the enemy of the Fox clan. Wu Yu fell into silence again and did not speak. Yao Li said angrily, why aren't you speaking? You're still the same as before. You look down on martial artists like me, right? You're still the same as before. You don't even bother to talk to me, right? Wu Yu said, I never felt that I had any charm, nor did I feel that I was very beautiful. I'm neither a man nor a woman. I'm not from the Fox clan, nor am I a human. I'm also not from the Speechless clan. Only a blind person would like me. Wendian wouldn't love me. He only loves nihility Piao Ling. Following that, Wu said, I said that you won't kill me because you asked me. Based on my judgment of you, I said that. I don't have any intention of begging for mercy. Don't think too much about it. Yao Li said, then, do you think that I can kill you? Wu said, I should be able to. My martial path has been abandoned for many years. If I didn't promise some things, I wouldn't be willing to come out at all. I would just lie there and sleep every day. Yang Dingtian sent an army to seal off the entire Netherworld Sea. I couldn't be bothered to care. Yao Li said, then, are you not afraid of death? Wu thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, although I'm curious about the ending of this world and hope to be able to truly help my lover, this thought isn't strong. Therefore, I'm not afraid of death. Yao Li suddenly pulled out his sword and placed it on Wu's neck. In Yang Dingtian's room, there were only him and Yao Qi. Yang Dingtian stared at Yao Qi's face. After a long while, he asked, can you let Dongfang Bingling go? Yao Qi shook her head and said, have you thought it through? Yes, I have, Yang Dingtian said, you sent Wu to kill Yao Li. It was a test, a trap. Yao Qi said, your brain is all right. You're just too lazy and don't like to think. Also, you should think about this matter yourself. You shouldn't have asked Jia to remind you. Yang Dingtian said, sorry, my IQ is only so high. It's hard to force it. Following that, Yang Dingtian said, can I beg you to spare Bingling's life? No. She's growing too fast. If she becomes stronger in the future, we'll be in trouble, Yao Qi said, in fact, her head is on the way. I'll give it to you. Yang Dingtian was shocked and said, she's dead? Yes, she's dead. Yao Qi said. Yang Dingtian's entire body started to shake violently. His emotions were like a volcano, surging crazily. No, that's impossible. He suddenly roared and sat up. Yao Qi patted Yang Dingtian's shoulder lightly and said, you'll see in a while. Then, Yang Dingtian almost couldn't breathe. He wished that time would stop. He really didn't know if Yao Qi was telling the truth or not. Just like that, time ticked by. Yao Qi said one sentence after another to Yang Dingtian. However, Yang Dingtian didn't respond at all. 15 minutes later. Someone knocked on the door. Yang Dingtian's heart was beating violently. He was in so much pain that his heart felt like it was going to burst out of his chest. Come in. Yao Qi said. The door opened. The entire world seemed to have turned cold. Then, the beautiful Jia walked in. She was holding a human head in her hand. She was extremely beautiful and had a face that could cause the downfall of a city. The blood on the neck had frozen into ice. It was Princess Mudan, his true love, Dongfang Bingling. Jia threw Mudan's head directly in front of Yang Dingtian. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's brain exploded. It was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in his brain. Then, he didn't know anything. His entire body, his entire spirit, fell into complete numbness. When one's grief reached the extreme, it was like an expanse of nothingness, losing all perception. It was as if he had become a walking corpse. Just like that, he held Mudan's head in a daze. He looked into her eyes, trying to find a trace of life from within. Then, Yao Qi's voice rang in Yang Dingtian's ears. Yang Dingtian, what's the real secret of the space-splitting fire? Instantly, the answer appeared in Yang Dingtian's mind. Then, he shuddered. No, this was a spiritual trap. Everything was fake. Bingling wasn't dead. Then, Yang Dingtian bit his tongue. Instantly, the scene in front of him changed. Dongfang Bingling's head in his hand turned into a snow-white snake's head. It was a huge white snake. Its eyes were even glowing. Jia, who was in front of him, turned into an extremely old man. She was Yao Qi's spiritual master. Yao Qi used Bingling's fake death to break Yang Dingtian's heart. Then, the moment the door opened, Yang Dingtian entered the spiritual master's illusion. In the illusion, the white snake's head turned into Bingling's head. Yang Dingtian hugged the head. He felt a heart-wrenching pain. He was completely disheartened. He completely lost his mind. Then, Yaoqi asked about the secret of the space-splitting fire. Yang Dingtian woke up very quickly. He immediately realized that it was a spiritual trap. However, it was too late. The spiritual master quickly wrote down some words on the parchment. Then, he handed it to Yaoqi without looking at it. Yaoqi took it. It was still Chinese. The space-splitting fire would bloom in 89 days, 16 hours, and 30 minutes. The entrance to the space-splitting border was at the bottom of the ocean under the Silver Moon Clan's endless peak. The entrance was like a black hole. It would appear 13 days before the space-splitting fire bloomed. However, it would only open when the space-splitting fire was about to bloom. When it was not open, no one could enter. Yaoqi read it first. Then, he frowned and said, "Wow, your language is so difficult. I've been learning it for 2 months, but I still can't grasp it completely." Then, he took out the Chinese annotation book and read it again. Then, he said in the chaos language, "Let me read it again. See if there's anything wrong." Then, Yaoqi read it again in the chaos language. Xianxia had told him about the real space-splitting fire. There was nothing wrong with it. It was completely correct. Then, Yaoqi sighed and said, "Yang Dingtian, you're amazing. You know how to shield your brain. That teacher of mine is really powerful. He actually set up such a powerful trap to kill me. He purposely let me obtain fake information from your brain. There are only 2 differences between the fake information. The first is that he let me ingest the darkness crystal. The second is that the Void Fisher fire bloomed 10 days earlier than the real information. I almost fell for it. I almost lost my life." Then, Yaoqi took out 2 darkness crystals and said, "I've traded 2 darkness crystals with Dongli. One of them is for the other fox demons to see if they'll die if they consume it. However, I know that the other fox demon wouldn't die after ingesting it, but I would definitely die. Although I don't know why, I'll definitely die after ingesting it. That's because my teacher taught me a lot of things. Therefore, some of my life is in his hands." Yang Dingtian looked at Yaoqi. He didn't even feel anything when the information about the real space-splitting fire was taken away. When you meet an opponent who was almost as smart as a demon, nothing could make up for the difference. After a long time, he only said one sentence, "Let Bing Ling go, and even Wu Yu, okay?" "Okay." Yaoqi said, "But you have to write a poem as punishment. You have to write it well enough to impress me and make me admit that I'm not as good as you." "Then, I'll agree." Yang Dingtian asked, "When will it be used?" Yaoqi said, "Do you know? Leader Yao Li has already submitted to me. Therefore, the war will end soon. When the time comes, the 9 tribes of Little Western Paradise will be there to celebrate my great victory. This poem needs to be used during this great ceremony." Yang Dingtian asked, "I'll copy it. Can I?" Yaoqi said, "Up to you. As long as you write it." Yang Dingtian asked, "What's the best wine you have here?" Yaoqi said, "Husband's Temple." "Wow, what a coincidence," Yang Dingtian said. After a while, Jia walked in and ground the ink for Yang Dingtian. There were no brushes in the human countries because they didn't care about calligraphy. However, there were brushes in Little Western Paradise. Yang Dingtian didn't choose the thin gold body. Instead, he chose a casual brush style and wrote on the parchment. To wine and song, how long is life, for example, the morning dew, the passing days are bitter. Generous, unforgettable. How to solve the sorrow, only husband's temple. Indigo collar, my heart is long. But for the king, I pondered until now. The deer's cry, eating the apples of the wild. I have guests, playing the flute and blowing the shing. Bright as the moon, when can it be cleared? Sorrow comes from within, unbreakable. Crossing the border, wasting each other's existence. Talking about the feast, remembering the old kindness. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse, the magpies fly south. Circling the tree 3 times, where can I rely on? The mountain is not too high, the sea is not too deep. Demon Duke spits, the world follows his heart. This was Cao Cao's short song line. Perhaps it was the most suitable for the proud and generous Yaoqi. Of course, Yang Dingtian copying this poem could also be considered as a curse towards Yaoqi. Cao Cao sang this song before the Battle of Red Cliff. Then, he welcomed his biggest failure in history. Coincidentally, this song could be directly translated into the chaotic language without losing its artistic conception. He only needed to change 3 words. Of course, no one in the human countries appreciated this. Only in the little Western paradise, where artistic attainments were extremely high, would there be people who would appraise it. As expected, Xiaoqi and Jia looked at this song with dazzling eyes. They were deeply shocked and intoxicated by it. Especially Xiaoqi. He had a desire to roar out. This song seemed to have completely released the heroism in his heart in a very elegant and majestic way. He had also written a song for the upcoming ceremony, but it was really not as good as this one. This song was really a masterpiece. After a long while, Xiaoqi said slowly, "Mr. Jiangshang, I finally know why intelligent life forms are intoxicated by art. It's because martial arts might have an end, but art is really endless. Looking at your poem, my heart wavered. I feel that art is greater than martial arts. You are still talented." Yang Dingtian looked at Xiaoqi and said seriously, "I really copied it." All right. Xiaoqi smiled and said, "I'll take it that you copied it." Then, Xiaoqi took the song and took it away. Yang Dingtian said, "Remember what you promised me." Xiaoqi said, "I didn't plan to kill them. I can't kill them now. It's not the time. Also, Yao Li can't do it to Wu Yu. That's why I let him go." Yao Li's sword was placed on Wu Yu's neck. Wu Yu said, "Yao Li, you can kill me. If you don't want to kill me, don't cut my neck, okay?" Yao Li twitched and said fiercely, "You, don't think that I don't dare to kill you." Wu Yu shook his head and said, "All right, I'm leaving. I'm going to Silver Moon City to take Mudan and Dongli away." Then, Wu Yu walked out and flew towards Silver Moon City. As for Yao Li, he instantly collapsed onto the ground. Then, he roared crazily. He didn't use any celestial chi or any defense. He just used his fists to hit the hard cave wall. With his cultivation, he could easily destroy the entire cave and come out unscathed. But he purposely made himself bloody to reduce the pain in his heart. An hour later, Wu Yu brought Mudan and Dongli and left Silver Moon City quickly. They left Little Western Paradise quickly. Yao Li didn't stop them at all. Then, Yao Li went to Xiaoqi with his naked upper body and the sharp iron thorns on his back. He knelt down and asked for forgiveness. Then, he passed the sword to Xiaoqi and asked him to cut off his head. Xiaoqi slashed the sword and cut off the iron thorns on Yao Li's body. But he didn't comfort him. He just sighed and turned to leave. The next day, Yao Li, the chief of Silver Moon City, officially led Silver Moon City to surrender to the Alliance Army and Chairman Xiaoqi. Then, he declared his loyalty to Chairman Xiaoqi in front of everyone and asked the Supreme Council to punish him. Then, the war that had lasted for more than a month had officially ended. Xiaoqi obtained an unprecedented victory. Not only did he completely destroy the Righteous Alliance, but he also gained the loyalty of the bravest Silver Moon clan. Not only that, after the chief of Silver Moon clan surrendered, he immediately went to the Oceanic clan and had a long talk with the chief of Oceanic clan. So, 3 days later, the Oceanic clan also declared their loyalty to Chairman Xiaoqi. Then, the 9 clans of Little Western Paradise all submitted to Xiaoqi. In less than 3 months, Chairman Xiaoqi completely controlled the entire Little Western Paradise. His reputation reached the peak. Then, he brought Yang Dingtian to the bottom of the endless peaks behind Silver Moon City. As expected, they saw a dark spacetime door. This was the entrance to the spacetime fire. It had already appeared. As long as the spacetime fire bloomed, the entrance would open automatically. Note, second update, I beg you for monthly votes, bosses. Looking at the mysterious and dark void rift fire entrance, he could clearly feel that there was something mysterious behind the entrance. Power. Xiaoqi suddenly smiled and said, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, if I didn't see through your and Yongxi's plan, I would have already consumed the dark crystal and died in front of you." Yang Dingtian said, "Chairman's wisdom is unparalleled. How am I a match for him?" Xiaoqi wasn't interested in killing a tiger, so he didn't scold Yang Dingtian anymore. He smiled and said, "All right, go back. Come back in 10 days. 10 days later, the Void Rift Fire would be released, and the entrance would open automatically. Then, Yao Qi and Yang Dingtian left. In Silver Moon City, Yao Qi and Yao Li had a meeting again. Then, Yao Li removed the martial arts army guarding the Endless Peak. Then, Yao Qi's trusted martial arts experts took over all the entrances to the Endless Peak. Then, Yao Qi brought the Alliance army back to Silver City. In Silver City's plaza, all the high nobles held a grand ceremony for Yao Qi's triumphant return. Countless Fox nobles and Silver City citizens came from the plaza to the Silver Palace. There were millions of them. Countless flowers and wine welcomed Chairman Yao Qi's triumphant return. Under the protection of the Qilin army, Yao Qi rode on his horse and stepped on the beautiful carpet. He returned to the Silver Palace amidst countless cheers. This time, of course, he didn't let Yang Dingtian share his glory. After returning to the Silver Palace, Yao Qi immediately entered the deep prison to visit Yongxi. The huge metal door slowly opened. Yongxi was still in the shape of a fox. He was tightly locked inside. The entire energy prison still made Yongxi unable to move. If he released even a little bit of energy, he would die. When the metal door opened, Yongxi's eyes were filled with anticipation and desire. He hoped to see Yang Dingtian walk in from behind the door. However, it was Yao Qi who walked in. He shuddered violently, and his shining eyes dimmed in an instant. "My dear teacher, you must be very surprised to see me alive, right?" Yao Qi smiled and said. What did you do to Yang Dingtian?" Yongxi asked. "Don't worry, I won't kill him." Yao Qi said, "Master, do you have anything to say to me?" Yongxi stopped trembling, and a complicated expression appeared in his eyes. He said, "Yao Qi, stop before it's too late. The path you want to take is a path of no return. It will destroy the entire Fox Demon clan and the entire world. Teacher, even if the meteors in the sky disappear in an instant, they still burn brightly. Even if it only shines for a moment, it's better than a nameless meteorite living for 10,000 years." Yao Qi said, "I'm here to ask you, do you have any other plans for me?" He. Yongxi said, "Winner takes all, I understand." After that, Yongxi suddenly gritted his teeth, and then the profound energy throughout his body suddenly erupted. This was an energy prison. Moving a little bit of profound qi, a little bit of energy, would mean death. The moment the eternal life energy burst out, the huge energy array inside the energy prison suddenly activated, and a powerful energy crazily poured into his body, causing his whole body to split open. His life was quickly drained from his body. He had failed, so he chose death. "No. You can't die yet." Yao Qi roared, "You haven't seen the establishment of the Western Kingdom, you can't die." Close. Yao Qi roared. However, the energy in the energy prison was still crazily tearing Yongxi's body apart. In an instant, he became worse than a ghost. After a few seconds, the energy prison closed. Yao Qi quickly went forward and checked Yongxi's breathing and pulse. There was almost no sign of life. "Someone, come!" Yao Qi shouted. Instantly, a powerful mental strength master and a great warlock walked in. "He can't die yet. No matter what, we have to save him," Yao Qi ordered. "Yes." The great warlock bowed. At night, Chairman Yao Qi held an unprecedentedly large banquet in the Silver Palace. The scale was even bigger than when he conferred the title of Great Sage Yang Dingtian. Not only the high nobles of Silver City, but also the important people of the 9 great tribes. The hall was filled with people, and even the plaza was filled with people. Of course, the banquet this time wasn't the so-called victory banquet. Yao Qi said that the war this time couldn't be called a victory. It should be called a victory of ideals, a victory of wisdom. The theme of the banquet tonight was, "The 9 great tribes return to one." It was to celebrate the reunification of Little Western Paradise after a short period of division. Although Demon Clan leader Li had lost and surrendered, he received the second-best treatment from Yao Qi. He became the most distinguished guest of the night. Yao Qi didn't mention Yao Li clan leader at all. He even said that if the war really broke out, the army led by Yao Qi might not be Yao Li's opponent. It was Yao Li clan leader who was noble and virtuous. For the future of the Fox clan, he put down his weapons and united them. Also, the 9 Great Tribes Assembly voted in front of everyone, and the Silver Moon clan entered the 9 Great Tribes Assembly again. Yao Qi, who was full of pride, couldn't help but feel happy and excited. He recited a poem in front of everyone. However, what he recited wasn't the short ballad that Yang Dingtian made for him. Instead, he recited the poem that he wrote himself. Yang Dingtian listened to the poem. Although it wasn't a masterpiece like the short ballad, it was still a first-class poem. Unfortunately, other than martial arts and politics, Yao Qi was actually quite accomplished in literature and art. However, he didn't really like it, so he didn't purposely show it. Yang Dingtian believed that if he really created the Western Kingdom Empire one day and became the first emperor of the empire, he might be able to write a classic poem that was comparable to the short ballad. As the great sage, Yang Dingtian attended the banquet for a short period of time. However, he quickly excused himself due to health reasons. Then, he stayed in his palace alone. As Yao Qi's important assistant, Jia had to accompany him to receive all kinds of distinguished guests. Right now, Jia seemed to have completely blossomed. Every part of her body was desperately releasing a beautiful light. Of course, this was her dream all along. As Yao Qi's chairman, as the First Lady, Yang Dingtian was still lying on his bed, reading the legend of the Demon King Wendian. Firstly, Wendian was the same as him, a transmigrator. However, Yang Dingtian was now certain that Wendian's method of transmigration was different from his. Yang Dingtian's entire body and soul had transmigrated while Wendian's soul had only transmigrated. In other words, his soul on Earth had possessed Wendian's body in the primal chaos world. Although there wasn't much information recorded, it could be seen that before Wendian was 23 years old, he was paralyzed on his bed. Not to mention not being able to practice martial arts, he couldn't even move. Of course, before the age of 23, he wasn't famous at all. Therefore, there wasn't much information recorded. However, one thing was clear. For 23 years, he was lying on his bed. He was either reading, talking to himself, or playing games with himself. When he was 23 years old, he was suddenly able to stand up from his bed. After that, he began his heaven-defying life. Or rather, it could be said that he completely shocked everyone, until he became the #1 person in the world. Therefore, perhaps from that day onwards, Wendian's body was transmigrated by the soul of a certain earth. As for how he stood up and how he became so strong, no one knew. After that, Yang Dingtian flipped through the records again and again, looking at the records of Wendian before and after the world-ending battle. However, it was a pity that not many people knew about this. Therefore, the records were very simple. At this moment, footsteps could be heard from outside. Jia was currently in high spirits, enjoying her life as the #1 lady. How could she bear to return so early? Listening carefully, it wasn't Jia. It wasn't her footsteps. It was Yao Ling, Yao Li's younger sister, Yao Li's daughter. At this moment, she was no longer a prisoner. She was now the princess of the Silver Moon race, one of the most eye-catching guests tonight. Therefore, the world was truly unpredictable. A few months ago, she was almost beheaded as an assassin. But now, she was already a high and mighty princess. Yao Ling, you're an important guest tonight. Why don't you show off your beauty at the ball? Yang Dingtian smiled. Yao Ling walked to Yang Dingtian and said, "My father surrendered. Our Silver Moon race is saved. Did you do this?" Yang Dingtian was stunned. "You're flattering me. I don't have that ability." Yao Ling said, "But, I did ask you to help save the Silver Moon race. You also said that my father surrendered." Yang Dingtian said, "This really has nothing to do with me. In fact, your father and Chairman Yao Qi are very like-minded. Isn't this good? Not only is Silver Moon City saved, but you've also regained your nobility and freedom." Yao Ling sat on Yang Dingtian's bed and shook her head. "I don't like this. How can my father surrender? How can he forget about my brother's revenge?" Yang Dingtian said, "Your father is a man of great ambition." "Anyway, I don't like this," Yao Ling said. "I think my father has been corrupted by Yao Qi." Yang Dingtian didn't reply to that. "Jiang Shang, what I said before still counts," Yao Ling suddenly said. Yang Dingtian was startled and asked, what words? Yao Ling said, I said that if Silvermoon City is saved, I'll give myself to you. Now that there's no one around, do you want it? Yang Dingtian was shocked. He waved his hand. No, I don't want it. Yao Ling sighed and didn't say anything else. What's wrong? Is there something on your mind? Yang Dingtian asked. Yao Ling said, you're from the speechless race. You're so smart. Take a guess. Yang Dingtian said, your father wants to marry you to Yao Qi as his second wife. Yao Ling was stunned. How do you know? Is the speechless race really that smart? Yang Dingtian smiled. It's not easy to guess. Your father is a more loyal ally than Yao Ru II. So, it's normal for Yao Qi to marry you. Yao Ling said, but I don't want to marry him. I hate him. Yang Dingtian said, I hate him too, but he's a great person. Yao Ling fell silent. She suddenly asked, right, do you think I can escape the marriage if I escape to the human world? Yang Dingtian smiled. Why did you escape to the human world? Do you have a lover there? Yang Dingtian was just asking casually, but Yao Ling's face turned red. She couldn't help but be stunned. She really had a human lover. Who is he? What's his name? Yang Dingtian smiled. Yao Ling said, you don't know him anyway. And we're not lovers. Nothing happened between us. I don't have the guts. He's so boring. He doesn't even dare to touch me. Yang Dingtian asked again, what's his name? I don't know. Anyway, we call each other Hey. Also, I can't understand him, and he can't understand me. The demon spirit said, the human primal chaos language is very difficult to understand. Furthermore, he rarely speaks a word in 3 days. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be him? Yang Dingtian said, tell me, where did you see him? Yao Ling said, it was more than 4 years ago. I wanted to go to the human world to find Yao Rao because my brother was looking for her like crazy. Okay, actually, I wanted to go to the human world to play. So, when I went to the Skull Hall, the door to the human world couldn't be opened. Then, I waited there for the humans to come in. Then, I went to the human world. Who knew that a man suddenly flew in and sat there motionless? I couldn't wake him up. He ignored me. For a few months, I was really afraid that he would die. So, I stayed by his side. Then, one day, he was really going to die. I don't know why, but his whole body seemed to be burning. But he wasn't attacked or anything. Just like that, he was going to die. I was scared and hurriedly carried him out of the hall. I entered the little western paradise and found someone to cure him. Then, for the next 2 years, I was with him. We played and cultivated everywhere. We even swallowed a male and female earth-level mystic flame. Later, father found out about us. He was so angry that he almost broke my legs. After he knew that I fell in love with a human, he was furious. But he still gave me a chance. If this human could make me go into heat, he would let us be together. In the end, although I liked him, he was a human. He couldn't make me go into heat. So, father gave me a choice. Either kill him or break off our relationship. I didn't want him to die, so I broke off our relationship. Father asked a spiritual master to erase all his memories. Then, he sent him out of the little western paradise and back to the human world. After hearing the demon spirit's words, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. Because, he knew who this was. It was Shadowless, the Shadowless who never spoke. Master, one of Dongfang Minmi's confidants. No wonder he could successfully leave the abstinence continent. No wonder he couldn't remember anything after leaving. No wonder he broke through to the Grandmaster realm. So, most of his cultivation was done in the little western paradise. The reason why he lost his memories was because a spiritual master more powerful than the demon spirit erased it. So, this was the mystery of shadowless cultivation in the taboo continent. Obviously, he passed the first trial alone, but died in the second trial, the magma continent. He burned to death in the illusion and would die in reality. It was the demon spirit who saved him. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but look at the demon spirit. This was the family of the Council of Light. While he was pleasantly surprised, footsteps suddenly sounded from outside. This time, Jia really came back. Seeing the demon spirit sitting on the bed, she frowned slightly and said, "Miss Xiaoling, you shouldn't be here. Chairman Yaoqi is waiting for you outside." The demon spirit's expression changed. Then, she got up and walked outside. Jia looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "Husband, on such a day of celebration, you seem very lonely, right?" Yang Dingtian smiled and didn't answer. Jia left the room again and returned to the banquet hall. The next day, the Tribal Alliance Council held a meeting again. This time, more than 1,000 counselors from the 9 big tribes participated. In the meeting, they finally decided on Chairman Yaoqi's highest leadership. At this time, Yaoqi finally secured the position of chairman and completely controlled the Little Western Paradise. A few days passed by in the blink of an eye. 5 days later, Yaoqi brought Yang Dingtian and Jia secretly to the bottom of the endless eternal peak. At this time, there were still 4 hours before the space-splitting fire bloomed. Time slowly passed. Even Yaoqi felt a little nervous. Because the most crucial moment was coming. The space-splitting fire was about to bloom. In that case, would the entrance to the void border open? The 3 of them were silent as they waited for the final moment to arrive. 1 hour. Half an hour. 15 minutes. 5 minutes. 3 minutes. 1 minute, time was up. Then, an incomparably mysterious spatial door slowly opened. Behind the space door was the bizarre void border of light and land. The space-splitting fire bloomed. Note, the first update is for you. I have something to do today, so I slept for 2 hours. I will write the second update tomorrow morning. Thank you, everyone. Please vote. Looking at the opening of the space-splitting fire, Yaoqi's hands trembled, then he calmed down. Even if he was extremely excited, he would still control his emotions and calm himself down. That was because he had always believed that most fatal mistakes were made when one was greedy and agitated. The space-splitting fire was the most important part to him. Obtaining the space-splitting fire and the treasures of the Naga Empire meant that the Western Kingdom's first step was complete. Therefore, this should be when he was the most excited. Previously, when the Silver Moon clan surrendered and the banquet in the Silver Palace, he was very excited. In reality, he was not that excited. Instead, he was observing everyone calmly. Even earlier, when he shook hands with Yao Li's clan leader, he felt a small surge of excitement. But now, he was really excited. The space-splitting fire that he had waited for more than 100 years was finally going to bloom. The opening was big enough. He could even see the mysterious scene of the void border inside. Yaoqi wasn't in a hurry. She smiled at Yang Dingtian and said, "Mr. Jiangshang, could this be another trap that you have set?" "That's good," Yang Dingtian said in his heart, but he did not answer him. "That's right. If it was a trap." But unfortunately, it was not. Yaoqi was so paranoid. Suddenly, Yaoqi said, "How about this? Let's go in together." Yang Dingtian could not help but laugh. "You're not afraid that I'll steal your space-splitting fire?" Yaoqi smiled. "You said it's my space-splitting fire. Of course, you can't steal it." Then, he grabbed Yang Dingtian with one hand and Jia with the other and slowly walked into the opening of the space-splitting fire. If it was a trap, then Yang Dingtian would die together with him. As expected, it was not a trap. Yang Dingtian seemed to have passed through a special space door and instantly arrived in another world. This was the void border. Oh, that's right. This was the void border. Based on his feet, he guessed that it was something called land. However, it was completely dark. It did not feel like land at all. Instead, it felt like a special kind of dark matter. It was somewhat similar to the dark matter that kept spreading at the bottom of the sea. Yaoqi could not help but take out a sword and slash at the dark matter beneath her feet. He realized that he couldn't hurt him at all. This void boundary seemed to be infinitely big, but also very small. That was because there was only darkness behind him. He didn't know if it was the invisible darkness or the dark matter beneath his feet. In front of him was an endless abyss and countless bizarre images of light and land. There were no signs of life in the entire void border. Oh, I guess there is. In the light and shadow of the abyss, it seemed as if energy creatures could be seen swimming. In the chaos world, it was very, very rare to see lightning-type creatures, but here, there were plenty of them. That blue transparent snake didn't have a physical body at all. It was just a ball of light, but it was also alive. The void border was such a harsh environment, and only this kind of energy creature could survive. At this moment, the void crack fire should not have truly bloomed yet. This was because there were no rising flames at the bottom of the abyss at the border of the void. According to Xianxia, when the void crack fire bloomed, it would fill up the entire abyss at the border. Come, let's sit down and wait. Xiaoqi patted the ground. Then the three of them sat down. Jia, when the mystic fire blooms later, remember to look after your husband, Xiaoqi said. Don't let him move, and don't let any trace of mystic qi or consciousness come out of him. Yes, speaker, Jia said. I will take good care of my husband. Then, she held Yang Dingtian's hand tightly. She used her powerful energy to lock all of Yang Dingtian's mystic meridians. Even though Yang Dingtian pretended that his energy sea was completely destroyed, they were still worried. Time passed second by second. By right, this should be a very tense moment, but Yaoqi wasn't. Instead, she became very calm. Mr. Jiangshang, you've been reading The Legend of the Demon King Wendian recently. What do you think? Yaoqi asked. Yang Dingtian said, I'm curious about something. What's the cultivation of this demon king? I've always heard that he's very close to the saint level. So was Nihility Piaoling. Of course, I was talking about 200 years ago. Then he's very close to the saint level, Yaoqi said. Anyway, he's more powerful than I am now. More powerful than you? Yang Dingtian was shocked. Of course, Yaoqi said. Yaoqi said, I don't care about cultivation because in the Little Western Paradise, cultivation isn't the only thing that matters. Also, the most powerful group of people in Little Western Paradise are now loyal to me. Then, Yaoqi said, of course, I'm still the most powerful among the younger generation in Little Western Paradise. Yang Dingtian said, then, how does the cultivation of the Demon King Wendian and Nihility Piaoling from 200 years ago compare to the top elites in Little Western Paradise? Yaoqi said, there's no way to compare. If it's in Little Western Paradise, of course, the top elites in Little Western Paradise would win. But if it's in the human countries, the fox demon race is very limited. So, unless it's absolutely necessary, we won't enter the human countries. It's too harmful to our cultivation. Yang Dingtian said, luckily, the human countries would be in trouble. Yaoqi shook her head and said, when we produce a large number of demigod descendants, they won't have such limitations. So, by then, the entire human countries will be a part of our empire. Whoosh, suddenly, a flame appeared in the void abyss. Even though it had just appeared, it was very eye-catching because it was snow white. It was Yang Dingtian's first time seeing a snow-white flame. Yaoqi's breathing stopped, and she smiled at Yang Dingtian. Ji's Xianxia tightly locked onto every inch of Yang Dingtian's body. Then, the three of them didn't speak. The white flame grew bigger and bigger. Then, it abruptly split into two flowers. One was black, and the other was white. Was this the origin of the space-splitting fire? The flame that had split continued to grow bigger. When it reached a certain size, it started to split again. Just like that, the mysterious flame continued to split, and split, and split again and again. Suddenly, the entire void abyss was filled with the mysterious space-splitting fire. The black flame was originally invisible, but it became clearly visible against the white flame. Now, Yaoqi was completely convinced that it was the space-splitting fire. It had to be the space-splitting fire. The second-ranked space-splitting fire in the world. The entire mystic flame was still splitting and splitting. In the end, other than the dark matter under their feet, they couldn't see anything else. Everything in sight was the space-splitting fire. Finally, the space-splitting fire stopped splitting. But it was still changing. The black flame and the white flame started to merge. They turned into an extremely complicated color that kept changing. In the end, the entire flame was becoming transparent. It kept becoming transparent, transparent, and transparent. Once it was completely transparent, it meant that it couldn't be seen. It also meant that it had completely matured. In an instant, the entire void abyss became extremely beautiful. Other than the dark matter under their feet, the entire void abyss became like a complete crystal. It was sparkling and translucent. That's right. The space-splitting fire had completely bloomed. Yaoqi glanced at Yang Dingtian. According to Yongxi, the space-splitting fire's way of swallowing was to jump directly into the flame. Not only would it swallow the flame, but it would also enter a special space. But Yaoqi instinctively doubted any important words that others said. What if jumping into the flame was a trap? So, he chose to inject some Xianxia into the space-splitting fire carefully. There was no reaction. There was no reaction at all. Then, he stared at the space-splitting fire and injected some divine consciousness. Still, there was no reaction. Then, it seemed that there was no other way other than jumping down. At the same time, Yang Dingtian looked at the space-splitting fire in front of him in a daze. He thought that the black-green Xian fire in his sea of qi would go crazy. It would be greedy and restless. But it didn't. Instead, it lay dormant even deeper. Yaoqi suddenly said, "Mr. Jiangshang, if this is Yongxi's final trap for me, what do you think I should do?" Yang Dingtian was curious. Why did Yaoqi always call him Jiangshang in front of Jia? Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment. Then, he said, "I don't know. Only you can answer this question." Yaoqi asked, "Then, do you think I should jump down?" Yang Dingtian said, "Is the space-splitting fire that important to you? Compared to your life, which is more important?" "Of course, my life is more important. With my life, I have everything," Yaoqi said. Yang Dingtian said, "Then don't jump. If it's a trap, you're dead." Yaoqi sighed and said, "But there's something more important than life. That's determination and determination. If it's a cowardly life, then it's not worth mentioning." Yaoqi stood up slowly. She looked at the crystal-clear space-splitting fire below. The time for a Xian fire to mature was very short. It would disappear very soon. Once it disappeared, she would have to wait for another 200 years. Just like what Yaoqi said. If it was Yongxi's trap, she would die if she jumped down. But if she didn't jump down, it meant that she was cowardly. It meant that she had compromised with herself. That might be even scarier than death. Yaoqi said slowly, "Sir, if I don't jump down today, I won't dare to jump down forever. 200 years later, 400 years later, or even 800 years later, I'll lose the space-splitting fire forever. If I don't jump down, how will I know if it's real or fake? A cowardly life won't be able to build an empire." Yaoqi walked towards the abyss and said, "If it's really a trap set by my teacher, then please tell him that I'm convinced. He set me up." She stood at the edge of the abyss. Below her was the raging space-splitting fire. Yaoqi turned around and said, "Mister, the song you made for me is fine. I like it very much. But I didn't recite it at the banquet because I don't think it's appropriate. Then, I'll recite it now." Then, Yaoqi began to recite a short song, one word at a time. And it was in Chinese. That's right, it was Chinese. It wasn't the fox demon's language or the chaotic language. To whine in song, how long is life, for example, the morning dew, the passing of days is bitter. Generous, unforgettable. How to solve the sorrow, only the nunnery. Green collar, my heart longs. But for you, I pondered till now. The deer's cry, eating the apple of the wild. I have a guest, playing the flute and blowing the shing. Bright as the moon, when will it fade? Sorrow comes from within, unstoppable. Crossing the border, wasting each other's existence. Talking about the banquet, remembering the old kindness. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse, the magpies fly south. Circling the tree 3 times, where can I rely on? The mountain is not too high, the sea is not too deep. The demon Duke spits, the world belongs to him. Even though it was Yaoqi's first time reading Chinese characters, he had completely learned the pronunciation from the annotations. So, it wasn't very standard, but it was much better than Yang Dingtian's fox demon's language. Even though it wasn't standard, the cadence completely released the essence of the song. That kind of inner heroism, that kind of magnificent aura. Even if Yang Dingtian were to recite this song, he wouldn't be able to have such an aura. After reciting it, Yaoqi looked at Yang Dingtian. Thank you for your poem. Then, he suddenly jumped into the transparent, raging space-splitting fire. First, it was completely still, then, poochy. His legs turned into ashes. Then, his legs turned into ashes. His entire body quickly disappeared, completely disappearing. His face suddenly trembled, and he smiled. It's really, really a trap. Teacher, you're so powerful. I can't possibly escape from this trap. Amazing, amazing. Then, he couldn't break free at all. He could only watch as the terrifying flame destroyed everything about him. Jia was instantly stunned. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Then, she suddenly let out a series of screams. Immediately after, he tossed Yang Dingtian aside and was about to jump down into the flames in an attempt to save Yaoqi. No, stop. Yaoqi suddenly shouted. He didn't have much time left. His entire body quickly disappeared. Jia, I don't have much time left. You have to remember what I'm going to say next, Yaoqi said with a trembling voice. Jia's face was covered in tears. Her body was twitching. She stood beside the flame, completely broken down. At this moment, Yang Dingtian only needed to push her lightly, and she would die. However, Yang Dingtian didn't do that. Take out the recording jade and record my current situation, Yaoqi said. Jia took out the recording jade from her chest. After I die, let Great Sage Yongxi and Great Sage Jiangshang govern the country. Yaoqi said. Because she couldn't remember her voice, Yaoqi's lips were very clear. No, no. Jia burst into tears and said, they are the ones who killed you. I will tear them to shreds, shreds to shreds. Yaoqi shook her head vigorously and said, if I die, no one in the Little Western Paradise will be able to support the establishment of an empire. No one can control Jiangshang, and no one can give birth to a demigod. Then, Yaoqi looked at Yang Dingtian and said, Mr. Jiangshang, actually, I'm really tempted by the path you mentioned. Let the fox demon race live forever. I don't want to be like the Naga Empire, whose brilliance will disappear and the world will be destroyed. However, I really don't want to live in obscurity like this. I'd rather die brilliantly than live in solitude. So, as long as I'm alive, I have to make a grand entrance and conquer the world. But if I die, then I'll walk the path you mentioned. After I die, you and Great Sage Yongxi will govern the country. Continue on the path you mentioned. Yang Dingtian nodded. Yaoqi's entire body had disappeared. Only her neck and head were left. She gasped for breath, but there was no body for her to breathe. At this moment, only his soul was left. Sir, did I do something wrong? Why did I fail? Yaoqi asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, you didn't do anything wrong. You didn't lose in any battle with anyone. Yaoqi said, then why did I die? Why did I fail? Yang Dingtian said, this is fate. It's also your personality. Your personality determines your fate. Even if you do it 10 times, 100 times, you'll still end up like this. Because you'll still make the same choice. You'd rather die gloriously than live like a coward. Yaoqi said, that means I didn't do anything wrong? Yang Dingtian said, you didn't. You're the most outstanding person I've ever seen. But perhaps this world won't allow you to exist. That's good. That's good. Yaoqi smiled. His neck had turned into ashes. His chin had turned into ashes. Sir, I really like and admire people like you. You can be so smart and so open and aboveboard. You even have to deceive yourself when you're setting up a conspiracy. No wonder you're the leader that everyone respects. I hope you'll succeed in the path you're walking. Take care. Then, Yaoqi's mouth turned into ashes. Then, her nose and eyes. Finally, her entire head disappeared. Yaoqi's entire person, her entire life, and her entire soul turned into ashes. This was the smartest and most outstanding person that Yang Dingtian had ever seen. He was a true hero of his generation. But he died in front of him just like that. He didn't do anything wrong. He didn't do anything wrong. He was winning every step he took. In the end, he even suspected that this was Xianxia's scheme. If he jumped down, he would die. If he didn't jump down, it meant that he was weak and compromised. It meant that he would lose the void-splitting fire forever. So, he chose to jump down. Then, he died. Yang Dingtian's entire body was shocked. In front of this person, Yang Dingtian had never won a single point, he had always lost. He had always been in the palm of his hand. But now, he was still immersed in sorrow. Of course, if he had a choice, he would have let Xiaoqi die every time. Because Xiaoqi was the real enemy. An enemy that couldn't be changed. But the enemy's death brought him even more sorrow. Note, I'm going out to do something. Brothers, please give me your monthly votes. Jia was still unwilling to go out. She stared at the abyss below for a long time, as if she longed for Xiaoqi to appear in front of her again. However, there was no doubt that the miracle did not happen. Neither she nor Yang Dingtian knew what the flame was. Why was Xiaoqi unable to break free despite being so powerful? Gradually, the transparent flame disappeared. The entire void border returned to its original state. The entrance to the bottom of the sea began to close gradually. Alright, it's time to go, Yang Dingtian said. Jia ignored him and continued to stare at the abyss blankly. Yang Dingtian grabbed her arm and tried to drag her out. Don't touch me. Don't touch me now. Suddenly, Jia screamed. Then, she muttered to herself, the Western Kingdom's hope has been destroyed. The demonic Fox clan's hegemony has been destroyed. Yang Dingtian ignored her. He carried her and rushed out of the space portal that was getting smaller and smaller. Then, the space portal at the bottom of the sea closed completely. The void border that had turned Xiaoqi into ashes completely disappeared. The two of them slowly floated to the surface of the sea. Jiangshang, if it were you, would you have jumped down? Jia asked. Yang Dingtian thought for a while. If it were him, would he have jumped down? Then, the answer was yes. If he really would have jumped down, he would have jumped down too. Although it could have been a trap, it was more likely to be the void-splitting fire. If he missed it, he would miss it forever. Of course, to Yang Dingtian, the void-splitting fire was not absolutely crucial. However, from Xiaoqi's point of view, it was absolutely necessary. Why did he say so? Because the Little Western Paradise's techniques also came from the ancient world. The human techniques of the ancient world could not be cultivated to become a demigod. Therefore, when many demigod descendants were born, they would need to cultivate special techniques and special treasures. Therefore, the Naga Empire's treasures were very important. With the treasures of the Naga Empire, it was possible to cultivate these demigod descendants into real demigods. Xiaoqi planned ahead. Before the demigod clan was born on a large scale, she had already started to plan the future growth of these descendants. Therefore, if it was him. In other words, if he didn't devour the void-crack fire, he wouldn't be able to win the doomsday battle. Even if it was a trap, Yang Dingtian would still jump in. At the crucial moment, Yang Dingtian had the temperament to take a gamble and take a gamble. Xiaoqi was the same. He also dared to take the risk. However, he was dead. I will jump down. Yang Dingtian gave a very affirmative answer. Jia stared at Yang Dingtian for a long time before turning her head away. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and coldly said, "This is the last time I will cry. Let's go back. We need to stabilize the situation before the news of his death spreads and before the world descends into chaos," Yang Dingtian said. After that, the two of them rode on their secret mounts and returned to Yingdu as fast as they could. Along the way, Yang Dingtian kept thinking about a problem. If Xiaoqi wasn't so smart and fell into the first trap, he would have died after devouring the dark crystal. Then, when the void crack fire door opened, he would definitely enter and jump into the flames. He would also die. Could it be that Xianxia also thought of this? He already knew this, but he didn't say anything. Perhaps, in order to get rid of Xiaoqi, he didn't care about sacrificing Yang Dingtian. Thinking of this, Yang Dingtian felt a chill on his back. He instinctively hugged his arms. At this moment, Xianxia was still lying on the bed. However, he was in a human's body now. Moreover, his body was very old. His hair and beard were all white. It was a stark contrast to Wu Yu's beauty. He was heavily injured. Almost his entire body was covered with wounds. When he saw Yang Dingtian and Jia enter, he was slightly stunned. He instinctively looked behind him. Yao Qi is dead, Yang Dingtian said. Yongxi, who was on the verge of death, was completely stunned. Puff. Then, he suddenly spat out a stream of blood. His entire face suddenly turned red. His entire body began to tremble violently. Immediately, the great warlock rushed forward and pressed Yongxi's body tightly, desperately suppressing the blood in his body. After a moment of silence, murky tears fell from Yongxi's eyes. What did this mean? Crocodile tears? I wanted to kill him. Yongxi's lips trembled. But that was for the public. When he died, I felt a stabbing pain in my heart. That was for the public. We were master and disciple, but we were actually father and son. He imprisoned me for the sake of the public. When I committed suicide, he almost went crazy and tried to stop me. That was for the public. Then, Yongxi didn't speak anymore. Yang Dingtian said, You guessed that he would die? Yongxi was silent for a long time. He shook his head and said, I don't know. Yang Dingtian said, What do you mean? Yongxi said, In my mind, the void-splitting fire was at the bottom of the endless Yong Peak. I directly jumped down and successfully swallowed it. Because, in the meditation illusion that the speechless clan created for me, I entered the void boundary like this. That was how I obtained the void-splitting fire. Yang Dingtian understood, the source of this trap came from the speechless clan. At that time, in order to persuade Yongxi to change his strategy, they pulled him into a deep meditation. They let him experience the Western Kingdom's domination of the world. He was the strongest god, but he was the only one in the world. It was this extremely realistic dream that made Yongxi give up the strategy of the Fox clan's domination. However, the speechless clan still set up a double insurance. If Yongxi was still stubborn, he would definitely swallow the void-splitting fire. Yongxi would die in that terrifying and transparent flame. Therefore, this trap was set up by the speechless clan for Yongxi. However, they didn't expect that it would kill Yao Qi in the end. I wanted to kill Yao Qi. I did everything I could to kill Yao Qi. Yongxi sighed. However, I really didn't expect to die like this. Yang Dingtian was silent. He looked out the window. But it's good that he's dead. It's good that he's dead. Yongxi sighed. If he's dead, the Fox clan won't be destroyed. This world won't be destroyed. Yes, Yao Qi's death was a good thing. No matter how tragic and shocking it was still a good thing. Yongxi suddenly said, Yang Dingtian, where do you think this little western paradise came from? Yang Dingtian was stunned. Wasn't this an independent plane? Wasn't it a part of the chaotic world for a long time? Yongxi said, use your imagination and think about it. How did the little western paradise come about? Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and started to recall the little western paradise. Continuous mountains floated in the air. Pieces of land also floated in the air. Every piece of land felt like it was being torn apart. He looked up and saw the map of the little western paradise on the wall. It was 20 to 30,000 miles wide. It wasn't small at all. But when the land of the world was pieced together, only half of it was left. That was because half of the space was empty. Moreover, the edges of the land seemed to fit together. In other words, a long time ago, this was a complete piece of land. It was just that many pieces had been torn apart. Then, Yang Dingtian recalled that in the Forbidden Continent, the hard rock plains and the lava plains were both 200,000 to 300,000 miles wide. And the ocean in the third stage was millions of miles wide. In other words, the ocean and the land were millions of miles wide. The land of this world was 300,000 miles wide. In terms of area, it was about 22.5 billion square kilometers. It was 150 times the size of Earth. How big was the chaotic world now? The East continent was less than 20 million square kilometers. The middle continent was 100 million square kilometers, South Middle Continent, Great Middle Continent, North Middle Continent, Ing Continent, and South Barbarian Continent added together. The West Continent was 40 million square kilometers, Northwest Continent, Southwest Continent, and North. The Donley grassland was 30 million square kilometers. The Ghost Hell land was 15 million square kilometers. The Little Western Paradise was 30 to 40 million square kilometers of land. The Demon Realm was 20 million square kilometers. The Land of Chaos was a few million square kilometers. The Yin-Yang Mirror was tens of millions square kilometers. The North was a world of ice and snow, more than 100 million square kilometers. The Land of Extreme South was tens of millions square kilometers, sparsely populated. All the land added together was only about 500 million square kilometers. Then, where did the remaining 20 billion square kilometers of land go? Of course, there were still many unknown lands. But more than 90% of the land had disappeared. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian thought of a terrifying possibility. Yongxi said, Yang Dingtian, you are right. The Little Western Paradise was torn apart by the Great Cataclysm 10,000 years ago. That great cataclysm destroyed countless lands, mountains, and rivers. And the Little Western Paradise was at the edge of destruction. So even though it was torn apart, it barely survived. But it was left alone in a special environment. You might want to know where the rest of the land has gone to. Yang Dingtian nodded. Yongxi said, did you see the void border? I saw it. Yang Dingtian said. That is, a world that has been completely destroyed has become an extremely terrifying dark matter. Moreover, this dark matter has been constantly spreading, constantly devouring the land that is full of vitality. So, they were isolated in another plane of existence. That is why the land of our primal chaos world was preserved. Yongxi said, these void borders are the result of countless great cataclysms. This world definitely did not experience just one great cataclysm, but many. But perhaps the first great cataclysm was caused by the extremely powerful dragon clan. And Naga was only the last overlord of the primal chaos world. Yaoqi tried to make the Fox clan the new overlord. Every overlord demanded energy from the primal chaos world, causing the entire world to be destroyed. Now, less than 10% of our primal chaos world is left. If we let the Fox clan walk the path of the previous overlords, the entire primal chaos world will be destroyed. Yang Dingtian was deeply shocked. He felt that this should be the truth of the world. Now, less than 10% of the primal chaos world was left. The Little Western Paradise world was the result of the last great cataclysm. Yongxi said, the Silent Clan calculated that the great cataclysm 10,000 years ago might have caused the destruction of more than 1 billion square miles of land. If there is another great cataclysm, then our entire world will only be left with the void border and the dark matter. This world will become a world of death. Yongxi sighed and said, in order to stop the destruction of this world, although I see Yaoqi as my own son, but I have to think of a way to kill him. Because his existence can really give birth to the Fox clan's hegemony. Yang Dingtian nodded. In fact, if Yaoqi did not die, Yang Dingtian could not find a way to escape. Of course, the final plan was to release the Naga. But the ancient sea beasts were afraid of the Naga, and the Ikshas were afraid of the Naga. Because they had been ruled by the Naga for generations, they had the genes to fear the Naga. The Fox clan and the Naga had nothing to do with each other. Therefore, Yaoqi would not be afraid of the Naga. Shuang'er's battle strength was far inferior to Yaoqi's. She was invincible in another way. She could not be killed or injured. Yongxi asked, Yang Dingtian, what do you plan to do next? Yang Dingtian said, we are the only two great sages of the Little Western Paradise. For hundreds of years, you have controlled Yingdu and almost half of the tribes. I am in charge of contacting the Shadow Spear tribe. We should be able to calm the situation in the Little Western Paradise. Also, Yaoqi died for the Void Fire, which should be a huge setback to his hegemony strategy. Now, the 9 tribes' ambitions have not been completely ignited, so we still have time to change the direction. It should not be a problem to completely calm the Little Western Paradise. Also, before he died, Yaoqi used the recovery jade to record his last words. He entrusted the Little Western Paradise to the two of us. Yongxi said, Yaolia the Silver Moon clan will be very troublesome. He is the most passionate about hegemony strategy. Yang Dingtian said, let's deal with the 7 tribes first, then think of a way to deal with Yao Li. Maybe I can give it a try. Yongxi said, let's not waste time. Let's start now. I will go and meet the counselors and tribe leaders who were originally loyal to me. You go and meet the Shadow Spear tribe leader. Before meeting Yang Dingtian, Yao Rath II of the Shadow Spear tribe received the news of Yao Qi's death from Jia. He did not feel sad at all. He only frowned and was filled with unhappiness. He had invested so much in Yao Qi. Now, Yao Qi was dead before he even received any returns. Of course, he was filled with hatred. Yang Dingtian voiced out his opinion and said, Chairman Yao Qi asked me and great sage Yongxi to oversee the Little Western Paradise's matters and pacify the entire Little Western Paradise's situation. I am here to request for Patriarch Yao Nu's support. Yao Rath II looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time. Suddenly, he said, Mr. Jiangshang, of course I can support you. But you have to go one step further. Don't be a great sage anymore. Just be the chairman and marry both of my daughters. Then, before Yongxi appears in public, make him disappear completely. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was stunned. Yao Rath II wanted him to be the chairman and kill Yongxi. Note, the first update is sent to you. He had only slept for 4 hours and had been out for a whole day. He had to wake up early tomorrow. So, he went to sleep first. The second update will be written tomorrow morning. Yang Dingtian becoming the speaker? What kind of joke was this? He came to Little Western Paradise for 2 reasons. First, to find Yarao and her son. Second, for the space-splitting fire. Next, he had to lead the Tiando League army and prepare for the arrival of the world-destroying army. How would he have the time to be the speaker in Little Western Paradise? Yao Qi could be the speaker, but Yang Dingtian couldn't. Yao Qi could get rid of Demon Wrath II's control and could even imprison her biggest political backer, Yongxi. If Yang Dingtian had truly lost his mind due to greed and became the chairman, he would be nothing more than a puppet. In this regard, Yang Dingtian was more realistic than Yao Qi. He had to fight for any position on his own. It definitely couldn't be someone else's charity. Yang Dingtian was from the Silent Tribe. It was natural for him to become a great sage. If he really wanted to become the chairman, this transcendent identity would disappear completely amidst the countless conflicts of interest. But reject directly, it was also impossible. If he directly refused, then it would mean that the previous investment of Shadow Spear Clan's Demon's Wrath II would all go down the drain, and he would certainly fly into a rage out of humiliation. At that time, even if he wanted to successfully escape, it would be very difficult. After all, he had to take Yarao and her son with him. Yang Dingtian, leader Demon Wrath, after the speaker's death, won't there be another election? Demon Wrath said, no, there can only be one election every 100 years. If the chairman were to die in an accident during his term of office, the 9 tribes would elect an acting chairman. This happened once before. In the end, the former speaker acted as the acting speaker for the remaining 30 years. Yang Dingtian, so, the great sage Yongxi has a high chance of getting this position. Demon Wrath said, his life is in our hands now. He hasn't appeared in public. We can kill him anytime. Also, we have a substitute for Yongxi. You're also a great sage. You have a huge reputation among the high nobles. You can totally be the acting speaker. Yang Dingtian, but I'm only from the Silent Tribe. You can become a great sage, but once you become a chairman, your transcendent status will disappear. Yongxi's expression changed as he said, Sir Jiangshang, you might not know how much I've invested in Yao Qi. Now that he's dead, don't tell me that all my previous investments have gone to waste. Can I tell you this? Let Yongxi take the throne? That's impossible. That would be forcing me to turn hostile. You should know that the current saintess and the only demigod descendant are my daughter and grandson. Then, Yongxi said resolutely, if you want my support, you have to be the chairman. Yang Dingtian immediately fell silent. It was very obvious that the demon Fury 2 in front of him absolutely could not be persuaded with words. It could only be a naked benefit. Suddenly, another idea popped up in Yang Dingtian's mind. It could even be said that his imagination was running wild. Sir Yao Nu, I have an idea. Yang Dingtian said, still let Master Yongxi be the acting speaker, but let your daughter Jia be his assistant speaker. In a few decades, let Jia become the Grand Inquisitor, and in 100 or 200 years, let Jia run for the new speaker. The demon Fury too suddenly stopped breathing. This was an even more direct stimulus to his own interests. Although it would take 100 or even 200 years for Jia to become the speaker. But for the Demon Fox clan, 100 or 200 years was not a very long time. Although Jia's political talent was far inferior to Yao Qi's, she was still better than most people, even compared to the previous speakers. Moreover, she was now the wife of the great sage Jiangshang. She was no longer the princess of the Shadow Spear clan. She could totally run for the election. If she could get Yongxi's approval, coupled with the fact that she was the sister of the Saintess, the support of the Shadow Spear clan, and the support of the great sage Jiangshang, it was quite possible for her to become the speaker after 100 years. After all, Little Western Paradise had already had 2 speakers. It would not be strange for a third one to appear. Yang Dingtian continued, Chief Yao Nu, if you want Jia to run for the new speaker after 100 years, then the Little Western Paradise's policy may still be on the path of Master Yongxi. Art and culture, not power and force. After all, as a woman, Jia's natural disposition in expansion and martial arts is not enough. Yao Nu too thought about it and nodded instinctively. Then he said, Jia is a counselor. If Yongxi agrees to let Jia be his only assistant, then I can consider supporting Yongxi as the acting speaker. Yang Dingtian said, okay, I'll talk to Master Yongxi. Before talking to Yongxi, Yang Dingtian found Jia. Yao Qi's death was a huge blow to Jia. Yao Qi was her idol. She was her political sustenance, as well as the hope of the Demon Fox clan. Furthermore, he was her ideal husband. For Yao Qi's cause, she even sacrificed her chastity. From Yao Qi's second wife, she became Jiangshang's wife. Of course, she personally caused her husband, Jiangshang, to be paralyzed and disabled. Of course, Yang Dingtian was faking it. Jia had made such a huge sacrifice. With Yao Qi's death, all her sacrifices were in vain. So, at this moment, she was completely disheartened. When Yang Dingtian saw her again, her perfect image was gone. His clothes were also wrinkled. Her cloud-like hair was a bit messy. Even her beautiful face had become thinner. Her gem-like eyes also seemed a little dim. Her lips were cracked and had lost their alluring luster. When she saw Yang Dingtian come in, she didn't react at all. Even when she saw Yang Dingtian walk in with his legs intact, she wasn't surprised. After all, he had always pretended to be paralyzed. Right now, she was standing in front of Yao Qi's portrait in a daze. Go out. I want to be alone, Jia said. Jia said, our marriage was fake in the first place. You and I hated each other. Now that Yao Qi is dead, you and I can be free. Yang Dingtian said, I just talked to your father. He said that the condition for supporting Yongxi's acting speaker is for you to be the speaker's assistant. After a few decades, you can save the great judge. After 100 years, you can run for speaker. Jia shook her head and said, as the daughter of the Shadow Spear clan leader, I have no right to run for speaker. You're no longer the princess of the Shadow Spear clan. You're the wife of the great sage Jiangshang, Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, there was some fluctuation in Jia's eyes. She was a person with strong political ambitions. However, she had placed all her ambitions on Yao Qi. Now that Yao Qi was dead, she had lost all her goals. Now, Yang Dingtian had given her an even bigger goal. As the speaker, she would become the third speaker in the history of Little Western Paradise. Yang Dingtian said, however, as a woman, your image goes against martial arts. So, you can only walk the path of peace, art, and culture. This is in line with Yongxi's formation. Jia sneered sarcastically, so, you want the Fox clan to continue living in a drunken stupor and walk towards destruction in the end, right? Yang Dingtian said, perhaps you'll have to consider your wisdom and Yongxi's wisdom. Jia continued to look at Yao Qi's portrait on the wall and said, I'll give it a try. My chances of running for speaker in 100 years are very slim. At that time it'll be even more unstable than when Yaoqi takes the position. Moreover, I want to completely cut off my relationship with the Shadow Spear clan. My identity as your wife must be extremely prominent. If necessary, I'll even suppress the interests of the Shadow Spear clan to show my isolation. Yang Dingtian smiled but didn't want to discuss politics with her. He said directly, "Alright, then I'll go and talk to Yongxi." When he saw Yongxi again, he was sitting in a wheelchair. "Yaoru too can support you as the acting speaker, but he wants his daughter Jia to be your only assistant speaker. After a few decades, she'll take up the position of great judge. After 100 years, or 200 years, she'll run for speaker," Yang Dingtian said. Yongxi nodded and said, "Alright, I'll do it." Yang Dingtian said worriedly, "Yongxi, I'm worried about Jia. She's very ambitious and has the same ideals as Yaoqi. When she becomes speaker in the future, will she walk the same path as Yaoqi?" Yongxi said, "She's very smart and has great political talent. However, she's not Yaoqi." Instead of saying that she has the same ideals as Yaoqi and has the same strategy, it's better to say that she's just following Yaoqi. Now that Yaoqi is dead, I have enough time to change her mind. She isn't Yaoqi after all. Yang Dingtian said, "Now that you've formed an alliance with Yaoru too, you can control at least 5 clans. Including Indu, the only ones left are the original 4 clans of the Righteous Alliance. Although 2 of them left the Righteous Alliance, they're still following Yaoru of the Silver Moon clan." Yongxi said, "Of the 4 clans of the Righteous Alliance, 2 of them aren't a problem because Yaoli betrayed the Silver Moon clan. So, only the Silver Moon clan and their absolute ally, the Oceanic clan are left. So, the next target to persuade is Yaoli's clan leader." Persuading Yaoli was very difficult. In the past, Yaoli had been against Yongxi's strategy. He'd always admired the Fox clan's dream of ruling the world. So, he'd let go of his son and declared his loyalty to Yaoqi. Now, not long after he'd pledged his loyalty, Yaoqi was already dead. And Little Western Paradise's direction had turned to art and culture. Obviously, he'd go into a frenzied state of hostility again. Plus, his willpower was extremely firm. It was very difficult to persuade him. "I'll try," Yang Dingtian said. Yongxi said, "It's very dangerous for you to go. He might even think that you're the one who killed Yaoqi. Maybe he'll kill you." Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "He won't. Because the silver dragon blood crystal on me came from Yaoli, his proudest son. Plus, he could only persuade Yaoli. He couldn't use force to persuade him. That was because Yaoqi had already started a great battle and she had won. But the victory wasn't a victory in battle. It was Yaoli's clan leader's surrender. It was impossible to start another war now. The several great clans of the Western Paradise were filled with laziness and disgust when it came to war. If they really fought, they might not be the Righteous Alliance's match. 2 days later, Yang Dingtian entered the Silver Moon clan and met Yaoli. He took out Jia's reflection jade. It recorded the entire process of Yaoqi's death and his last words. After reading it, Yaoli was shocked. It was as if Yaoli had been struck by lightning. He stared at the reflection jade in disbelief. How could it be? How could it be? He'd just made up his mind to surrender to Yaoqi and work with him to rule the chaotic world. How could Yaoqi die just like that? How could it be? Then, he seemed to have lost all his strength. He stumbled and took a few steps back. He sat on the chair and took in deep breaths. He had experienced this kind of thunderbolt from the blue twice. The first time was when he heard that his son Yaoli had died in Yaoqi's hands. The second time was now when he heard about Yaoqi's death. The enemy who killed his son was dead. The impact was no less than the first time. He even felt that his dream of ruling the Fox clan was about to be destroyed. He'd lost all hope. "It's you? It's you." Suddenly, Yaoli stood up and pointed at Yang Dingtian. "I know who you are. You're not Jiangshang from the Speechless clan. You're Yang Dingtian, the human. It was you and Yongxi who conspired to kill Chairman Yaoqi and destroy the hope of the demonic foxes." Then, Yaoli's face was cold. "Now, you dare to come and try to persuade me to support Yongxi? Dream on. I won't kill you, but I'll tell you who you are and how you and Xianxia killed Chairman Yao Qi. Then, I'll execute you in public during the Great Trial Conference. Then, he waved his hand and was about to order Yang Dingtian to be arrested and sent to the Great Trial Conference of the 9 clans with Xianxia. He had to make the punishment clear and seek justice for Yao Qi. This person was hard to persuade. Unless he had the same goal, it was impossible to change his mind. Yang Dingtian let out a deep sigh and said, Yao Li clan head, your son, Yao Li, chose to give up on reincarnation before he died. He handed the silver dragon blood crystal to me. Therefore, I am able to transform into the appearance of the silent race. What? Yao Li was shocked and looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Afterward, he quickly grabbed Yang Dingtian's arm, and a surge of energy surged into his body to identify the silver dragon energy in his body. Yang Dingtian completely released his energy sea and let the silver dragon blood crystal's energy fill his Xian meridians, allowing Yao Li to identify it. That's right. It was Yao Li's silver dragon blood crystal. That's right. It was that special energy. Yao Li's heart was in a mess. To the Fox clan, the body wasn't the core, nor was the soul. The silver dragon blood crystal was the core. That was because the Little Western Paradise's totem was the source of the fallen silver dragon's power. Fine. After a long time, Yao Li looked like he had aged countless years. Tears flowed down his face. Do whatever you want. I can't stop you, but don't expect me to agree to obey you. My Silver Moon clan will withdraw from the 9 clans and become independent of the Great Trial Conference. I'll close my door and continue my martial arts dream. Go, I don't want to see you anymore. A few hours later, Yang Dingtian left. The Little Western Paradise's situation was settled. Note, second update. After I came back, I wrote the second update. Brothers, please support me. Among the 9 tribes, even Yao Li from the Silver Moon race didn't object. Hence, the alliance against Xianxia was officially dissolved. Even the Sea Freak race supported Xianxia as the acting speaker. Not everyone was as resolute and courageous as Yao Li. Hence, even the Oceanic race didn't suggest leading the 9 tribes. Hence, after Yao Li from the Silver Moon race gave up, the leaders of the remaining 8 tribes unanimously agreed to let the great sage Xianxia be the acting speaker. After the leaders of the 9 tribes were all settled, they held another tribe meeting. During the meeting, Jia announced the death of Speaker Yao Qi to all the members. She also announced Yao Qi's last words on the jade. Only then did the top leaders of this world know about Yao Qi's death. A few days later, the news of Yao Qi's death spread throughout the entire Little Western Paradise. Also, the acting speaker Xianxia and the tribal alliance gave Speaker Yao Qi an unparalleled reputation. Speaker Yao Qi was unfortunately swallowed by the abyss fire at the void border for the future of the Fox race and to find the ruins of the Naga Empire. He was born a noble and died a glorious death. Even all the high nobles of the 9 tribes observed a moment of silence for Speaker Yao Qi. All the cities and tribes in Little Western Paradise stopped all entertainment for 7 days. Also, from now on, Yao Qi's death anniversary would be designated as Yao Qi's Day. Also, when the Fox nobles gave birth to newborns in the future, it was best to avoid the word Yao. Anyway, Yao Qi's death was a glorious one. Of course, some were sad and some were glad about Yao Qi's death. In fact, most of the high nobles of the 9 tribes heaved a sigh of relief. They couldn't object to Yao Qi's proposal. Actually, they were against it in their hearts. Wasn't it good to live a comfortable life? Anyway, they already had endless wealth. It was so troublesome and tiring to fight for supremacy. Fighting for supremacy meant fighting. It meant people dying. Also, Yao Qi was prepared to monopolize the right to give birth to demigods. This made the high nobles very wary. Because if that happened, many high nobles' survival would be in Yao Qi's hands. Of course, they didn't like this. Plus, Yao Qi's great talent and strategic vision gave them a lot of pressure. The leader was a strong leader and the chairman. If the chairman was strong, the patriarchs would naturally be weak. Therefore, they naturally liked a gentle and knowledgeable elder like Xianxia. Drinking wine and dancing as usual was a good day. Following a chairman like Yao Qi was not easy at all. Not everyone was a masochist like Yao Li. After Xianxia became the chairman, Jia officially announced that she was leaving the Shadowspear clan. Furthermore, he had set his identity in Yingdu. From now on, she was a high noble of Silver City. She no longer had any inheritance rights to the Shadowspear race. On the surface, she no longer had any direct inheritance with Monster Wrath 2. Immediately after, the Alliance Tribe Council announced. The great virtuous master Xianxia was paralyzed due to the assassination attempt. In order to better take care of the great virtuous master, Jia officially married Mr. Xianxia. If it was before, Mr. Xianxia would definitely receive a lot of reactions and disappoint many demon fox nobles. However, at this time, Xianxia's body was heavily injured, and Jia was married to him. Both of them received great praise. This was especially true for Jia. Many fox nobles felt that Jia possessed extraordinary love and wisdom. Of course, Xianxia would not directly accept Jia as the chairman's assistant. He still needed her to increase her reputation and let her handle many related matters. Then, he would officially make Jia the chairman's assistant. Currently, Jia's identity was the wife of the great virtuous master. She was also at the top of the demon fox nobles. In short, with the efforts of Xianxia and Yang Dingtian, these two like-minded individuals, they had finally stabilized the Little Western Paradise's precarious situation. From then on, Little Western Paradise once again embarked on the path of art and culture. The high nobles went further and further down the path of corruption. The threat they posed to the entire human world became smaller and smaller. This day, Yang Dingtian officially said goodbye to Xianxia. He was going to bring Yao Rao and her son back to the human world. Of course, his departure was semi-public and semi-secret. Because he did say that he was going to the human world for a civilization inspection. However, only Xianxia knew that he was going to bring Yao Rao and Yang Yi away. Xianxia was still sitting in the wheelchair. He looked at Yang Dingtian reluctantly and said, "Can't you stay for a while longer? I really need you. Little Western Paradise needs you too." Yang Dingtian pushed him and walked on the tree-lined path of the Silver Palace. He said, "The situation in the human world is still quite urgent. I do have many things to do." Xianxia said, "Then what are you going to do about the void-splitting fire?" Yang Dingtian said, "It's my fate if I get it, and it's my fortune if I don't. What's mine will be mine in the end. What's not mine can't be forced." Yaoqi is the best example. Xianxia sighed and said, "It's a pity that I can't give you more information about the void-splitting fire. In fact, I'm already a little afraid of this word. I really hope that this word will be erased from my mind in the future." Yang Dingtian stopped and then turned around. He pushed Xianxia back into the hall and said, "All right, I'll say goodbye to you here. I'll take Yao Rao and her son back. Little Western Paradise is officially in your hands." Xianxia reached out his skinny hand and grabbed Yang Dingtian. He said emotionally, "Don't worry. As long as I'm alive, I won't let the Fox Demon clan follow in the footsteps of the Naga clan. I won't let the Naga clan walk the path of destruction." Yang Dingtian bowed deeply and said, "Then, Teacher Xianxia, I'll take my leave." Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Remember, when you encounter something difficult, come to Little Western Paradise. You're not only the leader of the human world, you're also the great teacher of Little Western Paradise. You're my confidant and friend. You always will be." "I will. Goodbye." Yang Dingtian said. "Goodbye." Xianxia's eyes twitched slightly. He raised his head and closed his eyes with a sigh. Then, he reached out his hand to turn the wheelchair and return to his bedroom. But this wasn't a self-service wheelchair. The wheels were small and his hand couldn't reach it. He shouldn't have sat in a wheelchair before. He seemed to be very familiar with it. Yang Dingtian turned around and left. Xianxia's voice came from behind, "Child, before you leave, you should say goodbye to Jia. Also, I've already transferred Yao Rao and her son to the Pegasus Silver Carriage. You can take them away at any time." "Okay," Yang Dingtian said. Jia was sorting out the documents at this time. Yang Dingtian said, "I'm going to the human world. As I said before, I'm very curious about the human civilization. It would be better if I can get some enlightenment." Jia was startled and said, "I know. Do you need us to send experts to protect you?" Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, no need. There aren't many people in the human world who can hurt me. Jia wanted to say, isn't your sea of qi destroyed? But this topic didn't have much meaning at this time. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say it. Then I won't send you off. Goodbye. Jia said. Goodbye. Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian left Jia's room and went to the east gate of the Silver Palace. Yao Rao's secret silver carriage was there. It had the highest pass issued by Yongxi. After Yao Qi's death, Yongxi took the highest authority in the silver capital in the shortest time possible. Even the experts who were loyal to Yao Qi and those who participated in Yongxi's imprisonment didn't have too many obstacles and became loyal to Yongxi again. The high-level experts in Little Western Paradise, especially in the silver capital, all had a very mature political attitude. To put it in a very vulgar way, they firmly supported the central government and supported whoever was in the central government. And Yang Dingtian, as the great sage, had power second only to Yongxi in the Silver Palace. Therefore, when he left the Silver Palace, not only was there no one to stop him, all the demon fox warriors that he passed all bowed to him. Outside the Silver Palace, Yang Dingtian boarded the carriage. At this time, Yao Rao was filled with unease. After Yao Qi's death, Yao Rao was one of the most uneasy people. Because she knew that her father was a rare commodity worth hoarding, and she couldn't rely on him anymore. So she didn't even know what was going to happen next. Moreover, she was a mother. She was Yang Yi's heaven and earth. She would do anything to protect her child. The moment Yang Dingtian entered the carriage, Yao Rao's complexion suddenly changed, then she tightly hugged Yang Yi in her bosom, and then said with a faint smile, Mr. Jiangshang, where are you taking us? At this time, Yang Dingtian was like a little bird in her arms. He opened his small hands and threw himself at Yang Dingtian, saying sweetly, Daddy, Daddy. Yang Dingtian suddenly hugged him, and then hugged Yao Rao who had lost a lot of weight. He hugged her tightly and greedily sniffed the mother and son's scent. He said in a trembling voice, okay, my darling, we are going home. Daddy is bringing you home. Big brother Yang Li, little sister Yang Qin misses you a lot, grandma also misses you. Yao Rao was stunned at first, then hearing Yang Dingtian's familiar voice, she was completely stunned. As if she was in a dream, Yao Rao looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. After a long time, she said in a trembling voice, Child, am I not dreaming? Is it really you? Is it really you? She actually called Yang Dingtian a child. Yes, it's me. Yang Dingtian kissed Yao Rao's ear. Then, he pinched Yao Rao's waist with practiced movements. Suddenly, Yao Rao's eyes were brimming with tears. She firmly kissed Yang Dingtian's mouth, and said in a trembling voice, My child, my little boy. From this moment on, I really love you. Not only will I be your little woman for your whole life, I will love you like Yin Yin. At the same time, Jia who was sitting behind the big table suddenly stroked her belly. She softly sighed, then said with a self-deprecating smile, Since he doesn't care, why should I tell him? There is no need to act like a child. Baby, from now on, you're my child. At the same time, deep in the dungeon, a man and a woman were kissing. The woman was as beautiful as a demon and had a figure that was like the ups and downs of a mountain. Yongxi was still sitting on the wheelchair. This woman was lying on his lap, raising her beautiful face and kissing him. Yongxi looked very old. And this woman looked so peerlessly beautiful. She was Wu Yu. My lover, does it hurt? Wu Yu asked. Yongxi said, This is nothing to me. More than 200 years ago, I was paralyzed in a wheelchair from the time I was born until I was 23 years old. So now, I feel incomparably natural, there is no discomfort at all. Wu Yu said, Just like this, we are letting Yang Dingtian go? Yongxi said, Yes, we are letting him go. Wu Yu said, If Dongli can't do it, we still need Yang Dingtian to create a demigod descendant. Why not completely imprison him? Yongxi said, Yu Ming was defeated, so Yang Dingtian has become very important again. Moreover, you have a misconception. If you imprison a sheep in a pen or in a courtyard, what is the difference? As long as you want, you can capture it at any time, right? Who can be smarter than you, except for that cheap disciple of yours? Wu Yu said, at that time, not only did you steal Xianxia's void-splitting flame, but you also let one of your souls take over his body. Didn't Yaoqi notice anything strange? Didn't he notice that his teacher Xianxia had changed into another soul 200 years ago? Xianxia said, no, because I didn't destroy Xianxia's soul, I inherited all of his memories. However, this person's schemes are too deep. I originally elected him as the new chairman because I wanted to continue to indirectly control the Fox Demon clan through him. Who would have thought that he would be so decisive and kill me and directly imprison me? This person is really a tyrant, I have seen in my life. Fortunately, I was able to make use of his greatest strength as well as his greatest weakness and finally killed him. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would win. Wu Yu raised her head and said coquettishly, then can you tell me what the Naga Empire's treasure looks like? Xianxia pinched her face and said, idiot, what treasure of the Naga Empire? It's just a rumor that I purposely spread. Otherwise, Yaoqi wouldn't be so obsessed with the void-splitting flame, and it wouldn't be so easy for me to kill him. After all, the cultivation of this body that I took over was relatively weak. Wu Yu said, now, that Earthling Wentian's soul has taken over the Underworld Empire. Your soul has taken over the Little Western Paradise. Dongli is about to devour the real void-splitting flame, and then make Queen Xianxia go into heat, and take over the Naga Empire. We already have the 3 strongest planes in the chaotic world. Can we defeat the god of chaos? Xianxia shook his head and sighed, baby, I don't know. But what I know is that if Yaoqi can gamble, so can I. I would rather die together with him, I would rather destroy the world and fight to the end. That's right, this Xianxia was the other soul clone of the Demon King Wentian, the one that wasn't from Earth. The Demon King Wentian wrote very clearly that before the age of 23, Wentian was paralyzed in bed. Suddenly, one day, he completely recovered, and then he rose up. Because the Earthling soul had transmigrated into his body had 2 souls. Note, first update sent to you. I've been outside for the whole day, so tired. I only slept for 4 hours yesterday, so I'm going to sleep first. Second update, I'll write it tomorrow morning. Please vote for me, thank you. Wentian's transmigration was also different from Yang Dingtian's. Yang Dingtian's entire body was transmigrated while Wentian's soul possessed the body. Hence, there were 2 souls in a single body. And once 2 souls occupied the same body, the mental reaction would be extremely complicated. Because unlike Dongfang Minmi who was in Yang Dingtian's mind, and unlike Queen Poisa who was in Yang Dingtian's mind, they were merely lodging. And the 2 souls in Wentian's body were the owners of the body. Therefore, not only were there 2 souls fused together, but there would also be a change in the fusion of the 2 souls, evolving into a third mixed personality. 200 years ago, Xianxia didn't manage to defeat his own desires and went to search for the void-rending flame. However, he met Wentian and tragedy befell him. Not only did he lose the void-rending flame, he also lost his own body. In other words, before the previous world-ending war truly began, Wentian was already prepared for failure. He was already planning for the next world-ending war to defeat the primal chaos god. In his chess game, the Earthling Wentian's soul was in charge of the Underworld Empire. The paralyzed Wentian's soul was in charge of the powerful Little Western Paradise. As for Wu Yuming, she was in charge of the human countries in the underworld. Dongli was in charge of the Snakeman Empire that was about to rise. It could be said that once Wentian succeeded, he would control the ultimate authority of the entire underworld. After that, he would lead a few planes to fight against the primal chaos god, completely challenging his own destiny. Hence, Wentian was a terrifying strategist. And now, he had already succeeded by half. The Underworld Empire and Little Western Paradise were both under his control. As for Netherworld, she had already failed. Dongli was on the verge of success. If there were no accidents, he would obtain the void-rending flame and begin his conquest of Queen Xianxia, as well as the Snakeman Empire. Li Ming and that lover of yours were in charge of the last step of your world-ending plan. Did they succeed? Wu Yu asked. What do you mean my lover? Xianxia caressed Wu Yu's face and said, I only have you as my lover. Nihility Piao Ling is the lover of that bookworm from Earth, I don't have much interest in her. Who are you trying to fool? Wu Qiong said in a sweet voice, maybe you're a dirty person who purposely used the name of two souls to play with another woman. In all honesty, I've never touched you, nor have I touched her. Yongxi, Wentian, was speechless. After that, Yongxi, Wentian, sighed, I don't know if Li Ming and Piao Ling's plan will succeed or not. But when they succeed, the world-ending war will truly begin. The chess game that I've been plotting for 200 years will truly begin. Wu Yu gently kissed Yongxi's, Wentian, face and said, I've been unhappy with this world for a very long time. Then, Wu Yu suddenly asked, what do you plan to do about Netherworld? Yongxi, Wentian, sighed and didn't say anything. Yang Dingtian didn't think about anything in his mind. He just took Yarao and Yang Yi and quickly left the Little Western Paradise. After a full day and night, he finally flew to the border of Little Western Paradise. Babies, we are going home. Yang Dingtian hugged Yarao and her son and said softly. In front of them was the boundless sea, which seemed to be the sea shared with the human country's taboo continent. The mountain peak under their feet was the last territory of Little Western Paradise. Yang Dingtian's legs suddenly sprung, and holding Yarao and her son, he directly flew toward the taboo continent sea area. Yarao quietly laid in Yang Dingtian's bosom and looked at his face. Then, she began to be astonished to find that Yang Dingtian's face was rapidly changing. All the appearance of Silent Clan was gradually fading away, and once again changed back to Yang Dingtian's appearance. Suddenly, Yarao let out a long sigh of relief, and couldn't help but kiss his face. Although this Yang Dingtian's face was not very handsome, but she still liked this appearance, and didn't like the appearance of Silent Clan's Jiang Shang. Yang Dingtian flew faster and faster. Soon, he entered a blurred and familiar sea area. Then, he found that the whole sea and the sky began to turn upside down. So, he suspected whether he would enter the taboo continent's spiritual illusion again like before. But he didn't. As he continued to descend, he saw a bizarre space, and a faintly discernible silver door in the light and shadow of the void illusion. Yang Dingtian flew to the door and gently pushed. This huge silver door was effortlessly pushed open. Yang Dingtian brought Yarao and her son into the skull hall. There was no one inside, and it was incomparably quiet. He couldn't help but look at the other 3 doors in the hall. There were a total of 4 doors in the skull hall. The silver door led to Little Western Paradise. The green door led to the human kingdom. Then there were 2 doors left, one was colorless, and the other was black. Which world did these 2 doors lead to? Then, Yang Dingtian's gaze fell on the green door again. He stepped forward and pushed hard, but found that it didn't move at all. The silver door of Little Western Paradise could be pushed open. But the green door of the human kingdom couldn't be pushed open from the inside. Did this mean that the skull hall was protecting the human kingdom? Unless there were humans from the outside world, people from other planes would never be able to enter the human kingdom. Just like the countless undead and Shura powerhouses in the nether plane, they couldn't come to the human kingdom. Otherwise, with the strength of the Little Western Paradise and the nether plane, the human kingdom would have been wiped out countless times. Then, another problem appeared. Who was the first to enter the taboo continent's illusion, enter the skull hall, and open the door to the human kingdom for the first time? Of course, no matter who it was, Yang Dingtian now finally knew why the Nether Sea sent so many powerhouses to completely seal off the taboo continent's sea area. It was because she wanted to completely guard the entrance and exit between several worlds. Perhaps, Wu Yu's mission wasn't in the Nether Sea, nor was it in Wu Yu Ming, but in this world's door. At this moment, the green door of the human kingdom in front of them suddenly opened quickly, and then a figure quickly entered the hall. Sir Yang Dingtian, you guys quickly go out. It seemed to be the voice of the Nether Sea's envoy. Huali Yang Dingtian was stunned, but then he didn't think too much about it. He carried Zhao Rao and Yang Yi, and quickly rushed out of the green door of the human kingdom. As if passing through a space tunnel, after a bizarre light and shadow travel, Yang Dingtian, Yao Rao and her son appeared in the sky above the taboo continent sea area. This time, they had truly returned home, they had truly entered the human kingdom's plane. Carrying Yao Rao and her son, Yang Dingtian quickly flew in the direction of Cloud Sky City. After flying for 1,000 miles, he saw the experts from the Nether Sea blocking the entrance of the sea area. At this moment, there were already more than 10 people. These Nether Seas grandmasters glanced at Yang Dingtian indifferently, without any expression, and allowed Yang Dingtian to quickly fly away. After returning to Cloud Sky City, in the entire valley, Yang Dingtian's family members fell into an unprecedented joy. Yao Rao also let go of all her reservations, and desperately hugged her master's wife, Yan Yan, Ro Er, Mu Liani, Qin Jiao Jiao, and even Wu Maji, whom she hated the most. Then, she hugged Yang Dingtian's babies one by one, and kissed them hard. In the past, when she was in Cloud Sky City, she only treated Yang Dingtian as her family. From now on, she was going to treat everyone here as her family. She was going to treat every child as her own. At this moment, it had already been more than 5 months since Yang Dingtian left Cloud Sky City, almost half a year. Yang Dingtian greedily hugged each of his wives and children. Then, that night, Yang Dingtian fell into complete indulgence, including Yan Yan. As soon as he returned to Cloud Sky City, he received a huge piece of good news. Yan Yan was pregnant. She was indeed pregnant. Originally, Yan Yan was worried that Debao Yangli would be jealous and unhappy. Who knew that the little guy was so excited, shouting for his younger brother or sister to come out quickly every day. This way, his team would have one more person. It would even be best if each mother gave birth to a few children. This way, he could take care of dozens of people, and he would really have a strong army. With all his wives, he indulged crazily. In the end, he hugged Yan Yan, whose belly was already big, and fell asleep. He gently stroked her belly, greedily enjoying the happiness in front of him. No matter what, he did it. He fulfilled his promise. He brought Yao Rao and Yang Yibaobao home. The next day, Dongfang Minmi and Qin Wanzhou came together to visit. Yang Dingtian's return made them heave a long sigh of relief. They finally smiled for the first time in half a year. Dongfang Minmi hugged a thick stack of documents. He wanted to report everything that had happened in the past half a month in detail. Yang Dingtian reached out to stop them and said, "Master, I won't listen to it first. I have things on my mind that I want to think clearly. I feel that the matters in Little Western Paradise are not over yet." A trace of worry flashed in Dongfang Minmi's eyes. Then, he put away the documents and said, "Okay." Yang Dingtian said, "Master, play a game of chess with me and clear my mind. Then, I will start to really think. I want to think clearly about everything in Little Western Paradise." "Okay." Dongfang Minmi sat down and played chess with Yang Dingtian. As for Qin Wanzhou, he sat at the side and watched the game carefully. After a game of chess, Dongfang Minmi and Qin Wanzhou left. Then, Yang Dingtian went to the quiet mountain peak alone. He sat cross-legged under the vast sky and started to think in all directions for the first time. He wanted to think about everything in Little Western Paradise. Why did he have to think? Logically speaking, Little Western Paradise's current situation was perfect. Xianxia had once again taken control of Little Western Paradise and was once again on the path of art and culture. It would not be long before it lost its threat to the human countries. That extremely terrifying Yao Qi was already dead. Moreover, he had successfully brought Yao Rao and her son back. Then, why did he still feel uneasy? That's right. Yang Dingtian was very uneasy, even extremely uneasy. He felt even more uneasy than when Wu Yu went to kill Yao Li. The result of that uneasiness was that he had completely fallen into Yao Qi's trap and almost killed Dongfang Bingling and Wu Yu. This time, the uneasiness was almost 10 times, no, 100 times. Then, even though he had successfully returned to Cloud Sky City, he did not feel relaxed at all. It was as if the whole world was quickly falling into the enemy's hands. Then, what was the source of this uneasiness? Yang Dingtian wanted to find this point. Was it because of Jia? This ambitious person stayed in the center of power? It was definitely not because of this. Even if Jia wanted to cause trouble, she would have to wait at least 100 or 200 years. Moreover, he believed that Xianxia could control her. Was it because of the space-splitting fire? After all, there was another important reason for going to Little Western Paradise, which was to obtain the space-splitting fire. After thinking for a long time, Yang Dingtian felt that the source of his uneasiness might be the space-splitting fire. However, Yang Dingtian still felt that it was not the case. Because, he was also a person who was not happy with external gains and did not feel sad for himself. He did not really care about the gains and losses of the space-splitting fire. Just as he said, it was his fortune to obtain it, but it was his fate to lose it. Then, what was the source of his uneasiness, when he was in Little Western Paradise, and even when he was quickly leaving Little Western Paradise, he did not think about this question at all. More accurately, he did not dare to think about this question. Then, why did he not dare to think about it? When did his uneasiness start? Yang Dingtian began to recall. It was like a movie, frame by frame. After Yao Qi died, he negotiated with Yao Nu, Yao Li, and finally stabilized the situation in Little Western Paradise. At this time, he did not feel uneasy. Yes, I remember, I found it. It was when he was about to leave Little Western Paradise, or more accurately, when he was about to leave Silver Palace, that he started to feel uneasy. Then, did it start when he said goodbye to Jia? Or when he said goodbye to Yongxi? Yes, it started when he said goodbye to Yongxi. Was it because of one of Yongxi's actions, one of his eyes, or one of his sentences? Yang Dingtian began to organize every sentence of Yongxi's. Every sentence of his was very normal, and there was no uneasiness. It was because of one of his actions. Oh, right. When Yang Dingtian turned around, Yongxi used his hands to turn the wheelchair, wanting to change direction and return to the bedroom. When he reached out his hands to turn the wheels of the wheelchair. However, this was not a real wheelchair. The wheels were very small, like a larger pram. It could not be turned on its own. At that time, Yang Dingtian felt that this action was a little abrupt. Then, it seemed to evoke a certain image in his mind, and he began to feel uneasy. Little Western Paradise did not have a real wheelchair. It was just like a pram. Yang Dingtian was very clear about this, because he had pretended to be paralyzed for many months. Yongxi's movements were very skillful, as if he had been paralyzed for a very long time, and had sat in a real wheelchair for a very long time. However, Yongxi had never been paralyzed before. The image that Yang Dingtian evoked was a scene from The Legend of the Demon King Wendian. Before Wendian was 23 years old, he was paralyzed in bed. Hence, he even designed a wheelchair for himself that he could sit in and control. Wendian had been paralyzed for a long time, and he had been in a wheelchair for a long time. Right. It was this detail that caused him to feel extremely uneasy. Instantly, Yang Dingtian trembled violently. When he thought of this scene, the uneasiness in his heart seemed to have been poked, and it instantly exploded. After that, his entire body and mind sank into a huge sense of danger. It was a feeling that all the hair on his body stood up, and all the pores on his body opened up with all their might. It was as though all the pores on his body were desperately trying to breathe. Yang Dingtian began to pant loudly. In his mind, an incomparably terrifying and absurd thought suddenly appeared. Next, Yang Dingtian racked his brains, unleashing his boundless imagination to the maximum. This Yongxi? Could it be the Demon King Wendian, because Wendian's transmigration was a transmigration of his soul? In other words, there were two souls in one body. The Earthling soul controlled the netherworld plane, and he even spoke a sentence in English. As for the Wendian of this primal chaos world, he was paralyzed in bed for a long time. Hence, he was constantly thinking. Hence, he possessed extremely terrifying intelligence and schemes. If not, Yao Qi wouldn't have died under his scheme. Yang Dingtian knew one thing. Before the Demon King Wendian died, he used the spatial rending flame to escape. In other words, 200 years ago, Wendian obtained the spatial rending flame. In that case, how did he obtain it? And 300 years ago, Yongxi met the speechless race. That speechless race brought him into a deep state of meditation. In the illusion of meditation, Yongxi obtained the spatial rending flame. Perhaps, this was the source of information regarding the spatial rending flame in this world. In that case, if Yongxi couldn't defeat his own physical body, he went to search for the spatial rending flame. And then, he coincidentally met Wendian. Wendian snatched away his spatial rending flame, and one of the souls took over his body. Yongxi was the Demon King Wendian. Wendian snatched away his spatial rending flame and took over his body. Yang Dingtian first assumed that this conjecture was true. In that case, once this conjecture was established, he would be able to deduce the true location of the spatial rending flame, because the location where the Demon King Wendian and Yongxi coincidentally met was the location where the spatial rending flame bloomed. In that case, where would the Demon King Wendian and Xianxia coincidentally meet? There weren't many places here, definitely not many, because these were two completely different planes of existence. Yang Dingtian quickly took out the Legend of the Demon King Wendian from his interspatial ring. He began to read carefully. 200 years ago, the Demon King Wendian was in the midst of the world-ending war. In other words, where did he go 200 years ago? What was his goal? The content recorded in the book wasn't detailed, it only said that on the eve of the world-ending war, Wendian suddenly disappeared. He had completely disappeared. Even his deputy couldn't sense his aura at all. Closing the book, Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and began to ponder. The spatial rending flame bloomed at the boundary of the void. The boundary of the void was a primal chaos world that had been destroyed a long, long time ago. It had been completely occupied by the dark matter. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's mind lit up. He might know where the void crack flame had bloomed. He also knew where the Demon King Wendian met Xianxia. Note, second update, please give me monthly votes, bosses. There was only one place where humans and demonic foxes could meet. That was the common entrance of the few worlds, the Hall of Skulls, that's right. Yang Dingtian guessed that the space-splitting fire was in the Hall of Skulls. Of course, to be precise, it was in the world behind one of the two doors in the hall. There were 4 doors in the Hall of Skulls. The green door represented the current human countries, while the silver door represented the Little Western Paradise. Then, one of the colorless and black doors must represent the space-splitting border. Previously, Yang Dingtian didn't dare to make such a guess because he didn't understand the Little Western Paradise. Now, he understood that the so-called dark material lands at the space-splitting border were all dead lands after the worlds were destroyed. The Little Western Paradise was also the result of the last space-splitting war. Then, it basically proved that the 4 doors represented different stages of the worlds. However, he didn't know whether the black door represented the space-splitting border or the colorless one. But according to Yang Dingtian's conjecture, the land at the void border was completely black. Therefore, it should be a world that had completely died. Therefore, the void border should be behind the black door. Then, the void crack flame would be born there. But there was another problem. If Xianxia was Wendian, and Wendian had obtained the space-splitting fire before, and the entrance to the space-splitting fire was in the Hall of Skulls. Then, why did Princess Mudan and Dongli enter the Little Western Paradise? Why did they want to cooperate with Xiaoqi? Why did they want Xiaoqi to give up the space-splitting fire? Dongli could just wait in the Hall of Skulls for the space-splitting fire to bloom. He didn't need Xiaoqi at all. Also, Xiaoqi didn't know where the real space-splitting fire was. Evil Ways only needed to work with Wu Yu to seal the 2 entrances of the Hall of Skulls. Dongli could just wait in the Hall of Skulls. Then, no one would be able to snatch the space-splitting fire. They didn't need to enter the Little Western Paradise. Unless, before this, Wendian didn't tell Dongli about the secret of the void fire. He let Mudan and Dongli enter the Little Western Paradise just to save Xianxia and help him kill Xiaoqi. In that case, everything made sense. And now, it seemed that Wu Yu had known about it all along. That was because she had sealed off the entrance to the Taboo Continent's ocean. Moreover, when Xiaoqi had the Chinese characters that he had obtained from Yang Dingtian's brain, Wu Yu had also found a Chinese character annotation book for him. Even when Xiaoqi asked Wu Yu to kill Yaoli, she did. In short, Wu Yu did everything he could to lure Xiaoqi into his trap. He wanted to cooperate with Xianxia Wendian to kill Xiaoqi. And now, Xiaoqi had been successfully killed. Wendian Eternal Life regained control of the Little Western Paradise. In that case, the suspense for Yang Dingtian now was, who would Wendian give this void-rend flame to? Would it be Mudan or Dongli? Moreover, Xiaoqi had said that she obtained the void-rend flame in order to obtain the treasures of the Naga Empire. The Demon King Wendian had already obtained the void-rend flame? Then, did he obtain the treasures of the Naga Empire? Or did he not have time to explore the ruins of the Naga Empire? From the looks of it, in order to let Dongli create the darkness mystic flame and conquer the Naga Empire, it was more likely that Wendian had given the void-rend flame to Dongli. Then, there was another question, when would the real void-rend flame bloom? Had it bloomed already? Yang Dingtian immediately flipped through the legend of the Demon King Wendian to see if he could deduce the time when the void-rend flame would bloom from the contents. he could deduce that after the demon king Wendian had obtained the void-rend flame and allowed one of the souls to possess Xianxia's body, he would not have entered the little western paradise. This was because the Great War of Extinction was about to erupt. Therefore, looking at the records of when Wendian appeared in the world again, he could roughly deduce. In the book, Yang Dingtian noticed that the demon king Wendian had disappeared for quite some time. When he appeared again, it was 200 years ago on the 19th of April, and today was the 15th of April. The question now was, did Wendian return to the human countries immediately after devouring the void-rend flame? Or did he hide for a few more days? But one thing was for sure. Either the void-rend flame had bloomed, or it had not bloomed yet. It would have bloomed within 4 days, then, could he make a further deduction? At that time, the fake information that Xianxia gave Yaoqi was 79 days and 89 days. The ending number was 9. Was it Xianxia's preference, or did it represent the real information about the void-rend flame? Now, it had been almost a month since Yaoqi's death. To be precise, it had been 28 days. If the ending number of 9 days and 2 hours were real, then, it meant that the void-rend flame would bloom at 3:30 in the afternoon the day after tomorrow. Of course, all of this came from Yang Dingtian's wild imagination. It was all speculation. Of course, he would not enter the Great Skull Hall based on this speculation. If he dared to take such a risk, his brain must have been flooded with water. It was very possible that the ending number of 79 days and 89 days was just Xianxia's nonsense. In short, if the void-rend flame had not bloomed yet, it could bloom every second now. Therefore, if Yang Dingtian's speculation was true, then he had to leave. He had to go to the Taboo Continent Sea region and enter the Great Skull Hall in the shortest time possible. The Taboo Continent Sea region was tens of thousands of miles away from here. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian did not even return to Cloud Sky City. He directly rode on the Demon Vulture King and flew towards the Taboo Continent Sea region. Moreover, he let the Demon Vulture King fly to a height of more than 20,000 meters. He must not let anyone see him on the way. Just like that, 12 hours later, Yang Dingtian rode on the Demon Vulture King and arrived at a height of 2,000 miles above the Taboo Continent Sea region. Then, Yang Dingtian let the Demon Vulture King return. He used his invisibility Xian skill and demon spirit mist cloak to fly the last 2,000 miles alone. Soon, Yang Dingtian arrived at the entrance of the Taboo Continent Sea region and saw more than a dozen experts from the Sea of Hades blocking the defensive line. Of course, this so-called blockade existed in name only for Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian used his invisibility Xian skill and demon spirit mist cloak to pass through easily. Then, he entered the world reversal with ease and entered the Taboo Continent's spiritual illusion realm. He still entered the 6th world of the Taboo Continent and once again flew in the opposite direction in the void environment. His speed exceeded the speed of the illusory void boundary and directly caused a logical error in the illusion realm. He successfully woke up from the illusion realm and appeared in the Skull Hall. At this moment, the entire hall was still empty. Almost immediately, Yang Dingtian used his invisibility Xian skill again and then sat down cross-legged in a corner that was difficult for ordinary people to reach. Yang Dingtian, who was sitting cross-legged while invisible, had a trace of doubt in his heart. If the entrance of the void-splitting fire was really in the Skull Hall and had not bloomed yet, then Dongli should be sitting here and waiting now. Could it be that he swaggered in and waited for 2 hours before the Xian flame bloomed? He was not that awesome. Had the time for the void-splitting fire bloomed yet? Was it here or not? Did Wendian give the void-splitting fire to Dongli? In fact, was Xianxia Wendian? Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged while invisible. His heart was in a mess. He began to think hard about the logical relationship between all these things. Just like this, Yang Dingtian sat there while invisible and did not move at all. If Dongli or the others entered this hall within 3 days, then it meant that Yang Dingtian's speculation was true. If Dongli or the others did not appear, whether it was the colorless door or the black door, it meant that Yang Dingtian's speculation was false. If that was the case, Yang Dingtian would truly lose the void-rending flame. Time passed by minute by minute. Yang Dingtian waited quietly while invisible. 2 hours. 4 hours. 8 hours. 10 hours. 16 hours. 20 hours. 24 hours. An entire day and night had passed and the Skull Hall was still silent. No one entered or left. Yang Dingtian could not help but become more and more suspicious of his own speculation. What the hell, was the entrance to the void-splitting fire here or not? Could it be that it had bloomed long ago, and had been devoured by that pervert Dongli? Perhaps, that pervert Dongli had already pushed Queen Xianxia. If that was the case, it would be a complete tragedy. Just as Yang Dingtian was becoming more and more suspicious and confused. Suddenly, the silver door slowly opened, 2 figures walked in, one was Princess Mudan and the other was Dongli. Yang Dingtian immediately lowered his gaze. Although Princess Mudan's figure was incomparably graceful and moving, he did not dare to look, nor could he look, because, although Yang Dingtian was completely invisible now, his gaze was also a type of energy. The current Princess Mudan was already very, very powerful. She was already a half-saint. If he looked at her with his eyes, she might find out. Therefore, not only did Yang Dingtian not look, but he closed his eyes slightly, then, he completely sealed his entire energy sea, not allowing any energy aura to leak out. Of course, he was still too careful. His invisibility technique was a true spatial isolation. Other than the undead, the living could not see or sense him at all. There are still a few hours before the door opens. You just wait here. The entrance to the human countries is blocked and guarded by the experts of the Netherworld Sea. I will guard the entrance to the Little Western Paradise's silver door. This way, no one can enter the Skull Hall. Princess Mudan said. Dongli said, thank you. Then, the silver door was opened from the outside by a demon fox. Mudan walked out of the silver door and entered the Little Western Paradise directly. The silver door closed again. Mudan was guarding outside the door, not allowing anyone to enter. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief and was filled with joy. The entrance to the space-splitting fire was indeed here. It seemed that his guess was correct. Moreover, his intelligence was not bad. He could even tell that something was wrong when Xianxia pushed the wheelchair. He had been fighting with Yao Qi for a few months. Although he had been losing, he had learned a lot. Especially when Yao Qi had deduced that Xianxia had set a trap for him from Xianxi's willing to kill Yao Li. This left a deep impression on Yang Dingtian. This time, Yang Dingtian was able to deduce that something was wrong with Xianxi's identity because of Yao Qi's contribution. Moreover, Yao Qi, who was so powerful, had died while Xianxia had survived. The probability of this happening was very low. This meant that Xianxia was definitely extremely terrifying. In the Little Western Paradise, Yang Dingtian did not even think about this problem. However, he still felt that Xianxia was not simple. Therefore, when Xianxia had moved the wheelchair slightly, he had felt a huge sense of abruptness and uneasiness. This had allowed him to discover a flaw and start to suspect his identity. In the past, Yang Dingtian would not have been so sensitive. These few months of dangerous and frightening days had given Yang Dingtian incomparable tempering. Since he had confirmed that the entrance to the space-splitting fire was here, the next step was simple. Firstly, he had the demonic spirit fog cloak, which could make him invisible. Moreover, Dongli's eyes were already blind. Therefore, when the entrance opened, he would be able to enter at the fastest speed possible. By then, even Dongli would not be able to discover his existence. Then, he would be able to obtain the second mysterious flame in the world, the space-splitting fire. Note, the first update is for you. The second update is still to be written tomorrow morning. I have to adjust my daily routine. I will sleep early and wake up early every day. Hopefully, I will succeed this time. Dongli's eyes were still 2 black holes. Suddenly, he started to walk around the hall, reaching out to touch the doors, the statues, and the surrounding walls. He even started to prick his ears and sniff his nose. Yang Dingtian immediately held his breath, wishing he could seal all the pores on his body. Could it be that after being blinded, his other senses had become so powerful? Even Yang Dingtian, who was in an isolated space, could sense it. After Dongli walked 1 full round, as if he didn't discover anything, he walked in front of the black door, sat down, and waited quietly. It turned out that he didn't discover anything, but after being blinded, because he couldn't see, he was filled with uncertainty about the surrounding space. He needed to feel around to feel at ease. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt that compared to Hades, this Dongli was indeed more like an ordinary person, and not like a top expert. But thinking about it, Hades' mission was to go against God's spokesperson. And Dongli's mission was to conquer the Naga race, but to put it bluntly, he was in charge of women. It should be quite difficult to pin hopes on a man who was in charge of women to possess the inner constitution and temperament of a top expert. Even after being blinded, Dongli's weak side had already started to emerge. He had always felt that he was a very charming man, so even though he knew that he couldn't touch Princess Mudan, he still instinctively displayed his charm to her, and every time, he would try his best to let the two of them spend more time together. And after being blinded, every time he was with Mudan, he hoped that Mudan would leave quickly. Just like when Mudan left, he instinctively heaved a sigh of relief. However, Dongli actually worried too much. After being blinded, his charm in front of ordinary women was greatly reduced, but it was completely different in front of Queen Xianxia. Because at Queen Xianxia's level, what she cared about was a kind of smell, and not even temperament. Just like this, Dongli sat quietly in front of the black door. And Yang Dingtian sat in the corner of the hall behind him, invisible, observing him instantly, using an emotionless gaze to observe him. The entire hall fell into absolute silence. Only the sound of Dongli's breathing and heartbeat were left. Because Yang Dingtian was in an isolated space, no sound could be heard. For some reason, time seemed to have become especially long. When Yang Dingtian was waiting here alone, time didn't seem to be that slow. Moreover, it was his first time observing a person so carefully. Dongli's current state of mind was filled with uneasiness. His heart was beating very quickly. But his state of mind was also filled with excitement and anticipation, but there was also a kind of depression and disappointment. He didn't know if it was because of his blindness. But his uneasiness was his uneasiness. Because he was sitting cross-legged, waiting quietly. If it were any other time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to sit for a few days and nights. But at this moment, every once in a while, his ears would prick up, and he would suddenly turn his head. Even though his eyes were already blind, and he couldn't see anything. But he would still wave his hand, as if there was someone behind him. Yang Dingtian believed that this was definitely not his intuition. It was uneasiness, a strong uneasiness. Just like this, time passed by minute. Dongli was waiting for the door to open, and Yang Dingtian was observing Dongli. There was a feeling that a person was locked in a special room. The walls of the room were made of glass, so the person inside couldn't see the outside, but the person outside could see the inside. And the person inside was deeply aware of this. Therefore, any emotion he had would be magnified and catalyzed. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel some sympathy for Dongli. Of course, Dongli's eyes were dug out by Yang Dingtian, so he deserved it. Another 100 times, Yang Dingtian would do the same, and even more ruthlessly. Yang Dingtian's sympathy was just an instinctive reaction of a kind person. But no matter what, in this special environment. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. 6 hours passed. 8 hours passed. Dongli became more and more restless, and even affected Yang Dingtian to become a little irritable. Was the door still going to be opened? Was the void-splitting fire really here, at this moment? Suddenly, Yang Dingtian saw that the engravings on the black door suddenly released a ray of light. Yang Dingtian noticed that there were incomparably gorgeous engravings on the black door. It was just that they were all black, so he couldn't see them clearly. At this moment, the engravings kept lighting up, as if they were being written and engraved again. The dazzling light continued to spread throughout the entire door, causing the entire black door to shine. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Did this mean that the black door could be opened, but it still needed someone to push it? However, Dongli was blind and couldn't see the light on the door at all. Moreover, he was extremely restless at this time and couldn't feel it. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt helpless. If Dongli didn't push the door open, should he push it open? This is not good. Dongli will definitely find out. Once he finds out, he will fight with his life. Although Dongli was blind, he was still a 9-star 9th grade grandmaster, which was similar to Yu Ming's cultivation. The current Yang Dingtian was probably still not a match for him. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was burning with anxiety and said to Dongli in his heart, "Go open the door, why are you in a daze?" He definitely didn't hear the call in Yang Dingtian's heart. Dongli took out an hourglass from his arms and put it to his ear to listen, confirming that the sand had flowed out. Suddenly, he quickly got up, touched the black door with both hands, and then pushed it open with force. Sure enough, the black door was easily opened. Then, a terrifying aura of death suddenly poured into the hall. This terrifying aura of death even suddenly turned into a gust of wind. A gloomy and dark smell instantly filled the entire hall. Dongli stood at the door, his body trembling, but he didn't step in. Yang Dingtian could understand because he was blind. At this time, behind the door was a completely unfamiliar world. Just like a normal blind person in an unfamiliar house, he didn't dare to step out at first because he didn't know if there would be a cliff below after opening the door. Yang Dingtian wasn't blind, but he couldn't see the world behind the black door. Because from here, it was completely dark, even darker than the previously closed door, so it gave people the feeling that the door wasn't open. He took a deep breath. Yang Dingtian got up and circulated his qi. Whoosh, he directly passed by Dongli's side like lightning. His speed was extremely fast, and he was still in the isolated space. Yang Dingtian directly rushed into the world behind the black door. Dongli shouldn't have felt it, but he still instinctively turned his head. Previously, when Yang Dingtian passed by the experts of the Netherworld Sea, more than a dozen Netherworld Sea Grandmasters didn't feel it. And Dongli actually felt it. It could be seen that after a person's eyes were blind, their inexplicable perception would become very sharp. His face seemed to be slightly uneasy. After a little hesitation, Dongli took a step toward the world behind the door and walked in. At this time, Yang Dingtian was in absolute darkness. That's right, it was absolute darkness. Endless darkness. The sky was completely dark, because whether it was the sun, the moon, or the stars, they couldn't emit light here. The world inside was very, very, very big. Yang Dingtian didn't know how to describe it, because it was complete darkness, so he didn't know how big this world was. But he could feel the emptiness and silence, and he could tell that this world was very, very, very big. If Yang Dingtian guessed correctly, this dark world would be more than 10 billion square kilometers, which was dozens of times the current Chaos World. After all, these were all dead chaos worlds that had been destroyed. In the science of modern Earth, the universe was full of dead planets. After many stars died, they would gradually become white dwarfs, and finally dark stars, and even black holes. These dwarfs were constantly collapsing, and their density was infinitely increasing. And currently, more than 90% of the chaos world had died. More than 90% of the world had become dark matter. The Little Western Paradise was the product of the last great destruction. And the human kingdom and the Dongli grassland were the only remaining land in the chaos world. Thinking of this, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but shudder. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian took a step forward and continued to go deeper into this dark world. Strange, his body was getting heavier and heavier. Although for Yang Dingtian, it wasn't difficult to walk. However, the deeper he went, the heavier it became, and the gravity was increasing. This dead dark world was really collapsing. It was really like those dead planets in the universe, gradually becoming dwarfs. Just now, when Yang Dingtian just came in, he didn't feel much, but the deeper he looked, the higher the gravity. Then, in the deepest part of the dark world, how many times the gravity was, only ghosts knew. Of course, if this was the case, it meant that the area of the dark world wouldn't be as big as 10 billion square kilometers, because it was shrinking. But, if this was still possible. After a part of this world died, it was constantly collapsing and shrinking, while the other part of the world was still intact. What kind of power was it that had separated them? But at this time, Yang Dingtian didn't have the mood to explore the gravity in the depths of the dark world. He wanted to find where the void-splitting fire would bloom. Obviously, this answer wasn't difficult. Because not far to the west, there was a boundless void border. That was the border of the dark world. Yang Dingtian didn't have to spend too much effort to walk over. In fact, at this time, Dongli was not far from him, also walking towards the endless void border. However, this damned world of darkness was a vacuum. There was no air, so no sound could be made. And it was absolutely dark, so no figure could be seen. So, when Dongli passed by him, neither of them noticed the other. That's right, Yang Dingtian also didn't notice Dongli. Until he reached the border of the abyss, Yang Dingtian saw Dongli again by the light and shadow of the abyss. This was the edge of the dark world. In front of him was the bottomless and endless abyss border. It was almost the same as the scene under the endless peak last time, but it was countless times bigger, tens of thousands of times, hundreds of thousands of times, millions of times. Yang Dingtian knew that there were actually many void borders in this world. Because the dark world was also irregular, there were many places that bordered other worlds. The last time at the endless peak, he saw one of them. However, these void borders gave off a feeling of being in another world. Therefore, almost no one had ever seen or entered them before. And here was the largest void border. Of course, there was another kind of abyss border. Demon spirits and even night owls lived there. Although Yang Dingtian had never been to those places. But many people had been to evil ways. That place was at the edge of the current chaotic world, and there was no need to pass through any space door. So to be precise, that was the border of the current life continent. And here was the border of the death world. In the small void border under the endless peak, Yang Dingtian could still see many energy creatures. At the border of this huge void, there were no longer any energy creatures. Even energy creatures couldn't survive in this place. Therefore, the huge void border in front of him was exactly the same as the one under the endless peak, but there was no life. There was only surging light, and strange shadows, full of mysterious and terrifying science fiction. Then the question came, would the way the void crack fire bloomed here be exactly the same as under the endless peak? Soon, Yang Dingtian saw the answer. It was exactly the same. A pale flame suddenly appeared at the abyss border. It was still a dazzling snow-white flame. Then, this white flame continued to expand. Then, it began to split. One black, one white. One flower became two flowers became four flowers. Just like that, it kept splitting, and splitting. Everything was the same, only the speed was different. The speed of the void crack fire here was extremely shocking. In the end, the entire abyss border, it was unknown whether it was tens of thousands of miles or hundreds of thousands of miles of void border, was filled with black and white flames. It blocked all the strange shadows in the abyss. It was unknown whether it was tens of thousands of miles or hundreds of thousands of miles of abyss, all of it was burning with flames. Finally, these flames stopped splitting, then, the black and white flames began to merge. It was exactly the same as the situation under the endless peak, but the scale was hundreds of thousands of times, millions of times larger. But at that time, Yaoqi jumped down and died. Now, would Yang Dingtian jump? Note, in the process of adjusting my schedule, I went to bed at 11 p.m. last night, but woke up countless times in the middle, and finally woke up at 11 p.m. But I only slept for 5 hours. That's why I only updated the second update now, but I will continue to adjust my schedule. The countless black and white flames below continued to merge and fuse. Then, the whole scene became extremely strange and complicated. The color of the flame kept changing, and then gradually became transparent. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes wide. He wanted to find the slightest difference from the bottom of endless eternal peak. But he failed. The scene before him was exactly the same as the bottom of endless eternal peak. It was just that the scale was tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of times bigger. Therefore, at a glance, the entire border of the abyss, which spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers, had become sparkling and translucent. The scene was truly shocking. But the question was, would Yang Dingtian jump? Yang Dingtian faced the same problem as Yaoqi. But the situation before him was even worse. Yaoqi was thinking, what if it was Teacher Yongxi's trap? Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian had already witnessed the scene of Yaoqi jumping down to her death. Now, Yang Dingtian truly understood Yaoqi's feelings back then. Once he retreated, once he didn't jump, he would lose the chance to obtain the void fire forever. But, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that he would lose the chance to know the answer forever. Hence, even though Yaoqi had a hunch that it might be Teacher Yongxi's trap, he still jumped down. Then, he died. So, how should Yang Dingtian choose? He had once said something, or rather, he had quoted someone else's words. It wasn't that he couldn't gamble with his life, but he had to gamble when he had no way out. He had to gamble when he was in a hopeless situation. So, was he in a hopeless situation? Of course, it could also be said that Xiaoqi had died because the border of the abyss was too small. The border of the abyss was huge, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of times bigger. But didn't that mean that he would die more easily? Should he jump? If he jumped, he might die. If he didn't, he would lose, forever. Then, Dongli had already walked forward towards the end of the border of the abyss. He was getting closer and closer. Although he couldn't see, he could feel time. The boundless void fire below continued to become transparent. It became more and more transparent. In the end, it was no longer a sparkling and translucent crystal, but a complete void. There was nothing, transparent to the extreme. Dongli was already at the edge of the abyss. He took a deep breath and prepared to jump down. If Yang Dingtian didn't jump, Dongli would jump. Brother Xiaoqi, now I truly understand your state of mind. Even if he knows that it's a fatal trap, he might still jump in, Yang Dingtian thought to himself. Then, he gritted his teeth and jumped into the endless abyss. Yang Dingtian was not dead. This was extremely strange. It was clearly exactly the same as below the endless eternal peak, just that the scale was countless times larger. Perhaps it was even more transparent, reaching the extreme of nothingness. However, Xiaoqi died as soon as she jumped down. And Yang Dingtian jumped down, safe and sound. The moment he jumped down, he had a very mysterious feeling, as if he had traveled through time and space. He continued to fall, fall. He had no idea how deep he had fallen. When he finally stopped, he realized that he was in a very mysterious illusion. It was as if he was in a transparent house, a house that was absolutely transparent. As the walls were extremely transparent, it didn't feel like there were any walls, but he could still feel its existence. The house was dark and there was no light in it. However, the transparent thing seemed to give him a feeling of brightness, so he fell into a very contradictory situation. In short, the room gave Yang Dingtian a feeling that it was extremely sealed and safe. It was as if as long as he hid inside, even if the world was destroyed, even if the universe exploded, he would be safe and sound. However, the most important thing was, could this be considered as swallowing the space-splitting fire? Why didn't he feel anything? There wasn't any mysterious fire in his body, and his cultivation didn't increase at all. Moreover, how the hell was he going to get out of here? At this moment, whoosh, a white flame appeared in front of Yang Dingtian's eyes. Looking at it from such a close distance, although the white flame was strange, it was quite beautiful. Moreover, it instantly lit up the room that was filled with a mysterious feeling. Then, a black flame lit up beside it. Of course, it was also thanks to the existence of the white flame that Yang Dingtian discovered the black flame. Then, the black and white flames started to mix. From black to white, to gray, and finally to transparent. Yes, it was extremely transparent. How to describe it? It was like a space door. As if it was completely independent of this world. As it was extremely pure and transparent, there was a boundary between it and the surroundings. It turned out that the so-called swallowing space-splitting fire wasn't the one that swallowed the entire border of the abyss, but this one. There was a feeling of I'm only going to drink 1 out of 3,000. Then, how should he swallow it? Moreover, the strange thing was that if it was in the past, the dark mysterious fire would have been restless. To it, the heaven and earth mysterious fire was a perfect tonic, and the dark mysterious fire treated it as its life. However, at this moment, the black-green mysterious fire was dormant in the depths of Yang Dingtian's energy reserve, and it didn't move at all, as if it wasn't interested in the space-splitting fire in front of it at all. Yang Dingtian's gaze fell on the seemingly invisible space-splitting fire, and he was puzzled. How should he swallow it? Such a small space-splitting fire should be the same as the million-spirit demonic fire and the demon-spirit demonic fire. Therefore, Yang Dingtian carefully injected a stream of mysterious qi. Huff! Instantly, the space-splitting fire in front of him stretched out its head and connected with Yang Dingtian's mysterious qi directly. Boom! Then, an endless amount of energy suddenly exploded. In an instant, it filled the entire special room. Then, all the entrances of Yang Dingtian's mysterious meridians were completely opened. This endless amount of space-splitting fire energy crazily poured into Yang Dingtian's mysterious meridians and into his energy reserve. Such a crazy level of energy was even many times more powerful than the demon spirit demonic fire. At the moment when the endless amount of energy poured in, Yang Dingtian's body disappeared instantly. It was as if his entire body had disappeared in an instant, leaving only his consciousness. Then, his energy reserve expanded crazily, almost instantly, his entire divine sense sank into nothingness. Because he had broken through to the 8-star Great Grandmaster. Then, just a few minutes later, his energy reserve expanded crazily again. Boom! His energy reserve exploded again, and his entire body and divine sense sank into nothingness again. Yang Dingtian broke through again and became a 9-star Great Grandmaster. Every small level after 9-star Great Grandmaster and 9-star Great Grandmaster would become extremely difficult. Going from a 9-star first-class Great Grandmaster to a 9-star second-class Great Grandmaster was no less than going from a 1-star Great Grandmaster to a 2-star Great Grandmaster. Then, the amount of energy needed to go from a 9-star first-class Great Grandmaster to a 9-star second-class Great Grandmaster might exceed that of a 1-star Great Grandmaster to a 2-star Great Grandmaster. After breaking through to the 9-star Great Grandmaster, the endless amount of energy crazily poured into Yang Dingtian's energy reserve. In just a quarter of an hour, it filled Yang Dingtian's entire energy reserve. Yang Dingtian's energy reserve expanded again. Boom! Very forcefully, it entered nothingness again. Yang Dingtian broke through to the 9-star first-class Great Grandmaster, then, endless energy crazily poured in again. A quarter of an hour later, Yang Dingtian broke through to the 9-star second-class Great Grandmaster. In this way, the time needed to break through each level began to double, and the energy needed also began to double. Yang Dingtian was right about one thing, but also wrong about another. After passing the 9-star Great Grandmaster, the increase of each level was far more than the increase of 1 to 2 stars, or even 2 to 9 stars from 8 stars. The amount of energy needed to break through each small level was an astronomical figure. However, the increase in combat effectiveness was not that exaggerated. It was not as fast as when breaking through to the stars. Because at this time, the entire energy reserve was crazily accumulating energy to prepare for breaking through to the half-saint. In this way, Yang Dingtian crazily devoured the energy of the void-cracking fire in this completely independent room. He kept breaking through and leveling up. 9-star second class. 9-star third class. 9-star fourth class. 9-star fifth class. 9-star sixth class. 9-star seventh class. 9-star eighth class. 9-star ninth class. Every time he leveled up, the time and energy needed increased exponentially. The time needed to reach the final 9-star ninth class could even be said to be very long. Moreover, after breaking through to the 9-star ninth class, although he was still crazily devouring the energy of the void-cracking fire, however, the entire energy reserve seemed to have become a bottomless pit. No matter how much energy entered, it did not have the slightest reaction. It did not even tremble a little. It was as if the entire energy reserve had become a funnel. It was not that the energy of the void-cracking fire was not enough, but next, there would be endless 9-star ninth-class Great Grandmasters. Infinite, it just could not break through to the half-saint. In order to break through to the half-saint, there must be a qualitative change. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was not surprised at this result. In the past, every time he devoured the mysterious fire, Yang Dingtian could not estimate how much his cultivation would break through. But at this time, when he devoured the void-cracking fire, Yang Dingtian could easily know how much he would break through. It was a 9-star ninth-class Great Grandmaster. Previously, Yang Dingtian was even worried that he would not be able to reach this level. However, the energy of the void-cracking fire was far more powerful than he had imagined. It easily allowed him to break through to the 9-star ninth-class Great Grandmaster. However, the remaining energy disappeared without a trace as if it had entered a funnel. Then, he did not know when. Yang Dingtian could not feel the energy of the void-cracking fire pouring in, but it did not seem that its energy had been exhausted and disappeared. It was because it kept pouring in, but the energy reserve did not feel anything, nor did it splash any ripples. Therefore, he instinctively felt as if the influx had stopped. However, Yang Dingtian still did not move at all. He just sat there quietly, motionless. Then, time seemed to have come to a standstill. Or, it was flowing away quickly, but Yang Dingtian fell into a state of silence, as if he was asleep, but also not asleep. After an unknown period of time, in short, Yang Dingtian woke up. At this time, he was no longer in that mysterious room, nor was he at the edge of the abyss. Instead, he was sitting on the dark matter continent of death. It was really strange. He was clearly in the abyss just now. Why did he appear on the dark matter continent of death now? Did his body move after devouring the void-cracking fire? Yang Dingtian could not help but look up. At first glance, he saw the edge of the abyss, about 100 miles ahead. The endless abyss border. Yang Dingtian understood. The place where he was at the edge of the abyss last time. However, it was completely dead now and had become the dark matter continent. This death continent was constantly invading, spreading, and devouring new continents that were not completely dead yet. In other words, the blooming of the void-cracking fire just now, in fact, it was the entire death continent devouring the second era. The result of the energy release of the void-cracking fire was the death continent that was 100 miles wide and hundreds of thousands of miles long. Of course, in another way. The energy of the void-cracking fire was the last release of the death continent of tens of millions of square kilometers. After the release, these tens of millions of square kilometers would become the death continent and the dark matter continent. The edge of the abyss meant death, the death of the entire world. In other words, every 200 years, the void-cracking fire would be released, which meant the death of tens of millions of square kilometers of land. Yang Dingtian reached out and touched it. The entire dark matter continent was absolutely flat, as if it was flatter than a mirror. And he could not feel anything when he touched it. He suddenly pulled out his Emperor-grade soul sword and slashed down. There was no reaction because this was an indescribable substance that was dead to the extreme, so it could not be hurt. Then, Yang Dingtian attacked with the mystic fire again, but there was still no reaction. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian's heart became heavy. But then, he thought of something very important. Where did Dongli go? Just now, when he was about to jump into the abyss to devour the void-cracking fire, Yang Dingtian beat him to it. So, the void-cracking fire was snatched away by Yang Dingtian. In that case, he should still be on the death continent. He should be nearby. But there was no trace of him. Of course, this was the extremely dark death continent. Even if he was here, he could not see him. Moreover, this was a vacuum. Yang Dingtian had to rely on elixirs to survive, so he could not transmit any energy waves or sound. Unless the two of them bumped into each other face to face. So, even if he was not far away, Yang Dingtian would not be able to find him. Unless he suddenly released a flame to illuminate the surrounding death continent. It should be known that Yang Dingtian's cultivation was not inferior to Dongli's at all. Plus, there were 4 mystic fires in his body. It should not be a problem to kill Dongli. But now there was another very, very important thing. He had already devoured the void-cracking fire, but he had not used its mysterious attribute, nor had he seen its special ability. There were countless resentful spirits in the million-spirit demonic fire. The demon-spirit demonic fire could immobilize the enemy and create an energy barrier. Then, as the second most powerful mystic fire in the world, what special and terrifying ability did it have? Note, the next update will still be written tomorrow morning. I'm determined to adjust my schedule. Thank you, everyone, please support me, please vote me. Yang Dingtian instinctively wanted to use the void-splitting fire to see how powerful the second arcane fire was. However, after some hesitation, he suddenly felt that this was the death continent and there was an endless amount of dark matter under his feet. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to use the void-splitting fire outside. Therefore, Yang Dingtian turned back and walked in the direction of the dark door according to his memory. Although the death continent in the first era was extremely dark and one could not even see their fingers in front of them. However, Yang Dingtian still walked back to the dark door and touched it. It was indeed an ice-cold dark door. Yang Dingtian was about to push the door open when he suddenly stopped. If Dongli was still in the dark world, then killing him here might be the best result. If he was still in there, then there were only the two of them here. Yang Dingtian should have a great advantage in killing him. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's eyes turned cold and he slowly turned around. Then, he suddenly pulled out his emperor-grade soul sword and slashed at the sky of the dark world with an earth-shattering bolt of lightning. Pow! The lightning that was tens of thousands of meters long instantly lit up the dark world within a few hundred miles. Then, Yang Dingtian used the arcane fire to shoot back and suddenly flew up into the sky. Looking for Dongli's figure, this huge lightning almost tore apart all the darkness within a few hundred miles. The entire space was as bright as day. Yang Dingtian was high up in the sky and could see everything within a few hundred miles below. However, he did not see any figure of Dongli. This place was extremely flat, even flatter than a mirror. There was no hiding place at all. Since Dongli was not here, did that mean that he had already left, or was he already dead? Because he could not see Yang Dingtian jumping down, he would also jump down. However, Yang Dingtian had already swallowed the void-splitting fire, so there was nothing for Dongli to do. Therefore, it was very likely that he would die if he jumped down. Yang Dingtian was still not at ease. He released another bolt of lightning and saw even more clearly in the space domain. Still, he could not see any figure. However, far, far away, Yang Dingtian seemed to see an incomparably dark mountain. After the continent of the first era died, it kept collapsing, and the gravity kept increasing, so it would instinctively form an extremely flat surface. However, there was a tall mountain in the distance of the dark world. It was taller than any mountain Yang Dingtian had ever seen. Perhaps it was several 100,000 meters tall. Yang Dingtian estimated that this source was at least a few thousand miles away, or even tens of thousands of miles away. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian had the urge to go to the dark mountain. Perhaps the most extreme secrets of the entire world were hidden there. Or perhaps, the so-called Lord of Chaos was somewhere else. That was because there was no other place in the world that was more mysterious and powerful than this mountain. However, Yang Dingtian quickly gave up on this fantasy. This was impossible to reach. No one knew how far it was, perhaps tens of thousands of li. The deeper they went, the higher the gravitational force. The gravitational force of that mountain was perhaps indescribable. However, Yang Dingtian wanted to try the ferocity of this dark world. Therefore, he went deeper into the dark world again. He entered 100 miles in the direction of the mountain. This 100 miles was still very easy because the gravitational force was only about 10 times. He went another 100 miles. At this time, the gravitational force was 30 times. Of course, this wasn't considered strenuous for Yang Dingtian. However, the troublesome thing was that his body needed more and more energy, so the speed of taking pills was increasing. When he went 300 miles, the gravitational force was already 100 times. When he went 500 miles, the gravitational force was already 200 times. In other words, Yang Dingtian was carrying nearly 50 to 60,000 kilograms. At this time, Yang Dingtian could no longer walk as fast as he could. When he went 800 miles, the gravitational force was already 500 times. At this time, Yang Dingtian's load had reached 150,000 kilograms. Of course, this load was still not a big problem for him. However, his body and meridians seemed to be somewhat unable to bear it, so he already needed to use his qi to provide a counterforce, otherwise his body would have been injured. At this time, that huge mountain was still extremely far away. Yang Dingtian knew that he should give up. This was just an exploration. Perhaps, he would come to conquer this huge mountain in the future, but definitely not now. With his current ability, perhaps he could go 3,000 miles? However, once he went that far, he would not be able to return. Looking at the huge mountain in the distance, Yang Dingtian took a deep breath, then turned and left. A few hours later, Yang Dingtian arrived in front of the door of darkness again. He did not immediately open the door, because going 800 miles into the dark world consumed a lot of his qi, so he had to replenish it immediately. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he encountered an enemy after entering the main hall. Of course, with Yang Dingtian's current strength, as long as he did not encounter a half-saint expert, he had nothing to fear. After taking a qi-gathering pill, Yang Dingtian sat down cross-legged and devoured his qi. Now, Yang Dingtian was about to use Shima Ningning's highest-level qi-gathering pill, the 9th grade qi-gathering pill. Moreover, he had to take at least several pills at a time to fully recover his qi. 1 hour later, Yang Dingtian had completely recovered his battle mystic qi. Then he took a deep breath, prepared to be invisible, flash, and fight, and was about to open the dark door. However, another thought came to his mind. How could this dark door seal the entire dark world? It should be known that this dark world was extremely large, possibly dozens of times larger than the entire human countries. Therefore, Yang Dingtian burst out a bolt of lightning to see this dark door clearly. Bang! The lightning suddenly tore open the darkness, illuminating the surrounding 100 miles. Yang Dingtian saw it clearly. This was indeed a lonely door, but on both sides of the door, there were endless dark energy walls, connecting the entire world and completely separating the dark world from the human countries. If the door was destroyed, the wall of darkness energy was destroyed, the Hall of Heads would be destroyed as well. Then, what would happen to this world? Only God knew. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt that this world was really as dangerous as an egg. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the dark door. Inside the hall, it was still extremely quiet. There was no one in sight, and Dongli was not inside. After Yang Dingtian returned to the hall, the first thing he did was to breathe hard. Because in the dark world, there was a complete vacuum, and one had to rely on pills to survive. After Yang Dingtian came out, the dark door slowly closed. He could not help but reach out to push the door again, only to find that after coming out, the dark door could not be pushed open at all. Yang Dingtian tried to push the second colorless door and found that it could not be pushed open either. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was really curious. Behind the first dark door was the dark world, a world that was completely dead. Then, what was behind the second colorless door? It should be the second world that was destroyed but not completely dead. The ruins of the Naga Empire should be there too. But, how should he enter? Yao Qi swallowed the space-splitting fire not to become stronger, but to obtain the treasures of the Naga Empire. But, if he could obtain the treasures of the Naga Empire with the space-splitting fire, why didn't Wendian go? However, in this matter, Yang Dingtian was instinctively willing to believe Yao Qi. Because, for the treasures of the Naga Empire, Yao Qi was even willing to risk his life. With his intelligence, he would definitely not do something that was not worth it. The reason why Wendian did not obtain the treasures of the Naga Empire could only mean that he did not have the time, or that he did not meet any conditions. But soon, another answer appeared, which made Yang Dingtian shudder. What if Wendian obtained the treasures of the Naga Empire, or, after he lost the battle with Nihility Piaoling, he used the space-splitting fire to escape to the ruins of the Naga Empire? Yang Dingtian realized that he had made a huge mistake. That's right, according to his conjecture, Xianxia was possessed by Wendian's soul. But, he was only a part of Wendian's soul, the soul of the paralyzed Wendian in the primal chaos world. Also, did Wendian possess Xianxia before or after he swallowed the space-splitting fire? But it did not matter if it was before or after. Wendian must have possessed Xianxia's body before he went to the ruins of the Naga Empire. Hence, Xianxia did not know much about the space-splitting fire. Because it was very likely that after he obtained the space-splitting fire, he did not have time to experience it before that part of his soul entered Xianxia's body. Then, Yang Dingtian started to recall the scene in the Nether Ghost City. Earth's Wendian's soul clone tore open a space-time gate and came from hundreds of thousands of miles away. 200 years ago, Wendian definitely did not have this ability. Also, where did the Queen Devil Queen and Crown Prince Li Ming go? Netherworld was defeated, Dongli was defeated, and even Xianxia Wendian was imprisoned. Yet, these two people did not appear. This meant that the Devil Queen and Li Ming had more important things to do. Hence, Yang Dingtian came to a conclusion: the space-splitting fire and the treasures of the Naga Empire were definitely not nonsense. And Xianxia Wendian did not know much about these things. The one in charge was still Earth's Wendian. At most, Xianxia Wendian's status was higher than Dongli and Netherworld. This was because he was in charge of the Little Western Paradise, Dongli was in charge of the Naga Empire, and Netherworld was in charge of the human countries. The highest boss was still Earth's Wendian. In fact, that half-step sage-level body still belonged to Earth's Wendian. Then, Yang Dingtian made a very, very bold guess. Would that Earth's Wendian's body be? In the ruins of the Naga Empire? Or on the dark mountain, Yang Dingtian shook his head and threw away the thoughts in his mind. He focused on the problem in reality. Where did Dongli go? Did he die? How long had he stayed in the world of darkness? Then, Yang Dingtian felt that it was time to try out the space-splitting fire ability. Hence, he took a deep breath and summoned the fourth heaven and earth Xian flame in his body, the space-splitting fire. Whoosh! A white flame floated out. Whoosh! A black flame floated out. Then, the black and white flames began to merge. From gray, it became transparent and colorless. Then, this flame began to compress, becoming thinner, and its surface area became bigger and bigger. When it was transparent to the extreme, it seemed to have become a jumping door. A door that was more than a meter tall. It was very mysterious and beautiful. It was like a glass flame without any thickness, floating in the air. Yang Dingtian had been influenced by many movies and novels on Earth. At first glance, he felt that this was like a space door. Hence, Yang Dingtian carefully put his hand deep into the door. Then, something strange happened. His hand disappeared. Moreover, he couldn't see his hand in the air behind the thin transparent door. It was as if his arm had completely disappeared from this world. Where did the space door lead to? Hence, Yang Dingtian carefully put his head in. Instantly, it was complete darkness, a darkness that couldn't be seen. Moreover, it was extremely suffocating, without any air. Also, his whole head instantly became incomparably heavy. His head, which was at most 10 kilograms, instantly became more than 10,000 kilograms. In an instant, Yang Dingtian felt that his whole head was about to explode. Hence, he immediately retreated and left the flame space door. He understood, this space door led to the world of darkness. In other words, this void-splitting fire was a space door that could throw anything into the world of darkness. This was an extremely heaven-defying ability, and also an extremely terrifying ability. This meant that Yang Dingtian could enter the world of darkness at any time. It also meant that Yang Dingtian could throw anyone into the world of darkness. Of course, once thrown in, it meant death. There was no air or anything inside. Moreover, there was an extremely terrifying gravity inside. It seemed to be completely random to any location in the world of darkness. Therefore, even if Yang Dingtian was fully prepared, he didn't dare to rashly enter. Because he didn't know where he would be sent to. If it was tens of thousands of times the gravity, Yang Dingtian would probably die the moment he entered. Moreover, it was hard to say whether he could come out of this space door. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's imagination was running wild again. If his cultivation was strong enough, he could directly create an incomparably huge space door trap when the battle started. Then, no matter how many enemies there were, as long as they entered this trap, they would all die without a doubt. Just when Yang Dingtian was immersed in infinite reverie. Suddenly, he felt weak, and the combat chi in his sea of chi was about to be exhausted. Yang Dingtian was astonished. This void-splitting flame spatial door actually consumed so much mystic chi. A space door of more than 1 meter in size consumed the chi of a 9-star 9th grade great grandmaster in just 1 or 2 minutes. This was too extravagant. Therefore, Yang Dingtian hurriedly withdrew the void-splitting fire, sat cross-legged on the ground, swallowed a chi-gathering pill, and began to restore his combat chi. Then, another thought came to his mind. The demon spirit fire, ranked 4th, had 2 functions. The netherworld ghost fire ranked 3rd in the world, and it was just a shadow fire, but it had 2 functions, one was immortality, and the other was an out-of-body experience. Then, the void-splitting fire ranked 2nd in the world, did it have other terrifying functions? Also, if the void-splitting fire could lead to the ruins of the Naga Empire, how should he get there? Just like that, Yang Dingtian pondered while recovering his battle mystic chi. At this time, in the sea area of the Forbidden Continent outside the Skull Hall, almost all the masters of the Nether Sea had withdrawn, leaving only 2 great grandmasters. It seemed that the Nether Sea's task was over. This task was the void-splitting fire. Whether it was a success or a failure, it was over. At the same time, Dongli was riding a demon spirit ray, flying towards the capital of the Snakeman Empire. His eye sockets were no longer empty. Instead, there were 2 deep and shining eyeballs. These eyes were not his, and he didn't know who they came from. However, these eyes should be completely decorative. Although they could move, and even with eyebrows and eyelids, they could make expressions. But as a basic function of seeing things, they could no longer do that. At this time, Dongli's eyes were dull and fanatical, looking in the direction of the capital, looking in the direction of Queen Xianxia. He was also going to meet his final fate. Note, second update. Please vote. It was really not easy to adjust his work and rest. On the bed, he still woke up many times. He couldn't sleep at night, and dozed off during the day. However, he had to persevere. Dongli didn't enter the capital directly. Instead, he flew to the north of the Snakeman Empire. In the huge refinery in the north, he asked for a darkness crystal, an incomparably tiny darkness crystal. Even with his status as the prime minister, he could only get one that was the size of a speck of dust. After that, he arrived at a picturesque valley. This was his manner. He wanted to continue what he didn't finish previously, which was creating the darkness profound flame. This time, it should be enough, right? Because he already had the heaven and earth profound flame, the void-rending flame, ************** At that time, Dongli also jumped down. Less than half a second after Yang Dingtian jumped down, he also jumped down. In fact, from the start to the end, he didn't even know about Yang Dingtian's existence. Moreover, he didn't die after jumping down. His situation was almost exactly the same as Yang Dingtian's. At the start, he fell into the boundless abyss and entered a sealed and transparent space. After that, a white flame and a black flame appeared in that space. These two flames started to fuse, turning into a completely transparent flame. After that, he used the most traditional method to devour this void-rending flame. Naturally, this process was told to him by Eternal Xiwendian. However, he was someone who couldn't see. It wasn't easy for him to complete this series of things. But in the end, he still succeeded in devouring it. He was worried that Yang Dingtian would snatch the void-rending flame away at the last moment, but it didn't happen. Actually, it did happen. He just didn't know about it. After successfully devouring it, he left. He didn't care about Yang Dingtian at all. Of course, the time he took to devour the void-rending flame was much shorter than Yang Dingtian. After leaving the world of darkness, he first went to the Silver Capital to say his goodbyes. After that, he returned to the human countries with Mudan. That's right, Yang Dingtian and Dongli both devoured the void-rending flame. Other than the time they took to devour it, everything else should be the same. In that case, how many void-rending flames were there? Was it 2 or more? No idea at all. Maybe no one in this world knew. Even Wendian didn't know about this matter. Of course, Dongli did not make a breakthrough after devouring the spatial rending flame. He was still a 9-star grade 9 martial grandmaster. However, for him, cultivation was not the most important thing. Conquering the Naga Empire was the most important thing. This was his life's mission and the goal of his existence. He gently summoned the void-rending flame. Immediately, a white flame floated out, followed by a black flame. The two flames began to fuse and become transparent. Dongli released this tiny darkness crystal. Its size was about 100 times larger than the darkness profound flame that Yang Dingtian created back then. The void-rending fire had yet to turn into a dimensional door, but it had already started to burn the dark crystal. Then, the energy of the mystic flame was quickly devoured. And this dark crystal was gradually getting bigger. Dongli began to increase his profound qi and continued to release the void-splitting fire. Before the transparent flame turned into a spatial door, it also had an unparalleled temperature. The dark crystal continued to devour. Dongli was very familiar with the process. He continued to inject energy and mystic fire and found the limit of the dark crystal's engulfment. 80%. 90%. 95%, 98%, 100%, finally, the balance was reached. At this time, the energy released by the void-rending flame had reached the same level as the dark crystal. Then, the mystic flame and the dark crystal were in a stalemate. One side was burning desperately, the other side was devouring desperately. In the end, neither side could do anything to the other. In the end, the stalemate reached its limit. Finally, the greed of the dark crystal won the balance. the darkness profound flame was suddenly devoured. Then, this dark crystal suddenly swelled to twice its original size. However, before it could start to feel proud. Bang! The entire dark crystal suddenly exploded, then, a black flame abruptly emerged. The darkness profound flame, the real darkness profound flame was 100 times larger than the one that Yang Dingtian created in the Sea of Hades. Of course, compared to Yang Dingtian's black-green mystic flame, it was only 1% or even smaller. Even so, the void-rending flame in Dongli's body had already been used up by half. In his energy reserve, only half of the void-rending flame was left. However, he didn't care at all. To him, the void-rending flame was only used to create the darkness profound flame. In his mind, the darkness profound flame was much more powerful and useful. He felt this darkness profound flame tightly, afraid that it would suddenly disappear like the last time. However, this didn't happen. The darkness profound flame was still burning, but because it was floating in the air, its energy was dissipating bit by bit. Dongli hurriedly kept it in his energy reserve. Without any mishaps, this darkness profound flame entered his chi obediently. Ha 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 ha, instantly, he looked up to the sky and laughed, he finally succeeded, finally succeeded. The bad luck of being blinded by Yang Dingtian was swept away. Queen Xianxia was his, the Snake People Empire was his. After laughing wildly, he suddenly flew into the sky, sat on the demonic spirit ray, and flew towards the direction of the capital. Xianxia, I'm coming. From today onwards, I won't let you escape from my hands. Yang Dingtian can die now. When he successfully swallowed the void-rending flame, he directly went to Yingdu and suggested that Yang Dingtian didn't need to live anymore, so he could die. This was because the demigod descendants of the Snake People Empire and the Little Western Paradise could all be created by Dongli alone. Wu Yu thought for a while and said, wait until you have successfully conquered Queen Xianxia. Therefore, as long as he succeeded in conquering Queen Xianxia, then, Yang Dingtian's death would come. Not only did Dongli want to conquer the Snake People Empire, he also wanted to conquer the entire demon fox race. And even Wu Yu, at this moment, Yang Dingtian was in the main hall. He realized that he couldn't get out. It was as if the Skull main hall had special care for the entire human nation, so this door was tightly shut. Only humans could open it from the outside. It wasn't like the Little Western Paradise, where anyone with the fallen silver dragon bloodline could enter and leave. It wasn't like the void-rending flame, where one could casually create a spatial door to enter the dark world. This was troublesome. Who knew when people would come through the green door of the human race? Perhaps for years, or even decades, no one would come and go. Of course, Wu Yu from the Sea of Hades was an exception. Now, he could only hope that Mu Dan hadn't returned to the human nation, or that the people from the Sea of Hades often traveled between the human nation and the Little Western Paradise. This way, he could get out in the shortest time possible. At this moment, the silver door of the Little Western Paradise suddenly opened. Yang Dingtian was stunned, and immediately went into stealth mode. It was actually Yao Ling, that girl. Yao Li's daughter, Yao Li's sister, and Shadowless's first love. She really ran away. She still had to go to the human nation to find Shadowless. She went directly to the human green door and pushed it hard, but it didn't budge at all. This simple-minded fox girl, after not budging the first time, actually pushed with all her might. She thought that she didn't have enough strength. If you want to push, so be it. Why did you have to bend over so high? Yao Ling's clothing was different from the fox noblewomen. It was very primitive. On her upper body, she wore a beast skin bra. On her lower body, she wore a beast skin skirt. And on her feet, she wore beast skin boots. Of course, this girl's body wasn't as perfect as Jia's, but she was very fit. Especially her small waist, so she was very energetic. Plus, with this skimpy outfit, her snow-white long legs and small waist were exposed. Also, she was bending over to push the door. Not only was her posture seductive, but she was also completely exposed. Yang Dingtian immediately lowered his gaze. This was Shadowless's first love after all. Shadowless was not only his subordinate, but also his elder. This one-track-minded girl, after pushing the door for a whole hour, finally realized that she couldn't push it open. Thus, she sat under the green door and waited for it to open. She didn't have any intention of leaving. This time, Yang Dingtian was in trouble. Could it be that he had been invisible all this time? A few hours later, Dong Li flew into the capital of the Snake Men Empire. Then, he landed in the Pyramid Hall. Even though he was the Prime Minister of the Snake Men Empire, he couldn't see Queen Xianxia directly. He had to report to her. He came to the front of the female official Viper Z, revealing a wicked and charming smile. Releasing a unique aura of the dark mysterious flame, he said, "Miss Z, please report to Her Majesty that Dong Li wants to see her. Tell her that Dong Li has succeeded." Viper Z's beautiful face trembled slightly, and then she said, "Please wait a moment, Prime Minister." Then, she swam into the hall to report to Queen Xianxia. Dong Li's eyes were filled with greed as he stared at her back. He had always coveted Viper Z's beauty. As long as he could conquer Queen Xianxia, all the beauties of the Snakeman race would belong to him. After a while, Viper Z came back and said, "Prime Minister, Her Majesty is waiting for you in the bedroom on the top floor." "Haha, thank you." Dong Li's mind was suddenly shaken, and then he flew to the bedroom on the top floor. It was actually the bedroom. Her Majesty's thoughts were as clear as day. Queen Xianxia, with a magic-like body, wore a golden wrap dress. As a result, her voluptuous body was extremely alluring and seductive. At the same time, her beautiful face emitted a soul-stirring radiance. Dong Li finally succeeded. She had been waiting for this day for many, many years. Not only did she need a man who could make her fall in love with him, but she also needed a man who could be controlled by her. Therefore, although Yang Dingtian could make her fall in love with him, but she would definitely not choose him. Because she couldn't control Yang Dingtian, and she might even fall in love with him. But Dong Li was different. This man with evil ways was crazily infatuated with her. Moreover, he was extremely greedy. She knew Dong Li's ambition. He wanted to conquer the entire Snakeman Empire by conquering her. He even coveted all the beauties in the Snakeman Empire. Queen Xianxia didn't care about this at all. As long as Dong Li could be controlled, it was fine. As for controlling Dong Li, Queen Seaheart was very confident in her ability. Because, in the bottom of his heart, Dong Li resented the Temple of Annihilation. He especially hated why Wendian didn't allow him to kill Yang Dingtian. She had enough confidence to make Dong Li choose to approach her and not the Temple of Annihilation. Moreover, once Dong Li became the only person who could make the Snakeman Empire and the Fox tribe give birth to a demigod descendant, his ambition would grow crazily. At that time it would be unknown whether he would still listen to the orders of the evil ways. At this moment, the door of the bedroom opened, and Dong Li slowly walked in. At first glance, Queen Xianxia could see the difference. Firstly, Dong Li's eyes were different. They weren't his own eyes. Secondly, his body was permeated with a dark energy. This energy made her palpitate. That's right, this dark energy made her heart beat violently, and she felt a throbbing. Then, the temperature of her delicate body started to rise slightly. This was the energy of the darkness mystic flame. It was indeed able to stimulate the women of the Snakeman race. Dong Li didn't panic. Instead, he knelt down and said, "Your subject, Dong Li, pays his respects to your majesty. I have returned victorious." "Oh, is that so?" Queen Xianxia said in a hoarse voice, "Then, come and try. Everything will be revealed on the bed." Dong Li smiled evilly. Every part of his body seemed to be singing and burning. The day he had waited for had finally arrived. How long had it been? The day had finally arrived. He was going to possess the most powerful woman in the world, the most beautiful woman. After Queen Xianxia finished speaking, she lazily lay down on the bed. She used her arm to support her chin, allowing her delicate body to lie on her side. The undulating curves of the mountains and rivers were even more captivating. Dong Li kowtowed and said, "Before going to Mount Wu with your majesty, I would like to make a request." "Speak," Xianxia said. Dong Li smiled and said, "After we are done, we will immediately kill Yang Dingtian." "How about it? You can kill him personally." Hai Xian was slightly taken aback. Then, she said, all right. Since I already have you, there is no need for him to live. Dongli smiled proudly and kowtowed. Then, Your Majesty, please enjoy my service. Then, Dongli got up from the ground and slowly walked towards Queen Hai Xian's jade bed. He was still not anxious. Because he already had something that belonged to him, there was no need to be anxious. His hands wandered in the air above Queen Hai Xian. Although he was touching the air, it gave off an incomparably seductive feeling. Then, he moved closer and greedily sniffed Queen Hai Xian's unique and enchanting scent. God, this is the most beautiful woman in the world. She finally belongs to me. Then, Dongli knelt on the bed and slowly kissed Queen Hai Xian's lips. Suddenly, Queen Hai Xian's cold voice sounded. Dongli, did you succeed or not? Why do I not feel aroused at all? Dongli was shocked. Note, the next update will still be tomorrow morning. Thank you, everyone. Please give me a few monthly votes, please. How is that possible? Dongli said in shock, I have already obtained the void-splitting fire, and I have already successfully birthed the darkness mystic flame. Queen Hai Xian said, I know. I have already smelled the dark energy in your body, and it made my heart throb. Dongli's face lit up with joy, and he said, then isn't it possible? Queen Hai Xian said, but, that's all. After that, I don't feel anything anymore. Even when you are close to me, when you want to touch and kiss me, that throbbing feeling has completely disappeared. Even all the pores on my body have started to close up, rejecting your closeness. Dongli said, how about I release the darkness mystic flame, and let you feel its energy? Then, Dongli summoned the darkness mystic flame from his chi vessel. Instantly, a dark flame burned in his palm. Queen Hai Xian looked at the darkness mystic flame, and her beautiful eyes suddenly became blurred, and her heart throbbed. What a beautiful darkness mystic flame! As if it was the most beautiful and most moving thing in the world. Instantly, Queen Hai Xian's breathing became hurried again, and her snow-white neck flushed red. Dongli was overjoyed, and he wanted to hug Hai Xian and kiss her. But, just as he got close, Queen Hai Xian's body instantly turned cold, and from inside to outside, an extreme coldness and resistance emerged. Dongli's heart was about to burst, and he said sorrowfully, Your Majesty, please give me a chance. I will definitely succeed. Then, Dongli knelt on the bed, and tears flowed down his face. Hai Xian saw him like this, and sighed, and said, all right, I will give you one and only chance. Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you, Your Majesty. Dongli climbed up from the bed, and wanted to use his methods to the extreme. He was born to conquer Hai Xian, so his methods were naturally to the extreme. In the past, he had never failed to win against any woman. He knelt at the feet of the Sea Heart Queen, gently massaging her feet that were covered in crocodile leather boots. As soon as Dongli's hand touched the skin on her feet, her whole body suddenly trembled. A feeling of disgust instantly welled up in his heart, as if he had been licked by a poisonous snake. She couldn't take it anymore and kicked out with her other leg. Instantly, Dongli was sent flying by the kick. Then, she got up and wiped her feet where Dongli had touched. She put on her crocodile shoes and left the bed. I'm sorry, Dongli. I can't do it. Queen Hai Xian said indifferently, us snake people are different from you humans. You human women can be touched by many men. Whereas for us snake people, unless it's our own spouse, otherwise the feeling of fear and disgust after being touched by others is totally irresistible. Taking a deep breath, Queen Hai Xian said, now it seems that the darkness profound flame can only make my heart palpitate, but is unable to make me fall in love. The reason why Yang Ding Tian can make me fall in love is because of other reasons, and not the darkness profound flame. So your efforts are in vain. After saying that, Queen Hai Xian turned around and left. As for Dongli, it was as if he had been struck by lightning as he collapsed onto the ground. If a person suffered a huge blow, then he would enter a temporary state of numbness and completely lose any reaction, and at this moment, Dongli had suffered an unprecedented blow. If the void-splitting fire had been snatched away by Yang Ding Tian, then this blow wouldn't be so huge. But he had already obtained the void-splitting fire and had already successfully given birth to the darkness profound flame. Why was it still not working? Why was it still not working? Since the darkness profound flame couldn't make the snake people fall in love, then why did he have to successfully give birth to the darkness profound flame? What was the meaning of all this? Was the heavens toying with him? Was the heavens toying with him? Yu Ming's mission in this life was to deal with God's spokesperson, Yang Dingtian, and to control the human countries. And Dongli's mission in this life was to control the snake people, to make the snake people fall in love. After Yu Ming was defeated in the duel with Yang Dingtian, even though his cultivation was 10 times higher than Yang Dingtian's, he still gave up all hope and directly sought death. Even if he was bestowed with a first-grade evil spirit and allowed to break through to the half-step sage realm, he had also lost all his ambitions and goals. Every day, he would bring Ling Wu on a scenic tour and think of all ways to make Ling Wu stronger and defeat the desire of a second-grade evil spirit. Then what about Dongli? The failure this time basically meant that he had completely failed. It meant that Dongli's mission in this life had completely failed. It meant that his birth had lost all meaning, and it meant that he had completely accomplished nothing. Then what was the meaning of him living? Immediately, Dongli completely understood why Yu Ming would seek death wholeheartedly. Once one discovered that his existence had no meaning, then anyone would possibly lose the motivation to live. Pfff, a mouthful of blood was suddenly spat out. Dongli laid on the ground dejectedly as he stared blankly at the magnificent dome. What should I do? What should I do? Seek death wholeheartedly like Yu Ming? No, no. Heavens, why are you treating me like this? Why are you treating me like this? Why is Yang Dingtian able to obtain all your favor? Why is he the one who gets all the good things, no matter what he wants or doesn't want? You've given all of them to Yang Dingtian. Why is it that the goal that I've been fighting for my entire life is within Yang Dingtian's reach and discarded like a worn-out shoe? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. I will definitely not be as useless as Yu Ming. I will definitely not bow down to fate. Yang Dingtian, just you wait, I'll definitely make you beg for death. I can't make Xianxia fall in love, but I can at least humiliate your wife. Your Wu Maji, your Shimin Yan Yan, your Ning Rou all of your women, I'll torture them all. I'll definitely let you have a taste of this kind of unbearable pain. I've already thought about my next mission. It's revenge. I'll use all of my strength to take revenge on you, Yang Dingtian. Actually, Queen Xianxia was also very dejected. Dongli had failed. Could it be that in this world, only Yang Dingtian could make her fall in love and make the snake people give birth to a demigod descendant? Could it be that the heavens had decided that she could only choose Yang Dingtian? Could it be that the heavens had decided that Yang Dingtian was her nemesis? She really couldn't accept this. High Priest? What should I do? Queen Xianxia said, facts have proven that Yang Dingtian is the only man in this world, the only man who can transform our snake people empire. Without him, our snake people empire will die. Queen Seaheart's words were not wrong. Males and females of the snake people race could of course mate and give birth to offspring. However, that was when the females of the snake people race had yet to take human form and were still in their snake form. At that time, the snake people race was at their most unintelligent and weakest. Then, the descendants born would become the most ordinary sea serpents. Moreover, the sea serpents on land would never have a future. Once the females of the snake people race were over 200 or 300 years old and began to gain intelligence, and when they showed some human characteristics, they would definitely not marry the males. That meant that if there was no Yang Dingtian, the snake people empire, as an intelligent race, would completely disappear. Because, after all, they were no longer an underwater empire. Their snake people race was the last bloodline left from ancient times. Of course, the snake people race had a very long lifespan, but as long as they did not transform into Naga, they would die one day, maybe 3,000 years, maybe 5,000 years. At that time, the snake people empire would be completely destroyed. What was the point of a snake people empire dying even if they were strong? What was the point of ruling the world? Previously, Xianxia could still pin her hopes on Dongli, but now, this hope was completely shattered. High Priest, what should I do? Queen Xianxia asked. The snake people empire's high priest was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Your Majesty, you can actually negotiate with Yang Dingtian. Help him fight against evil ways and help him agree to the War of Extinction. In return, he will help you and the snake people race give birth to enough offspring." Queen Xianxia said, "Doesn't that mean that we have to compromise?" "I don't want to compromise, especially not to him." The high priest said, "Your Majesty, there is one thing that you have forgotten. We can still live for a few thousand years, but Yang Dingtian can only live for 200 years at most. After he dies, will his opinion still be important? He can't still control our snake people empire after he dies, right?" Queen Xianxia was stunned. That's right, Yang Dingtian could only live for 200 years at most. This important point had been forgotten by him all this time. No matter what she had promised him, no matter what he controlled when he was alive, as long as he died, everything would disappear. At that time, what could restrict her? 200 years might be a long time for humans, but to her, it was just a small fragment. Because her life was really too long. Without further ado, Xianxia decided to immediately go to the human countries to negotiate with Yang Dingtian, or rather, to borrow his seed. After bidding farewell to the high priest, Queen Xianxia did not say anything to anyone and secretly left the Snake People Empire. She did not go to Cloud Sky City, but first went to Zhongjing and appeared in front of the Council of Light headquarters as Midai Nun. When Yunjenu saw this familiar face, he was stunned. She really couldn't believe her eyes. Note, first update, please give me a few monthly votes, please support me, thank you. Master. Yunjenu shouted in disbelief. At this moment, Queen Seaheart was no longer as radiant as before. Instead, she was dressed in a plain robe, reserved and dignified. Of course, her beautiful face could not be concealed. She had regained her Saintess Xianxian look. Newer. Xianxian touched Yunjenu's face and said gently, "Seems like you are living a happy life." "Yes." Yunjenu smiled embarrassedly, "Master, are you here for me? Or are you here for business?" Xianxian was slightly stunned, "Is there a difference?" Yunjenu said, "If you are here for me, I will bring you to my room for a private talk. If you are here for business, I can only ask sect leader Dongfeng or city lord Qin to receive you." Xianxian said, "No, I am here to see you." Then, Yunjenu brought Xianxian to her room and brewed tea for her. Actually, Yunjenu's emotions were very complicated. There was a saying that one's bottom decided one's head. She was Yang Dingtian's female officer. She would definitely think from the standpoint of the Council of Light. Hence, she knew that her master was now the queen of the Snake Men Empire. They were enemies. Furthermore, she could vaguely guess that her master had done something to her. Seeing Yunjenu brewing tea, Xianxian suddenly said, "Newer, have you not been taken in by Yang Dingtian?" Yunjenu's face turned red. "Why? He doesn't accept you?" Xianxian asked. Yunjenu shook her head, "I think it's good to be like this." Xianxian remained silent for a moment. She watched as Yunjenu finished brewing the tea and poured a cup for her. She took a sip and said, "Newer, master will be your backer and allow you to marry Yang Dingtian. You will also become the master of the Cloud Heaven City's valley. Is that okay?" Yunjenu's hand stopped, then she shook her head and said, "Master, I just want to live the life I have now. I don't want to marry into Cloud Heaven City's valley, at least not now." Xianxian asked, "Why?" Yunjenu said, "Because I don't want to be restricted. Besides, I'm living a happy and fulfilling life now. I don't want to change. I'm afraid of change." Xianxian frowned slightly. Then, Xianxian smiled and said, "Newer, what do you think of an alliance between the Naga Empire and the Council of Light to resist evil ways?" Yunjenu's heart skipped a beat. She was well aware of Yang Dingtian's attitude toward the Naga Empire, which was full of vigilance and even hostility. He also knew that his master was completely ambitious and had even tried to imprison Yang Dingtian. Now, what exactly did his master mean by saying these words? Instantly, Yunjenu could not help but be cautious. She smiled and said, "Master, I'm just a female official. I don't have the right to express my opinion on such a big matter. You have to talk to Yang Dingtian personally." Queen Xianxian's beautiful eyes flashed with a haze. Then, she smiled and focused on drinking her tea, not saying anything else. Then, the room fell into an awkward silence. Xian wanted to negotiate with Yang Dingtian. Instinctively, she looked for Yun Zhenu, hoping that she could help. But now, it seemed that Yun Zhenu was full of vigilance and resentment towards her master. It was impossible for her to be of any help. At this moment, in the Skull Hall, the demon spirit was still waiting behind the green door. Yang Dingtian was still hiding behind, quietly waiting for the door to the human kingdom to open. He had been waiting here for a few days. Damn it, no human had entered the hall, so the door had not opened. The demon spirit had been waiting impatiently for a long time, but she was not willing to give up. So, she laid on the ground and fell asleep. Once she slept, she was sprawled on the ground. Her posture was very bold, causing Yang Dingtian to lower his eyes and not look at her. Just when Yang Dingtian and the demon spirit were completely unprepared. Suddenly, the green door to the human kingdom opened. A familiar figure suddenly flew into the Skull Hall. It was Dongli. Yang Dingtian could tell at a glance. He was still alive and had just come from the human kingdom. It seemed like he was going to enter the little western paradise. The demon spirit who was sleeping suddenly woke up. Seeing the door open, she was overjoyed. She did not even wake up and rushed out. The door to the human kingdom would close quickly after it opened. So, Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment, then rushed out like lightning. He wanted to kill Dongli, and the opportunity was very good. After entering the Skull Hall, he would fall into the spiritual illusion of the taboo continent. So, he would not be able to see Yang Dingtian. It was a good opportunity for him to launch a sneak attack. However, Dongli's cultivation was similar to his. Even if he launched a sneak attack, it would be difficult to kill him in one hit. Because, almost at the moment of the sneak attack, Dongli would immediately wake up. At that time, the door to the human kingdom would have closed. For the time being, it was more important to leave this place. After Dongli entered the Great Hall of Skulls, she woke up after only half a second in the spiritual illusion. Obviously, he knew the key points of the taboo continent's illusion. Every time, he could escape from the illusion in the shortest time possible. However, at this time, Yang Dingtian and the demon spirit had already left. The green door to the human kingdom had also closed. After the demon spirit rushed out, she quickly flew towards the east. Yang Dingtian, still invisible, followed closely behind. Soon, the demon spirit met two Nether Ocean's grandmasters. Then, this simple-minded demon spirit was stunned. Not only did she not avoid them, she rushed forward excitedly and said, "Hey, are you Yang Dingtian's subordinates? Do you know where he is? Do you know how to get there?" Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. Did this girl think that any human was his subordinate? The two Nether Ocean's grandmasters' expressions changed. Then, one of them said, "May I ask who you are?" The demon spirit said, "I'm the daughter of the Silvermoon clan's leader from Little Western Paradise." The Nether Ocean's grandmaster smiled and said, "That's right. We are Lord Yang Dingtian's subordinates. We were ordered to guard the entrance to the taboo continent's sea." The demon spirit said, "That's great. Tell me, how do I get to Yang Dingtian's home?" "Oh right, do you know Shadowless?" The Nether Ocean's grandmaster said, "Lord Shadowless from Yinyang School? We know each other. Is that okay? I'll bring you to Lord Yang Dingtian. How about it?" "Alright." The demon spirit said, "Thank you very much." Just like that, the daughter of the Silvermoon clan's leader, Yao Li, was about to be abducted and sold the first time she entered the human continent. Yang Dingtian was truly speechless. Yao Li was stubborn, but at least she still had intelligence. This sister of his was completely being sold. She even had to help count the money. Just like that, Yang Dingtian watched as the Nether Ocean's expert took the demon spirit away. And at the entrance to the taboo continent's sea, there was only one Nether Ocean's grandmaster left to guard it. After the demon spirit and the Nether Ocean's grandmaster left, Yang Dingtian lightly flicked his finger. Pa! A demonic sky-splitting lightning struck the Nether Ocean's grandmaster's head. Without any ability to fight back, this Nether Ocean's grandmaster directly fainted. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Yang Dingtian directly grabbed him and quickly chased after the Nether Ocean's expert who abducted the demon spirit. A full 600 miles away, Yang Dingtian caught up with the Nether Ocean's expert who abducted the demon spirit. He had already succeeded. Because the demon spirit had already fainted, he directly carried it on his shoulder and flew in the direction of the Nether Ocean. For this kind of beginner-level grandmaster, Yang Dingtian was completely able to kill him in one move. In an instant, he flashed behind him and slammed his palm down on his head. Just as the other party reacted and was about to counterattack, he was already heavily injured and directly fainted. Yang Dingtian carried the two Nether Ocean's experts and the demon spirit in his other hand and directly flew towards the northwest continent. In the end, he discovered that the demon spirit's eyes were wide open, revealing a look of horror. It turned out that she didn't faint, but she couldn't move. At this moment, in her heart, the human kingdom had already changed from a beautiful place to a place of evil. The people here were too sinister. They were even more sinister than the people in Little Western Paradise. Just now, the two middle-aged men were already bad enough. Now, this young man had killed the two middle-aged men and snatched her away. Obviously, he was even worse. She didn't know what would happen if she fell into his hands. Instantly, the demon spirit was even more horrified. In Little Western Paradise, she was completely fearless. She even dared to assassinate the chairman, Xianxia. However, after entering the human continent, she didn't know why, but she instinctively felt a sense of weakness, the kind of uneasy feeling when entering an unfamiliar environment. She wasn't afraid of death, but what if this dangerous human wanted her? Of course, she had already forgotten that humans were unable to make the demon fox race go into estrus. Before flying into the northwest continent, on the familiar route, Yang Dingtian met the demon vulture King Aja. During this period of time, it didn't dare to approach the taboo continent's sea region. Therefore, it would hover above the surrounding sea surface every day, waiting for Yang Dingtian. After seeing him, it flew over happily and desperately rubbed against Yang Dingtian's face. Riding on the demon vulture King Aja, Yang Dingtian placed the two experts of the Netherworld Sea aside. After that, he stretched out his hand to touch the demon spirit's wrist and inserted profound qi. He discovered that she had been poisoned. It felt like a neurotoxin that had sealed her meridians and entire body. However, it wasn't life-threatening. Yang Dingtian didn't have a way to detoxify the poison, but he could forcefully break the seal on her profound meridians. He directly inserted profound qi and broke the seal on her body. After regaining her mobility, the demon spirit suddenly screamed and desperately clutched her chest. "I'm warning you. I'm the daughter of the Silvermoon clan's patriarch. Your human king, Yang Dingtian, is my good friend. Don't touch me." Yang Dingtian was speechless. After the demon vulture King Aja heard it, it instantly screamed. "Miss Demon Spirit, I am your friend, Yang Dingtian." After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, the demon spirit was instantly stunned. "Really? Really? Yang Dingtian. Great." The demon spirit directly rushed up and hugged Yang Dingtian's neck. "Shadowless is your subordinate, right? Hurry up and take me to see him, okay?" "Okay." Yang Dingtian. However, in the human countries, men and women shouldn't touch each other. Shadowless is my elder. It's not good for you to hug me like this. The demon spirit stuck out her little tongue and released Yang Dingtian. Then, she stared at him curiously. "Why do I feel that your tone is very familiar? A lot of people say so." Yang Dingtian. "Oh." The demon spirit said. Yang Dingtian. "Miss Demon Spirit, as far as I know, once you enter the human countries, you will quickly turn into a demon fox shape. It's difficult to stabilize your human form for a long time." "Well, I know." The demon spirit said. "But that doesn't matter. However, the human countries are really not a good place. Since I came in, my cultivation has been declining." Yang Dingtian rejoiced in his heart. This might be the god of chaos's protection for the human countries. The demon fox clan of Little Western Paradise couldn't stay in the human countries for a long time. Otherwise, they might really launch a large-scale invasion. Yang Dingtian touched Azeo's neck and said, "Did you tell Yan Yan and the others that I went out to do something? Tell them not to worry." Demon Vulture King Azeo nodded. Yang Dingtian. Then what did you say? You can't speak. Demon Vulture King Azeo waved its claws and rode in the air. Immediately, Yang Dingtian was filled with admiration. As a flying mount, Azeo was truly ambitious. Not only did it learn to understand the primal chaos language, Chinese, and a small amount of English, but it even knew how to write. Wow, your bird is so powerful. It can understand human language. Can you give it to me? The demon spirit shouted. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Demon Vulture King Azeo rolled its eyes for a while and resisted the urge to throw her into the sea. Please, I'm a demon vulture, not a bird. Also, your IQ is not as high as mine. You want to be my master? Keep dreaming. Yang Dingtian landed in Cloud Sky City, but he could only stay for a short time. Because of the secret report, Queen Xianxia was in Zhongjing. Although she was with Yun Zhenu, her target seemed to be Yang Dingtian. The news of Queen Xianxia entering the human countries completely shocked the entire Council of Light. Almost all the experts of the Council of Light came out. They were loose on the outside but tight on the inside, guarding the key points. As for Du Gushao, he had been secretly guarding the vicinity of Cloud Heaven City. Yang Dingtian was also shocked. As the queen of the Naga Empire, Xianxia had never left her capital. What was the reason for her to come to the human countries? So, Yang Dingtian took the demon spirit, rode on Demon Vulture King, and flew to Zhongjing at the fastest speed. He just didn't know if Shadowless was in Zhongjing or in the East Continent. 12 hours later, Yang Dingtian landed in Zhongjing. At this time, the entire Council of Light headquarters was on guard. When Dongfang Minmi saw the demon spirit, he couldn't help but be stunned. Who was this important person? Yang Dingtian actually brought her with him. Master, where's Uncle Shadowless? Yang Dingtian asked. In Yinyang School, Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian, ask him to come to Zhongjing as soon as possible. This woman beside me, if I'm not wrong, should be Master Shadowless's lover. Suddenly, Dongfang Minmi almost turned into a wooden statue. Half an hour later, Yang Dingtian secretly met with Queen Xianxia in his room. Note, the next update is still tomorrow morning. Thank you, everyone. By the way, please give me 2 monthly votes. Yang Dingtian, Dongli has failed. This was the first thing Queen Xianxia said when she saw Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian immediately revealed an inquisitive gaze. He did not say anything, nor did he say why Dongli had failed. The power of the darkness immortal flame can make our hearts throb, but it is not enough to make us fall in love, Xianxia said. So, you may be the only human who can make the snake men fall in love. Yang Dingtian? Maybe not. Back then, the soul-leaving palace had successfully impregnated Queen Poisa without any intimate contact. Yang Dingtian, who was a rare commodity worth hoarding, did not reveal any special expression. He still looked at her calmly. So, let's talk, okay? Queen Xianxia said. Yang Dingtian said, please speak. Queen Xianxia said, my Snakeman Empire will fully support you against the evil ways and help you win the battle of world destruction. You will help me give birth to the next generation of the Snakeman race and let the Snakeman Empire pass on. Yang Dingtian thought about it. He did not refuse or agree. He said, then what are the specifics? Queen Xianxia said, of course we have to talk about it one by one. First, you have now unified the entire human countries, except for the Vulture Palace and the Sea of Hades. All the experts of my Snakeman Empire will move out and work with you to get rid of Wulingzi of the Vulture Palace. This way, you can completely unify the human countries. Yang Dingtian said, then what should I pay in return? Queen Xianxia said, give Du Guoshang to me. Yang Dingtian's face suddenly twitched. Queen Xianxia's first sentence had directly pierced Yang Dingtian's reverse scale. Yang Dingtian said, then it seems that we do not need to talk anymore. Queen Xianxia said, I only asked you to hand Du Guoshang over to me. I didn't say I was going to kill her. After all, she is my sister's flesh and blood. Although she is a failure, I feel that it might be better for her to be by my side. In exchange, you've unified the entire human nation. I think this is a very good deal for you. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, Your Majesty, you should know that I never trade with people. No matter if it's Du Guoxuang or someone else who's even more insignificant. Queen Hai Xian looked at Yang Dingtian with lingering interest, then sneered, Then you don't want to hear the second one? Yang Dingtian, you can listen, but don't have any illusions. Queen Hai Xian smiled and said, The second condition is that I will borrow your child. In return, I will help you seal the entrance to the human gate in the Skull Hall. Only in this way, the demon fox race in the Little Western Paradise will not easily enter the human nation. You also know that before you break through to the half-sage level, you can't seal this door. This door belongs to the Netherworld Sea. If you and I work together, we can seal it. What if I refuse? Yang Dingtian said. Queen Hai Xian stretched out her hand and pressed Yang Dingtian's lips, saying, Don't refuse so quickly. I'm afraid that I won't be able to control myself and will hurt you. Then, Queen Hai Xian slowly stood up and said, I know that it's very difficult to make someone submit with empty words. I need to exert a certain amount of pressure, so I'll give you time. If I exert too much pressure on you during this time, please forgive me. Then, Hai Xian gently bent down and kissed Yang Dingtian's lips. In an instant, her entire body trembled. Her heart was in a daze, and a flame ignited in the depths of her heart. It was so easy for her to fall in love with him. She didn't even need to do anything. Baby, I'll wait for your reply. Hai Xian gently pinched Yang Dingtian's lips, then turned and walked out. After Queen Hai Xian left, Yang Dingtian sat down. She knew that Hai Xian's first condition was the prerequisite for all the conditions. Although she definitely didn't know that Ao Shuang had become Naga. However, Ao Shuang was the only bloodline of Queen Poisa. She was determined to get it. Moreover, she had always been worried that one day, Ao Shuang would transform into Naga. In that case, she, Hai Xian, would be dead. Another thing was that Queen Hai Xian was actually testing to see if Ao Shuang had transformed. If Yang Dingtian's reaction was very intense, it meant that he might have already transformed. And if Yang Dingtian's reaction was calm, it meant that he might not have transformed yet. Therefore, Yang Dingtian said that he would absolutely not trade with anyone. Furthermore, Hai Xian had never thought that she would be able to succeed in her negotiations. It was just an opening, a warning. Next, she might have a lot of measures to force Yang Dingtian to compromise. Yang Dingtian didn't know what this woman's cultivation was like now. But no matter what, the matter of eliminating her had to be included in the plan as soon as possible. It would be best if he could kill her before the apocalyptic war began. He had to deal with the Snake Man Empire. Otherwise, the human countries would have to face two battles. As for the second condition, it didn't seem important right now, but it was extremely important. The door to the human kingdom that sealed the Great Hall of Heads, this point would become extremely important when the Doomsday War began. There were simply too many saint-level and half-step saint-level experts in Little Western Paradise. Moreover, Yongxi now controlled almost the entire Little Western Paradise. If the apocalyptic war began and the apocalyptic army was at a disadvantage, the masters of the Foxman clan in Little Western Paradise would come out in full force. It would be a disaster for the human countries. Now, this door was still under the control of the Netherworld Sea. Of course, there was also good news. The masters of the Fox clan in Little Western Paradise couldn't stay in the human countries for a long time. Otherwise, their cultivation would drop rapidly. Therefore, before the apocalyptic war began, the masters of Little Western Paradise would definitely not enter the human countries on a large scale. Before that, he would eliminate the forces of the Netherworld Sea and the Vulture Palace, completely unify the human countries, and eliminate all the guides. Then, he would be able to seal the masters of the Fox clan in Little Western Paradise in Little Western Paradise. Also, although Wu Yu proposed to help kill Wu Lingzi, Yang Dingtian was slightly tempted by this proposal. But soon, he gave up on this idea. Because of that sentence, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Even if there was a free lunch, it would be poisonous. No matter what, he had to rely on himself. If he wanted to get rid of Wulingzi and control the Vulture Palace, there was only one way, and that was to break through to the half-saint realm. Dongli secretly met with Wu Yu and Indu. I failed, Dongli said. I can see that, Wu Yu said. Eternal dwelling heaven was behind the wall. The Naga Empire can't fall into Yang Dingtian's hands. I want to kill Yang Dingtian, Dongli said. No, Wu Yu said. Dongli said, why not? The order to not kill Yang Dingtian was lifted nearly a year ago. Wu Yu said, now that things have changed again, no. Dongli said angrily, give me a reason. Wu Yu said, His Majesty the Demon King needs Yang Dingtian to challenge the God of Chaos. Dongli sneered, he's the enemy, why would we need him? Wu Yu said, you've already failed. Now, only Yang Dingtian can give birth to a half-god descendant. Do you think we can fight against the God of Chaos with our current strength? Impossible. Dongli was full of unwillingness. After a long silence, he said, anyway, my mission is over. I can't let the Naga race reproduce anymore. Now, give me the first-class evil spirit that belongs to me. I want to break through to the half-saint realm. I've been a 9th grade martial grandmaster for many years. I've had enough. Wu Yu said, you want to kill Yang Dingtian after breaking through to the half-saint realm? Dongli said, I didn't say that. Wu Yu said, you have to remember, after you give the evil spirit, you won't be able to kill Yang Dingtian. Because at that time, you won't even have your own will. Dongli said, then why is Yu Ming still so carefree and has his own will? Wu Yu said, that's because the first-class evil spirit hasn't suppressed his will, unlike Dongfang Bingling. Dongli said, is the first-class evil spirit going to suppress my will? Wu Yu said, yes, because you want to kill Yang Dingtian, your will be suppressed. Dongli's face suddenly twitched, and he said, then what do you want me to do? Give me the first-class evil spirit? Wu Yu said, when you can think about the overall situation of His Majesty Demon King, we'll give you the first-class evil spirit and give you a new mission. Moreover, this mission can be completed with your ability. What mission? I can do it now. Dongli said. Wu Yu said, no, wait until your heart calms down. You're used to being arrogant in the human countries. For the time being, you should stay in Little Western Paradise and feel how small you are. Then, Wu Yu waved and said, you can leave. Dongli left indignantly. Wu Yu walked into the room and gently leaned on Yongxi Wentian's body, saying softly, Dongli is far inferior to Yu Ming. Yongxi Wentian stroked Wu Yu's hair and said softly, yes, although Yu Ming is disobedient, he's the kind of child that makes his parents feel more sorry for him. Wu Yu said, when are you going to let the evil spirit suppress Yu Ming's will? Yongxi Wentian shook his head, I don't know, this matter is not entirely up to me. You also know that he's the boss of Earth. Wu Yu laughed, you're clearly much smarter than him, and he's obviously very frivolous, so why do you still listen to him? Yongxi Wentian laughed, Qin Wanzhou, Wu Maji, which one of them isn't smarter than Yang Dingtian? Why do you all listen to Yang Dingtian? Don't you also like that Wentian? Wu Yu smiled, how can that be? I only like Wentian, okay? I really hate the way you guys are acting. Yongxi Wentian laughed, it's not just hate, right? The one on Earth wouldn't be so gentle to you. Wu Yu sighed, he's not gentle, but he's very real. You're very gentle, but you're very fake. Yongxi Wentian fell silent. After a long time, he said, Wu Yu, if one day, we need you to sacrifice yourself, will you do it? Wu Yu trembled, just like a few hundred years ago, when Yongxi sent me to the human race to borrow their seed? Yongxi Wentian said, more or less. Wu Yu said, that Wentian of Earth definitely won't do that. Yongxi Wentian said, yes, he won't do that, but I will. Will you agree? Wu Yu's tears fell, but a smile appeared on her face, of course, as long as you say it, I will agree. However, maybe I'll fall in love with someone else like a few hundred years ago. At that time, you'll be accompanying your wife and losing your soldiers. Yongxi Wentian's eyes were filled with unwillingness, so, unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't let you go. However, if it's really necessary, I'll have to do it. Wu Yu said, that shouldn't be the case, right? The child born of Yang Dingtian and Yao Rao is obviously a descendant of a demigod, right? Yongxi Wendian said, maybe, but that child is greatly influenced by his parents. His will is frighteningly firm, he won't listen to us. Wu Yu said, isn't there still Jia? She's also pregnant with Yang Dingtian's child. This child should listen to us. Yongxi Wendian said, let's hope that the pregnant Jia won't change her ambition. Her strong maternal love won't dilute her scheming. Then, Yongxi Wendian said, if we still can't control Jia's child, then maybe when the time comes, we'll really have to let you go. Wu Yu laid on Yongxi Wendian's leg and said softly, if you're not afraid of me falling in love with someone else, I'll go. At this time, Dongli was strolling around the Silver Palace, his heart filled with resentment. Why? Why couldn't he kill Yang Dingtian? This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was, why did he have to be treated differently from Netherworld? They were both the adopted sons of the Demon King. Why did he have to favor Netherworld? He was clearly an idiot who didn't even have a manly root. At this time, Dongli was not only filled with hatred for Yang Dingtian, but also for Wu Yu, Netherworld, and even Wendian. When he passed by a red leaf forest, he suddenly smelled an incomparably alluring woman's fragrance. At this time, a peerlessly beautiful figure stood under a red leaf tree. It was Jia. Because she was pregnant, she had become a little more plump, and her delicate figure became more mature and moving. Moreover, her originally beautiful face became even more breathtaking. Jia's current beauty had even surpassed Yarao. She was almost on par with Queen Xianxia. Dongli tried his best to widen his eyes, but he could only see a faint silhouette. That's right, this pair of other people's eyes was gradually taking effect on him. Although he was still blind, he already had a basic reaction to light. At this time, Jia was caressing her lower abdomen, staring blankly at the fallen red leaves. Suddenly, she saw Dongli and said coldly, human, this isn't a place you should be. Dongli could tell that this woman was Jia. Moreover, she was also the woman Yang Dingtian had slept with in the Little Western Paradise. Immediately, evil thoughts arose in his heart. He already had the darkness mystic flame. Although he couldn't arouse the Naga race, it didn't mean that he couldn't arouse the fox race. If he could make the demon fox race fall in love with him, then Yang Dingtian could just go and die. Suddenly, Dongli's handsome face revealed a devilish smile as he walked towards Jia. Note, requesting 2 monthly votes. Scram, human. Jia said word by word. Dongli continued to step forward and slowly released the aura of the darkness mystic flame. After sensing the dark aura, Jia's heart suddenly skipped a beat. A blush appeared on her flawless face, and the temperature of her delicate body rose by a lot. Dongli immediately felt this and was immediately overjoyed. He continued to step forward and said, Miss Jia, don't you want to give birth to a demigod descendant? I can give you this opportunity. You? Jia sneered. Of course. You are already moved, aren't you? Dongli walked to Jia's side and said with a smile, it's just that your modesty is hindering you. Why not let your heart guide your will? I will give you an experience that you will never forget. Dongli's darkness mystic flame stimulated the females of the demon fox race more than the serpent men race. However, that was all. It was still far from being moved. When Dongli came closer, Jia's disgust for him even exceeded the special feeling brought by the darkness mystic flame. Scram, human. Jia said word by word, I don't care who you are. What does it have to do with Chairman Yongxi? However, don't cause trouble for yourself. I'm not in a good mood. Dongli wouldn't have been so impatient to take such a risk. However, he had suffered a series of setbacks recently. He wanted to make a breakthrough in the demon fox race too much. Moreover, this Jia was Yang Dingtian's woman. In addition, the fragrance on her body made him lose his mind. Ha ha ha, you will be grateful to me later. After saying that, Dongli pounced on her and was about to force himself on her. In his memory, Jia practiced art and not martial arts. Therefore, she should be powerless in front of Dongli. Although her father was the patriarch of the Shadow Spear clan. However, he believed that once a woman was occupied by him, she would be obedient to him as if she had changed into another person. Dongli had seen too many examples of this. Jia frowned in disgust and then disappeared in a flash. Dongli was startled and said with a smile, interesting. Your cultivation is not bad. Let's have some fun then. Then, Dongli used his upper body movement technique and pounced on Jia. Jia's figure flashed again and said coldly, human, you can do it once, twice, but not thrice. If you offend me for the third time, don't blame me for being impolite. Dongli smiled and said, you're welcome. Good, I like it when women are rude to me. Women need to be strong, the stronger the better. Then, using his movement technique, he opened his arms and hugged Jia as fast as lightning. Jia's beautiful eyes turned cold. She covered her lower abdomen with one hand and struck out with her other palm. Her jade-like palm was delicate and beautiful, and it looked like she had no strength at all. Dongli didn't put her in his eyes at all and continued to pounce on her. Slap. Jia's palm suddenly struck Dongli's chest. A burst of heart-wrenching pain followed, and then, the profound veins in his entire body seemed to be torn apart inch by inch. Puff. A mouthful of blood violently sprayed out like a sharp arrow. Dongli's body flew dozens of meters away like a straw and fell to the ground heavily. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. This person was completely blinded by lust and anger at this time. He didn't know that Jia's cultivation was far beyond her sister's alluring heyday. At that time, Yang Dingtian was a 7-star 9th grade great-grandmaster. He was restrained by her until he couldn't move, and then she forced herself on him. If Dongli fought with all his strength, he could barely hold on. Underestimating the enemy like this was just courting death. In fact, Jia didn't want to fight because she knew the complexity of the Silver Palace and the bottomless shadow of eternal Shi. But Dongli forced her to do it. At this time, Wu Yu slowly came over. Jia slightly bowed and saluted him. Wu Yu glanced at Dongli lying on the ground and said to Jia, I'm sorry, did I scare you? I'm fine, thank you, madam. Jia said, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wu Yu said, take care of your body. Jia left the Red Leaves Forest and returned to her palace. Her days in the Silver Palace weren't as good as she imagined. It was more like another round of bitter cultivation. When Yaoqi was there, she was like a fish in water. Because Yaoqi had given her unparalleled trust, even if she wasn't Yaoqi's wife, she was still like half a master in the Silver Palace. And now, although both Eternal Shi and Wu Yu were very polite to her on the surface, but the entire Silver Palace seemed to be enveloped by an invisible net, making it difficult for her to breathe. Of course, there was also a sense of complete loneliness. She used to think that she enjoyed this feeling of loneliness. Growing up in the Shadow Spear clan's palace, although she and Yao Rao were sisters, their relationship wasn't good. She didn't want to be with Yao Rao and often liked to be alone. So she used to think that she enjoyed being alone. But she found out that wasn't the case. Her so-called enjoyment of loneliness was relative and conditional. For example, it was loneliness in the Shadow Spear clan's palace, not true loneliness in the Silver Palace. Moreover, her idol, Yaoqi, was dead. As for her nominal husband, the husband who saw her as an enemy, he basically never came back. Right now, she was completely alone in the Silver Palace. She couldn't even go back to the Shadow Spear clan's palace. Because her father, Yao Ru too, wanted to take back the political resources he invested in Yaoqi from his daughter. So if she went back to the Shadow Spear clan, it would mean that Yao Ru's efforts would go down the drain. She would also receive her father's cold eyes and anger. But she would persevere. She felt that she wouldn't lose to anyone. At the Radiance Parliament's headquarters in the central capital, Yang Dingtian had organized a small core meeting. Only a few people were participating. He reported the situation of Little Western Paradise to the core members present, which put a lot of pressure on the Council of Light. Many people had heard of Little Western Paradise. Even Dongfang Minmi and Qin Wanzhou had participated in the pursuit of Yao Rao. But they didn't expect Little Western Paradise to be such an advanced civilization. And the most terrifying thing was that this plane had already fallen into Wentian's hands. Yang Dingtian said, Wentian's plan has steps to follow. So far, half of his strategy has succeeded, and the other half has failed. He succeeded in controlling the Underworld Empire. He basically succeeded in controlling the Little Western Paradise. And he failed in controlling the Snakeman Empire. He also failed in controlling the human countries. Xianxia said, his failures are all small strategies. His big strategies have all succeeded. Yes. Yang Dingtian said, the failure of the Snakeman Empire and the human countries didn't affect Wendian much. It won't affect his strategy at all. Now, we have to predict how many more steps Wendian has to take. How long until the world-ending war begins? This depends on what the Queen Devil Queen and Princely Ming are doing. Summoning the Legion of Doom and reviving the Demon King Wendian. Dongfang Minmi said. Yes, this is the most comprehensive answer. Yang Dingtian said, this is also the most logical answer. So, there is one more question. Where are Li Ming and the Devil Queen? Can we interrupt their strategy? Dongfang Minmi said, according to sect master's speculation, I feel that the possibility of Wendian being in the ruins of the Naga Empire is very high. But it should be very difficult to interrupt their strategy. Because both Li Ming and the Devil Queen are too strong. Xianxia suddenly said, Sect Master, because of your leadership, we are more prepared for this world-ending war than before. Our strength is unprecedentedly strong. So on the battlefield, I feel that we have a very high chance of victory. But on the martial Dao, we are very weak. Not to mention the Underworld Empire, even the Naga Empire's martial Dao is far superior to ours. But I believe that you have a way to deal with the Naga Empire, right? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I have a plan for the Naga Empire. The key is that the Little Western Paradise's martial Dao is far superior to the Naga Empire. Once the Fox Clan's experts enter the human countries in large numbers, it will be a disaster. Therefore, it was imperative to eliminate the Spirit Vulture Palace and the Sea of Nether. Only by eliminating these two forces can we fight for and seal the door to the human countries, preventing the experts of the Little Western Paradise from entering. Everyone fell into silence. To eliminate the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea, one would need to be at least a half-saint, and not a low one. Currently, there was not a single half-saint in the entire Council of Light. The martial Dao strength of the human countries was too weak. Originally, there was Nihility Piao Ling, but unfortunately, she had been demonized. Originally, there was Walingzi, but he was an enemy. So, it is urgent to improve the martial Dao level of the Council of Light on a large scale. Yang Dingtian said, I have a plan, which is to use the spiritual illusion of the taboo continent to improve the martial Dao level of the core forces of the Council of Light on a large scale. Yang Dingtian already had this plan in mind. The spiritual illusion of the taboo continent could greatly improve the martial Dao level of a warrior in a few months. But there was also a risk, which was that the people of the Little Western Paradise could enter and destroy at any time, including the people of the human countries. With Yang Dingtian's protection, he was not afraid of the experts below the half-saint level. But if the experts above the half-saint level came to destroy, it would be troublesome. And the key was that cultivating in the taboo continent would take a few months. Yang Dingtian's time was very precious, and it was difficult for him to guard for a long time. He had to break through to the half-saint level in the shortest time possible. The spiritual illusion of the taboo continent. Currently, I know the complete process from the first world to the fifth world. Yang Dingtian said, Dongfang Bingling once cultivated here for nearly 2 years and broke through to the half-saint level in one fell swoop. Of course, we can't cultivate for such a long time. In fact, cultivating to the fourth world is the fastest and most effective way. So, I plan to let our people enter the spiritual illusion of the taboo continent in batches. The first batch I suggest is Wumaji, Dishi Bian, and the others. The demon vulture King Azu is very experienced in the spiritual illusion of the taboo continent. It will be your mount for each batch of cultivation. Yes, husband. Wumaji said, her beautiful eyes flashing with excitement. Dongfang Minmi said, but this kind of cultivation, the Little Western Paradise and the evil ways probably won't sit by and do nothing. Once it's destroyed, this kind of cultivation can't be carried out. Yes, it's impossible to guard against it. Yang Dingtian sighed, even if the cultivation time is a few months, we can't hope that the enemy won't find out. Yang Dingtian thought deeply, and said, in this case, Yongxi Wendian still doesn't know that I've seen through him. So, I'll enter the Little Western Paradise again and directly ask for our people to enter the taboo continent to cultivate on a large scale. I hope they can understand. Then, I'll go to the Shadow Spear clan and ask Yao Nu to help guard the door of the Fox clan. That's right, this method works. Now, Yongxi Wendian still thought that Yang Dingtian treated him as an ally, and he probably didn't care too much about the Council of Light's strength. Most importantly, Yao Nu too was Yang Dingtian's ally, and he wanted to push Jia to the position of chairman in the future. He could also guard the door of the Little Western Paradise. Then, the key was the door of the human kingdom. It was conceivable that the Vulture Palace might not have the guts to destroy it, but the Naga Empire's Queen Xianxia was worried that she couldn't find a chance to force Yang Dingtian to compromise, and would do her best to destroy it. In the entire human world, there was almost no one who could subdue Xianxia, so the door of the human kingdom really couldn't be guarded. Suddenly, Wu Maji's beautiful eyes lit up, and she said, "Husband, there's actually someone who can help guard the door of the human kingdom." "Who?" Yang Dingtian asked, but he immediately knew the answer after asking. "That's right, a half-step sage expert, Wu Yuming." This isn't good." Yang Dingtian was speechless. Letting the fifth-in-command of the evil ways protect the Council of Light, this seemed a little crazy no matter how he looked at it. Wu Maji said, "Actually, we only need to drag Ling Wu down with us. Let her follow us and cultivate in the Forbidden Continent's illusory realm." Wu Yuming won't refuse. Yang Dingtian was stunned. This was really a way. But why did it seem a little despicable? However, for the sake of the Council of Light's strength, this little despicable didn't matter. At this moment, Wu Yuming and Ling Wu should still be cultivating in the grassland of Dongli and hunting for an Earth-level mystic flame, therefore, the meeting decided. Next, the experts of the Council of Light immediately entered the Forbidden Continent's illusory realm to cultivate. They wanted to raise their cultivation as high as possible in the shortest time possible. Demon's Wrath too would guard the door of the Demon Fox clan, and Wu Yuming would help guard the door of the human kingdom. After the meeting ended, Yang Dingtian immediately rode on Demon Eagle King Aja, and together with Wu Maji, they headed to the grassland of Dongli to meet Wu Yuming and Ling Wu. The changes in the world were really too unpredictable. Before this, he would never have thought that he would actually seek cooperation with Wu Yuming one day. Note, the next update will still be tomorrow morning. Please support me. Yang Dingtian, who entered the Little Western Paradise again, immediately transformed into the Speechless clan. Before going to Yingdu, he decided to visit the Shadow Spear clan first. Then, Demon Rage 2 told Yang Dingtian about Jia's pregnancy with joy and a complicated expression. Yang Dingtian was shocked. On the other hand, Demon Rage 2 silently sat opposite him without moving at all. After a long while, he suddenly said, "I went to the Silver Moon clan some time ago and met Zhao Li." Yang Dingtian raised his head and looked at him. Demon Rage 2 said, "I am very curious about his seclusion. I believe that he must know a lot about Yao Qi's death and other things. So, I asked him why he retired." "How did Yao Qi die?" Yang Dingtian asked. "What did he say?" Demon Rage 2 said, "He congratulated me for getting a son-in-law with deep feelings." Then, Demon Rage 2 raised his head and asked Yang Dingtian, "Mr. Jiangshang, what do you think he meant by that?" Yang Dingtian's mouth was dry. The meaning of Yao Li's words couldn't be clearer. A son-in-law with deep feelings. Demon Rage 2 knew clearly about the relationship between Jiangshang and Jia. It wasn't good at all. For Yao Qi, Jia had harmed Jiangshang many times. So, this son-in-law was naturally Yao Rao's husband, Yang Dingtian. For Yao Rao and her son, he risked his life to come here. Yao Li's words were equivalent to telling Demon Rage 2 about Mr. Jiangshang's true identity. Demon Rage 2 said, "I asked him, how did Yao Qi die?" He said, "Let me ask you. Now, let me ask you, how did Yao Qi die?" Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment, then answered, "Probably, he was killed by His Excellency Yongxi." Demon Rage 2 said, "Why did you kill him?" Yang Dingtian, "We have different political views. Yongxi thinks that Yao Qi will bring the entire Fox Demon clan to a dead end. She will destroy the Little Western Paradise and the entire world. I think Yao Qi will destroy the human world before destroying Little Western Paradise and the entire world." Yao Nu said, "You also participated in the process of killing Yao Qi?" "Yes, but he saw through it," Yang Dingtian said. I was also extremely shocked and surprised when he died. Of course, I'm happy to see him die, even though I admire Xiaoqi a lot. Yao Nutu's face was dark and uncertain. Was he resentful? Of course, he was furious. The resources that he had spent on Xiaoqi had turned into nothing. However, he was a realistic and rational person. Since things were already set in stone, he would look for the most advantageous aspect for himself. After a long silence, Monster Rage 2 said, Mr. Jiangshang, I don't care who your real identity is, but in the Little Western Paradise, in front of me, you can only be Jiangshang from the Speechless Clan. Of course, Yang Dingtian said. Yao Nutu said, also, the political deal between me and Yongxi cannot be changed. Whether it's you or Yongxi, you can't change it. If anyone wants to change this, my allies and I will immediately form an alliance with the Silvermoon clan and overthrow the Yingdu Council. Of course, Yang Dingtian said. Yao Nutu said, also, the son that Jia gave birth to can only stay in Little Western Paradise. Yang Dingtian was silent for a long time. He was not prepared for this at all. He had always thought that Jia would avoid pregnancy because she did not like him. Her pregnancy was really an extreme accident. At present, Yang Dingtian could not take the child away from Jia. Yao Nutu said, now, can you tell me why you're looking for me? Yang Dingtian said, a few of my men are going to enter the Forbidden Continent's illusion realm to cultivate for a few months. Therefore, I wish to close the silver door in the Skull Hall and not allow any demon fox race to enter the hall. Yao Nutu narrowed his eyes and said, you want me to send people to guard the silver door? You should know that the high-level fox demons are very unwilling to enter the human countries because their cultivation will constantly weaken. So, Yao Li and Yao Qi were forced to go to the human countries. So, even if they don't guard it, there might not be a single fox demon entering the human countries for a few years. Yang Dingtian said, guard it. There will be benefits in the end. Yao Nutu nodded at Yang Dingtian and said, now, you and I are allies, right? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, we're father and son-in-law, and we have a grandson. It can't be changed. Yao Nutu nodded and said, all right, I agree. And let me tell you, I don't care about anything else. Even if the human countries are completely destroyed in the Great Doomsday War, I don't care. I only care about one thing. 100 years, or 200 years later, my daughter Jia will sit on the chair of the Little Western Paradise. I don't care about the matters of the cats and dogs in the human countries. Understood. Yang Dingtian said. After bidding farewell to Yao Nutu, Yang Dingtian went to Yingdu to meet Yongxi. This matter seemed ridiculous. Evil ways were Yongxi Wentian's. But Yang Dingtian asked for help to let the Council of Light cultivate in the Forbidden Continent to increase their cultivation. One must know that after the Council of Light's core cultivators increased their cultivation, they would fight evil ways. But Yang Dingtian bet that Yongxi Wentian wouldn't care about the Council of Light's cultivation at all. The current Wentian was in charge of many planes. He didn't care about the Council of Light at all. In fact, the higher the cultivation of the Council of Light's higher-ups, the higher the number of high-level undead in the Underworld Empire after they died in battle. Moreover, Yang Dingtian asked for his help. This made Yongxi feel that Yang Dingtian didn't suspect his identity. He came to the Silver Palace again. Yongxi was still sitting in his wheelchair. Yang Dingtian pushed him around the garden. You left for more than a month. I thought you wouldn't come back. Yongxi smiled. Originally, I didn't plan to come back. Yang Dingtian said, but there's something I need your help with. What is it? Yongxi asked. Yang Dingtian said, you also know that I cultivated in the Forbidden Continent for a few months. My cultivation increased very quickly. So, I want to let the Council of Light's higher-ups cultivate there and increase their cultivation. Yongxi smiled and said, that's a good thing. I agree. But you also know that I don't have enough control over the experts of the Fox clan. So, I suggest you ask for experts from Monster's Wrath 2 to guard the entrance. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I think so too. Yongxi said, will it take long? Yang Dingtian said, it shouldn't take more than half a year. Yes. Yongxi replied, by the way, do you know about Jia's pregnancy? Yang Dingtian said bitterly, I know. Yongxi said, then go and see her. Yang Dingtian sighed and said, this is really unexpected for me. Yongxi smiled and said, go, and see her. Yang Dingtian pushed Yongxi back to the palace. After Yang Dingtian left, Wu Yu entered Yongxi's room. It's strange that Yang Dingtian came back at this time. Wu Yu said. Yongxi said, he wants the upper echelons of the Council of Light to cultivate in the illusion of the taboo continent. He wants the Fox clan to seal the Silver Gate and not let anyone enter the Skull Hall. Wu Yu said, did you agree? Yongxi said, yes, half a year. Do you need to go to the human countries in half a year? Wu Yu said, with Mudan in the human countries, you don't need me. It's better for me to stay here and help you. Furthermore, haven't we already decided that we will not touch Yang Dingtian and the Radiance Parliament before the World Extermination War? We will wait for the World Extermination War to start. Yongxi said, yes, the upper echelons of the Council of Light have become stronger. It's equivalent to the Underworld Empire having a few more powerful undead. It's not worth mentioning. Wu Yu sneered and said, if Yang Dingtian were to know that he had worked so hard for the World Extermination War, but he didn't know that we had already disregarded the World Extermination War and his Heaven Dao Union's army. Yongxi said, he can't be underestimated. I can feel that when he saw me just now, he was already suspicious and afraid of me. Wu Yu said, do we need to use a psychic to probe his brain? Yongxi said, not for now, so as not to alert the enemy. Yongxi said, it won't change anything anyway. Besides, I'm in charge of the Little Western Paradise. I have to make sure that he's a fresh stallion that can breed many demigod descendants. Wu Yu suddenly said, oh right, Jia has seen that scourge Dongli. If she tells Yang Dingtian might see through you. Yongxi said, don't worry, she won't tell, and she can't tell. As for Dongli, he's been imprisoned. Let him stay in the dungeon for half a year to clear his head. Inside Jia's office. The first thing Yang Dingtian saw when he saw her was her belly, which hadn't bulged yet. However, her entire body had become a little more plump. Her originally statue-like beauty now had a hint of femininity to it. Jia was surprised to see Yang Dingtian suddenly appear in front of her. When did you get pregnant? Yang Dingtian asked. Jia said after a moment of silence, when I reminded you that you fell into Yao Qi's trap. Yang Dingtian said, in other words, it's been almost 3 months. Yes. Jia said. Yang Dingtian said, didn't you take any defensive measures at that time? Jia looked up at Yang Dingtian and said, I did. You know that I don't like you. Of course, I don't want to give birth to your child. I was thinking that if you died one day, I would remarry Yao Qi. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but frown. She was pregnant after taking defensive measures. Was he that powerful? Jia suddenly said, actually, you can just treat it as an accident. Don't mind it. I have the ability to raise this child. You can pretend that nothing happened. Yang Dingtian sighed and said, believe me, Jia, it's not that easy. Whether it's for you or for me, it's not that easy. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly said, can I touch the child in your belly? Jia trembled. She was not used to such a request. Yang Dingtian walked over and gently touched Jia's belly. He closed his eyes, trying to feel the little life in her belly. At this time, ordinary people could not feel the heartbeat of the little life in her belly. However, Yang Dingtian could feel it. It was a peaceful and strong aura. When Yang Dingtian's hand touched her belly, Jia's body went soft. She had the urge to lean back. However, she resisted and stood there motionless. Yang Dingtian gently touched Jia's belly. The two of them fell into a complicated silence. After a quarter of an hour, he said, all right, I'll be leaving. Jia nodded. Yang Dingtian turned and left. On the way back to the Hall of Skulls, Yang Dingtian covered his body in a cloak. When he passed by the Shadow Spear clan, Monster Wrath too was already waiting for him with 2 martial saints. When they saw Yang Dingtian, they did not say anything. The 2 martial saints followed behind him and headed to the Hall of Skulls. Moreover, according to Yang Dingtian's request, they handed him a bottle of related elixirs. After Yang Dingtian entered the Hall of Skulls, the 2 martial saints guarded outside the silver door. Because Xianxia Monster Wrath 2 had personally agreed, no one could open this silver door for half a year. In the Hall of Skulls, Yang Dingtian waited for 2 hours. The green door of the human kingdom opened. This was because the captive from the Netherworld Sea had entered the illusory realm of the taboo continent and opened the green door for Yang Dingtian. That's right. Almost all of the Netherworld Sea's martial grandmasters had cultivated in the taboo continent. However, they were only stuck in the 6th world. So far, the one who had walked the furthest in the taboo continent was Princess Mudan. Even others did not know how she had passed through the later worlds. After leaving the Hall of Skulls, Yang Dingtian flew for more than 1,000 miles. Immediately, he saw Ling Wu at the entrance of the taboo continent's sea region. Of course, he still did not see Wu Yuming. However, it was obvious that he had started to guard the entrance. As for Dongfang Minmi, Dishi Bian, and the other captive from the Netherworld Sea, they were waiting for Yang Dingtian at the entrance. Has the Little Western Paradise succeeded? Ling Wu asked. Yang Dingtian said, it has succeeded. We can enter the illusory realm of the taboo continent to cultivate at any time. Ling Wu, I'll leave the entrance of the human kingdom to you. I'll return to the central capital first. After dealing with the relevant matters, I'll return to the Hall of Skulls in 2 or 3 days at most. I'll bring the first batch of you to cultivate. All right. Ling Wu said. After returning to the central capital, Yun Zhenu passed a letter to Yang Dingtian and said, this is the letter Master left behind before she left. Before she left? Yang Dingtian was stunned. Yun Zhenu said, after she left the central capital, she first went to the Vulture Palace before returning to the Snakeman Empire. This letter was left behind after she returned to the Snakeman Empire. Yang Dingtian opened the letter and read it. Immediately, he was shocked. There were only a few simple words on the letter. Do you want to know the whereabouts of the 5th stage of the pig-slaying sword technique? Agree to my conditions. Otherwise. Note, the next update will still be around noon tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. The 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. After the initial shock, Yang Dingtian only had one thought in his mind. Don't lie to me. How could Queen Xianxia know about the 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship? Yes, the first volume of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was auctioned off by the Naga Empire. But Queen Poisa had said that this was the only volume. There was nothing else. But then again, the first volume of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was found by Queen Xianxia because Queen Poisa never left the Naga tribe. Therefore, Queen Xianxia might really know the whereabouts of the 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. But Yang Dingtian also knew the rough whereabouts. At the end of the 4th stage, Shiwu Piaoyan also said that he was going to write the 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. He might be able to write it, but he might not. Because the 5th stage was ready to tear the space apart. The reason why Shiwu Piaoyan studied this topic was that he found that the whole world was divided into many planes. Each plane could not be reached directly. He had to jump through space. And if he wanted to study the destruction of the world, or to save the world, he had to go to the Naga Empire. If he wanted to go to the Naga Empire, he had to jump through space. And he said that in order to write the 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, he would go to the void border because there was a kind of void beast that could disappear in an instant and appear in another place. They had the ability to travel through space. He wanted to study this kind of void beast. Speaking of which, Yang Dingtian had already been to the void border twice. The first time was the one where Yaoqi died. There were energy creatures at the void border, but there were no legendary void beasts. There were only many electric creatures. The second time was at the void border of the dark world. That void border meant complete death. There was no life, not even energy creatures. Yang Dingtian thought for a moment and decided to ignore Queen Xianxia's temptation and threat for the time being. He would first arrange the matters related to his cultivation in the taboo continent. The Council of Light's most difficult time had passed. The reorganization of the central continent was on the right track. The only threat at the moment was the Spirit Vulture Palace. And with Walingzi's cowardice, he would not dare to take the initiative to look for trouble. But half of the Council of Light had to stay behind to handle the relevant matters. In general, they were divided into two groups to enter the taboo continent to cultivate. For example, Qin Huayu and Zhu Hongxue, their positions in the taboo continent were the same. One stayed behind while the other went to the taboo continent. Dongfang Nimi and Qin Wanzhou were in the same situation. Therefore, one stayed behind and the other went to cultivate. Qiu Wanjia and Kuei Si, Yun Kailan and Duan Ruyan, Kuei Qing and Song Chunhua were all in the same situation. In short, all the core experts of the Radiant Parliament above the Grandmaster level had entered the taboo continent to train. Why did it have to be above the master level? Of course, it wasn't because they were discriminating against people below the master level. It was because only the strong people above the master level could withstand the cultivation inside. However, there were close to 100 people at the core level of the Radiant Parliament who were above the Guru level, including Shiman Lai and Madame Shiman. They had broken through to Masters in the past few years. Ning Roer was supposed to be a high-level martial honorable. But after a woman got married, it was difficult for her to maintain her ambition to cultivate. Her current cultivation progress was already very difficult. Recently, she was preparing to have a child, so she did not have the time. Horror Mountain Village's Xiaomu was a pleasant surprise. Although he had not broken through to Masters, he was already a 6-star martial honorable. However, he had wasted a lot of time on his cultivation. As the second in command of the Southwest Continent's Central Defense District, he was so busy that he forgot to eat and sleep every day. Another pleasant surprise was Li Guanong. He was almost 60 years old. After obtaining the Xian Gathering Formation and using the Council of Light's large amount of resources, his martial arts had a second spring. In a short 5 years, he had soared from a mid-level martial honorable to a mid-level master. It could be seen that his talent was extremely shocking. It was just that in the past few decades, Wooden Sword Castle's decline had delayed his cultivation. Of course, there was one more person on the list that Yang Dingtian was puzzled. That was Leng Ao. He had also broken through to Masters and was currently a 2-star master. Yang Dingtian was already 25 years old this year, and he was already in his early 30s. Breaking through to Masters at the age of 30 was considered quite an amazing existence. Because of Leng Qingchen, Yang Dingtian had always felt guilty towards him. However, his name was originally on the list, but it was crossed out. Yang Dingtian asked someone, but in the end, it was Dongfang Minmi who crossed it out himself. Yang Dingtian asked his master, but he said that Ling Ao's thoughts were wrong, so he made the decision to cross out Ling Ao's name. Of course, the reason was that Ling Ao used to be very close to Zhu Qingzhu and Zhu Hongyu. He was also quite disgusted by the fact that Yang Dingtian's forces had entered the East Continent. In short, he was hostile towards Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment and said, "Master, let me see Ling Ao and give him a chance." Dongfang Minmi sighed and then nodded. Then, Shadowless rode on Yang Dingtian's Demon Eagle King and went to the Yinyang school to summon Ling Ao. Yang Dingtian was surprised. Did Shadowless need to do such a small thing himself? He could have just sent someone else. In the end, when Shadowless brought the demon onto the Demon Eagle, Yang Dingtian knew. The demon must have felt bored in Zhongjing and wanted to go to the Yinyang school to play. It was quite interesting. At that time, the demon was brought to Zhongjing by Yang Dingtian. Then, he asked someone to find Shadowless. As soon as it saw Shadowless, it pounced on him and clung onto him like a koala. Yang Dingtian didn't guess wrongly. Her lover was indeed Shadowless. Yun Junna told Yang Dingtian that Shadowless's reaction was quite interesting. At first, he was stunned. Then, he tightly held onto the demon's short skirt to prevent her from being exposed. Because the demon's skirt was very short, it would be very easy for her to be exposed if it was wrapped around his body. Shadowless was afraid of being taken advantage of, so he quickly blocked it. Then, the two of them were together without any obstacles. Yang Dingtian was very curious. He once asked Shadowless, "Do you remember what happened with the demon?" He shook his head, indicating that he didn't remember at all. Yang Dingtian was shocked. "Uncle Master, you don't remember her and you got together so quickly. You're really bold." Shadowless said, "I don't remember things clearly, but I remember the smell. I often dream about it, but I can't see her face clearly." Now that she's here, I can see clearly. Then, a human and a demon fox got together just like that. The strange thing was that the two of them didn't speak the same language. Shadowless often didn't speak for 3 to 5 days. As for the demon, she would die if she didn't speak for 3 to 5 minutes. That wasn't all. In order to resist the drop in cultivation, the demon even turned into a fox. Sometimes, she would be held in Shadowless's arms. Sometimes, she would run around under his feet. In short, this special pair of lovers was very close to each other. Many people were envious. Moreover, in the Council of Light's Taboo Continent cultivation mission, the demon and Shadowless would be very useful. Because the demon had saved Shadowless's life in the Skull Palace, she was relatively familiar with the Taboo Continent and the Skull Palace. Of course, there was another very important beauty in this cultivation mission. That was Ling Bai and Demon Vulture King Ajia. Previously, Yang Dingtian had thought of letting Ajia lead Wu Maji, Dishi Bian, and the others into cultivation. In the end, it didn't work. That was because Ajia also had memories in the Taboo Continent's illusion. He was also stuck at the beginning of the 6th world. Therefore, once he entered the Taboo Continent's illusion, his progress would be different from Wu Maji's. Therefore, he didn't know what would happen then. Moreover, he and Ling Bai had a greater mission. That was to open the human gate in the Skull Palace every 2 hours so that Yang Dingtian or the others could enter and exit at any time. That was because Ling Bai and Ajia were stuck at the beginning of the 6th world. Once they entered the Taboo Continent's illusion, they could leave the Taboo Continent at any time through the Reverse Void illusion. It was easy for others to enter the Taboo Continent, but it would be troublesome to leave. The list of the first wave of people going to the Taboo Continent to cultivate had been made. This time, Qin Wanchou stayed behind and Dongfang Minmi went to cultivate. During this time, Yang Dingtian would shuttle back and forth between the Skull Palace and the Human Kingdom. 16 hours later, Shadowless rode the Demon Vulture King back. However, Leng Ao didn't come. Leng Ao said that if there's anything, you should talk to him personally. Don't be so arrogant. Wait for his visit in Zhongjing. Shadowless relayed Leng Ao's words. Instantly, Dongfang Minmi was so angry that he trembled all over. Was Yang Dingtian putting on airs? They were verifying the list on top, distinguishing which group would stay first and which group would enter to cultivate. Yang Dingtian was busy with official business. Moreover, Dongfang Minmi crossed out Ling Ao's name. Yang Dingtian wanted to give him another chance. Dongfang Minmi was even more disappointed in Ling Ao. Yang Dingtian also felt angry in his heart. However, Leng Qingchen's eyes before she died suddenly appeared in his mind. Master, since the list has been decided, it's time to assign and arrange work. I don't have anything to do, so I'll go to the Yinyang school. If I can untie the knot in his heart, it would be the best. Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Minmi's face twitched for a while, but he didn't say anything. Although he was angry with Leng Ao, he wanted to protect and take care of him. Leng Ao's kindness to him was as heavy as a mountain, so he couldn't let Leng Ao go the wrong way. The reason why he crossed out Leng Ao's name was another kind of protection. Now that Yang Dingtian took the initiative to untie Leng Ao's knot, he was certainly willing to see it. Therefore, Yang Dingtian rode the Demon Vulture King and flew directly to the Yinyang school in the Eastern Cloud State. A distance of nearly 20,000 miles, the current Demon Vulture King only needed 8 hours to fly. Now, a claw's flying speed had surpassed all mounts in seconds, even the flying speed of a great grandmaster. At the Yinyang school, Yang Dingtian saw Leng Ao. He was still cold and handsome, but his face had a bit of wind and frost. Senior brother Leng, this time, the powerhouses above the great grandmaster level of the Council of Light will go to a secret realm to cultivate. You're in the first batch. What do you think? Yang Dingtian asked. When Leng Ao saw Yang Dingtian come in person, his eyes were slightly moved. Then I have to thank Sect Master Yang for his care. Leng Ao said. No, this is the original arrangement. Yang Dingtian said. Leng Ao said, but I know that Sect Master Dongfang has already crossed out my name. Because I was hostile to you, verbally attacked you, and was very close to Zhu Hongyu. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment and said, I know that because of Bing Ling, senior brother Ling is hostile to me. But it doesn't matter. I believe that senior brother Ling still upholds justice in his heart, just like Uncle Ling Qingchen. Justice? What is justice? Ling Ao said with a smile, is my father righteous enough? He's dead. I've already seen through all of this. Yang Dingtian, thank you for coming. I won't go to that secret realm to cultivate. Then, Ling Ao turned around and was about to leave. Yang Dingtian's face twitched, and he said, Ling Ao, you called me all the way here just to tell me this? Ling Ao looked at Yang Dingtian. Sorry, I just said that casually to Shadowless. I didn't expect you to really come. Yang Dingtian, are you going to continue living like this? Ling Ao said with a smile, what else can I do? The woman I love was taken away by you, and my father was killed by you. Do you want me to crawl at your feet loyally and go through fire and water for you? Yang Dingtian immediately trembled and said sternly, are you going through fire and water for me? You don't need to be loyal to me. You only need to be loyal to this world. Don't talk to me about grand principles. Ling Ao waved his hand and said, I saw you when you were still grass, so no matter how high your status is now, in my heart, you will always be the Yang Dingtian from 5 years ago. Your grand principles are not persuasive to me. Haha. Yang Dingtian immediately laughed and said, Ling Ao, you're half right. 5 years ago, I was a grass, but now I'm still a grass in my heart, and I will be like this in the future. I'm not like you, I've never been high and mighty. Or, the whole human race, the whole living thing, has always been a humble and tenacious grass. Well, I'm powerless to persuade you, you're on your own. Then, Yang Dingtian turned around and was about to leave. Right at this moment, a gorgeous and peerlessly beautiful figure suddenly drifted over. It was the Princess Mu Dan that Yang Dingtian was very familiar with, but also very strange to him. Of course, it was also Dongfang Bingling. At this time, even in the depths of her eyes, there was no icy aura. From inside to outside, she was completely a first-class evil spirit. She glanced at Yang Dingtian and then said to Ling Ao, Senior brother Ling Ao, I need your help, will you come with me? Ling Ao's body suddenly trembled. Yang Dingtian said loudly, Ling Ao, she is not Dongfang Bingling, she is now Mu Dan of the Temple of Annihilation. So what? Ling Ao smiled at Yang Dingtian, and then said to Mu Dan, I'll go with you, but can you surpass Yang Dingtian? Yes, Mu Dan said. Okay, then I'll go with you, Ling Ao said decisively. Note, sorry, there was a bit of a lag this time, so it was an hour late. Seeing that Ling Ao was about to follow Mu Dan, Dongfang Bingling, Yang Dingtian suddenly activated the Devil Spirit Demon Fire and instantly froze Ling Ao. Then, a devil sky-splitting lightning suddenly burst out and directly struck Ling Ao's chi vessel. The entire process was very straightforward and decisive. He would rather destroy Ling Ao's cultivation than watch him become a lackey of evil ways. Pah! A huge lightning bolt suddenly tore out and directly appeared at Ling Ao's chi vessel. With Ling Ao's cultivation, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand such a shocking lightning bolt. His entire chi vessel would instantly collapse and disintegrate. Who? But suddenly, Ling Ao's body was suddenly enveloped by a layer of mist-like barrier. It instantly protected his entire body and blocked the devil sky-splitting lightning outside. That's right, the devil sky-splitting lightning could ignore any energy barrier. However, this barrier was an insulating barrier. Yang Dingtian clearly saw that Mu Dan waved her lily-white hand and instantly, the stones on the ground turned into ashes and turned into an insulating barrier. Such an ability was simply amazing. Although she wasn't a celestial spirit master, such a gorgeous effect was even better than Vulture, a celestial spirit master. Mu Dan looked at Yang Dingtian and sneered. Nihility Piao Ling said that learning the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship is equivalent to having the symbol of a hidden sect disciple. Here, it refers to lightning energy, chaos, and the reversal of yin and yang. Everyone says that lightning is invincible and can't be defended against. In fact, there are at least 100 ways to defend against lightning for a half-saint powerhouse. Then, she raised her lily-white hand and Ling Ao's body suddenly floated up and landed behind her. Yang Dingtian looked at Ling Ao and said, Ling Ao, think carefully. Once you take this step, we will be enemies. It will be impossible for you to turn back even if you want to. Furthermore, don't expect me to show mercy to you. Leng Ao said indifferently, Yang Dingtian, we have always been enemies. Mu Dan looked at Yang Dingtian and smiled. Then, I'll take my leave. After saying that, she directly floated up, and Leng Ao's body also flew up, under the protection of her aura. As they flew away, Mu Dan suddenly smiled and said, Yang Dingtian, I can bestow second-class evil spirits to 5 people. Leng Ao is the first one. Who do you think I will bestow to the next 4 people? Then, she disappeared without a trace. Yang Dingtian looked in the direction where she disappeared and suddenly had a headache. He originally wanted to tell Leng Ao that Ling Qingchen died under the sword of Princess Mu Dan, but he didn't say it in the end. On a deserted island. Mu Dan looked at Leng Ao and said slowly, have you thought about it? You really want to accept my second-class evil spirit? Do you know that once this second-class evil spirit is given to you, you can't turn back? Leng Ao looked at Mu Dan fervently and said, I didn't want to turn back for a long time. Since you have gone to hell, then I will go to hell with you. Good. Welcome to the world of evil ways, Mu Dan said. Then, she stretched out her hand. A blue evil spirit tree slowly grew from her palm. There were 5 branches on it, all of which were empty at this time. Leng Ao knelt, put his hands together, and said, please give me strength. As long as I can defeat Yang Dingtian, as long as I can follow by your side, I will do anything. Mu Dan held one of the evil spirit branches, pulled it lightly, and threw it on Leng Ao's head. In an instant, the second-class evil spirit energy turned into thousands of strands and suddenly drilled into Leng Ao's brain. Then, his entire head burst out with green light. His entire eyeballs and hair turned completely green. Then, the green energy in his head began to spread throughout his body, and began to permeate every Xian vein. Leng Ao's entire body turned a terrifying green. All the flesh and blood in his body seemed to have turned a transparent green, looking incomparably terrifying and strange. Then, the sky for hundreds of miles was instantly covered by dark clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The surrounding hundreds of miles of sea churned and surged violently, setting off monstrous waves. Finally, with the entire deserted island as the origin, the hundreds of miles of sea turned into a huge Xian fire. Then, all the Xianxia energy in the surrounding hundreds of miles frantically poured into Leng Ao's body. Devour, frantically devour, endlessly devour. His cultivation began to soar crazily. From 3-star Grandmaster to 4-star, 5-star, 6-star, 7-star, 8-star, 9-star. Then, 9-star first class, 9-star second class, all the way to 9-star ninth class. Finally, this second-class evil spirit was still unable to help him directly break through to the great Grandmaster realm. Then, all the green light dissipated and drilled into his sea of qi. Leng Ao's entire body returned to its original state, but his eyes became incomparably bright and astonishing, and his skin seemed to have been carved out of jade. Just a little bit more, and you'll break through to the great Grandmaster realm. It will only take a few months, Mu Dan said. Leng Ao stretched out his hands and felt his strength. This feeling surprised and disappointed him. He said, my current cultivation is still far from Yang Dingtian's, isn't it? Mu Dan said, with the second-class evil spirit, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Leng Ao said, then, what do I need to do now? As long as it's against the Council of Light, as long as it's against Yang Dingtian, I can do it. Mu Dan shook her head and said, no, you don't have to do anything now. When I need you to do something, I will inform you. Leng Ao looked at Mu Dan's beautiful face and said, then, can I follow you in the future? Mu Dan looked at him and said, from now on, you are my man. Moreover, you can also bestow third-class evil spirits to 5 people. The life and death of these 5 people will be completely in your hands. After that, Mu Dan gently floated up and flew toward the west. Leng Ao said, what are we going to do next? Mu Dan said, find the second evil spirit owner. Yang Dingtian returned to Zhongjing with uneasiness. He deeply knew that the Doomsday War was already very close. This was because the evil ways had already begun to breed more evil spirits. Princess Mu Dan had already started to develop second-class evil spirits. These people would become the backbone of the evil ways in the future and become the commanders of the Legion of Doom. Yu Ming also had first-class evil spirits. However, he seemed to be uninterested in developing second-class evil spirits and only gave them to Ling Wu. As for Dongli, he was currently trapped in the Little Western Paradise and hadn't returned yet. He wouldn't be able to return to the human continent for at least half a year. Then, the only person who could bestow second-class evil spirits was Princess Mudan. She still had 4 quotas left. Who would she give them to? The most terrifying situation was that she would give the second-class evil spirits to Yang Dingtian's closest people, or even his wife. In this way, the life and death of Yang Dingtian's relatives would all be in the hands of Mudan. However, Yang Dingtian firmly believed that Mudan wouldn't do this. Moreover, doing so would only be able to take revenge on Yang Dingtian. Instead, it would waste the precious second-class evil spirits. This was because the cultivation of Yang Dingtian's relatives wasn't high. Furthermore, second-class evil spirits couldn't change a person's will. Therefore, they couldn't control their actions. Although Mudan didn't do this, it didn't mean that Dongli wouldn't do this. Yang Dingtian was almost certain that with Dongli's bone-deep hatred for him, once he possessed a first-class evil spirit, he would undoubtedly take revenge on Yang Dingtian. He would definitely give the second-class evil spirits to Yang Dingtian's wives and even do more beastly things to them. Half a year. There was at most half a year left before Dongli would return to the human continent. No, Dongli definitely can't live. I must kill him. It would be best if I could kill him directly in the Little Western Paradise. This was because once Dongli possessed a first-class evil spirit, his cultivation was very likely to break through to the half-saint level, just like Yu Ming. At that time it would be very difficult for Yang Dingtian to kill him in the human countries. And in the Little Western Paradise, what were the chances of Demon's Wrath 2 killing Dongli? At present, although Yang Dingtian and Demon's Wrath 2 were allies, Yang Dingtian couldn't guarantee how likely it was for Demon's Wrath to offend Yongxi Wendian to kill Dongli. After all, Demon's Wrath was completely self-centered. At this time, Yongxi Wendian could give him far more benefits than Yang Dingtian. Although the situation had changed dramatically, the cultivation plan in the Taboo Continent couldn't be stopped. Because Dongfang Minmi was going to the Taboo Continent to cultivate, Yang Dingtian didn't tell him about Ling Ao. Yang Dingtian still followed the original plan and brought dozens of Council of Light Grandmaster-level powerhouses to the Skull Hall in the Taboo Continent Sea region. The remaining Grandmaster-level core members stayed behind to maintain the operation of the Council of Light. Song Lihua and Tang Buezhao, the 2 think tanks, had no interest in improving their cultivation at present. They were completely focused on government affairs. Qin Wanchou was the highest level left behind by the Council of Light. Yang Dingtian said to him, "Uncle Qin, I'll be back in 4 or 5 days at most. During this time I'll have to trouble you." He didn't even mention that Mudan was developing a second-class evil spirit slave. Because Mudan was a half-saint powerhouse, no one could stop her from doing anything. Moreover, even if she wanted to plant a second-class evil spirit in a core member of the Council of Light, Yang Dingtian would dare to gamble with her. For example, Kuei Si, Song Xiao, and even Qin Wanchou, even if they were planted with a second-class evil spirit, they might not follow Mudan. Although it would make them fall into darkness, it was impossible for them to immediately betray Yang Dingtian and the Council of Light. Instead, it would make their cultivation soar. After a day and a night, dozens of Council of Light experts rode dozens of demon eagles and arrived at the entrance of the Taboo Continent Sea region. They still couldn't see the half-saint powerhouse Wu Yuming, but he was guarding this entrance. With him guarding this entrance, no one in the human countries should be able to pass through, including Mudan and Queen Hai Xian. Yang Dingtian had already explained everything about the Taboo Continent's first world to the fifth world. The main point was how to return to the real world. It was very simple for those who had the mystic fire. They just had to travel in the reverse direction in the void environment and shoot out the mystic fire. Their instantaneous speed would be more than 2,000 miles per hour. However, those without the mystic fire would be troublesome. Therefore, they had to be divided into groups. For every 3 people in a clan, one of them only needed to possess the mystic flame. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't know if some people in the real world would be able to wake them up if they were to be pushed or disturbed while cultivating in the Taboo Continent's illusion. However, Yang Dingtian wasn't ready to try this at the moment because the consequences might be very terrifying. Uncle Shadowless, Demon Spirit, you two enter the main hall first and wake up immediately. Yang Dingtian said, in the next few months, you two have to stay in the main hall and be responsible for everyone's safety at all times. Yes, Sect Master, Shadowless said. Then, the two of them held hands and flew directly into the Taboo Continent's sea region. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from everyone's sight. Yang Dingtian said to Demon Vulture King Azu and Ling Bai, the two of you have a very important mission too. Every 2 hours, you have to enter and exit the Skull Main Hall and ensure that the door is opened every 2 hours. Do you understand? Demon Vulture King nodded and used his claws to make an OK gesture. Ling Bai seemed very nervous and kept repeating Yang Dingtian's words. However, Yang Dingtian now completely believed that she could do it because she was very dogmatic. As long as she was instructed to do something, she would do it strictly. The people in the first group were almost the most important and also the most luxurious group. Dishi Bian, Wu Maji, Ling Wu. The three of them had the mystic fire and their cultivation wasn't low. They should be separated. However, Dishi Bian and Wu Maji were inseparable, they couldn't leave each other. As for Ling Wu, as Wu Yaoming's sworn sister, she had to be the most important too. Therefore, the three of them were placed in the first group. Of course, there was also a demon vulture, the three of them and the demon vulture had prepared a lot of elixirs. Yang Dingtian didn't hug Wu Maji. He only said lightly, Ji, I've already told you in detail about how to pass through those worlds in the Taboo Continent. Among the three of us, you're the group leader. You have to coordinate everything. Emoji smiled sweetly at Yang Dingtian and said, don't worry, my husband. Then, the three of them rode on a demon vulture and flew towards the Taboo Continent's sea region. Not long after, they also disappeared directly. 2 hours later, the second group entered. The second group was led by Dongfang Minmi. He led 2 grandmasters with lower cultivation. One of them was Shiman Lai. The third group was Madame Shiman, Kuei Qing and Song Chunhua. Song Chunhua was the leader. There were a total of 14 groups. About 15 minutes after Emoji's first group entered, Yang Dingtian said to Dongfang Minmi, Master, I'll enter the main hall first and wait for you inside. Don't worry. Dongfang Minmi said. Then, Yang Dingtian flew into the Taboo Continent's sea region. Merely 15 minutes later, Yang Dingtian entered the 6th world of the Taboo Continent's illusory realm. Then, he used his fastest speed to escape from the illusory realm and appeared in the main hall. At this moment, Shadowless and Demon Spirit were sitting at the corner of the main hall. Wu Maji, Dishi Bian, Ling Wu and the Demon Vulture of the first group were in the center of the main hall. Obviously, their cultivation in the Taboo Continent had already begun. At the same time, Princess Mu Dan, Dongfang Bingling, was bringing Ling Ao to find the second-grade evil spirit enslaved person. Note, the next update will be tomorrow afternoon. Thank you, everyone. In the following time, groups of cultivators rode a demon eagle and flew into the illusion of the Taboo Continent. Perhaps, after a few months of cultivation, they would be able to nurture a large number of powerful demon eagles. At that time, it would be very useful to have dozens of demon eagles that could fly at a speed of more than 2,000 miles and could fight against 100 demon eagles. Every 2 hours, a group would enter. After more than 10 hours, a total of 14 groups had all entered the illusion of the Taboo Continent. As for the Demon Eagle King Jia and Ling Bai, they would take turns to enter and exit the Skull Hall every 2 hours to keep the door open. Yang Dingtian didn't guess wrongly. Although Ling Bai's brain was suppressed by dogmatism, she was quite accurate in following specific orders. As for the Demon Eagle King Jia, needless to say, this guy had become a spirit. Half of the essence of the Council of Light was here. Now, everyone's faces were filled with fatigue, surprise, mystery, and difficulty as they began to cultivate in the first world, the Hard Rock Continent. Unlike Yang Dingtian, he flew aimlessly for tens of thousands of miles before descending. As for these dozen or so groups, they began to descend as soon as they entered the Taboo Continent. Therefore, they would travel tens of thousands of miles more than Yang Dingtian in the first world. Moreover, the direction of entering the Taboo Continent and the landing place were all different. This was because Yang Dingtian wanted to try his best not to let the groups meet in the world inside. This was because that feeling of loneliness and helplessness was more obvious for the improvement of one's cultivation. A group of 3, plus a demon eagle, was almost the best choice. Yang Dingtian could already see it clearly, although they were cultivating in the illusion in their minds. But in reality, the effect was exactly the same as real. This was because everyone's profound qi was desperately being consumed. Everyone was resisting the 5 times anti-gravity. Yang Dingtian could even see many people's veins bulging and muscles twitching. In short, although they were sitting cross-legged without moving, their entire bodies, profound veins, and energy qi were completely being consumed and cultivated. Yang Dingtian really didn't know where this skull hall came from. But in short, this world is really mysterious. It should be the best place for cultivation in the whole world. Bing Ling had cultivated there for more than 2 years and had directly broken through to the half-saint realm. Of course, 2 years in the real world would be countless years in the taboo continent's illusory realm. It might even be more than 10,000 years. Fortunately, her will was suppressed by the evil spirit. Otherwise, with her will and wisdom as a perfected being, even if she was as tough as iron, she would definitely collapse after cultivating for such a long time. Yang Dingtian had wasted more than half a month on the hard rock continent. In the end, it seemed that it had taken him a full 3 months to finish exploring the first world. In other words, it was about 16 days in real time. Of course, because these dozen or so groups were tens of thousands of li longer, it should be around the same time. Perhaps it would take around half a month. Of course, some groups might take less than half a month. Mu Dan and Ling Ao arrived in Zhongjing. "Who's the second-grade dark spirit you're going to bestow?" Ling Ao asked. "Zhu Hongxue," Mu Dan said. Suddenly, Ling Ao's eyebrows twitched, and a trace of jealousy surged in his heart. Obviously, he did not want Zhu Hongxue to obtain a second-grade dark spirit, and he did not want Zhu Hongxue to be by Bing Ling's side. Because from the beginning, Zhu Hongxue was his real love rival. At this time, Zhu Hongxue was in North Zhongzhou, because Dongfang Minmi had gone to the taboo continent's illusory realm. Black Heaven sect master Zhui Qingqi was guarding Zhongjing. Qing Dabii had also gone to the taboo continent's illusory realm, and Elder Ning Busi was guarding the east continent. Qin Wancho was shuttling back and forth between the west continent and Zhongjing. Of course, his focus was still on the reorganization of the entire South Zhongzhou. As for Zhu Hongxue, he was guarding North Zhongzhou. Not only was he guarding the Black Heaven sect, but he was also the supreme commander of 2 to 3 million elite troops in North Zhongzhou. Although he only had one arm left, his cultivation did not decrease after his arm was cut off. It was really strange. It was as if some kind of restraint was removed, and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. It had been almost 2 years since he became a grandmaster. Now, while he was busy, his cultivation had broken through to a 4-star grandmaster, and he was almost catching up to Qin Huayu. North Zhongzhou's military affairs were the lightest. The reorganization of the military had basically been completed, and now, all that was left was training, training, and training. As for the development of weapons, it was all carried out secretly in the West continent. The heaven-defying ancient beast, Xiao, was responsible for guarding the secret sea. "Young master, someone has come to visit. He says he's an old friend," an elder of the Black Heaven sect came in and said. Zhu Hongxue frowned slightly. Although he had matured a lot, he did not like anyone to disturb him except for work matters, let alone an old friend. "Got it," Zhu Hongxue said, then got up and walked out. The first person Zhu Hongxue saw was Princess Mu Dan, who was wearing a veil. Of course, it was also Dongfang Bingling. Obviously, he was stunned. Then, his gaze shifted to Ling Ao behind her, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. Obviously, his memory of Dongfang Bingling had been sealed for a long time, and he could not even recall it at once. Therefore, the first thing he felt was anger toward Ling Ao. He did not know about Ling Ao's depravity. However, he knew that Yang Dingtian personally went to the Yinyang school to persuade Ling Ao, but he was rejected. Therefore, he instinctively wanted to say that he was not welcome here, and please leave and return to the Yinyang school. Because of Ling Ao's special hostility, the Council of Light's internal opinion was to put him under semi-house arrest in the Yinyang school, Once he left or walked in the world, the Council of Light would capture him to prevent him from destroying the Council of Light's great cause. However, just as he was about to say this, he could not help but look at Princess Mudan's figure again. Then, it was as if a violent bolt of lightning had struck his brain. All the memories that had been sealed for a long time emerged. Dongfang Bingling's every move, every detail of her face, and the graceful curves of her body were instantly engraved in his mind. Then, there was a burst of suffocating pressure and piercing pain. Mudan slowly took off her veil, revealing her beautiful face. It was still the same peerless beauty in his memory, but the frosty feeling was gone, replaced by a breathtaking beauty. It had been more than 5 years, and this was the first time Zhu Hongxue saw Dongfang Bingling's face. Faced with the feelings in his heart, he had already chosen to seal them. Therefore, he did not make any preparations or plans for meeting her. Suddenly, he clutched his heart and bent down with some difficulty. He wanted to find a place to sit down, because he felt like he could not stand straight. The reaction to this meeting was much more intense than he had imagined. Are you okay? Zhu Hongxue asked with difficulty. Mudan smiled and said, I'm not okay, but I'm not okay either. How about you? Are you okay? Me? Zhu Hongxue said, I'm fine. Mudan said, let's walk together, do you want to? Zhu Hongxue said, okay. Then, Mudan gently floated up and flew toward the highest mountain nearby. Zhu Hongxue also flew up. Then, the two of them stood at the top of the mountain, separated by 3 to 4 meters, and strolled side by side. Zhu Hongxue, why are you following Yang Dingtian? Mudan asked. Zhu Hongxue said, to pursue self-worth and self-improvement. Mudan said, then, can you be more specific? Zhu Hongxue said, to win the doomsday battle and save the world. Mudan said, a very noble dream. Then, do you think this is the highest ideal and goal? Zhu Hongxue nodded. Mudan said, actually, there is another ideal and goal that is even more ambitious. Zhu Hongxue said, what is it? Mudan said, to challenge fate and adjust the god of the primal chaos world. Suddenly, Zhu Hongxue's heart twitched violently. Mudan said, fate, do you know what fate is? Zhu Hongxue did not speak. Mudan said, fate is when God uses one hand to mercilessly manipulate everything in the world. Including Yang Dingtian's destined rise, including my love with Yang Dingtian, including your submission to Yang Dingtian, including your loss of the love of your life. Including my demonization. Suddenly, Zhu Hongxue's body twitched, and he was somewhat unable to move forward. Mudan continued, everyone is a chess piece of God, including me, including Yang Dingtian, including you, including the demon King Wendian. Of course, Yang Dingtian is a chess piece in God's hand, and can be considered his spokesperson. In the previous round, he chose to control the demon King Wendian as a chess piece and played the black side. In this round, God chose to control Yang Dingtian as a chess piece and played the white side. Zhu Hongxue's body trembled even more violently. Mudan said, so, we are the source of all the tragedies. The source of this world's tragedies, the source of this world's destruction, is that high and mighty God, who mercilessly manipulates us. Zhu Hongxue had already stopped and sat down. Mudan said, and the demon King Wendian is unwilling to be manipulated by fate, so he wants to challenge fate and declare war on God. Yang Dingtian's leadership of you should be considered a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Zhu Hongxue immediately looked towards the west instinctively. Yang Dingtian led everyone to the taboo continent in the west. Mudan said, so it seems that Yang Dingtian is naturally leading you to uphold justice. In reality, he is indeed leading you to help the evildoers. Everything you do is helping God to mercilessly manipulate everyone's fate. Afterwards, Peony said word by word, in the past, the Armageddon War would happen every 200 years. Every time the hidden sect's final victory and every time over 100 million people died, it was all God's manipulation. So, challenging the God of Chaos is our highest justice. Finally, Mudan looked straight into Zhu Hongxue's eyes and said slowly, join us? Join us and uphold the highest justice, and challenge the God of Chaos. Zhu Hongxue sat on the ground in a daze, unable to move. His gaze was so scattered that it was almost unfocused. Princess Mudan's words had an unprecedented impact on him. Moreover, these words were completely irrefutable. It sounded completely correct, completely the truth. Zhu Hongxue was definitely a stubborn person. He was not afraid of death, sacrifice, or even obedience. However, he was afraid that everything he did would be meaningless, afraid that the direction he took would be wrong. He could not help but recall all the things he had done along the way, and of course, all the things Yang Dingtian had done along the way. Were we wrong? Was Yang Dingtian really helping the evildoers by doing this? All of this really seemed like the arrangement of fate, the manipulation of God. Especially in the previous world extermination war that happened every 200 years, it was the Tiando League that won every time. Every victory seemed very mysterious and mysterious. All of this really seemed like the manipulation of God. If that was the case, then what was the point of fighting? Then what was the meaning of the great cause and the great justice that he thought of? Peony smiled and said, come with me. We will possess boundless strength. We will challenge the primal chaos world together and change our fate. We will change the fate of the entire world. I would rather burn resplendently and pass away than follow the prescribed order like a chess piece and suffer the ridicule of God. Every word Mudan said struck the deepest part of Zhu Hongshua's heart. He slowly stood up, his gaze gradually focused and became determined. Mudan smiled and said, all right, follow me, Zhu Hongxue. Zhu Hongxue looked at Mudan, shook his head and said, no, your words have indeed struck directly at my heart. However, Yang Dingtian is my leader. When I am confused, I should ask him for advice, and not change my position directly. What you said, I will let Yang Dingtian dispel my doubts. I want to give him a chance to persuade me. Then, Zhu Hongxue flew down the mountain. They stayed in the Skull Hall for 3 full days. In these 3 days, the 14 groups of the Council of Light did not have any accidents in their cultivation, but it became more and more difficult and tiring. This was because half a month had passed in the dreamland. However, more than a dozen groups had entered a stable cultivation period. Basically, before entering the next world, there would be no accidents. Moreover, even if there was an accident, the demon spirit and Shadowless would rescue them immediately. Therefore, Yang Dingtian prepared to leave first and return to Zhongjing to guard it. After nearly half a month, when the 14 groups were all ready to enter the second level, Yang Dingtian returned to the Skull Hall. Therefore, Yang Dingtian told Shadowless's plan with lip language. Then, the green door of the human kingdom opened, and Lingbai came in again. Demon Vulture King Azu and Yang Dingtian quickly flew out of the door and left the Skull Hall. After flying out of the Skull Hall's void world, they came to the sky above the taboo continent. At this time, Wu Yoming's figure could no longer be seen. Yang Dingtian touched Demon Vulture King Azu's neck and said, then I'll leave it to you. Azu rubbed Yang Dingtian's body and made an okay gesture with his claws. Then, Yang Dingtian ran his celestial qi, rode on one of the spare demon vultures waiting on the sea, and flew toward Zhongjing. After 2 days and 1 night, Yang Dingtian returned to Zhongjing. As soon as he entered the headquarters of the Council of Light, he saw Zhu Hongxue waiting there. His beard was overgrown, his face was haggard, and his eyes were red. Yang Dingtian's heart thumped. Obviously, Zhu Hongshue's heart was in a great dilemma. Seeing Yang Dingtian come in, Zhu Hongxue immediately got up and said, Sect Master, you're back. Yes. Yang Dingtian said, you have something to tell me? Yes. Zhu Hongxue said. Well, let's talk inside and have something to eat. Yang Dingtian said. While eating, they drank. Bing Ling, come and find me, Zhu Hongxue said. Yang Dingtian glanced at him and nodded. I can guess that she has 5 second-class evil spirits in her hands. She gave the first one to Ling Ao while she probably wants to give the second one to you. Zhu Hongxue said, she told me a lot of things. There are some things that I don't understand, so I want to ask you for advice. Yang Dingtian, go ahead. Zhu Hongxue said, first, do you think there are gods in this world? Is there a god of chaos? Yang Dingtian said, there's something called the god of chaos. Zhu Hongxue said, after the great calamity of the ancient era, ever since the martial arts civilization flourished once more, the great calamity of the ancient era began. Every 200 years, there would be an Armageddon battle. It was like the cycle of reincarnation. Every time the Tiando League was held, it was a bizarre and mysterious victory. Every time, there were countless deaths. Tell me, is this the so-called fate? Is this the manipulation of the god of chaos? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, yes, I think so. Zhu Hongxue said, then, Sect Master Yang, are you a chess piece chosen by the god of chaos? And this time, the god of chaos played the white chess piece. In the last round, the chosen chess piece was the demon king Wendian, but he was a black chess piece. Yang Dingtian, yes, I was a little confused before, but now I know that I am the so-called spokesperson of the god. Zhu Hongshua's face suddenly trembled and said, Bing Ling said that we seem to be upholding justice, but in the world, we are helping the god of chaos. She said that the demon king Wendian led them to challenge the god of chaos, which is the highest justice. What do you think? Yang Dingtian, she convinced you? Zhu Hongxue said, at least, I can't find a refutation. Yang Dingtian, then why didn't you accept his second-class evil spirit? Zhu Hongxue said, I want to hear your opinion on this matter. Since I listened to Dongfang Bingling's words, I should also listen to what you have to say and then make a judgment. Yang Dingtian, you want me to convince you? Zhu Hongxue nodded and said, yes. Yang Dingtian stared at Zhu Hongxue and said, if that's the case, then I'm very disappointed, and I don't intend to say anything. If a person's heart still needs to rely on the words of others to be firm, then this person will always be a coward. Zhu Hongshue's face suddenly trembled and he said loudly, I'm not afraid of sacrifice, I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid that my sacrifice is meaningless. Yang Dingtian, I just want to ask you, what if all this is the manipulation of the god? The so-called upholding justice is a complete joke, then who is the most pitiful person? Zhu Hongshue's heart suddenly trembled and he looked at Yang Dingtian. It's you. Yes, it's me. Yang Dingtian said sternly, the most pitiful person is me because of the god's chess piece. The one who should be the most suspicious and the one who should be the most shaken is me. I'm not F** king shaken, I don't F** king have any doubts, I don't F** king feel that I'm pitiful, so why are you Zhu Hongxue sad? Then, Yang Dingtian drank a cup of wine and stared at Zhu Hongxue. Why are you so pretentious? You even put down the important matters of the northern middle state and waited here for me to come back, waiting for me to explain to you and give you a firm will. How old are you? Do you still need an adult to coax you and stew chicken soup for the soul for you? I don't have the time. You have two choices now. First, immediately scram back to the northern middle state and do your things. Second, go find Mudan now and accept her second-class evil spirit. You want an explanation from me, and you want to be convinced? No. Then, Yang Dingtian turned and left. He returned to his room and began to deal with a large number of official matters. The next day, when Yang Dingtian came out, he saw Zhu Hongxue again. His hair was a mess, and his eyes were even redder. He sat there without moving. Seeing Yang Dingtian come out, he immediately stood up and said, I don't want you to convince me. I just have some thoughts that I want to report to you. Do you think I'm right? Yang Dingtian said, speak. Zhu Hongxue said, first, no matter what she said, challenging the god of chaos is the highest justice. However, once the world-ending war starts, if we don't stand out, the entire world will fall into evil ways. The entire world will be plunged into darkness. Then, even if Wendian defeats the god of chaos in the end, everything will lose its meaning, right? Yang Dingtian nodded. Yes. Zhu Hongxue said, then I understand, but I want you to tell me something, just one thing, okay? Anything is fine. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, first, Wendian doesn't want to defeat the god of chaos. He wants to perish together with the god of chaos and drag the entire world down with him. Secondly, if you want to ask me, is everything we are doing now controlled by the god of chaos? Is this the so-called helping the evildoer? I can only tell you, sorry, we don't have the qualifications to think about this question. Zhu Hongxue was stunned. Yang Dingtian said, yes, you don't have the qualifications to think about it. The world-ending war hasn't been won yet, and most of the people in this world haven't been saved. What qualifications do you have to think about the so-called fate, the so-called manipulation of the god of chaos? For example, if you are trapped in a cell and are about to be bitten to death by a wolf inside. Do you want to kill this wolf first to live, or do you want to think about how to get out of this cell? Of course, he wanted to kill the wolf first and live first before thinking about how to get out of this cell. Finally, Yang Dingtian pointed at Zhu Hongshua's heart and said word by word, "Human, don't be too pretentious." "Yes, sect head." Zhu Hongxue bowed and turned to leave, flying towards the direction of the north-central continent. Less than 4 hours after returning to the north-central continent, Zhu Hongxue met with Princess Mu Dan again. "You want to reject me? Is that so?" Mu Dan asked. "Yes." Zhu Hongxue said. Mu Dan said, "Then, I might kill you. Unless you have a very reasonable reason." "How did Yang Dingtian convince you?" "If his theory defeats mine, if it truly defeats mine and convinces me, then I won't kill you. If his theory isn't able to convince me, then I will kill you." Zhu Hongxue looked at Mu Dan and said, "Sect head only asked me if I'm done with the matter at hand? Challenging the god of chaos is the highest justice. Do we have the qualifications to think about it now? Let's win the Great War first, then talk about other things." Mu Dan was stunned, her beautiful face twitched slightly, and then she floated away. A few hours later, Mu Dan appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. "You convinced Zhu Hongxue, a very sharp and real persuasion." Mu Dan said, "Now, it's your turn to convince me." Yang Dingtian said, "I don't have anything to convince you." Mu Dan said, "If you convince me, I won't do anything to your loyal subordinates in the future, and I won't give them second-class evil spirits. If you don't convince me, I will continue." Yang Dingtian said, "Is this a theoretical battle between the two of us?" "Yes." Mu Dan said. Yang Dingtian said, "Okay, go ahead." Mu Dan said, "Is there a god of chaos? Is the tragedy of this world's 200-year cycle controlled by him?" Yang Dingtian nodded. Mu Dan said, "Then, challenging fate, challenging the god of chaos, is it the highest justice? Everything you are doing now, is it helping the god of chaos to control everyone's fate? Tell me yes or no. If yes, then you have lost this theoretical battle. If no, please convince me. If you can't, you still lose." Yang Dingtian looked at Mu Dan and said, "First, a digression. I know that you are not my wife, Dongfang Bingling. What is this so-called first-class evil spirit will of yours? I have a general idea of what it is." Mu Dan said, "Continue." Yang Dingtian said, "Let me tell you a few things. First, the demon king Wendian keeps saying that he wants to challenge fate, to challenge the god of chaos. He wants to mobilize all the power of the plane, repeat the Naga Empire, create another great nirvana, destroy this world completely, and perish together with the so-called god of chaos, right?" Mu Dan's face twitched and said, "Yes, as long as he can win, he can do anything. Are you going to criticize us on this?" No, I only talk about justice to those who are righteous. I never talk about idealists, just like how I never talk about justice to Yao Qi." Yang Dingtian said, "Second, the demon king Wendian keeps saying that he wants to challenge fate. After feigning defeat 200 years ago, he started to make a huge plan. The Underworld Empire, the Naga Empire, and the human countries. They all look so awesome and powerful. However, how do you know that his actions are not under the control of the god of chaos? How can you be so sure that everything he does is not under the control of the god of chaos?" Mu Dan's face instantly turned pale, and her entire body started to tremble. Yang Dingtian continued, "Third, I have no understanding of the so-called god of chaos, so I will not express any opinions. Love or hate? I am not as narrow-minded as Wendian. You keep saying that you want to challenge the god of chaos. Then I want to ask, do you know who the god of chaos is? What is his surname? What is his name? If you don't know, then what are you talking about?" Yang Dingtian raised his finger and said, last point. No matter how noble they are all idiots who want to destroy the world. No matter how smart they are, no matter how deep their plans are, they are still idiots. Tell him that he will definitely understand the word idiot." Yang Dingtian sat down and looked at Mu Dan. "I have finished. What do you think?" Do you think that my theory won against you? Peony tightly gritted her jade teeth and nodded. She said, we won. Everyone says that you, Yang Dingtian, are talented. But are you actually very formidable? You can totally make me speechless. Yang Dingtian curled his lips and said, wrong, wrong, wrong. The reason why I can win is because my heart has never changed, and my will has never changed. Do you think that just because I heard that I am a chess piece of the god, I will be in pain, lost, and lost? Please, don't be so pretentious. Alright, I won't play the lute to a cow. If you have nothing else to say and don't plan to kill me, you can leave. Mudan looked at Yang Dingtian and said, goodbye. Then, she disappeared in front of Yang Dingtian. 2 days later, Princess Mudan of the Evil Ways appeared in the Vulture Palace. Wu Lingzi was extremely excited. He used the highest etiquette to welcome Princess Mudan's arrival. He used all means to express his loyalty. Then, Vulture knelt in front of Princess Mudan and begged, please give me a second-class evil spirit. The Vulture Palace will forever be loyal to His Majesty the Demon King. Mudan looked at Vulture and said, why do you want a second-class evil spirit? Vulture said, because Wumaji planted a third-class evil spirit in my body. I want to break away from her control over my life. Also, I want to become stronger and return the humiliation Yang Dingtian gave me double. I want to represent the evil ways and fight Yang Dingtian to the end. Mudan looked at Vulture for a long time and said, yes, I came to the Vulture Palace this time to bestow a second-class evil spirit. However, the person I want to bestow it to is not you, but someone else. Who? Vulture said with a trembling voice. The person you imprisoned should have been the real master of the Vulture Palace. Mudan said. Vulture's delicate body trembled violently. The person Mudan was talking about was the spirit rabbit's grandfather. Note, the next update will still be tomorrow at noon. Thank you, everyone. Why? Vulture couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice, why can't you give me a second-class evil spirit? Mudan looked at Vulture and said coldly, we gave you a second-class evil spirit to make you the leader of the Legion of Doom, and then you will become the great lord of the entire chaotic continent in the future, not for you to use public office to avenge private grudges. Vulture said, then I won't use public office to avenge private grudges. I will obey all your orders. I just don't want my life to be in the hands of Yang Dingtian and Wumaji. Mudan still shook her head and said, no, you don't have the qualifications to be the leader of the Legion of Doom. Vulture burst into tears and cried, I do. I'm a 1 in a billion celestial spiritualist. As long as I break through to the Grandmaster level, I have the potential to defeat a great Grandmaster. As long as I break through to the great Grandmaster level, I have the ability to destroy thousands of troops. I'm a 1 in a billion celestial spiritualist. Mudan looked at Vulture and shook her head, then you should continue to practice hard. In a few decades, when you are close to the semi-sage level, you will have the ability to destroy the world. You alone can fight against millions of troops and can turn the situation around. Vulture said, but everything will be over by then. No matter how powerful I become, I can't wait until then. Mudan glanced at Vulture and didn't say anything else. Mudan didn't exaggerate at all about the ability of a celestial spiritualist. Others, including Yang Dingtian, underestimated the power of a celestial spiritualist. But Mudan knew that not to mention the semi-sage level, even a 9-star 9th-class celestial spiritualist's combat power was extremely amazing. They could summon all the elemental energy within a radius of hundreds or thousands of miles. It meant that they could summon hundreds of thousands of elemental soldiers with a wave of their hand. An extremely powerful celestial spiritualist could completely dominate the entire battlefield. Mudan didn't even know how Vulture could have the talent of a celestial spiritualist. In the words of Earth, she was like a bug. Of course, Mudan didn't understand Earth's language. In the later martial arts civilization, there were occasionally people with the talent of a celestial spiritualist. But their cultivation wasn't high throughout their lives. It was very rare for someone like Vulture to reach martial venerable level before the age of 20. It was a pity that the girl in front of him had already lost her patience and only wanted to get it over with. In fact, the Demon King Wolf already knew about Vulture in front of him. This would suppress her STS celestial spiritualist TS to demon celestial spiritualist TSS but it teat effect teat. Ut be a teat s's because the. Evidently, Spirit Vulture was going to play a very important role in Demon King Wentian's battle against the god of chaos. Mu Dan had asked Xianxia Wentian to bring Vulture back to the Little Western Paradise for protection. Xianxia Wentian said no. It was best to let her grow as a celestial spiritualist. As long as she didn't die and continued to hate Yang Dingtian, that was the most important thing. Moreover, Vulture shouldn't be too strong now. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian would really try to kill her. Vulture didn't have any room to play in this war of destruction. The Temple of Annihilation would only use Vulture a long time later. Vulture didn't know how important she was to the Demon King Wentian. She was angry and disappointed because of Mu Dan's rejection. Wulingzi was filled with uneasiness. Mu Dan actually wanted to bestow a second-class evil spirit to that bastard, Wu Daozi, Spirit Rabbit's grandfather. How terrible was that, he didn't have a spiritual child. After killing the parents of this vile spawn with great difficulty, he crippled this vile spawn. The reason why he didn't kill him was more because of his hatred and pranks. At that time, this bastard's father was the heir of the Vulture Palace. How glorious was that? How much shadow did it bring to him? Now, his son couldn't live and couldn't die. How happy was that? However, at this time, Wulingzi regretted it. Why didn't he kill this bastard? In fact, when the Spirit Rabbit was married to Yang Dingtian, he had already thought of killing this vile spawn. But he thought that holding him in his hands was also a hostage. If Spirit Rabbit was favored and wanted to take revenge on the Vulture Palace, because her grandfather was in his hands, she wouldn't shoot the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Therefore, Spirit Rabbit's grandfather came back from the gates of hell. Now, Wulingzi regretted it very much. Why didn't he kill that bastard? He hurriedly came to pay his respects to Peony and said in a hoarse voice, "My Spirit Vulture Palace, from top to bottom, still pledged allegiance to the Devil King." Why did the princess still bestow a second-grade evil spirit to that traitor? Mu Dan said slowly, "Because in our hearts, he is the real heir of the Vulture Palace, and you are just a villain who betrayed the evil ways at the critical moment of the Doomsday War." Wulingzi's face suddenly twitched, and he said hoarsely, but I am the one who controls the Vulture Palace now. Princess, aren't you afraid that you will force me to Yang Dingtian's side by doing this? Mu Dan looked at Wulingzi and sneered, "The power of your Vulture Palace is not worth mentioning in our eyes. You don't know how powerful our Legion of Doom is. You don't know that several of the most powerful planes in the world have fallen into our hands. Your mere Vulture Palace is nothing in my eyes." Then, Mu Dan continued, "Moreover, in our eyes, you are not a qualified commander at all. You are as timid as a mouse, greedy for life and afraid of death. In the face of Yang Dingtian, you are so cowardly. You said that the Vulture Palace is in your hands. As long as we bestow the second-class evil spirit to Wu Daozi and kill you, Wu Daozi can become the new master of the Vulture Palace, isn't it? I think your reputation in the Vulture Palace is not good." Wulingzi's face suddenly changed dramatically. Mu Dan immediately said the most terrible thing in his heart. His ruddy face instantly turned pale. Then, the light in his eyes changed. Finally, he said coldly, "Princess, you are now in our Vulture Palace. You are forcing us like this. Aren't you afraid that a cornered dog will jump over the wall and be harmed?" Mu Dan smiled and said, "You mean, you want to kill me?" Wulingzi said with a trembling voice, "I didn't say that." Mu Dan's beautiful face showed an incomparably gorgeous smile and said, "You mean, you want to kill me and then cooperate with Yang Dingtian?" Wulingzi's lips kept trembling and said, "I didn't say that, but you must never force a person into a dead end." Mu Dan's eyes turned cold and said coldly, "Can you kill me? You and everyone in the Vulture Palace can't kill me. On the contrary, it will be easy for us to kill you." Wulingzi suddenly trembled. His whole body seemed to have been pulled out of his skeleton. He almost directly collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, Wulingzi knelt down and kowtowed, "Princess, please forgive my disrespect on account of my old age and dizziness. 200 years ago, my brain was muddled. That's why I betrayed the evil ways. Please spare my life. Spare my life. In the future, I will be an ox and a horse. I will be loyal to His Majesty the Demon King." Please spare my life." Then, Lingzi kowtowed with all his might. His originally white and fat forehead was instantly bleeding. His white hair and youthful complexion had completely disappeared. Mudan looked at him coldly and said, "Don't worry. We won't kill you. We can let you redeem yourself." Lingzi cried with all his might and said with a trembling voice, "Thank you. Thank you, Princess. Thank you, His Majesty the Demon King." Peony also gasped in admiration in her heart. There's actually such a weirdo in this world. A semi-sage level expert. He's one of the 5 semi-sage level experts in the human countries at present. But, he's actually so cowardly. He's so greedy for life. It's truly rare in the world. Mudan looked at Lingzi, who was kneeling on the ground, and laughed mockingly. Then, she turned and left. Lingzi directly collapsed to the ground. He kept muttering, "What do I do? What do I do?" Mudan met the true successor of the Vulture Palace, Wu Daozi, in a cave. Everyone in the Vulture Palace had the surname Ling. However, every generation of direct descendants of the palace master had the surname Wu. However, after Lingzi usurped the position of palace master, this tradition was broken. Therefore, although the position of palace master was later given to Ling Chizi still had the surname Ling. Lingzi was also hesitating whether to pass the surname Wu to the vulture. It had been more than half a year since the spirit rabbit got married. Wu Daozi was still alive. His sea of qi was destroyed, and so were his meridians. He looked like he could die at any time, but he had such a tenacious vitality. He was only 1 generation younger than Lingzi. This year, he was 100 years older than Lingzi. He had been imprisoned for decades. It was really a miracle that he was still alive. At that time, after Lingzi usurped the throne, he did not immediately kill Wu Daozi's parents. Instead, he gradually waited until his power was stable. Then, he raised his butcher's knife and killed almost all the direct descendants of the Vulture Palace one after another. Mudan looked at his incomparably old and weak figure and asked, "How can you live until now?" Wu Daozi coughed with all his might, as if his lungs were about to be coughed out. Using all his strength, he said, because Wu Lingzi gave me the life-continuing pill every year, a pill refined from living people. He didn't want me to die, so he kept torturing me." Mudan said, "What was your cultivation before your cultivation was destroyed?" Wu Daozi coughed violently and said, "At that time, when my parents were killed, they risked their lives to let me escape from the Vulture Palace. After that, I cultivated outside and gave birth to children outside. I cultivated desperately to make myself stronger. It was all for revenge and to take back the position of the Vulture Palace. When I was over 100 years old, my cultivation had reached the 9th level of the 9 stars Great Grandmaster. Lingzi was afraid. Although I hid my name, he still found me. He almost killed my whole family, destroyed my cultivation, and imprisoned my remaining direct descendants in the Vulture Palace. He killed them one by one in the cruelest way in front of me. After decades of killing, only my poor little granddaughter Tuer and I are left. A 9 stars Great Grandmaster was only 1 step away from the sage-to-be. It was equivalent to Zhu Qingzhu's cultivation. No wonder Lingzi couldn't sit still. He, who had never left the Vulture Palace, had traveled tens of thousands of miles to get rid of Wu Daozi. Mudan said, "I am Princess Mudan of the Temple of Annihilation of Evil Ways. If I help you recover your cultivation and save you from hell, will you be loyal to me and the Temple of Annihilation?" The old man Wu Daozi coughed violently and said, I am a direct descendant of the Vulture Palace. I have always been loyal to the Temple of Annihilation. There is no such thing as whether I am willing or not. Well, please remember that once I give you the 2nd-class evil spirit energy, your life and death will be in my hands, Mudan said. The old man Wu Daozi said, "If it weren't for the hatred in my heart, I would have already given up on life and death." "Well, I hope you can remember this," Mudan said. Then, a green 1st-class evil spirit tree slowly grew from the palm of her hand. On the first branch, there was already a face, which was Ling Ao. The remaining 4 branches were all empty. Mudan grabbed the 2nd-class evil spirit branch and gently pulled it. In an instant, the 2nd-class evil spirit was suddenly elongated. Whoosh! The 2nd-class evil spirit's branch was thrown into Wu Daozi's head. In an instant, the second-class evil spirit energy turned into thousands of wisps and rushed into Wu Daozi's head. His incomparably old head released a bright light. Then, his face was changing. The wrinkles that were as old as tree bark disappeared, and smooth and compact skin and muscles grew quickly. The old and withered white hair quickly became glossy and black. The incomparably old face, which could hardly be seen clearly, instantly became handsome and infinitely young. The teeth that had been lost long ago all grew out one by one. Then, countless second-class evil spirit energy quickly rushed into his body. The withered body that was like a branch quickly became robust and plump. His destroyed profound veins were being repaired inch by inch at lightning speed. The destroyed chi was filled up piece by piece. Boom, 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 then, the huge mountain he was on began to collapse completely. The huge mountain of several thousand meters disappeared completely in an instant. Then, the entire Vulture Palace, and even the entire southern barbarian continent, began to tremble violently. Monstrous tsunamis surged on the surrounding sea. Countless black vultures, as if they had received a terrible fright, fled frantically like dark clouds. The seabed around the southern barbarian continent was originally incomparably fragile. At this time it triggered a huge underwater earthquake. Terrifying tsunamis madly surged in all directions. At the same time, all the profound energy within a few hundred miles frantically rushed into Wu Daozi's withered body. At this time, Wu Daozi's heaven and earth reaction when he devoured the second-class evil spirit was 10 times or 100 times that of Ling Ao and Ling Wu. Because his body's original cultivation was a 9-star 9th grade grandmaster, which was 100 times or 1,000 times that of Ling Ao and Ling Wu. Wu Lingzi, who was on a mountain peak not far away, looked on helplessly as a 3,000-meter-tall mountain completely collapsed. His face was filled with utter despair. After the entire mountain had completely collapsed, it became a flat land. A man and a woman stood tall among it. The woman was Mudan. The man, who was handsome and beautiful, was as clear as a god. He was the true successor of the Vulture Palace, the grandfather of the spirit rabbit, Wu Daozi. A new half-sage was born from this. What was an evil spirit? This was a very important question for Yang Dingtian. As far as he was concerned, the evil spirit energy had two main characteristics. The first characteristic was that it could crazily break through the cultivation of the Sea of Qi in a short time. The second characteristic was that it was a completely independent life with an almost abnormal vitality. Moreover, according to the analysis of many people who activated the evil spirit and became powerful. First of all, it was not the evil spirit itself that had so much energy that it could make Wu Yuming break through from a 9-star 9th level grandmaster to a half-saint and make Ling Ao break through from a low-level grandmaster to a 9-star 9th level grandmaster. Instead, it was the moment when the evil spirit was parasitic in the body, it crazily devoured all the energy around it. In a very short time, it devoured an astronomical amount of qi energy, built the entire Sea of Qi, and made an amazing breakthrough in cultivation in a very short time. Therefore, a deeper analysis was needed. The two characteristics of the evil spirit were that it was almost immortal and had a powerful devouring ability. Moreover, it was certain that the evil spirit energy did not seem to exist before the last great war of extinction. At that time, the soul-devouring qi was the most evil and high-level energy in the entire evil ways. It was not until recent years that the evil spirit energy emerged in large quantities in this world. Could it be inferred that the demon king Wendian was the first owner of this evil spirit energy? Moreover, he regarded the evil spirit energy as a trump card to challenge the god of chaos. For this reason, he did not hesitate to feign defeat in the Great War of Extinction. Yang Dingtian clearly knew that if he wanted to defeat the demon king Wendian, he had to completely destroy the entire evil ways. The key was to understand and master the evil spirit and finally destroy it. The second half-saint expert appeared in the Vulture Palace. However, the people in the Vulture Palace were not happy at all. Instead, they fell into extreme uneasiness. Wu Lingzi seemed to have completely turned into a tortoise, completely staying in his own thatched hut. He did not say anything, nor did he do anything. He also did not greet Princess Peony. The vulture was the same. He stayed in his room all the time and did not take a step out. All the experts of the spiritual Vulture Palace fell into a state of panic. Everyone was watching. No one dared to act rashly. They didn't even dare to speak loudly. Wulingzi was more than 200 years old and had accumulated his power for a long time. Moreover, all of Wulingzi's experts and disciples were born during Wulingzi's era. Therefore, although he knew that Wulingzi had usurped the throne, he did not feel anything. Although they knew that Wu Daozi represented the direct power of the Vulture Palace, the people of the Vulture Palace did not have any special feelings for him. The only thing everyone in the Vulture Palace had was mixed feelings about Wulingzi. Of course, these complex emotions were mostly fear and dissatisfaction. After Wu Daozi had broken through to the half-saint realm, he hadn't done anything. He hadn't gone to seek revenge on Wulingzi, nor had he tried to rope in anyone from the Vulture Palace. It was as if he was invisible. However, he was no longer imprisoned in the cave like before, living a life worse than death. Now, no matter where he went in the Vulture Palace, almost everyone retreated in fear and respect. In short, no matter what, Wu Daozi had directly become the second person in the Vulture Palace, second only to Wulingzi. Moreover, it was very likely that he would go against the current and take back his own position. "Your Highness, what should I do now?" Wu Daozi asked. Mu Dan said, "You don't need to do anything now. When I need you to do something, I'll tell you." Wu Daozi bowed and said, "Yes, Your Highness." Mu Dan turned slightly and said, "Then, I'll take my leave." "Farewell, Your Highness," Wu Daozi said. Mu Dan left the Vulture Palace with Ling Ao. Ling Ao asked, "Who should we give the third second-class evil spirit to?" Mu Dan said, "You'll know when you see it." 5 days later, Yang Dingtian rode on a demon eagle and returned to the Skull Hall in the Forbidden Continent's sea area. Because in a few days, the Council of Light's cultivation group would finish the first stage of cultivation. In the floating palace at the end of the first world, everyone would face a powerful breakthrough. In fact, although the first hard rock continent was the simplest, the breakthrough it brought was almost the biggest. After 1 day and 2 nights, Yang Dingtian appeared in the Skull Hall. At this moment, the 40-odd experts of the Radiant Parliament who were bitterly cultivating in the main hall were in pretty good condition. They were exhausted to the extreme, and almost all of them had lost weight. Their faces were filled with extreme exhaustion, and even despair. But at least none of them had fallen into the deep space in the illusion. 4 days later, as expected, the group of Dishi Bian, Ling Wu, and Wu Maji was the first to reach the end of the first world. Because Yang Dingtian saw an expression of incomparable enjoyment on their faces. It was the feeling of being baptized by incomparably dense profound energy. At the same time, in reality, a few powerful energy light pillars suddenly shot down from the dome of the Skull Hall and directly entered the bodies of the 3 people. This should be the secret of the dense profound energy in the floating palace in the illusion. In the Forbidden Continent's illusion, those floating palaces all possessed astonishingly dense and pure profound energy. In reality, there really was such astonishing profound energy in reality, which provided everyone with a breakthrough in their cultivation. It was just that the profound energy was actually injected into everyone's body with such precision. It was really amazing. Not long after, Dongfang Minmi's group also entered the floating palace. Next was the 3rd group, the 4th group, the 5th group. Finally, on the 25th day of cultivation in the Forbidden Continent's illusion, the last group also reached the end. Now, Yang Dingtian could be sure that there would be more than one floating palace at the northern end of the hard rock continent. While they were absorbing profound energy in the floating palace, Yang Dingtian closely observed everyone's reaction and counted the number of times they broke through. First was Dishi Bian. When she left the Ghost Hell region, she was a 7-star level 8 Great Grandmaster. At this time, more than a year had passed since she started cultivating in the Ghost Hell region. Before she came to the Forbidden Continent to cultivate, her cultivation was already a 9-star level 1 Great Grandmaster. Yang Dingtian noticed that she had broken through the first stage of the Forbidden Continent's hard rock plains twice. Therefore, she was already a 9-star level 3 Great Grandmaster. As for Wu Maji, she was a 7-star level 1 Great Grandmaster when she left the Ghost Hell region. Before she came to the Forbidden Continent's illusion to cultivate, she was an 8-star level 8 Great Grandmaster. After the end of the hard rock continent, she had broken through 4 times. Therefore, she was already a 9-star level 2 Great Grandmaster. Before Ling Wu came to the Forbidden Continent's illusion, she was an 8-star level 9 Great Grandmaster. She had also broken through 4 times. Therefore, she was already a 9-star level 3 Great Grandmaster. There was also his master, Dongfang Minmi. When he obtained Lin Qingchen's body, he was only a beginner Great Grandmaster. During these years, he was incomparably busy. Therefore, he had very little time to cultivate. However, almost 3 years had passed since his resurrection. Before he came to the Forbidden Continent's illusion, his cultivation was a 3-star level 5 Great Grandmaster. As for the first stage of cultivation in the Hard Rock Continent, he had broken through 2 times and became a 5-star level 1 Great Grandmaster. Of course, there was also good news. Xianxia had already broken through to the 9-star level 9 Great Grandmaster. He was only half a step away from becoming a Great Grandmaster. After leaving the Forbidden Continent's illusion, Yang Dingtian would probably be able to help him break through to become a Great Grandmaster. As for the others, after the first stage of cultivation in the Hard Rock Continent, all of them had huge breakthroughs. It was believed that after the 4 stages of cultivation in the Forbidden Continent ended, there would be a few more Great Grandmaster experts in the Council of Light. After everyone had broken through, they passed through the long illusory void and entered the second world, the lava plains. It was a lava plains that was a few 100,000 miles wide. This stage should be the most difficult one of all. Moreover, the ice attribute experts played a crucial role in this stage. Of course, the number of ice attribute experts in the Council of Light was less than half. Therefore, in the second stage of cultivation, it was impossible to completely rely on the ice attribute experts' solidified lava to create a path. Moreover, the fire attribute experts couldn't lose the opportunity to cultivate. Therefore, the Council of Light spent an astronomical amount of money in the Sky Demon City to purchase many ice attribute mystic talismans. Although they weren't as precious as the lightning attribute mystic talismans, the price of each ice attribute mystic talisman was similarly astronomical. Moreover, the efficiency of mystic chi was rather low. In order to ensure that they successfully passed the second stage, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to prepare a lot of unfreezing water for the fire attribute experts. Then, he used the energy of the ice attribute mystic talismans to maintain the temperature of the unfreezing water. Then, he used the unfreezing water to create a path through the solidified lava. The entire process was a huge waste of mystic chi for the fire attribute experts. However, this was cultivation, and there was no need to be afraid of waste. At the beginning of the lava plains, Yang Dingtian clearly saw everyone's pain and hardship. In the beginning, they were completely drenched in sweat. Then, there was no sweat at all. If they didn't replenish their elixirs in time, and if they didn't circulate their mystic chi to resist the terrifying high temperature, they would have died from dehydration. However, they were fully prepared in the end. Therefore, it looked very shocking. However, there wasn't any danger in the end. Moreover, after 3 days, more than a dozen groups of cultivation had entered a steady progress. The 3 days now were equivalent to a month. Dishi Bian, Wu Maji, and Ling Wu were considered to be in the best condition. The others had already lost a lot of weight. The second stage, the lava plains, was a few 100,000 miles wide. At that time, Yang Dingtian, King Demon Vulture, and Ling Bai's team had walked for a full year in the Taboo Continent's illusory realm. In reality, it had also been a full month. It was very obvious that these dozen groups had also taken around this time. Perhaps it was slightly earlier. Yang Dingtian stayed in the Skull Hall for another 3 to 4 days. Seeing that more than a dozen groups were still in a steady state of cultivation, Yang Dingtian left the Skull Hall again and returned to the central capital, 2 days and 1 night later. Not long after Yang Dingtian arrived at the central capital, he saw a handsome middle-aged man. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, Wu Daozi of the Vulture Palace is here to pay a visit. At the same time, Mu Dan found the third evil spirit bestower. Note, next update, tomorrow afternoon. Thank you, everyone. Begging for monthly votes. Mu Dan pays her respects to Marshal Uncle Dugu. Mu Dan bowed towards Dugu Xiao. Dugu Xiao bowed and said, Temple of Bloods. Dugu Xiao pays his respects to Princess Mu Dan. I don't dare to. Mu Dan replied. Du Guxiao said, Princess Mudan, why are you looking for me? Mudan said, I heard that martial uncle Dugu has betrothed both of your daughters to Yang Dingtian. Du Guxiao said, Fengwu and Aoshuang? Princess Mudan might not know about this. Firstly, Aoshuang isn't my daughter, and I believe you know about this as well. Furthermore, she's like an enemy to me and has completely cut off all ties with me. Dugu Fengwu did have an ill-fated relationship with Yang Dingtian, and she was struck by Crown Prince Li Ming's emissary from the Temple of Annihilation with the soul-devouring devil mystic. She is now dead. This was probably the world's most open and honest way of lying through one's teeth. The Mudan in front of him was Dongfang Bingling. When Yang Dingtian used the crystal tears to save Dugu Fengwu, Dongfang Bingling was watching from the side. Now, Du Guxiao actually said that Dugu Fengwu was already dead. Therefore, there was no lie in this world that was more honest than this. Mudan smiled slightly and didn't say anything. She only smiled and said, Master also knows that as one of the leaders of the evil ways, if you were to become in-laws with the Tiando League, it would go against our sacred hall's standpoint. Du Guxiao said, Princess Mudan is here for this matter? Mudan shook her head and said, Senior Dugu knows that His Majesty, the Demon King, is an intelligent man. Close to 200 years ago, he intentionally pretended to be defeated, but it was all for today. Furthermore, His Majesty, the Demon King, has the ability to truly nurture the true evil spirit energy within these 200 years. This is the highest grade of energy in the universe. You should know that the primal chaos world seems to have been cursed, and the mystic chi energy in the world is no longer enough. 500 years ago, no saint experts no longer appeared. This isn't because people's talents have deteriorated, but because the energy in the world has suddenly withered. However, the evil spirit energy created by His Majesty the Demon King is able to break through this comfort and allow humans to break through the realm of saint. Du Guxiao said, Dugu Mudan, is it to bestow me the evil energy? Mudan said, my second-class evil energy is not qualified to bestow it to you. You may know that the Demon King and the Devil Queen share a primordial evil spirit, and can bestow first-class evil spirits to 5 people. Now that 4 of them have masters, there is only one first-class evil spirit left. His Majesty, the Demon King, thinks that Senior Dugu is one of the most outstanding people in the history of the evil ways, so he wants to bestow this first-class evil spirit to you. Du Guxiao said, a few days ago, there was an additional half-step saint expert in the human countries. It should be Princess Mudan's gift. Mudan smiled and said, yes, it was Wu Daozi from the Vulture Palace. But in his lifetime, he can only be a half-step saint expert. Having a first-class evil spirit, he can break through to the saint realm. Therefore, the 5 of us who have first-class evil spirits, as well as the Demon King and the Devil Queen, can all advance to the saint realm. Du Guxiao said, then your subject must really thank His Majesty, the Demon King, for his great kindness. Mudan said, the Temple of Blood's masters have been His Majesty, the Demon King's most loyal subjects for generations. This is what you deserve. Du Guxiao smiled and said, but I heard that once a first-class evil spirit is planted, it will completely lose its own will, just like Princess Mudan. That's because a first-class evil spirit has its own will. Although your body is Dongfang Bingling's, she has already become the evil spirit's puppet. Princess Mudan trembled slightly and said, but Dongfang Bingling's intelligence, feelings, and emotions are still there. It's just that her will has been suppressed. Just this price alone, in exchange for the realm of a saint expert, isn't it worth it? Du Guxiao smiled and said, whether it's worth it or not depends on the person. 2. Some people, they'd rather die than lose their freedom. The owner of your body is like that. It's just that she's powerless to resist. Therefore, if I can reject it, I'll still reject it. Mudan's expression changed slightly and said, Martial Uncle Dugu, don't you think this is too selfish? Du Guxiao said, why do you say so? Mudan said, you also know that this is the final battle to destroy the world. The Tiando League will completely disappear. Yang Dingtian will also be the last master of the Tiando League. In 10 years, the Temple of Annihilation will rule over the entire human countries and establish an unprecedented unified empire. In less than 200 years, the Temple of Annihilation will rule over the Snake People Empire that has descendants of half-gods. In less than 500 years, the Temple of Annihilation will rule over the Western Kingdom Empire that has many descendants of half-gods. When that time comes, all the planes in the primal chaos world will be in the hands of the Temple of Annihilation. If you reject the first-class evil spirit, then where will you place the Temple of Blood? Where will the Temple of Blood's position be in the future primal chaos empire? Are you going to let the Temple of Blood's leadership fall? Du Guxiao was silent for a moment before he smiled and said, Princess Mudan, I've already lost my bloodline. My Temple of Blood has no more successors. From this point onward, the Temple of Blood will be gone. Since the Temple of Blood is going to be wiped out, what's the point of falling? The moment he said this, Princess Mudan's expression changed drastically. She didn't expect that Du Guxiao would be so resolute. Du Guxiao bowed and said, Please inform His Majesty the Demon King that I, Du Guxiao, am still willing to serve and be loyal to the Temple of Annihilation, but I'm the last generation. Princess Mudan looked at Du Guxiao for a long time before she said indifferently, I will inform His Majesty the Demon King. As for how His Majesty will deal with this, we can only leave it to fate. I won't see you off, Du Guxiao said. What a handsome middle-aged man. He had a graceful bearing that didn't lose out to Du Guxiao and Dongfang Minmi. His disposition was even a combination of Du Guxiao and Dongfang Minmi. This was practically the most outstanding man Yang Dingtian had ever seen. Vulture Palace, Wu Daozi, greets the leader of the Tiando League, His Excellency Yang Dingtian. Wu Daozi bowed elegantly. Yang Dingtian was stunned and almost lost his reaction for a moment. Wu Daozi. Spirit Rabbit's grandfather, Wu Daozi, shouldn't he be an old man, begging for life, begging for death but unable to do so? The man in front of him who had a more imposing bearing than Zhu Qingzhu was actually Wu Daozi. Soon, Yang Dingtian understood. He knew who Princess Mudan had bestowed the second-grade evil spirit to. He also knew about the tsunami and earthquake in the southern barbarian continent 2 days ago. A half-step saint expert. Another half-step saint expert had appeared in the human countries. Instantly, Yang Dingtian felt bitter in his heart. This Wu Daozi was originally the most important part of his plan to usurp the Vulture Palace. After he broke through to the half-saint level, he would force Wu Lingzi to hand over Spirit Rabbit's grandfather, Wu Daozi, and then find a way to heal his injuries and restore his cultivation. Then, Yang Dingtian would destroy Wu Lingzi and let Wu Daozi succeed as the leader of the Vulture Palace. Then, the Vulture Palace would truly join the Council of Light. The 200,000-strong Black Vulture army would completely become the most powerful aerial army of the Council of Light. Who would have thought that this plan would be destroyed before it could even begin? Princess Peony would beat him to it. To be honest, Yang Dingtian once thought that Mudan might bestow the second-grade evil spirit to the Vulture Palace. However, he really didn't expect that it would be given to Wu Daozi. Grandson-in-law Yang Dingtian pays his respects to Senior Wu Daozi. Yang Dingtian bowed and said, Are you here to see Spirit Rabbit? She is currently studying at the Tianqi Academy in Xijing. She is very talented and is very obsessed with martial arts. Wu Daozi smiled and said, I have heard that Sect Master Yang has taken very good care of my granddaughter. Not only has she recovered her beautiful appearance, but her cultivation has also advanced by leaps and bounds. More importantly, although she was forced to marry you by Wu Lingzi, you did not offend her at all. Here, this old man solemnly thanks Sect Master Yang for his kindness. After that, Wu Daozi bowed deeply again, his whole body at a 90-degree angle. Of course. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, Spirit Rabbit is kind and intelligent. Anyone will take pity on her. Then, Yang Dingtian asked, Senior, may I ask why you are here? Wu Daozi said, Sect Master Yang should probably know that my Vulture Palace was originally the leader of the evil ways, the mainstay of the Temple of Annihilation. It was Wu Lingzi who usurped the position of Palace Master and betrayed the evil ways. Yang Dingtian said, I have heard of it. Wu Daozi said, Loyalty is the most basic quality of us martial artists. My father, my grandfather, and my great-grandfather have been loyal to His Majesty the Demon King for generations. As a direct descendant of the Vulture Palace, I should be the same. Soon, I should succeed the position of Vulture Palace Master again, so at that time, the Vulture Palace will still be loyal to His Majesty the Demon King. Please forgive me, Sect Master Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian forced a smile, unable to answer hypocritically. Wu Daozi said, although we will be in a hostile position at that time, I still admire Sect Master Yang Dingtian from the bottom of my heart. At that time, we will serve different masters. If we meet on the battlefield, although it will be sad, there is no other choice. I hope Sect Master Yang can understand. Yang Dingtian's smile became more forced, and then he nodded. Wu Daozi said, but I promise that before the Doomsday War begins, before the Temple of Annihilation orders, my Vulture Palace will never infringe on any of the interests of Sect Master Yang Dingtian and the Council of Light. Thank you, Yang Dingtian said. Wu Daozi said, Sect Master Yang also knows that Spirit Rabbit is my granddaughter and my only direct successor. I will die one day, and she will become the only successor of the Vulture Palace in the future. As the saying goes, good and evil cannot coexist, so I think it should be difficult for Spirit Rabbit to continue to be your wife. Otherwise, it would be a betrayal of the Vulture Palace to His Majesty the Demon King. Moreover, Spirit Rabbit married Sect Master Yang on that day because Wolingzi forced her to do so. I believe you think so too, so you have never violated my granddaughter Spirit Rabbit. Now she is still a virgin, so this marriage should be unworthy of the name. Then, this old man asked Sect Master Yang to give us a letter of divorce, so that you and I can clear our positions. Yang Dingtian's eyes suddenly shrank. Was the Vulture Palace's shamelessness in the same vein? Wolingzi's shamelessness was from the inside out. Wu Daozi in front of him was solemn on the surface, but he was still despicable and shameless in his heart. That day, when Yang Dingtian married Spirit Rabbit, Wu Daozi couldn't ask for anything more. But when Su Hong married Spirit Rabbit, not only did she escape from the sea of bitterness, but she also completely avoided the fate of destruction. At that time, although she ate poisonous mushrooms, her face was scary. However, her figure was becoming more and more attractive, and many men in the Vulture Palace had already set their eyes on her. As long as she stayed in the Vulture Palace, one day, she, Spirit Rabbit, would suffer a disaster and be humiliated by the beasts of the Vulture Palace. Wu Daozi's last bloodline couldn't be saved. Now, Wu Daozi obtained a second-class evil spirit and broke through to the half-saint realm, and he said that it was unjustified and that it was Wolingzi who forced him to do so. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Senior Wu Daozi, since you have said so, then let's be more direct. Yes, I married Spirit Rabbit because of the Vulture Palace. I wanted to completely pull the Vulture Palace into the Council of Light. As for you, I basically have the idea that you are a rare commodity worth hoarding. I want to save you, restore your cultivation, and let you replace Wu Lingzi as the master of the spiritual Vulture Palace. Moreover, you will become a hardcore member of the Radiant Parliament. After Wu Daozi heard it, he just smiled gently and didn't say that Yang Dingtian was indulging in wild fantasies. Yang Dingtian said, now, of course, I don't have such fantasies, so of course, there is no reason to keep Spirit Rabbit. So I can agree to this request of separation. But, first of all, Spirit Rabbit has to agree to the separation. If she is willing to stay in the Council of Light and stay by my side, then no one can force her. Wu Daozi smiled and said, Sect Master Yang Dingtian, is it necessary? I am Spirit Rabbit's elder, and I have the right to decide everything about her. Yang Dingtian said, there is also a saying in the chaotic world, follow the father at home, and follow the husband when married. Therefore, I should be the one to make the decision regarding her. Wu Daozi said, that's right, so I just asked for your opinion, and Sect Master Yang has already agreed to the separation. Yang Dingtian said, yes, I agreed. But I choose to return this decision to Spirit Rabbit. If she says to separate, then she will separate. If she says to stay, then she will stay. Wu Daozi's eyes narrowed slightly, and suddenly his eyes became long and narrow. He said, Sect Master Yang, it seems that you are very confident in letting Spirit Rabbit stay? Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. He was indeed very confident, although his contact with Spirit Rabbit was very, very short, and they didn't have any feelings for each other. However, Ling Bai was here, and Spirit Rabbit had a deep relationship with her. Moreover, Spirit Rabbit was studying in Xijing, and many people were very good to her, especially Qin Mingli, who seemed to treat her as a sister, and also as a daughter. In terms of identity, they were sisters, and in terms of age, they were daughters. Moreover, the Heavenly Edict Academy's theory on evil ways in the Tiando League was very thorough. Spirit Rabbit had been studying in the Heavenly Edict Academy for almost a year, and her spiritual thoughts had been baptized for a long time. She should have an absolute understanding of good and evil, and she should have an absolute hatred for the darkness of the Vulture Palace. Therefore, she should have an absolute yearning for justice and light at this time. Wu Daozi said, "Well, then I'll have to trouble Sect Master Yang to come with me to the Heavenly Edict Academy in Xijing. We will let Spirit Rabbit decide for herself whether to stay or leave." A moment later, the two flew toward Xijing. When Yang Dingtian unified the entire West continent, the Heavenly Edict Academy had already begun. Therefore, more than 3 years had passed since then. The Heavenly Edict Academy had risen at an unimaginable speed. The Council of Light had invested everything in building the Heavenly Edict Academy. The resources it possessed far exceeded that of any other sect in this world. Moreover, compared to the various large sects, the Heavenly Edict Academy was undoubtedly fairer. There was no sectarian bias. As long as one was talented and capable, even if one's status was low, one could still rise. Moreover, although martial arts were still mainstream in the Heavenly Edict Academy, it was no longer everything. There were also crystal dynamics, navigation, spiritual arts, mystical studies, demon studies, political studies, economics, and so on. In the past, martial arts were everything. However, this situation had undoubtedly changed. Currently, the human countries lacked martial arts experts the most. Instead, they lacked middle and low-level officials, generals, and so on. Therefore, it was very common for people with higher cultivation to be led by people with lower cultivation. The concept of martial arts being first and supreme had gradually changed. Moreover, the establishment of the Heavenly Edict Academy had another strategic effect, which was to eliminate sectarian bias. Once one entered the Heavenly Edict Academy, it would be very difficult to distinguish between Cloud Sky City, Divine Weapons Mountain Villa, and Northwest Qin City. The Tiando League and the Council of Light had become symbols of unity. Those who entered the Heavenly Edict Academy would instinctively feel that they were part of the Tiando League and not just part of the Northwest Qin City or Cloud Sky City. Another effect was the impact on one's mind. Therefore, it was certain that the Heavenly Edict Academy's role in the future would be even more immeasurable. It would completely unite the entire chaotic world. The Heavenly Edict Academy's Central Capital Division and East Continent Division were about to be completed and would be activated soon. When the time came, more young martial artists would enter the Heavenly Edict Academy to study. It would provide a steady stream of talents for the Tiando League. The Spirit Rabbit was unquestionably the #1 beauty of the Heavenly Edict Academy. She was the dream lover of all the male students in the Heavenly Edict Academy. She had a nickname in the Heavenly Edict Academy, the Angel. Because of her exquisite beauty, she was very quiet, but definitely not cold. She was reserved, but never stingy with her smiles. Countless male students were captivated by her. Usually, such a girl would become the public enemy of all women. Moreover, it just so happened that she was absolutely welcomed and loved by the female disciples of Heavenly Revelation Academy. Practically all the female disciples instinctively wanted to protect her. In the Heavenly Edict Academy, and even in the West Capital, almost no one knew her identity. Everyone only knew that the Western Capital City Lord, Qin Mingli, took great care of Ling Tu as if she was her own younger sister. In the Heavenly Enlightenment Academy, the Spirit Rabbit seemed to have made up for all the joy it had missed in the past 10 years. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian had promised that there would be a day when he would rescue his grandfather and bring him to the central capital to live together with him. Furthermore, her cultivation speed was also extremely fast. Just over a month ago, she had broken through to the martial mystic realm. Of course, this level of cultivation was nothing in the Heavenly Edict Academy. However, before she entered the Heavenly Edict Academy, she was merely a Xian martial artist. Therefore, even though her current cultivation wasn't ranked anywhere in the Heavenly Awakening Academy, she was still quite strong. This was because many people said that she was the most talented person in the entire Heavenly Awakening Academy. Her cultivation speed seemed to be second only to Sect Master Yang Dingtian. As for Sect Master Yang Dingtian, he was undoubtedly a legendary figure. He was only 25 years old and had only started cultivating martial arts for a little over 5 years. However, he was already the strongest person in the entire Taekwondo League. Even though he wasn't the strongest person in the world, Queen Xianxia of the Serpentine Empire, Xianxia of the Vulture Palace, and Wu Yu of the Netherworld Sea had all surpassed Sect Master Yang Dingtian in terms of cultivation. However, almost everyone in the Heavenly Awakening Academy believed that Sect Master Yang Dingtian would undoubtedly become the strongest person in the world within 5 or perhaps 3 years. In fact, no one in the entire Taekwondo League had any doubts about this day. Ling Tuer's rapid cultivation speed made everyone see another rising star. Therefore, even though all the instructors in the Heavenly Awakening Academy didn't know about Ling Tu's identity, including some Grandmaster instructors, all of them were devoted to her cultivation. However, almost all the teachers were doing their best to nurture the spirit rabbit. They hoped that within a few years, the spirit rabbit would be able to stand out in the Radiant Parliament. On this day, Ling Tu had finished her class. As usual, she was writing the Heavenly Awakening Academy's newspaper with a few classmates. Now, the Council of Light didn't only have one newspaper, the Chaos Times. There were almost 10 newspapers in total. Of course, all of these newspapers were currently under the guidance and management of the Council of Light. The Heavenly Awakening Academy's newspaper couldn't be considered a complete newspaper because it was only circulated within the Academy. It was all written by the Academy's disciples. Ling Tu wasn't in charge of writing. She was in charge of drawing and designing the layout. In fact, these weren't her only hobbies. She liked many other things. For example, cooking, studying monsters, and so on. Although her cultivation speed had increased by leaps and bounds, she wasn't the kind of person who cultivated all day long. She spent a lot of time on her hobbies. Her cultivation time was shorter than others, but her cultivation speed was many times faster than others. Perhaps, this was the power of talent. At this moment, the Lord of Western Capital, Qin Mingli's carriage entered the Heavenly Awakening Academy and came to the editing room of the Heavenly Awakening Academy's newspaper. "Greetings, madam." When all the students saw Qin Mingli, they put down what they were doing and stood up to greet her. As the wife of Yang Dingtian, the Lord of Western Capital wasn't mysterious at all in front of the students of the Heavenly Awakening Academy. Basically, they would see her many times every month. Moreover, most of the resources in the Heavenly Awakening Academy were personally allocated by Qin Mingli. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the students or the teachers, they were very close and respectful to Qin Mingli. "Hello, everyone. Please continue." Qin Mingli smiled. Then, she waved at Ling Tu and said, "Tuer, come here." Ling Tuer finished the last stroke and came to Qin Mingli. She said, "Sister." Every time Qin Mingli saw Ling Tuer, she would praise the magic of the Creator. The face in front of her was really exquisite. It was as if all the spiritual and delicate aura in the world had gathered on her. In terms of the exquisite and delicate facial features, even Yan Yan couldn't be compared to Ling Tuer. Of course, Yan Yan was also charming and gorgeous while Ling Tuer was purely exquisite. It was as if she was carved out of jade. It was the kind of exquisiteness that couldn't be reduced by a single bit. "Make a trip home with me," Qin Mingli said. "He's here." Ling Tu's little heart suddenly jumped. Immediately, her exquisite and peerless face flushed with a moving blush. This he was, of course, referring to Yang Dingtian. Although she was Yang Dingtian's wife in name, she had only met him once. In her heart, Yang Dingtian was her savior who had rescued her from the sea of bitterness. Moreover, he was very gentle and tolerant towards her. However, there was only gratitude in her heart. She didn't have any romantic feelings at all. After leaving Zhongjing and arriving at the Heavenly Awakening Academy, she could clearly feel the fanatical worship everyone had for Yang Dingtian. Then, from the words of others, she understood the various things that Yang Dingtian had done and the various miracles that he had created. Without him, the West Continent wouldn't have been unified. Countless slaves wouldn't have been liberated. Countless serfs wouldn't have been able to own their own land. Even countless academies wouldn't have had the opportunity to study. The most direct thing was that the Heavenly Awakening Academy wouldn't have existed. Here, all the disciples had the same thought in their minds. That was the arrival of the world-ending war. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of the world-ending war. Protecting the chaotic world and the Tiando League was the highest mission of the Heavenly Awakening Academy. Throughout the entire teaching process, there was nothing about loyalty to Yang Dingtian. However, almost all the students were instinctively loyal to sect leader Yang Dingtian. Moreover, this wasn't the old-fashioned kind of loyalty. It wasn't loyalty to Yang Dingtian as a person. It was loyalty to his mission and his ideals. In such an atmosphere, Ling Tu's state of mind was of course greatly affected. She also began to worship Yang Dingtian and began to accept the theories of the Heavenly Awakening Academy. She began to devote herself to the great cause of protecting the chaotic world and the Tiando League. And in this fanatical worship, she was one of Yang Dingtian's wives in name. Although no one knew this, a strange feeling still accumulated in her heart little by little. She enjoyed this very much. The hero that everyone looked up to was her husband. Although no one knew this, it didn't stop her from secretly rejoicing and feeling proud. Compared to the rotten and dark Vulture Palace, the Heavenly Awakening Academy was a complete paradise. In the 1 year of studying in the Heavenly Awakening Academy, Yang Dingtian had never come to see her even once. However, she wasn't unhappy at all. She even felt very happy and free. This was a very strange feeling. Although she had experienced a lot, she was still a girl after all. She usually had such lovely feelings in her heart. I like you, but this has nothing to do with you. Therefore, although she liked Yang Dingtian, she didn't care whether Yang Dingtian came to see her or not. Now that she heard that Yang Dingtian had come, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Other than anticipation, she was more nervous. Therefore, when she sat in Qin Mingli's carriage to the city lord's residence, Ling Tu's face became redder and redder. Her heart beat faster and faster. In the end, it was as if blood was about to drip out. She almost wanted to jump off the carriage and not see Yang Dingtian. When they arrived outside a room in the city lord's residence, Qin Mingli said, "Rabbit, go in alone." Ling Tu pleaded, "Sister, come in with me." Qin Mingli smiled, "Good rabbit, go in by yourself. You just have to remember that I hope to be with you forever and become a family, okay?" Ling Tu was stunned and then nodded vigorously. After Qin Mingli left, Ling Tu took a deep breath and gently pushed open the door and walked in. After entering, she mustered up a lot of courage and raised her head to look at her husband in name, the hero that she worshipped in her heart. However, other than Yang Dingtian, she also saw another unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar person. Although this person was older than Yang Dingtian, he was much more handsome and his temperament was also much more elegant and profound. "Rabbit, I missed you so much, I missed you so much. My little rabbit." Wu Daozi suddenly rushed forward and hugged Ling Tu in his arms. Ling Tu was shocked and said in disbelief, You are grandfather?" Wu Daozi's face was full of tears and he said in a trembling voice, Yes, I am grandfather, I am grandfather." Ling Tu looked at Wu Daozi's face and sniffed his aura desperately. Finally, from his eyes and the outline of his face, she finally confirmed that this was her grandfather. The grandfather that was originally old and withered like a dead tree. "Grandfather." Ling Tu immediately cried out emotionally and then hugged Wu Daozi's body tightly. The grandfather and grandson pair cried for a full 15 minutes. Wu Daozi let go of Ling Tu and looked up and down as if looking at a supreme treasure, looking at Ling Tu over and over again. This was his only family member, his most precious treasure in this world. Now, she had become so beautiful and so happy. Wu Daozi's entire heart trembled as he looked at his granddaughter's exquisite face. He felt as if his heart was about to melt. "Grandfather, you've recovered?" Ling Tu looked at her grandfather's face and asked in surprise. "Yes, grandfather has recovered." Wu Daozi said, "Not only has grandfather recovered, but he has also become very, very powerful. No one can bully my little rabbit in the future. Grandpa wants to give all the best things in this world to my little rabbit. I want my little rabbit to become the happiest little princess in this world." Ling Tu couldn't help but cry again, "Grandfather, you have always given me the best. I was already the happiest granddaughter in this world." Ling Tu knew very well that the best thing in this world was the love and care of her family. She would never lose sight of this point. Wu Daozi cried, No, grandfather couldn't protect you before, but from today onwards, grandfather can protect you. Today, grandfather is here to take you home, to our home. Ling Tu was stunned. Home? What home? Wu Daozi said, of course, the Vulture Palace. Now, the Vulture Palace is our home. Ling Tu's exquisite little face trembled, and she shook her head. No, the Vulture Palace is not our home. It already is, Wu Daozi said. Soon, the Vulture Palace will be grandfather's, and in the future, it will also be yours. Now, no one in the Vulture Palace dares to bully Ling Tu, and the Vulture won't dare to either. From now on, you are the princess of the Vulture Palace. Ling Tu's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of confusion, and then she looked at Yang Dingtian. Then I'm already married. Wu Daozi said, when I married you to Sect Master Yang Dingtian, it was to protect you and let you leave the Vulture Palace. But now, Sect Master Yang Dingtian is willing to divorce and is willing to give you freedom, so grandfather wants to take you home. Ling Tu's delicate body trembled, and she looked at Yang Dingtian. Divorce? Sect Master Yang, you want to divorce me? Yang Dingtian said softly, no, everything is your freedom. If you want to stay, then you can stay. If you want to leave and follow your grandfather back to the Vulture Palace, I won't stop you. Everything will follow your will. Ling Tu suddenly fell into a complicated mood. She hated the Vulture Palace. She loved the Heavenly Enlightenment Academy very, very much. Every inch of air here was beautiful. Everyone here loved her and took care of her. She worshipped Yang Dingtian, and was secretly happy because she was his little wife in name. Therefore, she really wanted to stay in the Council of Light and the Heavenly Enlightenment Academy. However, her grandfather was the closest person to her in this world. He was her only family member and the person she loved the most. Now, she had to make a choice. No matter which choice she made, it was a kind of cruelty. She slowly closed her eyes and tried to calm down, no matter what she told herself. You have to calm down and think about it carefully. Think about this matter clearly. Gradually, she calmed down and became clear. Then, she understood, she was already married, so she should follow her husband. She couldn't betray her marriage just because her grandfather had become stronger. She couldn't go back with her grandfather just because she could become the princess of the Vulture Palace. Although in her heart, her grandfather's weight was definitely higher than Yang Dingtian's. But more importantly, it was right or wrong. If she went with her grandfather, then it was wrong. If she stayed, then it was right, and even if she stayed, she wouldn't lose her grandfather. A married girl could still go back to her family. She could go back to the Vulture Palace to see her grandfather. Therefore, Ling Tu decided. Grandfather, I want to stay. Ling Tu said to Wu Daozi. Note, the next update is still tomorrow at noon. Thank you, everyone. Those who have votes can vote for 2. After hearing Spirit Rabbit's words, Wu Daozi trembled and his expression changed. Rabbit, you don't want Grandpa anymore? Spirit Rabbit said, Grandpa, if I stay here, you will still be my grandpa. This will not change. If I leave with you, then I will have nothing to do with Sect Master Yang. This is a kind of betrayal. What betrayal? Wu Daozi said, your relationship as husband and wife is not in name at all. Yang Dingtian has never touched you. Spirit Rabbit said, but after all, we are married, although there is no ceremony. And at that time, in order to escape from the sea of bitterness, I, an ugly girl, married Sect Master Yang. Now that I have become beautiful and Grandpa has become powerful, I have to break off the marriage and return to the Vulture Palace. I can't do it, Grandpa, this is wrong. Wu Daozi said angrily, what is wrong? Only children can tell right from wrong. Have you been brainwashed in the Heavenly Enlightenment Academy? Under her grandfather's rage, the rabbit became quieter and quieter. Her eyes became gentle. She said, Grandpa, if I stay here, I'll still be your granddaughter. You'll still be the person closest to me. Wu Daozi said angrily, Rabbit, let me ask you one question. In your heart, is Grandpa more important or Yang Dingtian more important? Spirit Rabbit said, of course it's Grandpa who is more important. Although the people of Heavenly Enlightenment Academy are very good to me, Sect Master Yang and everyone else, including Aunt Bai, can't compare to Grandpa in my heart. Wu Daozi's expression calmed down a little, and he said tenderly, "Well, in that case, you come home with me." Spirit Rabbit said, "Grandpa, although you are the most important in my heart, I still have to tell the truth. But I still have to distinguish between right and wrong. It was wrong for me to go with you, but it was right for me to stay. So, I will not go." After saying that, Spirit Rabbit looked at Wu Daozi. Her face was still calm, and her beautiful big eyes were still full of gentleness, but they were incomparably firm. Wu Daozi took a deep breath. He knew that he would definitely not be able to persuade his precious granddaughter. There is one kind of person in the world who is the most difficult to persuade, and that is the person who says a certain point of view quietly and without anger. Gentle and firm people were the ones with the most willpower. At this time, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but gasp in amazement at the exquisite girl in front of him. Her personality was as lovely as her beauty. After a long time, Wu Daozi said in a trembling voice, "Girl, Grandpa is now completely loyal to the Temple of Annihilation. But you're married to the leader of the Tiando League. How will His Majesty the Demon King and the temple view your grandfather? If you don't cut ties with Yang Dingtian, they will never trust Grandpa." The Spirit Rabbit's little face trembled, and she said, "Grandpa, I don't want to talk to you about justice and evil. Between Grandpa and justice, I choose Grandpa. I can't do things like placing righteousness before family. But I know that the Temple of 10,000 Bloods Temple Master, Dugu Shao, is the most valued leader of the Temple of Annihilation. His daughter, Dugu Fengwu, is Sect Master Yang's wife, and his grandson, Yang Li, is Sect Master Yang's son. Therefore, you don't have to worry about this. My existence won't affect your standpoint, and I don't have enough wisdom to affect your standpoint now." Wu Daozi's face twitched, and tears fell down again. He looked at the Spirit Rabbit for a long time and knew that there was no way to change his granddaughter's will. He took a deep breath and sobbed, Okay. Afterward, Wu Daozi walked out and instantly disappeared from the City Lord Manor. Seeing her grandpa crying so sadly, the Spirit Rabbit's heart ached. After Wu Daozi left, she threw herself into Yang Dingtian's arms and cried out loudly. Hugging her fragrant and delicate body, Yang Dingtian patted her back gently and allowed her to cry. After crying for a full 15 minutes, the Spirit Rabbit raised her delicate little face. Her big eyes were red and swollen from crying. "Sect Master, do you think I'm an unfilial granddaughter?" the Spirit Rabbit asked Yang Dingtian while crying. "No," Yang Dingtian said. The Spirit Rabbit cried again and said, 2 days ago, Mentor Ning said that the Yinyang School's disciple, Leng Ao, had betrayed us and accepted Princess Mudan's second-grade evil spirit. He had become a puppet of the Temple of Annihilation. At that time, I was worried that Princess Mudan would look for Grandpa. In the end, she really went to look for him. The Heavenly Revelations Academy's education was so in-depth. Leng Ao had betrayed the Tiando League after obtaining a second-grade evil spirit. This kind of top secret would be made public in the Heavenly Revelations Academy. The Heavenly Revelations Academy had always had a motto. There was nothing that couldn't be told to others. There were many facts that were not whitewashed, hidden, or concealed. Only in this way could the disciples of the Heavenly Revelations Academy truly integrate into the great cause of the Tiando League. Only then would they have a true sense of ownership. The Spirit Rabbit widened her eyes and said, "Sect Master, I clearly know that Grandpa recovered his cultivation because of the evil spirit and became very powerful. Good and evil cannot coexist. I should have placed righteousness before family and hate Grandpa, but I can't do it. So, am I a disloyal person?" "No, you're not." Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "No justice can be done at the cost of sacrificing family ties. Otherwise, that kind of justice can't be called justice. Perhaps one day, your grandpa and I will be irreconcilable and fight to the death, but I will never let you be your grandpa's enemy." "Yes." The Spirit Rabbit nodded vigorously and then quietly buried herself in Yang Dingtian's arms. She didn't make a sound and enjoyed the quiet peace. "Sect Master, I want to take 2 days off tomorrow and go to Cloud Sky City to see Yang Li, Yang Yi, and the other babies. Is that okay?" the Spirit Rabbit suddenly asked. Yang Dingtian obviously knew her thoughts. She felt that the bond between her and Yang Dingtian was too weak, so she tried her best to integrate into Yang Dingtian's family. This way, her reason to stay in the Council of Light would be more sufficient. Okay. Yang Dingtian said, but I might not have time to accompany you. It's better if I go alone. If you accompany me, I will feel very unnatural. The spirit rabbit said softly. Then, she left Yang Dingtian's arms and said, Sect Master, then I have to go back to school. I haven't finished today's mission. Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, Tonight, you should sleep with Sister Mingli. You're not at peace now, so it's better to stay by her side. The spirit rabbit wiped her tears and said, It's because I'm not at peace that I'm working for the academy. Also, Sister Mingli has been thinking about you for a long time. After saying this, her little face instantly turned red, like a big red cloth. Yang Dingtian understood. Qin Mingli must have said a lot of crazy things to her. Today, Yang Dingtian finally got to know that she wasn't willing to be a third wheel and delay his and Qin Mingli's romantic night. Then okay. Yang Dingtian looked very awkward after being stared at by her big eyes. Then I'm leaving. The spirit rabbit suddenly went forward, pouted her soft jelly-like mouth, and kissed Yang Dingtian's face. Then, she flew away like a bird. At night, the city lord of Western capital, Qin Mingli, finally got what she wanted. She felt that her whole body was about to melt as she laid lazily in Yang Dingtian's arms. Husband, rabbit is cute, right? Qin Mingli said in a hoarse voice. Yes. Yang Dingtian said. Qin Mingli said, I really love her to the core. I've never seen such a gentle and spirited girl. Anyone who sees her will feel like their heart is about to melt. The key is that the years of suffering in the Vulture Palace didn't cause any darkness in her heart. How can there be such a girl? Every time she looks at me with her big eyes, I feel inferior. I feel that I'm not worthy of you. I was so dirty in the past. Towards the end, Qin Mingli was already sobbing. Yang Dingtian didn't console her. Instead, he gave her a loud slap on her waist. Husband, Wu Daozi will definitely not let this go, Qin Mingli said. He will definitely take revenge. You can't be a coward. You can't give the spirit rabbit away just because you feel pressured. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, he won't. If she doesn't want to leave, then no one can take her away. I've never sacrificed a woman in exchange for the enemy's concession. 4 hours later, Yang Dingtian received accurate information. Wu Daozi was heading towards the northwest. His destination should be the Snakeman Empire. Yang Dingtian was puzzled. Why was Wu Daozi going to the Snakeman Empire? Then, he thought of a possibility. At that time, in order to force Yang Dingtian to compromise, Queen Xianxia had gone to the Vulture Palace. Clearly, she wanted to make use of Wulingzi to attack Yang Dingtian. However, Wulingzi might have rejected her. Because this old man was basically a coward. Now, he wasn't willing to take the initiative to provoke Yang Dingtian. Wu Daozi's return of the king in the Vulture Palace was obviously a piece of information from the people in the Vulture Palace. He knew about the conflict between Xianxia and Yang Dingtian. In that case, he and Queen Xianxia had a common goal. They hit it off and joined forces to deal with Yang Dingtian, forcing him to compromise. Then, which weak spot of Yang Dingtian would Wu Daozi and Queen Xianxia attack? Kill the core executives of the Council of Light? Impossible. Without the Demon King's orders, no one would dare to do so. Even Mu Dan wouldn't dare. Destroy Yang Dingtian's secret weapons base. This was also a strategic action. It was definitely not something Wu Daozi could decide. Touching Yang Dingtian's wife and family was even more impossible. So far, this was considered an iron bar. The other party's Princess Mu Dan's body was Yang Dingtian's wife. Other than that lunatic Dongli, no one in the evil ways dared to touch Yang Dingtian's family. Then, there was only one weak spot left. The Taboo Continent's Skull Hall. The core executives of the Council of Light were cultivating in the Taboo Continent. This was no secret to the top executives of the evil ways. The reason why Yang Dingtian let Wu Yuming guard the entrance was to prevent Queen Xianxia from destroying it. Wulingzi basically didn't leave the Vulture Palace. Because Wu Yuming was also a half-saint, neither Queen Xianxia nor Wu Daozi could break into the hall alone and destroy it. But the two of them could do it together. That's right, their attack direction must be there. Because that place was Yang Dingtian's biggest weak spot. Half of the entire Council of Light's upper echelons were cultivating there, including Yang Dingtian's wife, his master, Dishi Bian, Song Chunhua, and so on. After Hai Xian and Wu Daozi broke into the Skull Hall, they didn't even need to do anything. They just used Xianxia energy and mental strength to interfere with these people's cultivation. The consequences were unimaginable. Either they would go berserk or be completely lost in the illusion. If it was really destroyed, at least half of the upper echelons would be crippled, or even worse. Even if one of the people cultivating there died, it would be a pain that Yang Dingtian couldn't bear. Yes, it must be like this. Wu Daozi must have gone to find Queen Hai Xian. The two of them would work together to break into the Skull Hall, destroy the upper echelons of the Council of Light, and force Yang Dingtian to compromise. Then, would Queen Hai Xian agree to Wu Daozi's request? She definitely would. She might even be impatient. He must stop it, otherwise, the losses caused would be unbearable for Yang Dingtian. Then? How to stop it? Would Hai Xian come alone, or would she bring the masters of the Naga Empire with her? Although Ningbusi and Qin Wancho were guarding, they couldn't be called in for this battle. The disparity in strength was too great. It could be said that in this conflict, only a 9-star Great Grandmaster was barely qualified to enter. And in the entire Tiando League, there was only one 9-star Great Grandmaster, Yang Dingtian. And if Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming worked together, would they be able to stop Wu Daozi and Queen Hai Xian? They probably wouldn't be able to stop them. Or rather, they wouldn't be able to stop them at all. The gap between a half-saint and a 9-star Great Grandmaster was huge. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian didn't have any changes to the half-saint realm. He didn't know what was the difference between half-saints. If he wanted to stop Hai Xian and Wu Daozi, he would have to find a half-saint helper. At present, in the entire human kingdom, besides Princess Mudan, only Wolingzi was a half-saint. That's right, Wolingzi, this cowardly old man must hate Wu Daozi to the core. Although he and Yang Dingtian were enemies, the conflict between him and Yang Dingtian was secondary. The conflict between him and Wu Daozi was the main conflict, because Wu Daozi was coming to steal his Vulture Palace. That's right, join forces with Wolingzi. If they succeeded, Yang Dingtian would have 2 half-saints and a 9-star Great Grandmaster on his side. Then, he wouldn't have to fear Wu Daozi and Queen Hai Xian at all. There was no time to lose. Yang Dingtian didn't ride the Demon Eagle anymore. He used the Demon Spirit Mist Cloak and his flying mystic skill to rush to the Vulture Palace at the fastest speed. He wanted to join forces with Wolingzi and defeat Wolingzi and Hai Xian. After a few hours, Yang Dingtian arrived in the sky above the southern barbarian continent and met the patrolling black vultures of the Vulture Palace. When they saw Yang Dingtian, the patrolling black vulture knights of the Vulture Palace were aggressive and wanted to kill him. But when they saw Yang Dingtian, their expressions changed dramatically and they trembled. They didn't know whether to turn around and flee or bow down and accept death. The people of the Vulture Palace were traumatized by Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian said, "Quickly enter the Vulture Palace and report that the leader of the Tiando League, Yang Dingtian, wants to meet with Wolingzi to discuss something." Yes. After the patrolling winged cavalry heard this, they immediately flew back to the Vulture Palace with all their might. Note, brothers, please give me a few monthly votes. Thank you. 2 hours later, Yang Dingtian saw the vulture. It was almost a year later when he saw the vulture again. She seemed to have matured a lot. At this time, she no longer looked like a little girl, but a beautiful woman. Her facial features were originally very delicate, but compared to the exquisite and peerless Spirit Rabbit, the difference was obvious. Moreover, the vulture's face was a little more gorgeous at this time. Of course, perhaps it was natural, she was still very flat, only slightly better than before. In the words of Earth, she was still an A cup, but her figure seemed to be a lot more voluptuous. I didn't expect that Lord Yang would take the initiative to visit the Vulture Palace one day. The vulture said with half sarcasm, "What's the matter? Say it." Yang Dingtian said, "You can't make the decision. I'll talk to your great-grandfather." The vulture said, "Just say it." Yang Dingtian was like a repeater, saying, "You can't make the decision. I'll talk to your great-grandfather." The vulture's face darkened, and then said, well, you can talk to my great-grandfather, but do you have the guts to enter the vulture palace in person? Yang Dingtian curled his lips. Was he afraid of entering the vulture palace? Without saying anything, Yang Dingtian flew directly to the vulture palace. After passing through the fog formation and the black vulture formation, Yang Dingtian arrived at the vulture palace. At first glance, he noticed the deep crack on the ground of the vulture palace and the disappearance of a whole mountain. Is this the mark left by Wu Daozi when he broke through to the semi-saint realm? Yang Dingtian asked. The vulture's face trembled, and he was unwilling to express any opinion on this matter. Wulingzi was the one who was most affected by this matter, and the vulture was next. Although no one had publicly supported Wulingzi, no one dared to say anything bad about Wulingzi. But from the eyes and expressions of the people in the vulture palace, the vulture felt something was wrong, and some people had begun to alienate him. Still in the thatched hut on the top of the mountain, Yang Dingtian saw the sage-like Wulingzi. At this time, Wulingzi still had white hair and a youthful face, but he seemed to have aged a lot since the last time Yang Dingtian saw him. Seeing Yang Dingtian, Wulingzi's face turned cold, and he said, Lord Yang still dare to come? Are you not afraid of coming back? Yang Dingtian was at the top of Wulingzi's list of people he hated the most. Nearly a year ago, Wulingzi was repeatedly slapped in the face by Yang Dingtian. He lost tens of thousands of black vultures, and was forced to give away the spirit rabbit in exchange for Yang Dingtian's ceasefire. Now that he saw Yang Dingtian, Wulingzi really had a kind of evil feeling, and he wanted to tear the person in front of him into pieces. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, Senior Wulingzi, if I were you, I would never make these meaningless threats. You should know that no one in the entire human country dares to kill me, and of course, they may not be able to kill me. Is that so? Wulingzi said coldly, do you want to try? Suddenly, an incomparably powerful force enveloped the entire mountain peak, making it almost impossible to breathe. If one didn't know Wulingzi well, they would probably be scared out of their wits at this time. However, Yang Dingtian had a very absurd feeling. This person in front of him was tough on the outside but weak on the inside. Yang Dingtian had never seen anything like this before. Okay. Yang Dingtian said, we'll talk when you're done showing off. Wulingzi's expression changed, and he immediately felt extremely angry and indignant. Although he was no longer the core of the evil ways, he also knew that with the complete failure of Netherworld and Dongli, Yang Dingtian had regained the no-kill order. He, Wulingzi, did not have the guts to disobey the orders of the Demon King. However, it was even more embarrassing to let things go just like that. At this time, Yang Dingtian should have pretended to apologize, and Wulingzi would have also stepped down. However, not only did Yang Dingtian not apologize, but he even mocked him. After an hour of awkward silence, Wulingzi finally couldn't help but ask, you, what's the matter? Yang Dingtian said, Your Excellency Wulingzi, originally, the conflict between you and me was irreconcilable. However, recently, Wu Daozi obtained a second-class evil spirit and broke through to the half-saint realm. Then, the conflict between you and me has become a secondary conflict. You and Wu Daozi have become the main conflict, haven't you? To put it more directly, it's a conflict of life and death. Is that so? Wulingzi said, It can't be. Yang Dingtian said with a smile, Senior Wulingzi, are you deceiving others or yourself by saying such words? If you were Wu Daozi, would you let go of this blood feud? Would you be able to let go of this vulture palace? You have no choice. He will definitely kill you and take away the vulture palace. Suddenly, Wulingzi's expression suddenly changed, and he wished he could cover his ears and not listen. Yesterday, Wu Daozi came to me and wanted to bring the spirit rabbit back to the vulture palace, but I refused. Yang Dingtian said, so he flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to join forces with Queen Xianxia to deal with me. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's cooperate once, each take what he needs, and destroy Wu Daozi, how about it? Wulingzi's eyes suddenly lit up. Vulture said from the side, You don't want the spirit rabbit to come back. Yang Dingtian said, No, I'm giving the choice to the spirit rabbit. She said she wants to stay, so no one can take her away. Vulture's expression became extremely complicated, and said, You're going to fall out with a half-saint expert for a mere spirit rabbit? Yes. Yang Dingtian said. Vulture's face suddenly became bitter, and then it became resentful, and said, Why? Why? What does the spirit rabbit count for? She's just an ugly and mute lowly servant. Why should she be treated like this? Why doesn't anyone treat me like this? Why should that bastard Wu Yuming treat me like this? Yang Dingtian narrowed his eyes, and said, What did Wu Yuming do to you? Although he doesn't love you that much, he has never let you down. Vulture said in a stern voice, In the ghost hell region, he selfishly deprived me of the opportunity to obtain the ghost hell flame. Later on, he abandoned me without hesitation, and abandoned the entire Vulture Palace. The relationship between him and me is not as good as the relationship between you and the spirit rabbit. Why should he treat me like this? Yang Dingtian said, That's because you don't have enough weight in his heart. Now, he's willing to do anything for Ling Wu. Vulture's expression became even more resentful, and said, Bastard couple, I knew this bastard couple. He's only worthy of a lowly woman like Ling Wu. Looking at Vulture's distorted face, Yang Dingtian lost interest in talking with her, and looked at Wu Lingzi, and said, Sir, what do you think? Because of the relationship between the Demon King and Mu Dan, you don't dare to do anything to Wu Daozi, but I do. After eliminating Wu Daozi, no one will snatch the Vulture Palace from you. How about it? Wu Lingzi was very moved, but he was also very unwilling in his heart, and was very suspicious of Yang Dingtian. Would Yang Dingtian be so kind? It was impossible. Immediately, Wu Lingzi sneered, and said, Yang Dingtian, do you think I'll be fooled? You're obviously colluding with Wu Daozi to kill me. Do you think I'll be fooled? Dream on. Yang Dingtian was startled, and was simply unable to understand Wu Lingzi's thoughts, and said, In order to force me to compromise, Wu Daozi has already gone to the Snake Men Empire to look for Queen Xianxia. And now, the experts of my Council of Light are cultivating in the Forbidden Continent's illusory realm. Wu Daozi and Xianxia are about to join hands to destroy the cultivation plan of the higher-ups of the Council of Light, and use this to force me to compromise. Wu Lingzi sneered, and said, What kind of joke is this? Wu Daozi is a half-step sage rank expert. If he wants to destroy the cultivation plan of your Council of Light, why would he need to look for Xianxia's help? Is there anyone in your Council of Light who's a match for him? Yang Dingtian said, Because the one guarding the entrance of the Forbidden Continent is Wu Yuming. He's already a half-step sage rank expert. Wu Yuming? Vulture said in horror, That's impossible. You're his mortal enemy. How could he help you guard the entrance? Yang Dingtian said, Because Ling Jiao is also cultivating inside. Bastard couple, you'll die a horrible death. Vulture said angrily again. Wu Lingzi laughed and said, Yang Dingtian, stop acting. I know your conspiracy. You and Wu Daozi are conspiring to kill me. You want to help Wu Daozi ascend to the position of Vulture Palace Master. Don't think I don't know. You even said that you fell out with Wu Daozi because you wanted to keep the spirit rabbit. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Not to mention one spirit rabbit, even if there were 10 or 100 of them, it wouldn't be worth it for you to fall out with a half-step sage rank expert. This is a conspiracy, this is definitely a conspiracy. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. He was completely convinced. People were really different from each other. Wu Lingzi's greed for life and his paranoia were really rare in the world. Moreover, this person was completely amenable to force but not persuasion. As long as someone came to him for help and cooperation, he would never agree. Because deep in his heart, he was unwilling to help anyone. Even if this matter was very beneficial to him. Such a selfish and suspicious person really couldn't be described in words. Wu Lingzi looked at Yang Dingtian, You and the spirit rabbit are very loving? She has your child? Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, No, we haven't done it yet. Ha ha ha. Wu Lingzi laughed and said, This is a flaw, this is a flaw. You and the spirit rabbit have nothing to do with each other. Would you fall out with Wu Daozi for her? How is that possible? You and Wu Daozi are conspiring to kill me. Yang Dingtian gave up the idea of explaining at once. For the spirit rabbit, he didn't hesitate to fall out with the semi-sage and risk his life. This kind of thing was simply ridiculous in Wu Lingzi's mind. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian said, if I really came to invite you to kill Wu Daozi, would you agree? Wu Lingzi was silent for a long time, shook his head and said, no. Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, why? You and he are in a life and death struggle. Wu Lingzi said, His Majesty Demon King needs me. Wu Daozi may not dare to go against me, and he may not be able to snatch my vulture palace. He has his mission. Yang Dingtian was really amazed. This 200-year-old man in front of him was really a wonder in the world. He was fierce in appearance but weak in heart. He was selfish and afraid of death. The key point was that deep in his heart, he was so timid. Now that Wu Daozi had broken through to the semi-sage realm, he still had hopes that others wouldn't kill him and snatch his vulture palace. This kind of person was greedy and insidious, bullied the weak and feared the strong, but also cowardly and childish. Unless death was imminent, he wouldn't be willing to take risks. Of course, it was because he was such a person that Yang Dingtian had beaten him up in the vulture palace and forced Wu Lingzi to compromise. It should be known that at that time, Yang Dingtian had no way to deal with the large-scale Black Vulture army. Moreover, his cultivation at that time was less than 1/10 of Wu Lingzi's. At that time, as long as Wu Lingzi ordered hundreds of thousands of black vultures to invade Zhongjing or the West Continent, it would bring a devastating blow to the Council of Light. Alternatively, Wu Lingzi could kill his way into Zhongjing alone and bring a devastating blow to the Council of Light. But he didn't dare. He was scared out of his wits by Yang Dingtian's strategic blackmail. He was also afraid that Yang Dingtian would set a trap in Zhongjing to kill him. Therefore, he would rather humiliate himself and beg for peace in order to hide in the Vulture Palace in exchange for safety. Yang Dingtian looked at Wu Lingzi and said, Your Excellency, this may really be your last and only chance to eliminate Wu Daozi. Wu Lingzi smiled confidently and said, Yang Dingtian, stop acting and dreaming. Vulture, see the guest out. In this way, Yang Dingtian's trip to the Vulture Palace ended in failure. When he left, Yang Dingtian wanted to say something to Vulture, but in the end, he didn't say anything and flew to the west alone. Yang Dingtian firmly believed that the great changes in the Vulture Palace were definitely coming soon. Wu Daozi was now observing and preparing. Once the preparations were complete, he would kill Wu Lingzi with a thunderous force and take back the Vulture Palace. He was completely different from Wu Lingzi. He was much more decisive in killing. This could be seen from the fact that he decisively joined forces with Xianxia to stab Yang Dingtian's weak spot when he couldn't take the spirit rabbit away. Joining forces with Wu Lingzi had failed. Of course, Yang Dingtian could have gone to Dugashao. Although he wasn't a semi-sage yet, he was definitely infinitely close to it. As long as Yang Dingtian asked, Dugashao would definitely agree. However, Yang Dingtian couldn't do that. Yes, Yang Dingtian had asked Dugashao for help many times, but it was all to protect his family in Cloud Sky City. These were all private matters. And this time, protecting the heads of the higher-ups of the Council of Light in the main hall was absolutely official business. It was against the principles of the Tiando League to look for Dugashao for official business. Therefore, Yang Dingtian couldn't find any helpers. Now, his only choice was to go to the Taboo Continent Sea area alone and join forces with Wu Yuming to stop the two semi-sages, Xianxia and Wu Daozi. Then, could they succeed? Without a doubt, purely in terms of martial arts cultivation, Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming were far inferior to Xianxia and Wu Daozi. However, if it was to stop the other party, it might not be impossible to succeed. As long as Yang Dingtian was willing to risk his life and show the will to survive in the face of death. Whether it was Xianxia or Wu Daozi, they could only compromise. Because they were here to force Yang Dingtian to retreat, not to risk their lives. After arriving in Xijing, Yang Dingtian rode on a demon eagle and flew towards the Taboo Continent Sea area. At the same time, Wu Daozi and Queen Xianxia left the Snake People Empire and headed towards the Taboo Continent Sea area. This sudden showdown of top-level martial arts was about to break out at any moment. Note, the next update is still tomorrow at noon. Thank you everyone. When Yang Dingtian came to the entrance of the Taboo Continent, Wu Yuming avoided him immediately. In short, he absolutely did not want to meet Yang Dingtian. It was fine if they didn't meet before, but now they must meet. Yang Dingtian shouted at the entrance, Brother Yuming, I know you don't want to see me, but our trouble is coming, so you'd better show yourself. There was no response. Yang Dingtian continued, you know, after the duel, I beat the Vulture Palace badly, so the Vulture Palace was forced to use marriage in exchange for a ceasefire. Wu Lingzi betrothed Spirit Rabbit to me. I believe you know the identity of Spirit Rabbit, the last bloodline of the Vulture Palace, Wu Daozi's granddaughter. After marrying me, I let Spirit Rabbit go to the Heavenly Enlightenment Academy to study, and she was free from the sea of bitterness. Yang Dingtian said, but I didn't expect that Princess Mudan would give a second-class evil spirit to Wu Daozi. Not only did he recover his cultivation, but he also broke through to the semi-saint realm. So, he came to find me, hoping that I would divorce Spirit Rabbit and take her back to the Vulture Palace. I said that I would leave this decision to Spirit Rabbit, but she was unwilling to break the engagement and wanted to stay. Yang Dingtian took a breath and said, of course, Wu Daozi flew into a rage out of humiliation, so he went to the Snake People Empire to find Queen Hai Xian, because Queen Hai Xian also wanted to force me to compromise. The two hit it off and joined forces to deal with me. And at this time, my weakness is in the Skull Hall. These two should be arriving soon, to attack the illusion of the taboo continent, destroy the cultivation of the people inside, and cause me unbearable losses. Yang Dingtian looked at the surrounding air and continued, so I went to find Wu Lingzi to join forces to kill Wu Daozi, but he didn't dare to come, so now it's just the two of us. In that case, how about the two of us join forces to fight Hai Xian and Wu Daozi? Of course, Yang Dingtian could have used a goading tactic. For example, Wu Yuming, you should leave first and bring Ling Wu away. I, Yang Dingtian, will deal with Hai Xian and Wu Daozi by myself. However, Yang Dingtian was not so frivolous and superficial. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Wu Yuming's voice suddenly sounded, you and I both have the demonic spirit mist cloak. If it's a guerrilla fight, we don't have to fear these two people. They can't do anything to us while we fight. However, we are defending and cannot move. There's no way we can win this battle. Yang Dingtian, I know, and this weakness is mine. You've already broken through to the half-step sage realm. Although your cultivation isn't as high as Hai Xian's, it shouldn't be a problem for you to block her. As for me, I'm only a 9-star 9th grade great-grandmaster. It's probably very difficult for me to block a half-step sage. It's not very difficult. It's impossible. Wu Yuming said, can you release that darkness profound flame of yours? Yang Dingtian, no. Unless we encounter the darkness profound flame or something like the darkness crystal, it will remain dormant. Wu Yuming, then how do you plan to fight? Yang Dingtian, I'll fight with my life on the line. These two people aren't trying to kill me, but to make me compromise. Therefore, their fighting spirit isn't high. If I fight with my life on the line, I reckon they'll compromise. Wu Yuming was silent for a moment, and said, is it worth it for a spirit rabbit? It's not for a spirit rabbit, but for a belief. Yang Dingtian, Wu Yuming, alright, let's fight then. Alright, let's fight then. Yang Dingtian, immediately, Wu Yuming appeared. She stood side by side with Yang Dingtian and blocked the entrance to the taboo continent sea that was several kilometers long. The two people floated in the air and sat cross-legged, waiting for the enemy's arrival. More than 4 hours later, the enemy arrived. Two half-step sages, Wu Daozi and Queen Hai Xian. Seeing Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming sitting side by side, Queen Hai Xian was stunned. She smiled and said, this is really interesting. You were fighting to the death before, but now you're fighting side by side. The two of you really appreciate each other. Wu Daozi bowed and said, Netherworld Highness, our target is only Yang Dingtian. As a subject of the evil Tao, I don't dare to go against you. Would you please step aside? Wu Yuming, my sister is cultivating inside. No one can disturb her. If you want to go, you'll have to step over my dead body. Wu Daozi's face twitched. He bowed and said, I dare not fight you. Then, Wu Daozi's gaze fell on Yang Dingtian. Queen Hai Xian looked at Yang Dingtian, little enemy, you're not my match. Compromise. Agree to my request, and we'll leave immediately. Yang Dingtian turned a deaf ear. Queen Hai Xian smiled and said, you might think that we're just forcing you to compromise, so we won't kill you. As long as you fight with your life, we'll compromise. But I have to say that once we fight, there's no mercy. As long as you don't die, no matter how tragic the consequences are, I'll ignore them. As long as we fight, you'll compromise just like me. Yang Dingtian said nothing. He stood up and pulled out his near-emperor-grade soul sword. He said to Wu Daozi, I've never tried a half-step sage before. Today, I'll try it. Wu Yuming also stood up and pulled out a sharp sword like autumn water. Do it. Yang Dingtian shouted. Bang. A huge lightning bolt of several thousand meters slammed toward Wu Daozi. Wu Daozi stood in the air, motionless, letting the huge lightning bolt of several thousand meters strike his body. Bang. With a loud bang, the gorgeous lightning instantly covered the light of the two suns. The light dissipated, and Wu Daozi's body was charred black. However, the charred black faded, and his body quickly returned to its previous ruddy, sage-like appearance. It was as if this terrible lightning didn't cause any harm to him. He stood motionless like this, and Yang Dingtian's devil sky-splitting lightning couldn't hurt him. Perhaps it was because of the evil spirit, or perhaps it was because of the half-step sage cultivation. In short, the result of this blow made Yang Dingtian suck in a breath of cold air. His devil sky-splitting lightning just now, even a 9-star 9th-grade great-grandmaster couldn't withstand it. However, the other party actually stood motionless and was safe and sound. Could this be the power of a half-step sage? After the first move failed, Yang Dingtian stopped, bowed, and said, It's your turn, Your Excellency. As soon as these words came out, Wu Daozi and Xianxia's expressions changed. Yang Dingtian actually wanted to have a civil fight. Was he crazy? A 9-star 9th-grade great-grandmaster actually wanted to fight with a half-step sage. The so-called martial arts fight was both sides fighting with all their strength. Yang Dingtian had the devil spirit mist cloak and a soul sword close to emperor grade, so fighting with all his strength was a big advantage. And the martial arts fight was both sides standing still, you make a move, I make a move. This way, it was purely a naked competition of cultivation. Wu Daozi said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, I'm standing still, not to fight, but to let you recognize the reality and compromise directly. It's a kind of contempt, right? Yang Dingtian asked. You can say so. Wu Daozi said. Yang Dingtian, then since the martial arts fight has started, let's continue. You can do it. Wu Daozi's face turned cold, and he said, Sect Master Yang, although the temple has a no-kill order for you, there is no no-kill order for your cultivation. As long as you are alive, it's also okay to destroy your cultivation. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, Please. Wu Daozi said, Then, for the first move, I will use the cultivation of a 9-star 9th-grade great-grandmaster to attack you. Please get ready. Yang Dingtian stood with his sword, running his profound qi, waiting for Wu Daozi's attack. Wu Daozi slowly raised his sword, ran his profound qi, and then slashed over with a sword. Swish. A sword rainbow of tens of thousands of meters, so dazzling that it seemed to blind people's eyes, suddenly whistled toward Yang Dingtian. Boom, the 10,000-meter sword light slammed into Yang Dingtian's chest. The profound qi sword light of a 9-star 9th-grade great-grandmaster slammed into the body. In an instant, almost endless profound qi energy madly attacked Yang Dingtian's profound veins. Crazy tearing, crazy strangling. Yang Dingtian's profound veins suffered unprecedented damage, as if they were about to break inch by inch. Puff. An arrow of blood spurted out dozens of meters away. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's body was completely pale, like golden paper. After a little stagger, Yang Dingtian still stood in place, motionless. The attack of a 9-star 9th-grade great-grandmaster was only SOSO. Although it would injure Yang Dingtian, it would only injure him and not be fatal. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and gently adjusted his breathing, letting his profound veins and qi completely calm down. He rested for about half a quarter of an hour. Yang Dingtian slowly opened his eyes and said to Wu Daozi, Your Excellency, it's my turn. Please. Wu Daozi said. Yang Dingtian and Wu Daozi were fighting. And Wu Yuming and Xianxia on the side were simply fighting. The two people, separated by tens of thousands of meters, quietly confronted each other, but no one made a move. Because both sides knew that Xianxia's cultivation surpassed Wu Yoming's, but it was still very, very difficult to break through him. Therefore, Xianxia was preparing to decide the universe with one blow. Only one move, if successful, break through; if not, give up. Both sides had to concentrate all their energy and will, and could not relax or be distracted in the slightest. This was somewhat like a penalty kick in a football game, deciding the winner or loser in one game. Either stop or enter the door. Therefore, after the battle began, Wu Yuming and Xianxia did not care about Yang Dingtian's battle situation at all. It was Yang Dingtian's turn to make the second move. The first move, Devil Sky-Splitting Lightning, already ignored any defense, but it could not hurt the other party at all. Then, the second move, what should Yang Dingtian do? He slowly raised his near-emperor-grade soul sword and pointed it at Wu Daozi's chest. Wu Daozi slowly raised his sharp sword and blocked the tip of Yang Dingtian's sword. The second move was prediction. Yang Dingtian prepared a physical attack. Once he decided on the direction, he could not change it. Because his devil spirit mist cloak appeared in front of Wu Daozi in an instant, there was no time to change his move. And Wu Daozi's prediction was the direction of Yang Dingtian's attack, and he had to use his sword to block Yang Dingtian's sword in advance. Once he made a mistake, he would be stabbed by Yang Dingtian, and he would not have time to change his sword move. Because Yang Dingtian's speed would be extremely fast. It was impossible to wait for Yang Dingtian to make a move and then defend. Staring at the sword in his hand, and Wu Daozi who was 10,000 meters away. He took a deep breath. Swoosh! Yang Dingtian attacked like lightning. In an instant, it was completely in an instant, this speed was even faster than lightning, and not even an afterimage was left behind. He directly appeared 10,000 meters away in an instant, directly in front of Wu Daozi. And his sword, completely drawing a straight line in space, instantly pierced into Wu Daozi's chest at a speed that was impossible to defend against. Clang! A crisp sound. The tip of Yang Dingtian's sword did not stab Wu Daozi's chest, but his blade, his bloody black gold sword. Wu Daozi's prediction was correct, and he directly blocked Yang Dingtian's sword. At the same time, an incomparably powerful profound qi energy surged out of Wu Daozi's blade, and then drilled into Yang Dingtian's near-emperor-grade soul sword, and finally surged into Yang Dingtian's body. Still at the same time, Yang Dingtian's near-emperor-grade soul sword, with the most direct physical attack, pierced Wu Daozi's bloody black gold sword from the middle. That's right, Wu Daozi's indestructible bloody black gold sword was actually pierced from the middle. None of the swords in the world could compare to Yang Dingtian's near-emperor-grade soul sword in terms of sharpness. It was completely indestructible. Clang! After the treasured sword broke. Pucci! Yang Dingtian's sharp sword suddenly pierced through Wu Daozi's chest, piercing his heart. Pa! Then, a burst of demonic lightning burst out from Yang Dingtian's body, along the near-emperor-grade soul sword, and burst out violently. Before Yang Dingtian's demonic sky-splitting lightning could penetrate Wu Daozi's body, an incomparably powerful celestial qi energy from his opponent's sword had already attacked fiercely. The two energies collided fiercely. Boom! In an instant, an astonishing light burst forth, and Yang Dingtian's whole body flew thousands of meters away like a straw. Wu Daozi suddenly clutched his chest and looked at the broken sword in his hand with a look of disbelief. Pfft! A mouthful of blood suddenly floated out, and Wu Daozi couldn't help but look down at his heart. There was a completely pierced hole from his chest to his back, and he could even see the situation behind him. Streams of blood constantly gushed out from his mouth and nose. He gasped for breath with all his might. His entire body was trembling rapidly. His robust body was aging rapidly, and his black hair was turning white rapidly. Of course, this was entirely because Wu Daozi stood motionless during the fight, so his heart was pierced. Otherwise, even if Yang Dingtian had the demonic spirit mist cloak, he wouldn't be able to stab a half-saint powerhouse. His opponent's body could even surge with a powerful celestial qi shield, which could fiercely push away anyone who came close. Wu Daozi gently squatted down, and then only saw a green energy quickly spread to the wound on his heart. Then, the wound on his chest was quickly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a quarter of an hour, this terrible wound disappeared without a trace. Then, Wu Daozi's muscles returned to compact and healthy, and his originally white hair continued to turn back to black and shiny. This was the power of a second-class evil spirit. Even if his heart was pierced, he could still completely recover. At this time, Yang Dingtian was not feeling so good at all, as if every part of his body was crazily being torn apart. Boundless pain almost filled his whole body. He couldn't even lift the sword in his hand. Wu Daozi, who had completely recovered, looked at Yang Dingtian. Sir Yang Dingtian, I believe you can no longer withstand my next fatal blow. So I advise you to either step aside and let me pass, or compromise and agree to my request. If I really launch a second attack, what will the consequences be? I can't imagine it. Yang Dingtian didn't consume the sacred water pellet, and continued to crazily pour out profound energy from his energy sea, suppressing every damaged part of his profound veins. This allowed the injuries all over his body to recover. However, he was still unable to bear it and spat out another mouthful of blood. In the process of the Wen battle, one was not allowed to consume pills. After using profound qi to heal for a full 15 minutes, Yang Dingtian slowly stood up and said to Wu Daozi, "You, come." Daochild's face fell. Yang Dingtian's body was already frightening, and his face was completely drained of blood. If he were to land a fatal blow, it was very likely that he would lose his life. Yang Dingtian had an absolute no-kill order, and he didn't have any evil spirit protecting him. However, it was impossible for him to give up just like that. Wu Daozi looked at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, I'm afraid of killing you, so I'm going to use strength that's infinitely close to that of a half-saint. If anything happens to you, don't blame me." Yang Dingtian suddenly operated the demon spirit demon fire, forming a powerful energy shield to protect his whole body. "Come on." Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. At this moment, he was already seriously injured. What would happen if he was hit by a power that was infinitely close to that of a half-saint? Yang Dingtian didn't know, but it was impossible for him to retreat. Wu Daozi raised his broken sword and operated his profound energy. Suddenly, the sea surface surged, and the clouds surged in the sky. There was even a faint flash of lightning and thunder. Wu Daozi was clearly not a lightning-type expert, but when he attacked, there was still a faint power of lightning. "If you die, don't blame me," Wu Daozi said coldly. Then, the broken sword in his hand slashed down. Roar! Suddenly, a purple sword light, like a giant beast rushing out of the sky, roared and howled, charging toward Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, the sea surface below was torn apart by this energy, and a huge gap appeared in the middle. Boom! In the blink of an eye, this terrifying energy of tens of thousands of meters suddenly bombarded Yang Dingtian's body. Almost instantly, Yang Dingtian's demon spirit demon fire energy shield almost disintegrated inch by inch, and finally, it shattered into pieces. And the remaining terrifying energy suddenly drilled into Yang Dingtian's body. In an instant, it crazily tore all of his qi. Yang Dingtian only felt a sudden flash of white light in front of his eyes, and his whole body flew out thousands of meters, and instantly lost all consciousness. Yes, Yang Dingtian was wearing the demon spirit black armor, but it could only protect his chest. The enemy's profound energy could still madly pour in through the other Xian veins. The moment he flew out, Yang Dingtian almost became a man of blood. His whole body instantly cracked with countless cracks, and a lot of blood spurted out. If he was still a martial venerable, Yang Dingtian could completely withstand the attack of an opponent 4 or 5 stars higher than him. However, the higher one's cultivation base was, the more impossible it would be to skip levels. At this time, the energy released by Wu Daozi was infinitely close to that of a semi-sage. It could be regarded as the same level as a 9-star 9th grade Great Grandmaster, but the actual energy level was completely different by several times. It was completely unbearable power. Yang Dingtian floated in the air, motionless. After a full quarter of an hour, he suddenly stood up and looked at Wu Daozi, panting, "Now, it's my turn, right?" Wu Daozi was shocked. After receiving such an attack, Yang Dingtian could still stand up. This is really crazy." Taking a deep breath, Wu Daozi stood motionless and said, "Okay, I will take Sect Master Yang's third attack, and also the last attack." All of the Wen duels were decided in 3 moves. Like Yang Dingtian and Wu Daozi's defense and breakthrough battle, it was even more so. After Yang Dingtian's 3 opportunities were used up, he had no chance to attack. It was the same for Wu Daozi. After 3 moves, if Yang Dingtian could still stand up and block the way, did not die, did not faint, and did not fall into the sea, then, this battle was considered Yang Dingtian's victory. No matter how miserable Yang Dingtian's ending was, he won. Yang Dingtian's Wen duel had already reached the 3rd move. Wu Yuming and Queen Hai Xian's Wen duel still had not started, because the Wen duel was completely decided in 1 move. What should Yang Dingtian's 3rd move be? In fact, the 2nd move just now was already Yang Dingtian's fatal blow. It was to use the demonic spirit mist cloak, take advantage of Wu Daozi's immobility, and directly use a physical sword stab. Yang Dingtian succeeded in piercing Wu Daozi's heart, but it was useless. The other party had 2nd-grade evil spirit energy. No matter how fatal the injury was, it could be healed. Of course, Yang Dingtian could choose to cut off or split open Wu Daozi's head. In this way, Wu Daozi's soul might float out with the evil spirit. However, it was impossible to do this, because Yang Dingtian's physical attack using the demonic spirit mist cloak could only have 1 move, and he had to be in position before the demonic spirit flashed out. Because when he flashed in front of Wu Daozi, then cut off his neck or split open his head, it was already too late because Wu Daozi's sword speed was even faster than Yang Dingtian's. At that time, not only would he not be able to cut off Wu Daozi's neck, but he would also be stabbed by his sword, directly crippling his combat strength. Because the demonic spirit mist cloak could only flash, he couldn't let the moves in his hands become faster than lightning. The 3rd move, what should Yang Dingtian do? This was Yang Dingtian's last chance. Therefore, he must use his fatal move. Mystic Fire Lightning. This was Yang Dingtian's fatal move. Only 1/10 of Yang Dingtian's Mystic Fire Lightning was enough for a 9-star 9th-grade Great Grandmaster to successfully break through to the Half-Saint realm. In other words, Yang Dingtian's Mystic Fire Lightning, when used to the extreme, could be compared to 100 times Devil Sky Split. What were the shortcomings of the Mystic Fire Lightning? It was slow to brew and fixed in position, because it was impossible for the enemy to stand still and let you hit him. But now it was possible. Because it was a battle of words, the other party had to be completely motionless. At this time, although Yang Dingtian used it to heal and released another Devil Sky Split, the remaining Mystic Chi was still more than 80%. Therefore, if the Mystic Fire Lightning was released to the extreme, it would still be nearly 100 times the power of the Devil Sky Split. On the surface, the first attack of the Devil Sky Split Lightning seemed to have some effect on Wu Daozi's body, but that was just an illusion. It was just a physical phenomenon. The moment the lightning struck Wu Daozi, it caused a reaction on the surface of his body. In fact, after these lightning entered his body, it directly disappeared in his mystic meridians and qi, and did not hurt him at all. Then, what would the result of this Mystic Fire Lightning, which was a full 100 times the power, be? He did not know, but Yang Dingtian was full of infinite expectations. Huff. Yang Dingtian's left hand slowly floated out 1,000,000 spirit demon fire of primal chaos attribute. Huff. Yang Dingtian's right hand slowly floated out a demon spirit demon fire of primal chaos attribute. Then, Yang Dingtian condensed all the mystic chi in his body to the extreme. That's right, he did not intend to leave any mystic chi. In other words, if his attack this time did not completely destroy Wu Daozi's combat power, then, Yang Dingtian's entire body would be an empty fort, weak to the extreme, almost without any defense. In this way, if Wu Daozi's combat power was not destroyed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Dingtian could only wait for death. Seeing the 2 mystic fires in Yang Dingtian's left and right hands, Wu Daozi's face suddenly changed dramatically. Soon, he also thought of the Mystic Fire Lightning, then, his heart was incomparably shocked. The power of a 9-star 9th-grade Grandmaster's Mystic Fire Lightning was completely astonishing. It could be said that, at this time, the attack power of the Mystic Fire Lightning released by Yang Dingtian might not be inferior to a half-saint. As for what level it would be, only God knew. Suddenly, Wu Daozi felt his heart tremble. Wen duel, no wonder Yang Dingtian wanted a Wen duel. Mystic Fire Lightning could only be effective if the enemy was motionless. But, so what? So what if it was a half-saint level lightning attack? He, Wu Daozi, had a way to break it. Wu Daozi suddenly broke the broken sword in his hand, leaving only the jade sword hilt. Then, he held the jade sword hilt with both hands. The carved piece of jade floated between his palms. The mystic chi in Wu Daozi's hand was released. Puff. Suddenly, this jade sword hilt turned into ashes and turned into countless dust. Then, Wu Daozi's palm suddenly raised. Suddenly, this jade dust covered his whole body, instantly turning into a huge shield. This jade was almost completely insulated. So, not to mention that your mystic fire lightning was at the half-saint level, even if it was at the saint level, it would be useless. The big lightning in front of the insulating shield was also useless. It couldn't pass through the insulating shield to attack Wu Daozi. Inside the insulating shield, Wu Daozi smiled coldly. You think I didn't consider your mystic fire lightning? Dream on, Yang Dingtian's fatal blow was about to have a flaw. His last blow failed, which meant that this one duel was a complete failure. However, Yang Dingtian still continued to pour mystic chi into the two mystic fires of the chaos attribute. In the end, all the mystic chi in his body was almost exhausted. The two mystic fires were dazzling to the extreme. One was so red that it almost dripped blood. The other was so blue that it was almost demonic. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian's palms suddenly waved gently. The two mystic fires of the chaos attribute condensed all of Yang Dingtian's mystic chi and flew toward Wu Daozi. Yang Dingtian's third move was officially launched. The two mystic fires flashed a brilliance and flew directly above Wu Daozi's head. However, they didn't collide directly. Because once they collided, lightning would burst out. And the lightning couldn't penetrate this jade insulating shield and would only avoid to the side. The two mystic fires slowly went down and directly came to the surface of the insulating shield. Suddenly, they turned into thousands of wisps, from two flames, into thousands of wisps of energy. Whoosh 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 whoosh, thousands of wisps of mystic fire energy violently passed through the insulating shield made of jade powder. As the saying goes, you have a good plan, I have a wall ladder. You think I can't do anything when you make an insulating shield? Yes, the insulating shield can block lightning. However, no matter how small the gap between your jade powder is, it can't block the energy particles of my mystic fire. Therefore, Yang Dingtian controlled the two mystic fires of the chaos attribute and suddenly scattered millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of wisps of energy. In an instant, the whole scene in the air became incomparably gorgeous. Two mystic fires, one red and one blue. They turned into hundreds of millions of wisps of energy and violently drilled into the insulating shield. The speed was incomparably fast. Almost in a moment, the energy of the two mystic fires all entered the insulating shield. Suddenly, Wu Daozi was so shocked that his whole body trembled, and all the hair on his body stood up. His whole heart, his whole soul, almost spasmed. No, 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 inside the insulating shield. The two mystic fires quickly returned to their original state. Then, they violently collided. Boom! An unparalleled bolt of lightning suddenly burst out. Perhaps, this was no longer a bolt of lightning. It was more like the light when a nuclear bomb exploded. It was almost hundreds or thousands of times brighter than the sun. At the same time, Queen Xianxia felt that the moment of fatal blow had arrived. She suddenly turned into a bright brilliance, and under the cover of the mystic fire's lightning, quickly flew toward Wu Yuming. The lightning that was hundreds of times stronger than the devil sky split directly hit Wu Daozi. The unparalleled energy fiercely entered his body, his sea of qi. On the sea, a monstrous wave of hundreds of meters suddenly burst out. All the air in the surrounding 100 miles all emitted terrible electric sparks. Boom! Wu Daozi's body instantly turned into real charcoal, completely burning. Note, next update, still tomorrow at noon, asking for a few monthly votes, thank you. The lightning power of the two heaven and earth mystic fires was indeed unparalleled. Just as the half-step saint Wu Daozi was burning fiercely, thousands of meters of seawater seemed to have been thrown into the sky. It was not a huge wave, but seawater with a diameter of thousands of meters. It surged into the air and became a huge water column hundreds of meters high. Then, the seawater suddenly exploded and turned into endless white gas. With a loud bang, the surrounding 100 miles were filled with white steam. After meeting the electric energy in the air. Pa 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 pa, countless tiny lightning bolts filled the entire space. The scene was incomparably gorgeous. Wu Daozi's entire body was still burning, and his face could not be seen clearly at all. Sure enough, even a half-saint could not resist Yang Dingtian's heaven and earth mystic fire lightning. Chaos attribute, this was the heaven-defying ability that the heavens had bestowed upon Yang Dingtian. On the other side, Queen Hai Xian's body suddenly turned into a stream of light and became an extremely terrifying purple sea snake. Whoosh, in an instant, it directly penetrated Wu Yoming's body. It directly broke through Wu Yoming's defense and rushed into the illusion of the Forbidden Continent. And an incomparably huge hole appeared in Wu Yoming's chest and abdomen. He could be considered to have lost. In this battle, he was broken through by Queen Hai Xian. But, Wu Yoming's face suddenly twitched. Then, another Wu Yoming's light shadow suddenly broke out of her body. Whoosh 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 whoosh. This Wu Yoming's light shadow stretched out in an instant. Like a demon's huge tentacles, it quickly wrapped around Queen Hai Xian who had rushed in. In an instant, Queen Hai Xian's snake body was completely entangled in the air, unable to move. Her purple sea snake body struggled frantically and bit crazily. It let out a series of roars that were almost deafening. The surface of the sea below was surging with waves. However, Wu Yoming's evil spirit doppelganger was still tightly entangled. Queen Hai Xian's snake body laughed coldly. Wu Yoming, your main body is heavily injured, and your evil spirit doppelganger is still fighting with me. Does your main body not want to live anymore? Once the evil spirit doppelganger left the body, it would no longer be able to protect the body from death or injury. At this time, Wu Yoming's chest had a huge hole drilled out. He should have used the evil spirit energy to immediately restore his body. However, in order to stop Queen Hai Xian, his evil spirit doppelganger left his body and entangled Hai Xian. In this way, his main body would really be in danger at any time. Once his main body died, he would only be left with his soul and evil spirit energy. His body, which had been cultivated to the semi-sage realm with great difficulty, would be crippled. Moreover, it was almost impossible for him to find another half-saint's body to possess. Let me pass. Queen Hai Xian said coldly, this battle has nothing to do with you. It's a matter between me and Yang Dingtian. Wu Yuming said, my sister, Ling Wu, is inside. Queen Hai Xian said, then I can let her go. I won't touch her. Wu Yuming said, no. I said I'll stop you, so I'll stop you. You're crazy. You don't want to live anymore. Hai Xian said sternly. Yes, I don't want to live anymore. I can't find the meaning of living in the first place. Wu Yuming said with a smile. His evil spirit doppelganger was still entangling Hai Xian crazily. The vitality of his main body was rapidly draining away. Hai Xian gnashed her teeth in hatred. At this time, Yang Dingtian's body was almost empty. The flames on his body had been extinguished. His entire body was left with charcoal. No, it wasn't just charcoal. At this time, his entire body was incomparably strange. There was also his energy sea. At his lower abdomen, there was a resplendent ball of light swimming around. This was his energy sea. There were also his profound veins. Within his charcoal body, dense profound veins covered his entire body. Countless energies were circulating inside. There was also his brain. The green evil spirit doppelganger completely enveloped his entire brain. Countless energies were still circulating inside. There was also his heart. Lastly, his eyes. Within his charcoal body, his two eyes were still intact. However, they were emitting a lush green light. His entire heart was completely the color of the evil spirit energy. Yang Dingtian finally understood. After the evil spirit entered the body, it directly entered the energy sea. Then, it used the profound veins to connect the heart and brain, protecting them. Therefore, even if the body suffered an absolutely destructive blow, it would still protect the heart, energy sea, profound veins, and brain. After that, Yang Dingtian saw an incomparably strange scene. Wu Daozi's charcoal body shook vigorously. Immediately, all the charcoal body on his body shattered, fell, and was blown away by the wind. All that was left was a strange body wrapped in evil spirit energy. This body was densely packed with profound veins, as well as the energy sea in the middle. There was also a beating green heart, a complete brain, and 2 lush green eyes. Immediately after, the bones and flesh were completely visible to the naked eye, rapidly spreading and growing. After only a quarter of an hour, a complete body, a brand new body, directly appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. An intact Wu Daozi appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. When Queen Xianxia saw this, she immediately revealed a stunned expression. Then, looking at the incomparably determined Wu Yuming, she finally gave up. Wu Yuming was the 5th person of the Temple of Annihilation. If it was not a last resort, she really did not want him to die and incur hatred. If Wu Daozi did not die, this battle would not end, and there would be no need to force Wu Yuming to retreat. Wu Yuming, you lunatic, you have also been brainwashed by Yang Dingtian. Queen Xianxia sneered, and then suddenly bounced back, returning to the distance, and once again transformed into the peerless and devastatingly beautiful human Xianxia. Wu Yuming's evil spirit doppelganger quickly rushed into his main body. Then, the huge hole in his chest and abdomen began to gradually recover. His main body also began to gradually recover its vitality. Wu Yuming glanced at Yang Dingtian, and then looked at the intact Wu Daozi. At this time, Yang Dingtian was completely gone, and there was almost no profound energy left. You, take care of yourself. Wu Yuming said to Yang Dingtian, then sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and ignored him. His battle with Wu Yuming was over. He had used his willpower to force the Queen of the Sea Heart to retreat. And Yang Dingtian's battle was not over yet. Wu Daozi looked at Yang Dingtian and said slowly, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, you made me overdraft a huge amount of my evil spirit energy. This battle really made me pay an unimaginable price. Yang Dingtian continued to close his eyes and did not speak. Wu Daozi continued, Your strength is really hard to believe. If not for my evil spirit energy, that blow just now would have directly turned me into ashes. A 9-star 9th grade Grandmaster can actually destroy a half-saint. It's really shocking. Yang Dingtian continued to ignore him. However, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, our battle is not over yet. Wu Daozi said, Your 3 moves have already been used up. And I still have one last move. If I'm not wrong, there is almost no profound energy left in your body. Your mystic fire lightning just now has already exhausted all your energy, isn't that so? Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breathing. Wu Daozi said, According to the rules of the Wen battle, you can't recover your profound energy. And according to the rules of the Wen battle, each move is stronger than the last. So if you let me use my 3rd move, it will be half-saint level energy. At this time, you, who don't have any profound energy, if you are attacked by my half-saint level energy, what will the result be? You should be very clear in your heart that it will be completely turned into ashes, a true death without an intact corpse. Taking a deep breath, Wu Daozi said, That's right, you have a no-kill order. Because you are of great significance to the Fox Demon clan and the Snakeman clan. But now that things have come to this, it's impossible to make me compromise and shrink back. Then, the choice is yours. Yang Dingtian, you either compromise or die. Then, Wu Daozi looked at Queen Xianxia. Because Yang Dingtian's existence was directly related to the Snakeman clan's highest interests. Queen Xianxia looked at Yang Dingtian, Your Excellency Wu Daozi, it's up to you. Because if Yang Dingtian would rather die than compromise on such a small matter, then my Snakeman clan will never be able to count on him to compromise. Then, it doesn't matter if he dies. At worst, my Snakeman empire will not be passed down. I will still be awe-inspiring for thousands of years. Wu Daozi said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, did you hear that? At this time, you either die or compromise. For a mere spirit rabbit, is it worth it? She is like a treasure to me, but to you, she is just an ordinary girl. Compromise, back down. Queen Xianxia looked at Yang Dingtian's face and said with a complicated expression, Okay, Yang Dingtian, I will take half a step back. As long as you compromise with me, I will not force you to hand over Duguoxuang, okay? Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged and floated in the air. There was really no profound qi in his body, not even a little bit. And Wu Daozi's next attack was a half-step saint-level attack. Previously, Yang Dingtian's profound qi was full, but he could not block Wu Daozi's energy attack that was infinitely close to the half-step saint level, and he almost lost half his life. Moreover, Yang Dingtian did not have any profound qi in his body now. How could he block the other party's half-step saint-level attack? The only result was that he would turn into ashes and be smashed to pieces. But Yang Dingtian had already said that this battle was more of a contest of will. It was completely a fight to the death. He used his will to not hesitate to die to force Xianxia and Wu Daozi to compromise. Therefore, at this time it was impossible to make him compromise. At the critical moment, Yang Dingtian had never compromised. At this time, Wu Daozi was caught in a difficult choice. Of course, he was not willing to back down like this. It was too cowardly. However, Yang Dingtian's attitude of not hesitating to die really made him helpless. The Demon King really had a no-kill order for Yang Dingtian. He, Wu Daozi, naturally did not dare to stop it. And now, Yang Dingtian was a scarecrow. A simple attack would shatter his body and kill him. Therefore, he could enter, but he could not retreat. He could not retreat. Suddenly, he was completely at his wits' end. Just as Wu Daozi was gnashing his teeth, a beautiful figure suddenly floated over from afar. It was Princess Mudan, Dongfang Bingling, and there was another person behind her. Joyous Palace's young master, Gudu Wuhuan, and Ling Ao. It turned out that he had become Mudan's third second-grade evil spirit bearer. Gudu Wuhuan's cultivation was higher than Ling Ao's. Before accepting the second-grade evil spirit, he was already a 5-star grandmaster. Therefore, after accepting the second-grade evil spirit, he had directly broken through to become a 2-star 8th-grade grandmaster. In the blink of an eye, Mudan had arrived at the battlefield. She looked at Yang Dingtian, who was bathed in blood, and her heart suddenly twitched. That's right, Dongfang Bingling's soul had begun to fight back. Immediately after, Dongfang Bingling's will began to struggle frantically, desperately trying to break through the suppression of the first-grade evil spirit. Instantly, the expression on Mudan's beautiful face kept changing. Wu Daozi bowed and went forward to report the battle situation to Princess Mudan. Then, he said, at this time, Yang Dingtian is already very weak, but he relied on the Demon King's no-kill order to take a gamble. If I make a third move, he will die. If I don't make a move, it means that I have compromised and fallen into his trap. Then, Your Highness, should I make a move or retreat? Gudu Wuhuan sneered, Senior Wu Daozi, you can retreat. Let me deal with him. Wu Daozi glanced at Gudu Wuhuan indifferently. What does this have to do with you? With your status, do you have the qualifications to participate? At this time, Dongfang Bingling's will was struggling more and more fiercely. Princess Mudan's eyes were getting colder and colder. Then, she said word by word, since he is not retreating, attack with all your strength. Wu Daozi said, but that will kill him. If he dies, then he dies, Mudan said coldly. If he dies, it means that the will of the god of chaos is bullshit. When these words came out, Queen Xianxia's expression changed. Dongfang Bingling's soul, which was inside Mudan's body, almost began to tremble. Don't kill him, don't kill him, Dongfang Bingling's will was constantly shouting. Of course, only Mudan could hear it. If he dies, you might be able to break free. Mudan sneered in her heart, moreover, your pleading makes me very satisfied. You are so proud, you have never begged anyone. Bingling's soul that was suppressed said, then I beg you now, don't kill him, you can't kill him. Princess Mudan laughed, you said that if he is attacked by the half-step saint energy, he will die immediately. If I bestow him a second-grade evil spirit, let him revive, and let him break through to half-step saint, do you think you will agree? No, you can't do that. Bingling said, anyone can be contaminated by the evil spirit, but he can't, he definitely can't. Princess Mudan gently felt her evil spirit tree, gently combing the remaining 2 branches. Her face revealed a mischievous sneer. Go, do it. Princess Mudan said. Yes. Wu Daozi bowed. Then, he slowly walked towards Yang Dingtian and said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, this is a half-step saint-level attack. You either die or compromise. This is your last chance. Yang Dingtian slowly opened his eyes and said, "You, either do it or get lost." Wu Daozi's face changed. "You asked for it." Wu Daozi's qi energy was condensing, the half-saint level energy was completely condensed in the palm of his hand. Although it seemed that there was no change in his palm, a terrible sense of oppression could be felt. Immediately afterward, the air around Wu Daozi, as if unable to bear the great pressure, began to explode. At this time, within dozens of meters around Wu Daozi, even the air seemed to be unable to stay, completely turning into a vacuum. Then, the sea below was also under great pressure. The sea, which had just been calm, began to boil. The whole sea seemed to be boiling, and the water kept rolling. In the sky above, black clouds began to condense quickly, soon blocking the light of the sun. The battlefield where Wu Daozi was suddenly dark, as if it was going to be dark in an instant. It condensed to the extreme. This was the half-saint level energy. When it was about to attack, even the surrounding environment would change color. This was because there were no creatures around, otherwise, all the animals within dozens of miles would have fled frantically. Wu Daozi finally looked at Mudan, and finally at Yang Dingtian. "Compromise, or court death?" Wu Daozi said coldly. If it was a psychological battle, then now was the last chance. Whether it was to compromise or to resist to the end, this was the last chance. Next, perhaps. It was not acting, nor was it a psychological battle. Wu Daozi had been forced to the edge of the cliff. And with Mudan's approval, he probably couldn't wait to kill Yang Dingtian. "Either attack or get out," Yang Dingtian said coldly. "You court death, I'll fulfill your wish," Wu Daozi shouted. Boom! His palms abruptly shot out. Suddenly, the earth-shattering power suddenly blasted toward Yang Dingtian. The dark clouds tens of thousands of meters above were suddenly torn from the middle. The sea below was also suddenly torn from the middle, creating a vacuum crack. This was the half-saint level energy, completely the power to split mountains and overturn seas. If any grade 9 martial grandmaster were to come into contact with this power, they would be reduced to ashes in an instant. They wouldn't even be smashed into pieces. The shockingly powerful half-saint energy flew over 10,000 meters in an instant. It was like a giant missile that had smashed into Yang Dingtian. This level of attack was really like a missile attacking a sailboat floating on the sea. Boom! Suddenly, an endless amount of energy, which was more than 10 times what Yang Dingtian's body could withstand, was injected into Yang Dingtian's body. Everyone shuddered violently as they waited to see the scene of Yang Dingtian turning into ashes. As for Mudan, she only felt her body suffocate. Dongfang Bingling, who was inside her body, crazily released an aura of despair. She actually had a strong desire to destroy this body alive. She crazily wanted to perish together with Mudan. Thus, in an instant, Mudan's entire body was imprisoned. Facing Yang Dingtian, who was about to turn into ashes, she could do nothing. Then, everyone waited in horror, waiting for the half-saint level energy to explode in Yang Dingtian's body and completely destroy this body. After the endless amount of energy, which was more than 10 times more than what Yang Dingtian had, all entered his body. Yang Dingtian only felt his vision suddenly turn white, and his whole body was completely lost and empty. Then, he was about to be smashed to pieces and turned into ashes in an instant. No matter how strong his Xian meridians were, or how powerful his sea of qi was, they couldn't withstand such an amazing amount of energy. However, at this moment, the dark green Xian fire dragon, which had been hibernating in the depths of his sea of qi, suddenly drilled out from the abyss, stretched out countless tentacles, and was about to devour the half-saint level energy that was about to destroy Yang Dingtian. Almost in an instant, the half-saint level energy was completely devoured, leaving not a single bit behind. Of course, the dark green Xian fire dragon had no interest in this kind of Xian qi energy. It suddenly stretched out its tentacles to the countless exits of Yang Dingtian's Xian meridians, and released all of them. Boom! All the half-saint level energy of Wu Daozi's attack was released into the air. Suddenly, it was like the explosion of a small nuclear bomb. All the air within a radius of dozens of miles was heated into flames in an instant. Everything was burning crazily. The thousands of meters around Yang Dingtian were instantly filled with terrible flames. The bottom of the sea below suddenly exploded into an incomparably deep hole. Just like last time when it swallowed the huge dark crystal, Yang Dingtian couldn't withstand the huge energy reaction, so it chose to release it on the 1,000 miles of ice and snow. The 1,000 miles of ice and snow melted into boiling water, and then solidified into ice again. Back and forth, an astronomical amount of energy was released. After releasing all the energy, the dark green Xian fire dragon once again hibernated in the depths of his sea of qi. This was its characteristic: if Yang Dingtian died, it would also die. Therefore, unless Yang Dingtian was in danger of being turned into ashes, it would absolutely not make a move. Of course, if there was something delicious, such as the dark crystal or the energy of some heaven and earth Xian fire, it would also make a move. Otherwise, it would forever hibernate in the depths of his sea of qi. Last time in the Silver Palace, when an expert Fox clan assassin wanted to destroy his sea of qi, it did the same. Seeing that Yang Dingtian's sea of qi was about to be completely destroyed, the dark green Xian fire dragon immediately made a move, and swallowed all the energy cleanly. However, at that time it could completely devour that energy and turn it into nothingness. At this time, this half-saint level energy was too strong, and it couldn't turn it into nothingness, so it directly released it into the air. Mudan looked at all this in horror. Yang Dingtian's body suddenly exploded, and the air within a few thousand meters instantly turned into a huge fireball. He must have been turned into ashes. However, in that instant, Dongfang Bingling's soul attack, which had completely perished together with her, caused her body to be imprisoned. Then, she could only watch as Yang Dingtian died. She was in big trouble, and the Demon King had a no-kill order for her. She knew in her heart that she shouldn't take the risk, but she couldn't help it, especially when she saw Dongfang Bingling's terrified and nervous look. She just couldn't help but put Yang Dingtian in the jaws of death. She just couldn't help but go crazy. And Queen Xianxia's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Sad? Not really, maybe a little, because the Naga clan had completely lost the opportunity to transform into a demigod. But there was also a feeling of satisfaction. Yang Dingtian's hostility towards her made her very angry, but she couldn't kill him. Now that she saw him die, it was really over. Anyway, it wouldn't be a big problem for her to break through to the saint level in her lifetime. Moreover, only her descendants could become a demigod, but she couldn't become a demigod. Whether Yang Dingtian died or not, whether she gave birth to a demigod descendant or not, Queen Xianxia would still be able to command the world for the rest of her life. As for the future of the Naga clan, to put it bluntly, after she died, she didn't care about the flood. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's death might be a relief. However, after all the light and flames dissipated, Yang Dingtian was still safe and sound, sitting cross-legged and floating in the air. His whole body didn't even have any reaction, and even his posture didn't change. Not to mention that he didn't shatter into pieces, even a strand of his hair wasn't hurt. Although the clothes on his body were stained with blood, there were no signs of it being burnt. In short, he was completely unharmed. Princess Mudan was completely stunned. What was going on? Yang Dingtian was safe and sound from the energy attack of a demigod. That's right, it sounded like the demigod was only one step away from a 9-star 9th grade martial grandmaster, but in fact, it was a world of difference. This was because there were many energy levels above a 9-star 9th grade martial grandmaster. However, these energy levels couldn't be shown on one's cultivation level. They were all accumulating, and when enough was accumulated, it would explode and break through to the demigod level. Therefore, there was a world of difference between a martial grandmaster and a 9-star 9th grade martial grandmaster. There was also a world of difference between a demigod and a 9-star 9th grade martial grandmaster. The further one progressed, the greater the gap between each level. Under such a terrifying energy attack, Yang Dingtian was actually safe and sound. How could this be? Could it be that God's spokesperson was really destined to be undefeated, undying, and indestructible? Impossible. God only chose Yang Dingtian. He couldn't control Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, Princess Mudan felt a sense of powerlessness for the first time. It was like this almost every time. At the critical moment, Yang Dingtian was always undefeated, undying, and indestructible. Then, did that mean that the great cause of His Majesty the Demon King and the evil ways would eventually fail? No, impossible. His Majesty the Demon King, His Majesty the Devil Queen, was more than 100 times stronger than Yang Dingtian. It would be easy for him to kill Yang Dingtian if he wanted to. Queen Xianxia was also stunned when she saw that Yang Dingtian was still alive. She still had mixed feelings. She didn't know if she should be glad that Yang Dingtian was still alive or angry that he was still alive. However, not dying under the energy attack of a demigod was also a huge shock to Queen Xianxia. Although Wu Daozi's cultivation was far inferior to Xianxia's. But if Wu Daozi couldn't kill Yang Dingtian, then could Xianxia kill him? Of course Xianxia could kill him. In fact, as long as a demigod powerhouse used physical attacks, swords, and palms, the black-green mystic fire dragon would be helpless. No matter how strong it was, it could only devour energy and not physical swords. As long as Queen Xianxia attacked Wu Yuming just now, directly penetrating his body with her snake body, Yang Dingtian would be dead for sure. However, the scene just now was too scary. The explosion caused by the demigod energy had filled the space of thousands of meters with flames, but he was still safe and sound. Yang Dingtian looked at Wu Daozi and said coldly, "The 3 moves are over. Get lost." Wu Daozi's face twitched. That's right, the 3 moves were over. He had lost. There was only one thought in his mind when he saw that Yang Dingtian was unharmed. Impossible, it was definitely impossible. He looked at Princess Mudan and then looked at Queen Xianxia. It must be one of the 2 women who saved him because they would never let Yang Dingtian die. But no matter what, Yang Dingtian had won. Admirable, admirable. I lost. Wu Daozi looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time and then bowed, farewell. Queen Xianxia looked at Yang Dingtian and opened her mouth, but she didn't say anything in the end. She disappeared into the air and left. Gudu Wuhuan looked at Mudan and said, "Your Highness, it was Xianxia who saved Yang Dingtian. Don't be deceived. He can't even withstand a single blow. Let me make a move and I guarantee I'll tear his skin off. Whether he lives or dies, it's up to you." Among the people present, only 3 of them knew that Yang Dingtian hadn't been rescued by anyone. The energy attack of a half-step saint didn't harm him at all. Xianxia, Mudan, and Yu Ming, the remaining Wu Daozi, Ling Ao, and Gudu Wuhuan all felt that either Xianxia or Mudan made a move. In short, someone saved Yang Dingtian at the last moment. Mudan naturally wouldn't explain this. She glanced at Gudu Wuhuan and called him an idiot in her heart. "You want to fight with Yang Dingtian? What qualifications do you have? Who do you think you are?" She nodded at Yang Dingtian and said, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, farewell. Goodbye." Yang Dingtian said, "One day, I will destroy you and save my wife from your energy prison." Mudan said with a smile, "Then I'll be looking forward to it." Afterwards, the peony gently floated away. Leng Ao also left expressionlessly. Gudu Wuhuan was filled with fear. He stared coldly at Yang Dingtian and also left. Suddenly, only Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming were left at the entrance of the Forbidden Continent Sea region. Note, because I bathed the baby with my wife, I was a few minutes late today. Thank you. The 2 of them sat cross-legged in the air, meditating and recuperating, not saying a word. Yang Dingtian didn't take the holy water pill. Instead, he took out the pill from the Little Western Paradise's Demon Fox clan and swallowed it. Then, he began to breathe and recover his Xianxia. The injuries on his body looked very frightening, but as long as he recovered his Xianxia, he would recover very quickly. After a full day and night, Yang Dingtian opened his eyes. At this time all his Xianxia had recovered. "You really are the spokesperson chosen by God," Wu Yuming suddenly said. This was the first time he took the initiative to speak. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "Brother Wu, are you still looking for the so-called meaning of life?" Wu Yuming nodded and said, "But it seems that I won't be able to find it." Yang Dingtian said, "Your Demon King's mission is to challenge fate, to challenge the god of chaos. It's very noble and righteous. Aren't you moved by this mission?" Wu Yuming said, "In the past countless years, I've been fighting for this mission. As the spokesperson of God, you are my destiny. Defeating you is the same as defeating my so-called destiny. However, I failed. When you were much weaker than me, I still failed. So for me, challenging fate is already a failure. After saying that, Wu Yuming spread his hands. Yang Dingtian said, then what about challenging the god of chaos? Wu Yuming said, it's nothing more than perishing together and destroying the world. It's too difficult to ignite my passion and fighting spirit with just this matter alone. Yang Dingtian said, then you can continue to do nothing. Wu Yuming said, then as your greatest enemy, do you have any suggestions? Yang Dingtian said, pity the people of the world. Wu Yuming thought for a while and shook his head. Sorry, I can't do it. I really can't care about the fate of the people of the world. Yang Dingtian, that's right. You've always been high and mighty, while I was born a commoner. That's why I care about the fate of the world. However, Brother Netherworld, Ling Wu is also one of the people of this world. In the past, she was also an ordinary woman. Even though she was somewhat beautiful, she was still an ordinary woman in the end. But now, she has become the most important person to you. Wu Yuming fell silent. Yang Dingtian was right. Yang Dingtian said, so, as long as you're immersed in it, you'll gradually develop feelings and pity. We often scold a person, saying that in our heart, you are not even comparable to a pig or a dog. However, a woman who had raised a pig for an entire year would be very sad when it was time to kill it during the new year. She did not dare to look at it. As for dogs, it's even more so. The more I raise them, the more I treat them like family. Then, Yang Dingtian said, therefore, Brother Netherworld, you were born isolated from the rest of the world. You were arrogant and proud, and you only fought for one goal in your life. After this goal is over, you naturally can't find the meaning of life. In that case, my suggestion to you is to live the life of an ordinary person. Of course, it might be very difficult for you to live the life of an ordinary person. In that case, you can try your best to observe the life of an ordinary person. Yes, thank you for your suggestion. Wu Yuming did not know why, but she completely lost the interest to talk and slowly closed her eyes. Yang Dingtian stood up and flew towards the depths of the Taboo Continent's sea region. After flying for 1,000 miles, Yang Dingtian directly entered the illusory realm of the Taboo Continent. After that, he used the fastest time to leave the illusory realm and entered the main hall of the skull. Everything was still normal in the main hall of the skull. However, the dozens of people had all lost weight, including Wu Maji. The only one who did not lose weight was Dishibian. It had already been more than half a month since they started cultivating in the second world's magma continent. If nothing unexpected happened, they still needed to walk for another half a month or so. In reality, they needed to cultivate bitterly for a month. However, in the illusory realm, it was close to a year. Although it was an illusory realm, it was exactly the same as reality. Therefore, it was definitely real bitterly cultivating. Therefore, everyone's face was filled with fatigue and almost numbness. It was as profound as a painting. Even the cunning Wu Maji had a pained expression on her beautiful face. This kind of endless bitterly cultivating was the most torturous. Yang Dingtian stayed in the main hall of the skull for half a day. Seeing that everything was normal, he directly left the main hall. About half a month later, Dishibian and Wu Maji had passed the second world's bitterly cultivating before he returned. This was because when Yang Dingtian saw Wu Daozi leaving, he was still filled with unwillingness. Yang Dingtian was afraid that after he returned to the human countries, he would continue to cause trouble and force Yang Dingtian to compromise. Yang Dingtian could see that this Wu Daozi was ruthless and stubborn. He was a very difficult person to deal with. Using the flying mystic technique and the demonic spirit mist cloak's flash, Yang Dingtian returned to the West capital after 1 day and 1 night. Nothing had happened. Everything was normal. Qin Mingli said that after Wu Daozi left that time, he did not come to look for the spirit rabbit again. Yang Dingtian was slightly relieved. After staying in the West capital for another day and still nothing happened, he returned to the Zhong capital to deal with numerous affairs. After all, the reorganization of the Zhong continent had completely entered the most substantial stage. Just as he returned to the Zhong capital, Yun Zhena gave Yang Dingtian a piece of good news. It was a top-secret information sent by the Secret Resource Department. The password was only understood by Yang Dingtian. The report said that when they were prospecting in the southernmost continent, they encountered a forbidden area. The guide of the Ning clan in the South Sea said that there was a huge volcano that could destroy all life. No one dared to go there. Just a few years ago, the volcano had erupted violently and destroyed a small town a few hundred miles away. However, when the warlocks in the resource department heard this news, they were instantly filled with anticipation. Because the fire elemental energy in this volcano was incomparably huge, there was a possibility of bloody black gold appearing. Once there was bloody black gold, there would definitely be accompanying crystals. Hence, the prospecting team, which consisted of more than 10 martial revered, more than 100 martial xian, and a few thousand ordinary martial artists, decided to risk their lives and enter the volcano to conduct research. In the end, when they reached the volcano, not only was it not scalding hot, but it was bone-piercing cold. The entire huge volcano was already a huge lake. Moreover, in the lake, there was an astronomical amount of unfreezing water. Instantly, the prospecting team was wild with joy. If there was unfreezing water, it meant that there was a high possibility of bloody black gold, which also meant that there were accompanying crystals. Hence, the prospecting team immediately sealed off the entire volcano. Then, they sent more than 10 people to pass this information to the Zhong capital on the Demon Eagle. Yesterday, this information reached Yun Zhenou's hands. If Yang Dingtian did not return within 3 days, Yun Zhenou would have to pass this information to the highest commander, Qin Wanzhou. Then, the members of the prospecting team would have to disclose the password of this information. However, now that Yang Dingtian was back, he had to give the order. At this point, the entire southernmost land belonged to the Council of Light's territory. Yang Dingtian and Wumaji's son had become the next clan leader of the Ning tribe. The Ning tribe of the Southern Sea had also become a member of the Council of Light. However, Yang Dingtian did not allow them to join the list of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 factions of the Tiando League. Wumaji had also temporarily become the highest commander of the defense area of the extreme disaster land. However, she was not there for a long time. Hence, after the southwest mainland had been stabilized, the Council of Light Command Department transferred Duan Ruyan to the southernmost mainland to be the highest commander of the defense area. As the southernmost mainland was too far away, it was difficult for a large-scale army to enter. After 2 years, the Council of Light used the Demon Eagle to transport less than 50,000 soldiers into the extreme disaster land. The remaining 100,000 soldiers were all selected from the Ning tribe and the desert tribes. In the end, a frontline army of 300,000 soldiers was built in the southernmost region. The headquarters was not built in Ning City. It was too luxurious and not suitable for the Council of Light's defense area. Instead, a new city was built in an oasis. After 2 years of construction, the city had already taken shape. There was even a large navy in this defense area. Of course, it was built on the foundation of the Ning tribe's original navy. Among all the regions, the southernmost region was the smoothest. The people here did not even know what resistance was. After thousands of years of submission to the Ning tribe, they obeyed all orders. Even when the Ning tribe's people were almost extinct, they still paid tribute to the Ning tribe every month. It was the same for the Ning tribe's servants and elders. After all the high-level warriors and elders who had been transformed by Ning Wuming had all died, the entire Ning tribe was left with the loyal retainers. After Ning Wuming's death, they were instinctively loyal to Wumaji. In fact, they were originally more loyal to Wumaji than to Ning Wuming. Because when Ning Yu was not around, the chief's wife was the highest. And Ning Wuming was only the chief's younger brother. Therefore, with Wumaji's cooperation, the reorganization of the southernmost region was very smooth. On the contrary, Wumaji's family, the Snow tribe, rejected Yang Dingtian's invitation again and again. They did not join the Council of Light and were willing to appear as half-allies. Therefore, the southernmost region had become the source of all the daily necessities of the Snow tribe. In exchange, the Snow tribe would provide a large amount of precious ice crystals, ice ores, and so on. After receiving this information, Yang Dingtian was very excited. The bloody black gold accompanying crystal had become the Council of Light's #1 strategic resource. Because it could not only increase the power of explosives, but it was also the most important source of power for missiles. Even the Warlock group put it on torpedoes, and even in some crystal power reaction arrays. In short, many crystal energy arrays and any crystal reactor would have its power and effect increased by a lot as long as the bloody black gold accompanying crystal was added. Therefore, the bloody black gold accompanying crystal that no one wanted had become more precious than the 10,000-year-old bloody black gold. However, the bloody black gold accompanying crystal was too rare. The Council of Light had deployed almost 100,000 people to search for the bloody black gold accompanying crystal. But now, the monthly production had only increased from 30 kilograms to 50 kilograms. Almost a year had passed, and the Council of Light had only excavated less than 600 kilograms of bloody black gold accompanying crystal. Moreover, they had used 200 kilograms on various research. The remaining 400 kilograms were not enough for a big battle. From the intelligence reports, the amount of unfreezing water in the southernmost region's volcano was several times more than the magical silver mine that Yang Dingtian had discovered. Therefore, perhaps there was a huge bloody black gold accompanying crystal inside, which meant that there was a considerable amount of bloody black gold accompanying crystal. This matter was too important. He had to send a great grandmaster to guard it and excavate all the bloody black gold and bloody black gold accompanying crystal in the shortest time possible. Then, Yang Dingtian began to think about who to send. In the end, he found that none of the great grandmasters who stayed behind could leave. Everyone had practical tasks. The only person who was relatively free was Yang Dingtian himself. After a while, Yang Dingtian decided to go by himself. He had to get all the bloody black gold and bloody black gold accompanying crystal in the shortest time possible. Before leaving, Yang Dingtian gave an order. In the end, the name of this special crystal was changed again. It was directly changed to X crystal, indicating that he attached great importance to this strategic material. After notifying Qin Wanzhou, the commander-in-chief who stayed behind, Yang Dingtian rode on a demon eagle alone and flew toward the southernmost region. After flying for more than 60 to 70,000 miles, Yang Dingtian arrived at the desert in the southernmost region after 3 days and 3 nights. When he arrived at the foot of the huge volcano, it had become a huge military camp. Tens of thousands of troops were guarding here. All the entrances and exits were tightly surrounded. This was really an incomparably huge volcano. The bottom of the mountain spanned hundreds of miles. Duan Ruyan was already personally overseeing it. Because Wu Maji had gone to the taboo continent to cultivate, she had to stay here. Sect Master, everything is ready. Duan Ruyan said, the special crystal pipes and the special huge barrels to hold the unfreezing water are all ready. Once the order is given, all the unfreezing water in the crater will flow out. Yang Dingtian and Duan Ruyan flew directly to the crater of the volcano. At this time, there were hundreds of people around the crater of the volcano. All the work was in order. There were 3 crystal pipes that could withstand ultra-low temperatures, and countless huge special wooden barrels. The interior of these wooden barrels was covered with a layer of special energy crystals that could withstand the terrible low temperature of the unfreezing water. The entire crater of the volcano was about a few hundred meters in diameter. After flying around the crater of the volcano a few times, they landed and reached out to touch the unfreezing water at the top. It was about -60 to 70 degrees Celsius. This was only the temperature at the top. Then it could be concluded. The energy level of this lake of unfreezing water was more than 10 times that of Yang Dingtian's in the demonic silver mine. In the demonic silver mine that Yang Dingtian discovered, there were 999 pieces of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold and 1,200 kilograms of accompanying crystals, X crystals. How many X crystals would there be under the volcano this time? It was totally worth looking forward to. Release the unfreezing water. Yang Dingtian ordered. Immediately, the long special crystal pipes at the crater of the volcano were inserted into the unfreezing water. Because of the drop, an endless amount of unfreezing water flowed out of the crater of the volcano and poured into huge special wooden barrels. After filling them up, they were completely sealed. Then, huge winged cavalry warriors directly transported these barrels to the military camp at the foot of the mountain. In this way, they were transported over and over again. In each huge barrel, there were more than 1,000 kilograms. From morning to night, and then to the next morning. Thousands of people were busy for a day and a night before the unfreezing water in the crater of the volcano was completely drained. In total, tens of thousands of barrels of unfreezing water were transported out. It was about 20 to 30,000 tons of unfreezing water, which was nearly 20 times the volume of the demonic silver mine. However, the overall temperature of the unfreezing water here was lower, so the energy level was more than 40 to 50 times that of the demonic silver mine. After all the unfreezing water was drained, it was time to explore the mine. Then, the exploration team prepared ropes and was about to go deep into the huge cave. Every time they explored the huge cave, it was more dangerous because there was likely to be a Lord of the Abyss inside. It was a powerful monster. The denser the energy in the place, the more likely it was that a Lord of the Abyss would appear. In the demonic silver mine, a 1,000-year-old monster-level Lord of the Abyss appeared. The energy level of this volcano cave was not a few dozen times higher than that of the demonic silver mine, but a full 40 to 50 times higher. Therefore, if there was a Lord of the Abyss, only God knew how powerful it would be. Of course, only God knew what huge treasures were down there. Yang Dingtian said, "Your cultivation is too weak. I'll go down and explore." Duan Ruyan's face suddenly changed and said, "Sect Master, you are responsible for the safety of hundreds of millions of people. You can't take the risk." "I'll go." Yang Dingtian said resolutely, "I can even tame the ancient giant beast Xiao. I'm not afraid of any monster in the world, no matter how strong it is. So, I'll go." "It's settled." "I'll go with you," Duan Ruyan said. "No, you stay up there and guard," Yang Dingtian said. Then, he directly flew into the bottomless volcano cave. After Yang Dingtian flew into the deep cave, he released the million-spirit demon fire and countless resentful spirits and began to explore everything in the cave. If there was an incomparably powerful Abyss Lord, then these resentful spirits would definitely have a huge fluctuation. Countless resentful spirits went deep and deep, but it was very calm and there was no fluctuation. Could it be that there was no Abyss Lord in this place? Yang Dingtian slowly flew down. When he went down 200 meters, Yang Dingtian saw a thick layer of ice. The entire unfreezing pool just now was floating on top of this. Yang Dingtian easily broke this thick layer of ice, and then there was a bottomless abyss below. 300 meters down. 500 meters. 800 meters. 3,000 meters. 5,000 meters. 10,000 meters. This cave was really, really deep. Moreover, the deeper he went, the bigger it became. In the end, the cave was completely boundless, and it was almost dozens of square kilometers. The entire mountain here, because of the volcanic magma eruption all year round, hollowed out a huge abyss in the belly of the mountain. Yang Dingtian continued to go deeper, deeper, deeper. Finally, more than 20,000 meters, 30,000 meters. There was no longer any air here, and there was no light. However, Yang Dingtian did not need to use his eyes to see, he only needed to use his divine sense to sense. Bang! Suddenly, Yang Dingtian reached the end of the abyss. At this time, it was already more than 40,000 meters down. At this time, he could not even see his 5 fingers. Yang Dingtian summoned the million-spirit demon fire and instantly tore through the darkness. Swish! A bright light instantly blinded Yang Dingtian's eyes. He had clearly only summoned a small flame to illuminate, it should not be so bright. In fact, the entire cave suddenly lit up, as if it was daytime, almost making Yang Dingtian unable to see for a moment. However, Yang Dingtian quickly recovered his power, and then he was completely stunned. This is the Dragon King's Crystal Palace. Yang Dingtian knew why it was so bright, because there were crystals. Everywhere, gems everywhere, and they were all precious ores. In fact, Yang Dingtian did not even step on a single inch of soil or stone. There was not a single rock around the cave. What entered his eyes were endless crystals and gems. When Yang Dingtian's profound fire lit up, the countless gems and crystals inside instantly reflected countless rays of light. As a result, the entire cave was so bright that it was blinding. The most frightening thing was that everything around Yang Dingtian that could be seen with the naked eye was a precious treasure. Yang Dingtian knew some of them, and Yang Dingtian didn't. At the very least, he recognized bloody black gold. The quality of the bloody black gold here was not inferior to that of the demonic silver mine, but it was not as dense. One here, one there. Like red lanterns, they filled the entire space. How many exactly? I don't know. I really don't know. In short, it was definitely much more than 999. This was the extreme south, and it was a desert. Tens of thousands of miles of the continent, there was only one huge volcano, and it was the condensation point of all the fire energy. Thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years of volcanic eruptions, finally condensed such an astronomical number of energy treasures here. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian also found the X crystal. This was because the color of this crystal was very strange. It wasn't red, but rather blue. However, if it was blue, it had a hint of purple. Here, there were X crystal everywhere. Unfortunately, it did not grow independently, it seemed to grow with other crystals, and although there were many of them, each one was not heavy. In short, the X crystal was like the stars in the sky, densely packed and innumerable, but they were very small. But even so, the final number of X crystal would be a very, very large number, at least many times more than that of the demonic silver mine. Yang Dingtian saw countless large missiles, small missiles, and fast torpedoes. In fact, once the accuracy problem was solved, it would not be impossible to move medium-sized missiles onto warships. In the end, Yang Dingtian seemed to see the beginning of the Doomsday War. The Congress of Light used a new method that was like a tsunami to send the countless Armageddon Legion to hell. Moreover, there were not only X crystal and bloody black gold here, but also many other incomparably precious crystals. Temporarily suppressing his excitement, Yang Dingtian searched everywhere for the Lord of the Abyss. There was no Lord of the Abyss with such an astronomical number of treasures. This was really strange. Yang Dingtian released countless wraiths again and again, almost exploring every inch of space. Then, he lit up the mystic fire and searched every space. There was really no Lord of the Abyss. It was really strange that there was no Lord of the Abyss with such an astronomical number of treasures. Yang Dingtian flew out of the volcano, and Duan Ruyan and the others immediately asked, "Sect Master, how was it? Are there any X crystal?" "Yes." Yang Dingtian said. "How many?" The warlock leader couldn't help but ask. He was the most eager for X crystal among all the people present. They had countless projects that were all waiting for the X crystal stone. "I don't know. You need to go down and see for yourselves," Yang Dingtian said. Duan Ruyan said, "Sect Master, is there any danger down there?" Yang Dingtian, "I searched every corner and didn't see the Lord of the Abyss, nor did I see any demon beasts or even any living creatures." Next, dozens of advanced warlocks took the pills and brought enough materials. They rode the abyssal bats and followed Yang Dingtian into the volcano cave. After reaching the bottom of the cave, dozens of advanced warlocks looked at everything in front of them and were completely and utterly stunned. They even went crazy. Almost everyone jumped off the abyssal bats at the first moment, lay on the crystal ground, and opened their mouths and began to bite. This crystal was extremely hard. Their lips were instantly torn apart by the biting, and blood flowed non-stop. However, they still crazily bit and kissed these crystals. This feeling was like when the oil industry had just started, a few adventurers went through untold hardships and finally found a huge oil field. "Everyone, how many X crystal are there here?" Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. 50,000 Jin. A warlock leader, after hesitating, said a number. No, it can't be 50,000 Jin. Are you kidding?" Another warlock said, "At least 100,000, no, 200,000, 300,000 Jin." The warlock leader said, "I have estimated according to the area here. 50,000 Jin is a conservative number. It should be about 100,000 Jin. It can't be 200,000, 300,000 Jin." Another figure lay on the ground and said, "Look carefully. There are more crystals below, and I don't know if it's the base." Suddenly, all the warlocks immediately lay down and looked, and then found that there was more than one layer. They were really rich. This feeling was like when China was established. Almost all countries judged that China was a poor country with no large oil fields at all. It was amazing to have a small oil field with a few million tons. As a result, not long after, Xingli oil field and Daqing oil field were discovered. Daqing oil field had reserves of several billion tons. Of course, these reserves are not enough for our country now. But when Daqing oil field was discovered, they deeply felt that they had made a fortune. They had an endless supply of oil. Now, these warlocks were thinking this way. They began to calculate in their minds. If there were 300,000 gene of X crystal, how many large missiles could they make? There were thousands of large missiles. As for small missiles, they could make tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. If they really wanted to fall out with the Vulture Palace now, they could guarantee that all the black vultures would be wiped out. When the future Doomsday War began, the scene of tens of thousands of missiles being fired at the same time was shocking. Yang Dingtian suddenly said, "This type of X crystal was previously known as the blood black gold associated crystal. It is a byproduct of the blood black gold. There are so many X crystals, but why does it seem like there isn't much bloody black gold?" The warlock leader said, "Sect Master, this theory should be wrong. We were wrong to call it bloody black gold associated crystal. In fact, bloody black gold is its byproduct. It is the condensed essence of the real fire energy. Moreover, the higher the energy level of the X crystal, the smaller the proportion of bloody black gold. Today's situation completely proves that our previous idea was wrong. Bloody black gold is the associated product." Yang Dingtian, how long will it take to complete the mining work here? The warlock leader said, "Sect Master, it may take a long time." Yang Dingtian, then from now on, completely seal off all contacts between the extreme south and the outside world. Anyone who wants to enter the extreme south needs the signature of the Council of Light's Commander-in-Chief. Anyone who wants to leave the extreme south needs the signature of Her Excellency Duan Ruyan. Yes. Duan Ruyan said. Fortunately, the extreme south was originally isolated from the world, and the Council of Light's power on this land was supreme. No force or person could challenge the Council of Light's power. There's no time to lose. Immediately start discussing a mining plan, and then start mining in the shortest time possible, Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Dozens of high-level warlocks said, and then directly sat on the ground and began to plan the entire mining plan. A few hours later, dozens of warlock leaders had completely determined the entire mining plan. Then, a team of thousands of people entered the depths of the mine with an astronomical number of elixirs. First, a camp was set up at the bottom of the mine. Then, he installed all the equipment. Different groups were all set up. Then, in the shortest time possible, a large number of demonic spirit skates were transferred from the extreme south defense area. Because they were half-energy creatures, they didn't need to breathe air and only needed to replenish crystals. They could be used as transportation mounts in this environment. After a day and a night, a huge camp and dozens of workshops were completely set up. Thousands of people were in the depths of this incomparably huge mine. The mining work officially began. During this period of time, Yang Dingtian had been going back and forth between the mine and the outside. On one hand, he built a strong defensive line around the volcano, a comprehensive defensive line on the ground and in the air. On the other hand, he and Duan Ruyan built the entire defensive system of the mine. 5 days and 5 nights after the official mining, the first batch of Crystal X, other related crystals, and a considerable amount of bloody black gold had been produced. Just the first batch of Crystal X alone exceeded 2,300 caddies. In other words, the Crystal X produced in these 5 days had exceeded the total production of the previous 2 years. Moreover, as the mining went deeper, the daily production increased. Yang Dingtian was very willing to share the joy of harvesting Crystal X here, but he had to leave. Because Dishi Bian, Wu Maji, and the other second stage of cultivation was about to be completed. Yang Dingtian had to go to the Forbidden Continent's illusion. However, fortunately, all the work here had already entered an orderly state. The entire area around the volcano had completely become a military restricted zone. No one could go near it, whether on land or in the air. There were hundreds of thousands of soldiers guarding the surroundings. Therefore, Yang Dingtian took the first batch of Crystal X, rode on the Demon Eagle, and returned to Zhongjing. 3 days and 3 nights later, Yang Dingtian returned to Zhongjing. However, he did not stop in Zhongjing. Yang Dingtian flew directly to an isolated island in the Sea of the West Continent. This was the Council of Light's secret weapon manufacturing base. It was the top secret of the entire Council of Light. Moreover, the ancient giant beast, Xiao, was lurking in the nearby sea, guarding this most important secret base. When Yang Dingtian sent the 2,300 caddies of Crystal X into the underground secret base, everyone inside was in an uproar. It's done, it's done. Everyone only had this thought. It was really done. Many of the research that they dared not carry out could now be carried out. Many of the weapons projects that had been stopped could now be carried out. After leaving the secret base, Yang Dingtian went to Xijing. During this period, Wu Daozi did not do anything for the time being. However, Yang Dingtian felt that Wu Daozi would not give up so easily. Perhaps, Wu Daozi was looking for Yang Dingtian's new weakness and forcing him to compromise. After confirming that nothing was wrong, Yang Dingtian rode on the Demon Eagle and flew towards the Taboo Continent sea area. Calculating the time, Dishi Bian and Wumaji's second world cultivation should be ending soon. After 1 day and 1 night, Yang Dingtian arrived at the Taboo Continent sea area and entered the Skull Hall. After entering the Skull Hall, the Council of Light's cultivation group was still normal. However, Shadowless used his lips to tell Yang Dingtian that he was a little late. Because Dishi Bian, Wumaji, and Ling Wu's group's second world cultivation had already ended. They had already entered the third world cultivation yesterday. And now, his master, Dongfang Minmi's group was also about to complete their second world cultivation. Shadowless used his lips to tell Yang Dingtian, Dishi Bian, Wumaji, and Ling Wu's cultivation results in the second world were even better than those in the first world. Dishi Bian had directly broken through from a 9-star level 1 Grandmaster to a 9-star level 5 Grandmaster. As for Ling Wu's cultivation, she had directly broken through to the Grandmaster level and was just waiting to borrow external forces. As for Wumaji, she had directly advanced from an 8-star level 8 Grandmaster to a 9-star level 9 Grandmaster during her cultivation in the second world. She was only half a step away from becoming a Grandmaster. Note, the next update will still be tomorrow at noon. Requesting 2 monthly tickets, thank you. The third stage of the Taboo Continent's illusory realm still had a considerable cultivation effect. However, it was inferior to the first and second worlds. As for the fourth and fifth worlds, it was purely to understand the history of the primal chaos world. Yang Dingtian knew that the real cultivation would begin from the sixth stage. Because there were already many heaven-defying monsters here. They were equivalent to the dinosaurs of the Earth's Jurassic period. If one cultivated, they would basically have to kill from the beginning to the end. Even the oceans and continents would have to kill at least 1,000,000 miles. The cultivation effect would definitely be incomparably astonishing. However, he really didn't know how long it would take. Because this was undoubtedly an unprecedented great adventure. Yang Dingtian didn't know how Dongfang Bingling passed the sixth world. One must know that when she entered the sixth world, her cultivation wasn't as good as the current Yang Dingtian. Compared to the first and second worlds, the third world was undoubtedly much brighter and more exciting. It was completely surfing. Therefore, Yang Dingtian clearly saw that Dishi Bian, Wumaji, and Ling Wu's facial expressions were much more flamboyant and nervous. They were no longer like before where they were in endless pain and numbness. Wumaji's face even carried an adventurous feeling like she was on vacation. Very soon, the second group that Master Dongfang Minmi was in also ended their cultivation in the second world. A beam of energy shot out from the Skull Palace and into their bodies. They began to absorb profound energy. After nearly a year of bitter cultivation, their energy seas and mystic meridians were already extremely exhausted. This time, they were going to absorb the profound energy crazily. Yang Dingtian discovered it. When cultivating in the Taboo Continent, time passed 5 times, 10 times, and so on compared to the real world. However, once they entered the profound energy absorption, the time in the Taboo Continent's illusory realm and the real world's time were completely the same. After a full 24 hours, Master Dongfang Minmi's profound energy absorption had ended. The previous cultivation in the hard rock plain had allowed him to break through to the 6th class of 1 star. And this time in the Magma Continent, he had broken through to the 9th class of 1 star. Currently, Master was already a 7-star Great Grandmaster. Next, one group after another arrived at the end of the second world and began to absorb mystical energy. Xianxia had directly broken through to the martial grandmaster realm. Furthermore, he should be close to becoming a 2-star martial grandmaster. As long as he borrowed external help, he would be able to achieve a true breakthrough in his sea of qi and cultivation. And it wasn't just Xianxia. There were 4 elders from the Yinyang school, 3 elders from Qin City, and 3 elders from the Black Sky sect had all broken through to the Great Grandmaster realm. Originally, these people had already reached the 9-star martial grandmaster level. However, if they cultivated normally, they would never be able to break through to the martial grandmaster level. Only the mysterious cultivation in the taboo continent's illusory realm allowed them to break through to the great grandmaster level. The other surprise was Qin Huayu. Before coming to the forbidden continent's illusory realm, his cultivation base was a 5-star grandmaster. The first time he cultivated on the hard rock plane, he broke through to the level of an 8-star grade 3 grandmaster. And when he cultivated on the magma continent, he directly broke through to the level of a 9-star grade 5 grandmaster. He was not far from becoming a great grandmaster. Of course, there were also some that weren't ideal. For example, his mother-in-law, Madame Ximen, didn't want to come at the beginning. She only wanted to take care of her child in Cloud Sky City. In the end, she drew lots with her master's wife. She drew lots, so she had to come. Before entering the taboo continent's illusory realm, Madame Ximen was a 2-star grandmaster. After the first world ended, she was only a 3-star grade 2 grandmaster. After the second world ended, she broke through to the level of a 4-star grade 5 grandmaster. In short, she didn't have much desire for power, so she didn't have much motivation to cultivate. Therefore, the level of her breakthrough was relatively small. It was only about half the level of others. At that time, Ximen Lai was a huge surprise. Before entering the taboo continent to cultivate, he was only a 1-star grade 5 grandmaster. He was 36 years old this year, and he had the Xianxia array. Although being a 1-star grade 5 grandmaster wasn't bad, it wasn't very outstanding. In the end, in the taboo continent's illusory realm, his almost crazy cultivation allowed him to achieve the greatest breakthrough among everyone. His cultivation in the first world directly soared from 1-star grade 5 to 4-star grade 7. His cultivation in the second world directly reached the level of a 7-star grade 9 grandmaster. Even Yang Dingtian was speechless at this cultivation speed. It was more than twice as fast as his mother-in-law, Madame Ximen. It could be seen how urgent he was. As for Song Chunhua, before entering the taboo continent's illusory realm, her cultivation was higher than Qin Huayu's. She was already a 6-star grade 8 grandmaster. In the end, the results of her cultivation in the taboo continent's illusory realm seemed to be inferior to Qin Huayu's. The first cultivation result was good. She directly reached the level of a 9-star grade 1 grandmaster. However, the second cultivation in the magma plains only reached the level of a 9-star grade 4 grandmaster. She fell behind Qin Huayu for some reason. As for Marshal Uncle Li Guinong of the Wooden Sword Castle, after joining the Council of Light and escaping from his predicament, he immediately glowed with a second spring of cultivation. In a few years, he broke through from a mid-level martial venerable to a 3-star grandmaster. The results of this cultivation in the taboo continent's illusory realm were not bad, but not very outstanding. The first cultivation in the illusory realm directly reached the level of a 5-star grandmaster. In the second cultivation world, he only reached the level of a 7-star grade 1 grandmaster. In the future, it would not be difficult to reach the level of a 9-star grandmaster. However, it would be very difficult to break through to the level of a grandmaster before the Great Doomsday War. This was because the difficulty of breaking through from a 9-star grade 1 grandmaster to a 9-star grandmaster was no less than breaking through from a 1-star grandmaster to a 9-star grandmaster. However, no matter what, this cultivation in the taboo continent's illusory realm had at least added 13 or 14 grandmasters to the Council of Light. Among them, the truly talented ones who were Yang Dingtian's absolute confidants were only Qin Huayu, Song Chunhua, and Wu Maji. It was even unknown whether Qin Huayu and Song Chunhua could break through to the level of a grandmaster after leaving the taboo continent's illusory realm this time. Of course, even if they could not break through to the level of a grandmaster this time, they would definitely break through to the level of a grandmaster within 2 years of cultivation in the real world. The extra grandmasters this time were all elders from famous sections. Those elders who had long been 9-star grandmasters but could never break through to the level of a grandmaster had an average age of more than 60 years old. However, it was still a huge surprise. The number of people who broke through to the level of a grandmaster in the next cultivation group would definitely not be as many as this time, but there would still be a few. In other words, the number of grandmasters in the Council of Light might exceed 30 or 40. In this way, the number of grandmasters would completely surpass the number of Vulture Palace and even the number of Hades Sea. In front of the Snake People Empire, they would not be any weaker. As for the Little Western Paradise, this was a matter of a different plane and could not be compared. Moreover, as long as the human gate was guarded, the Little Western Paradise would not be able to come over. Next, Yang Dingtian stayed in the Great Hall of Skulls for nearly 10 days. It wasn't until all the groups had entered the third world to cultivate that they started to move. In fact, in another 5 days, Dishibian's first group's cultivation in the third world would be over. However, Yang Dingtian was still worried about Shijing. He was worried that Wu Daozi would not be willing to give up so easily and continue to do something. Therefore, Yang Dingtian left the Great Hall of Skulls again and returned to Shijing. After returning to Shijing, Wu Daozi was indeed looking for trouble. In the past few days, in the name of martial arts exchange, he challenged all the grandmasters of the Heavenly Edict Academy, including Qin Wanchou and Ming Busi. He defeated all of them in one move. He completely trampled on the dignity of the Heavenly Edict Academy. After defeating all the experts of the Heavenly Edict Academy, he began to raid a secret base of the Council of Light in the Sunset Mountains. Then, he caused a huge earthquake at the bottom of the sea of the Council of Light Navy's secret base, causing huge losses to the shipyard there. After Yang Dingtian received the news, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This person was completely unreasonable. At first, he said that he would let Spirit Rabbit choose for herself. However, after she chose to stay, Wu Daozi did not give up and went to find Xianxia to join forces with him to deal with Yang Dingtian. He lost the literary battle in the sky above the taboo continent, but he was not willing to give up. He pressed on step by step, defeated Qin Wanchou and Ming Busi, trampled on the dignity of the Heavenly Edict Academy, and forced Yang Dingtian to appear and compromise. However, Yang Dingtian was not there at the time. Later, he became more and more extreme, directly attacking the secret base of the Council of Light and the manufacturing base. This was tantamount to directly touching Yang Dingtian's bottom line. Moreover, he had publicly announced that within 3 days, Yang Dingtian must go to Lonely Mountain to see him. Otherwise, the consequences would be even more severe. Decades of imprisonment had caused this person to be so paranoid that he was almost twisted. Yang Dingtian immediately rushed to the Heavenly Edict Academy. This was because Wu Daozi's consecutive defeats of Ming Busi and Qin Wanchou were a huge blow to the spirits of the students from the Heavenly Edict Academy. They even felt as if their spines had been broken and their pride had suffered a huge setback. This would not do. The most important thing for the students of the Heavenly Edict Academy was to press forward with indomitable will, fearless ambition, and pride that would never compromise in the face of evil ways. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had to boost their morale. Thus, Yang Dingtian, who had never given a public speech at the Heavenly Edict Academy before, gave his first public speech. There were no heroic words, no angry scolding, and no righteous attacks. The person who defeated Martial Uncle Ming Busi and Martial Uncle Qin Wanchou is called Wu Daozi. He is 170 years old this year and the heir of the Vulture Palace. Nearly 100 years ago, he was already a 9-star 9th grade grandmaster. Recently, he obtained a 2nd grade evil spirit, so he directly broke through to the half-saint realm. Now, there are a total of 6 half-saints in the human countries. The first half-saint, master of the Hades Sea, Wu Yu. However, she is not human. She is a descendant of the Speechless tribe and the Demon Fox tribe. The second half-saint, Queen Xianxia of the Naga Empire. The third half-saint, my first wife, the demonized Dongfang Bingling. The fourth half-saint, master of the Vulture Palace, the 200-year-old Wulingzi. The fifth half-saint, this Wu Daozi. The sixth half-saint, I am both a friend and a foe, the isolated and free Lord Wu Yuming. Just half a month ago, he joined forces with me to block the attack of Wu Daozi and Queen Xianxia. Among the 6 half-saints, except for Wu Yuming, whose position is unknown, the other 5 are all enemies. Martial Uncle Ning Busi and Martial Uncle Qin Wanchou are not that old and do not have the energy of evil spirits. It is normal that they were defeated by half-saints. Then, how many half-saints will our Council of Light have in the end? Before the Great War of Extinction, it should be 2, or maybe 3. There seems to be a great disparity between the 2 sides. Then, are we going to lose the will to fight? No, 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 I will only say one thing. Half a month ago, in the battle between Wu Daozi and I won. What did I rely on? Brand new martial arts wisdom. We do not rely on evil spirits. We rely on higher martial arts wisdom, and we rely on higher war wisdom. No shame and then fight bravely. That is what you should do. As for these half-saints, it is my, Yang Dingtian's, business. I am here to make a military pledge to everyone. Before the Great War of Extinction begins, I will sweep away Wu Daozi, Wu Lingzi, and Queen Hai Xian, the 3 obstacles that stand in the way of the Council of Light unifying the human continent. In at most 2 years, I will remove Wu Daozi, Wu Lingzi, and Queen Hai Xian from this world. This is my military pledge. As soon as these words came out, the low morale was instantly lifted. 100 or even 1,000 heroic words could not compare to a military order. So, remember this. Half-Saint Wu Daozi defeated Ning Busi and Qin Wanchou. It is not your business. Your mission is to know shame and then fight bravely. After the Great War of Extinction is won, you will rebuild the entire world. As for those half-saints coming to cause trouble, seeking revenge, and taking back their dignity, that's my business. I have already made a military pledge. I never lie. Everyone, please wait for the results. Then, Yang Dingtian finished his speech. After a moment of silence, there was a tsunami of cheers. Long live Sect Master Yang Dingtian. They really did not expect Yang Dingtian's speech to be so straightforward. After concluding, it was a sentence. If someone comes to take revenge, I will make a military pledge to destroy them. The entire Heavenly Edict Academy was boiling. On Lonely Mountain, Yang Dingtian saw Wu Daozi again. Let the spirit rabbit come back with me, Wu Daozi said lightly. Otherwise, you will suffer an unbearable blow. No. Yang Dingtian replied straightforwardly, I never use women to trade. Don't you want to know where I will strike next? Wu Daozi sneered. I don't know, Yang Dingtian said. The extreme south. Wu Daozi smiled and said, although I don't know what is there, some time ago, you went to the extreme south from Zhongjing and stayed there for more than 10 days. If it wasn't because it was extremely important, you wouldn't have gone. So, I am going to see if there is any weakness there. If there is, I don't mind destroying it and making you suffer bone-piercing pain. Yang Dingtian's eyes suddenly turned cold. You go. What do you mean? Wu Daozi asked. If you go, I will go too. Yang Dingtian said, then, I will be forced to pay a huge price to kill you. Completely kill you. You can kill me? Wu Daozi laughed and said, in the Taboo Continent's 3rd move, if it weren't for Hai Xian and Mudan saving you, you would have died long ago. Then give it a try. Yang Dingtian then turned and left. Killing Wu Daozi, is Yang Dingtian bragging? One must know that Wu Daozi is a semi-sage expert. With Yang Dingtian's cultivation, he is far from being his opponent. And the most important thing is that he has a second-class evil spirit, which is completely immortal. Therefore, Yang Dingtian saying that he wants to kill Wu Daozi sounds completely ridiculous and is bragging. However, Yang Dingtian is not bragging. He really has a certain certainty that he can kill Wu Daozi, but the price is very, very big. What should he do to kill Wu Daozi? Wu Daozi said that he wants to go to the extreme south to find Yang Dingtian's weakness. At that time, he will definitely find that huge volcano and then discover the astronomical number of treasures and crystal stones inside. Therefore, he will definitely enter the depths of the mine to investigate and destroy, thus forcing Yang Dingtian. Then, Yang Dingtian will use the special location of the volcano as the place to kill Wu Daozi. Yang Dingtian will withdraw everyone from the mine, transform the volcano, and then pour the unfreezing water in the volcano. This way, the entire volcano will become an unfreezing pool again. The temperature in the deepest part of the unfreezing pool is extremely low. Yang Dingtian's 9 Xianxia meridians can withstand it, but other people, even semi-sage, may not be able to withstand it. Of course, relying on the unfreezing pool is not enough, perhaps it is not enough to suppress Wu Daozi. Yang Dingtian needs to use another trump card, tens of thousands of years old ice-type demon beast, illusory spirit demon mother. Yang Dingtian placed it at the bottom of the unfreezing pool. This illusory spirit demon mother is an ice-type demon beast that has been brewing for tens of thousands of years. The ice energy released by it is not something a semi-sage expert can withstand. And Yang Dingtian has the protection of Naga Shuang's energy field, so he can resist its terrifying ice energy. At that time, Yang Dingtian will hide at the bottom of the unfreezing pool as the battlefield with Wu Daozi. At that time, as long as Daozi dived into the unfreezing pond, he would be trapped by the phantom spirit matriarch's ice energy, and the Naga Shuang would immediately entangle him. In the extreme cold energy, the half-saint Daozi would be trapped by the Naga Shuang. Of course, Naga Shuang might not be able to kill Wu Daozi because of the second-class evil spirit. But at that time, Yang Dingtian would summon the void-splitting flame and create a spatial door. He would bring Wu Daozi, the phantom spirit mother, and Naga Shuang into the world of darkness. Then, he would take advantage of the time when Wu Daozi was frozen and throw him into the boundless abyss. The so-called border of the abyss was the place where the continent of death was constantly devouring the continent of life. It was the place where the entire world died. The energy there was absolutely destructive. Even Yaoqi was smashed into pieces and turned into ashes, let alone Daozi. At that time, even if there were evil spirits, it would be useless. They would die without a doubt. At that time, he would die without a single trace of ash. So, Yang Dingtian was definitely not bragging. If he said he wanted to kill Wu Daozi, he really did have a way. But the price would be really, really high. At the very least, the mine would stop working. Then, there was the possibility that the Naga Shuang would be exposed. Finally, the spatial door created by the void-splitting flame could teleport him to any place in the world of darkness. If he was unlucky and teleported to a place with tens of thousands of times the gravity, Yang Dingtian might directly collapse and turn into ashes, dying together with him. In short, Yang Dingtian was very confident in killing Wu Daozi, but he would have to take a huge risk, even his life. Seeing Yang Dingtian walk away, Wu Daozi's face turned cold. Sir Yang Dingtian, don't be pretentious. Spirit Rabbit is just a woman to you. She only damaged some of your dignity. You don't have to risk your life to die. Yang Dingtian turned and said, I'll say it again. If you don't stop, you'll die. If you don't believe me, you can try. Ha ha ha, big words don't slander. I'd like to try. Wu Daozi laughed. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything more. It was useless to argue with people like Wu Daozi. If he couldn't talk, he could only use force. After leaving Lonely Mountain, Yang Dingtian flew directly to the Li Water Villa in the northwest Qin city. He went to the lake there and took the demon mother of fantasy spirits out again. A few hours later, he had already landed on the Li Water Villa. Last time, Ning Wuming used a trick to let Yang Dingtian get the demon mother of fantasy spirits, but it was useless. The demon mother of fantasy spirits was very important to the land around the Li Water Villa. The land around it was nourished by it and became a beautiful oasis, unlike other places that were full of ruins. Therefore, after the battle at the Cloud Sky Pavilion, the demon mother of fantasy spirits was not used. Yang Dingtian put it back at the bottom of the Li Water Villa. Anyway, even if they knew it was there, no one could take it away. They would freeze to death before they could dive 100 meters. The Li Water Villa was still as beautiful as before. The lake water was still quiet and clear. Yang Dingtian gently touched the lake water and it instantly froze. The entire lake was frozen. Although the unfreezing water was extremely cold, it was nothing compared to the demon mother of fantasy spirits. Yang Dingtian reached into the space ring and woke up the sleeping Naga Shuang. Speaking of which, the last time Shuang Er woke up was when she killed a half-saint demon Rakshasa in the Underworld Empire. She had probably been asleep for nearly 2 years. Of course, some people might ask why he didn't just release the Naga Shuang to kill Wu Daozi. That demon Rakshasa was a half-saint, and Wu Daozi was also a half-saint. Xianxia was still an advanced master. The reason she could kill the half-saint demon Rakshasa was because she was a half-saint. The demon Rakshasa was a failed god who had been slaughtered by the Naga for tens of thousands of years. Her fear of the Naga had been deeply engraved in her genes. Once she saw a Naga, she had no room to resist at all. However, humans were different. Although Wu Daozi would be extremely shocked and even terrified when he saw the Naga Shuang, he would fight against the Naga Shuang. However, in the face of a Naga's attack, he would also fight to the death. If he explained, he would realize that this Naga's cultivation was only SOSO. It took a full 15 minutes for Yang Dingtian to wake up the Naga Shuang. After waking up, she came out of the space ring with a whoosh and wrapped her half-human, half-snake body around Yang Dingtian. "Hubby, I'm so sleepy." She stretched her beautiful waist, and an enchanting fragrance immediately spread out from her body. Then, she couldn't wait to open her small mouth and make out with Yang Dingtian. The Naga were like a race that would die if you didn't love them. Loving each other all the time, being intimate with each other all the time. It was hard to imagine that the Naga were the cruelest race in the world. They had once destroyed the civilization of the entire world and then the entire world. After kissing for a full 15 minutes, the Naga Shuang finally let go of Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian carefully looked at the most beautiful face in the world. When he saw Jia and Hai Xian before, he always felt that they were the most beautiful faces in the world. Now, it seemed that the Naga Shuang was prettier. Her beauty was at the top of the pyramid in this world. Then, Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised to find that Shuang Er continued to transform. Last time, her snake skin had already shed down to her buttocks. After sleeping for 2 years, her snakeskin had shed another 4 inches. Now, not only was the Naga Shuang completely in human form, but half of her thighs were also in human form. As long as the bottom of her feet were completely transformed, she would be able to combine with Yang Dingtian and let Yang Dingtian undergo a nirvanic transformation. However, the Naga Shuang's transformation seemed to be much faster than expected. The ancient Naga's transformation was very slow. Of course, it was definitely not because she had slept for 2 years. Instead, it was because she had swallowed the energy of a demi-saint level Rakshasa. Then, Yang Dingtian felt the Naga Shuang's cultivation. She had actually broken through to the Great Grandmaster level, and directly surpassed the mid-level Great Grandmaster level. Yang Dingtian suddenly shuddered. Whether it was humans, monsters, or foxes, they all relied on cultivation to break through. However, the Naga Shuang actually relied on swallowing the life and energy of others to break through. It seemed that the ancient Naga Shuang did not break through in this way. Although the ancient Naga Shuang was extremely greedy for the world's energy, it did not seem to have directly swallowed life to break through. Could it be that the Naga Shuang of this era had also undergone a transformation? If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. A god Shuang who relied on swallowing the life of others would most likely end up swallowing the last life of the world in order to become stronger. Then, she would be the only existence in the world. In other words, the Naga Shuang of this era was even more greedy and direct. Yang Dingtian glanced at the Naga Shuang. Her beautiful face and gem-like eyes were still innocent and flawless. If she wanted to become stronger, she had to keep swallowing. Last time, after she killed a Rakshasa, she went berserk and directly attacked Yang Dingtian. Although she stopped herself in time, it was obvious that she had lost her mind at some point. If it were a second or third time, Yang Dingtian could almost guarantee that she would completely lose her innocence and become the most brutal creature. She would hunt down everything in sight. Every time she became stronger, for the Naga Shuang, it was like she had taken heroin. For Yang Dingtian, every time he relied on the Naga Shuang, it was the same. Although he had achieved his goal, the consequences may be more serious. This time, he tried not to let Shuang'er do anything, especially not to let her bite Wu Daozi to death, and not to let her swallow his cultivation energy. "Husband, why are you looking at me?" Shuang'er twisted her body and said coquettishly. "I haven't seen you for too long, I miss you." Yang Dingtian said. "Nonsense, I only slept for a while." Shuang'er said. "You slept for almost 2 years, Yang Dingtian said in his heart. "Husband, I'm so hungry." Shuang'er said. Yang Dingtian took out the demon core of a 1,000-year-old monster from his interspatial ring. After Shuang'er took it, she opened her small mouth and gently bit down with her white teeth. Like eating rock candy, she chewed the entire demon core and swallowed it. Yang Dingtian had goosebumps all over his body. This demon core was so hard that even the bloody black gold sword couldn't cut it. Shuang'er's white little teeth chewed it more easily than rock candy. Yang Dingtian spent a long time to find out what Shuang'er liked to eat. She liked to eat energy. The higher the energy level, the more she liked it, especially the fresh life energy. Although the demon core's energy level was high, she could only barely fill her stomach. Fortunately, Yang Dingtian was now the ruler of the entire human kingdom. Otherwise, even the previous Cloud Sky City Lord wouldn't have been able to raise her. In the past, there weren't many 1,000-year-old demon cores in Cloud Sky City. After eating the demon core, she opened her eyes wide and looked at Yang Dingtian pitifully. She said, "Husband, I want more. I'm not full yet." If he wanted her to be full, 10 or even 100 wouldn't be enough. This was just to trick her into eating more food. "This is the last one." Yang Dingtian took out another one. After Shuang'er took it, she directly chewed it bite by bite and swallowed it. After eating, although she still looked at Yang Dingtian pitifully, she didn't ask for more. Yang Dingtian said, "Shuang'er, let's go to that very, very cold jellyfish, okay?" "Okay," Shuang'er said excitedly. In her memory, that good-looking and timid jellyfish was quite interesting. Jade. Yang Dingtian carried Shuang'er and jumped into the lake. In an instant, the entire lake was completely frozen. But under the protection of Shuang'er's energy field, Yang Dingtian almost couldn't feel the cold. As for the phantom spirit demoness, it was the simplest demon beast. Once it felt the invasion of energy, it didn't do anything but crazily spit out ice energy. After diving nearly 10,000 meters into the water, Yang Dingtian once again saw the streamy and beautiful ice jellyfish. He once again sighed at the power of the Creator. Such a simple animal had actually lived for tens of thousands of years. It was such a small jellyfish that nourished hundreds of miles of land. It only knew how to do two things. The first was to constantly swallow, and the second was to constantly spit. Usually, when there was nothing to do, it would constantly swallow energy. Once it encountered danger, it would desperately spit out energy to defend itself. It was such a small phantom spirit demoness that could instantly freeze a huge lake into ice. Yang Dingtian took out the energy shielding box that he had prepared long ago. Originally, there was a lot of special blue water inside. This phantom spirit demoness seemed to only like to live in this blue water. After putting it back into the box, it indeed forgot about its previous uneasiness and settled down leisurely in the box to live. This time, killing Wu Daozi, it's all up to you. Yang Dingtian then closed the box and put it into the space ring. Then, he coaxed Shuang'er into the space ring to sleep again. Yang Dingtian took the phantom spirit demoness and flew towards the southeast. If it wasn't for Wu Daozi's crazy pressure, Yang Dingtian wouldn't be so anxious to kill him. But since Wu Daozi touched Yang Dingtian's bottom line, there was no other way. Note, the next update will still be tomorrow at noon. Thank you everyone. Brothers, it's the last day of the month. Sincerely. A few hours later, Yang Dingtian flew to Zhongjing. After arranging some important matters, he was going to the south, to the extreme south. But just as he entered the headquarters of the Council of Light, Yunjena came forward and said, "Sect Master, someone is waiting for you in the room." Yang Dingtian was stunned. "Who is it?" Yunjena rolled her eyes. "Go and see for yourself, then push the door open." Then, she left by herself. On the bed in Yang Dingtian's room, the exquisite and beautiful spirit rabbit was sitting there obediently. Her eyes were red, and it was obvious that she had just cried. After seeing Yang Dingtian come in, she immediately stood up and bowed to Yang Dingtian. "Sect Master, I'm very, very sorry to disturb you at this time." Yang Dingtian shook his head. "What's the matter?" Spirit Rabbit was silent for a moment, then looked up and said, "Sect Master, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the harm my grandfather has caused to the Heavenly Revelations Academy." Yang Dingtian shook his head. "This has nothing to do with you, and the students of the Heavenly Revelations Academy are indeed lacking in tempering, so they are mentally and emotionally weaker. Spirit Rabbit said, "My grandfather came to find you again, and he's prepared to do something even more outrageous, right?" Yang Dingtian thought for a moment, then nodded, indicating that he admitted it. Immediately, Spirit Rabbit's tears continued to fall. Spirit Rabbit said, "Sect Master, then is my grandfather and you already in an irreconcilable relationship? Although it's ridiculous, it's true." Yang Dingtian said, "Although this reason may seem insignificant to outsiders, it's very important to both of us." Spirit Rabbit looked up, "Sect Master, you're now thinking of a way to stop my grandfather, right? And it's possible that this method is very intense." "Yes." Yang Dingtian said, "He challenged my bottom line, and if I don't stop him, it will bring immeasurable losses to the Council of Light, and directly affect the future world destruction war. So, to be precise, I'm thinking of a way to get rid of him." The Spirit Rabbit's beautiful face trembled and suddenly turned pale. Yang Dingtian was waiting for her to react violently and blame him, but she didn't. Instead, she continued to cry and said, "Sect Master, I can't blame you. Because there's nothing wrong with doing this from your point of view. I'm also standing in the same position as you. But as I said, I can't place righteousness before family. On one hand, I'm standing on the side of justice, but on the other hand, I want to protect my grandfather." Wiping away the tears on her face, Spirit Rabbit said, "Sect Master, I want to go back with my grandfather." Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. "This is your own will? You should know that I won't be happy if you do this." Spirit Rabbit nodded in response. "That's my own will. First of all, my stance on your side will not change. Perhaps you don't know this, but rather than calling me one of your wives, it would be better to call me your follower and admirer. Secondly, you and my grandfather, just for an insignificant person like me, actually rose to a life and death relationship, which makes me very uneasy. If my grandfather dies, I will be devastated, but if you're unlucky, then I can only commit suicide to atone for my sins. Of course, it's not because I love you so much that I want to commit suicide, but because you're too important to the human kingdom. If you're hurt because of me, then I won't be able to explain myself." With that, Spirit Rabbit's tears continued to flow. This girl really seemed to be made of water. Spirit Rabbit said, "Last time, I rejected my grandfather because I wanted to stay. I felt that it was wrong to go back with him, and it went against my conscience and justice. But I didn't know that my grandfather would become so paranoid. If I knew there would be such consequences, I would have gone back with him. So it's not too late to make up for it now." Yang Dingtian said, "Spirit Rabbit, you should know. Your grandfather is a fanatic follower of evil ways. In this regard, he's even crazier than Wolingzi. So even if you go back, he will be my enemy in the future, and I won't let him stay." Spirit Rabbit nodded vigorously and said, I know. I've always said that I'm with you. It's precisely because of this that I want to make a final effort. I'll stay by my grandfather's side and see if I can use family affection to win his heart back. Can I stop him from doing things that hurt the Council of Light? Even if Sect Master is in the Vulture Palace, I'm also a member of the Council of Light. I'll use my own means to fulfill my obligations." Yang Dingtian fell silent. In fact, Yang Dingtian didn't expect to rise to a life-and-death relationship with Wu Daozi so quickly. And the reason seemed really childish and ridiculous. One wanted to take away his granddaughter, and did not hesitate to challenge the highest interests of the entire human kingdom. The other wanted to keep a girl who was not too related to him, and just to protect her free will, he did not hesitate to risk his life to get rid of a semi-sage powerhouse, even if it would cost a huge price. Both of them were equally stubborn. In the eyes of others, they were equally childish. But there was no doubt that Yang Dingtian was forced to do this. It was very simple to stop this disaster, and he just had to take the initiative to send Spirit Rabbit over. But he couldn't do it, he didn't need a woman to make a deal, this was his creed, but now, Spirit Rabbit took the initiative to say that she wanted to go back. After a long time, Yang Dingtian said, "Rabbit, you can't change him. He has been imprisoned for decades, and the hatred and desire in his heart can no longer be controlled. Moreover, second-class evil spirits will continue to devour his heart and will. He can't stop the fanaticism for evil ways. Spirit Rabbit suddenly cried out in grief and said, but at least I've tried, right? Then, she said to Yang Dingtian, don't worry, Sect Master, I won't ask for anything that will make it difficult for you. And, grandfather has lived for more than 100 years. If it were anyone else, they would have lived for a long time. He has protected me with his greatest efforts and love in this life. I don't want evil to destroy his kindness and kindness. Yang Dingtian suddenly fell silent. He didn't need to say anything at all. This girl really knew everything. Her intelligence was far beyond Yang Dingtian's imagination. It could even be said that she was wise. Well, then, you can go back, Yang Dingtian said. Spirit Rabbit got up and bowed deeply. Thank you, Sect Master. Please give this letter to my grandfather. I want to go back with him in 5 days. I haven't finished the drawings and designs for this issue of the Apocalypse Academy Bulletin. I want to say goodbye to the teachers and students after I'm done. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. Spirit Rabbit returned to Shijing to finish her work and say goodbye to the teachers and students. A few hours later, Yang Dingtian intercepted Wu Daozi. In fact, his whereabouts were basically monitored by the Council of Light. Of course, he deliberately let the people of the Council of Light monitor him. Then, he directly handed the letter to Wu Daozi. After reading the letter, Wu Daozi's body trembled slightly. Then, he blinked hard and looked at Yang Dingtian. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Sect Master Yang, you really did something unnecessary. Yang Dingtian didn't reply to any of his words since they couldn't get along. Well, since that's the case, you and I will stop here for the time being. Wu Daozi said slowly, without orders from His Majesty Demon King or Princess Mudan, I won't make a move against the Council of Light. However, once His Majesty Demon King or Princess Mudan gives the order, I will do anything. Yang Dingtian didn't answer either. Because before the Apocalypse War, Wu Daozi, Queen Xianxia, and Walingzi must be dealt with. Yang Dingtian's military order at the Heavenly Edict Academy wasn't because he was hot-headed, but because it was necessary. Otherwise, why didn't he include Wu Yu, Mudan, and other people of the evil ways on the list of people he wanted to eliminate? Because Yang Dingtian wanted to win the Apocalypse War wholeheartedly. He wanted to completely unite and unify the human countries. Wu Daozi and Walingzi were the biggest obstacles. Yang Dingtian absolutely couldn't tolerate hundreds of thousands of Black Vulture troops suddenly surging out from behind and attacking his back when the Apocalypse War started. He also absolutely couldn't allow the hundreds of millions of troops of the Snake People Empire to surge out when the Apocalypse War started and make the human countries fight 1 against 2. So, at most 2 years. In less than 2 years, he had to complete these 3 tasks. Destroy Xianxia, help Poisa take back the Snake People Empire, and turn the Dongli grasslands from enemies to allies. Take back the Vulture Palace and turn the 200,000 strong Black Vulture troops from enemies into his trump card air force. So, after the second batch of Council of Light higher-ups finished cultivating, Yang Dingtian would first eliminate the extremely dangerous Dongli. Then, he would temporarily put everything aside and search for the 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship to break through to the half-saint level. He had to break through to the half-saint level within a year at most. Only by breaking through to the half-saint level could he get rid of these 3 people and concentrate on welcoming the Apocalypse War. 5 days later, Spirit Rabbit finished the latest issue of the Heavenly Edict Academy's report and said goodbye to the mentors and students. Then, she left the Heavenly Edict Academy that brought her the greatest joy and returned to the Vulture Palace that she didn't like at all and hated bitterly, even if she had to go back as a princess. But she had no choice. She had to do one last effort for her grandfather and for Sect Master Yang Dingtian. At the Council of Light headquarters, Yang Dingtian, who had been busy all day, didn't wait for Spirit Rabbit to say goodbye. He still felt a little disappointed in his heart. After working until midnight, he returned to his room and lay on the soft window. He could rest for 4 hours. But just as he lay on the bed, a delicate fragrant body suddenly burrowed into his arms. It was Spirit Rabbit. Sect Master. I am here to take back our flower candle night. I know you will refuse. I know your heart can't bear the burden, but you have to accept it, this is not for you, but for me. Then, she kissed him with incomparable determination. Asterisk 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 note, it's the last day of the month. Don't waste your monthly votes. End of chapter 776. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.